It's called The Beatles. We could call it the double album that confused critics and enamored fans, the one with a new spectator sitting on an amp, the one that caused the first Beatles breakup. Most people just call it the White Album, and in spite of its stark white cover, the deeper you dive, the darker it gets. There is no looming tension, no red sky horizon as a sailor's warning. We are there. We find ourselves in the middle of the storm. The White Album became the rogue wave that the Beatles had been fighting off for well over a year. And for the people who love the Beatles and cherish all that they bring us, it's a tough pill to swallow. So, are you tough enough for the White Album? Hi, I'm Lars, and this is my land. In my land, I get to do pretty much whatever I want. So today we're going to dig into the dark story behind the White Album, and you're going to listen, because it's my land.
Maybe we should have a divorce.
You know, sometimes I think about the Aquadom. It was the largest freestanding aquarium in the world until it crashed in the middle of the night in the Berlin Radisson Hotel in December 2022. A 5:30 a.m. wake-up call to the sound of 260,000 gallons of water, sending nearly 1,500 fish to their death. The gift shop went underwater, waves poured out into the street. If this seems a burst just 12 hours later, the lobby abuzz with guests checking in and spectators looking at the aquarium, this could have been a very different story. The 2 hospitalizations could have led to dozens of deaths. The Radisson and its patrons came out relatively unscathed. So how did this happen? Well, the gaskets had been leaking for about 2 years, and shoddy repairs favoring speed over safety meant that they drained the tank. The acrylic shrank. It created microfractures in the surface. The repairs, at least in part, led to its collapse. 54 years earlier, the Beatles are breaking up in a slow and painstaking way. So, how did this happen? It starts here, or it shows here. The gaskets are leaking. One pops out of place and it is coaxed to return. It's 2025 now. And we know the end of this story. We've seen the interviews. We've read the books. We've watched Get Back too many times. So many preventable disasters. It's easy for us to look and see the microfractures on the band's surface. And still, we have to wonder, did these repairs lead to such a severe and biting collapse? At the time of release, the band was proud of this album, even if they weren't proud of each other. I love the music on the White Album. I didn't always feel that way, and in fact, neither did you. I asked in a community post what kind of songs you guys used to skip that you love now, and a vast majority of them were from the White Album. And yeah, probably has something to do with the fact that there's 30 tracks on the album, but you know what I mean. You can understand why you might ignore it when you've got Rubber Soul right there, Revolver right there, shorter listening times, and more palatable reality right there. It's easy to do it so dirty like that. It's long, it's wide-ranging, it's political, bizarrely experimental. To some, it's genius, the antithesis of the Beatles' polished Fab Four image. And to others, it's 4 solo albums cobbled together to meet another contractual obligation, a sentiment most loudly and regularly echoed by John Lennon himself. And while the other 4 bandmates aren't quite so vicious, no one likes talking about the White Album. No one looks back fondly on their divorce. But like all things with the Beatles, I return again and again and realize that I found more there than I ever saw in the first place. And here we are. This exploration of the White Album is a love letter. Nothing more, nothing less. Love is not perfect. Love is often just as much pain as it is pleasure. In order to love the White Album, I had to see all of the blemishes behind this plain white surface. There are times in this process where no one looks good. Uncomfortable truths are confronted and then forgotten mere paragraphs later, either in the name of the love of music or for contractual obligations. Love, after all, is not known for being cut and dry, so why should I leave any of it out? Sanitization is for cooking and cleaning, it's not for love. It's okay to squirm away, to click off when faced with some of the lesser adored aspects here. If you don't have the stomach for it, well, neither did I. But as one is wont to do in the midst of love, I tucked tail and came back to finish my love letter. And it goes like this. We talk about India, Maharishi, a little bit of Apple, time in the studio, Yoko, and all of the sticky bits with that, substances and all of the sticky bits with that. We talk about Geoff Emerick leaving, and Ringo returning, and why that is often skipped over, laughed about, ignored entirely. The cover, the inserts, reviews, reception, and then we listen to the music itself. We go through the stories behind the songs, all of the interviews, all of the quotes, how the opinions toward this project changed over the years. And we have fun doing it. And finally, a retrospective into what loving this album does to a fan. Because we all know that love hurts. That's when Ringo left, in the middle of that. And then when he came back, he was really happy, but it was pretty bad before. John wasn't he was ducking in and out of the studio a lot. This was the first time Yoko was showing up. So, if you know the background, I think a lot of fans have, resentment toward it because they weren't as happy. Pass Lars, do annoying memos. Thank you. If you're new here, I waste my journalism degree and the awards I won doing that by making long videos on the Beatles and TV and movies. I made a 7-hour video on the TV show Lost, and if I don't mention it in every video I do, I'll dramatically kick a helmet in a moment of anguish and devastation, only to break my dang foot. Which is an interesting factoid, but we all know it. We all know Viggo Mortensen broke his foot. Please like, subscribe, and comment if you're nasty. And if you're the coolest, you can support me on Patreon, patreon.com/Larsland, where I have more than 20 hours of bonus footage. We're able to listen to all of the music, watch all of the documentaries, talk about all of the salacious topics, stuff we can't do here. And if you're not, like, subscribe, comment if you're nasty. And let's go back to my land. The sources, the research, and trust me. You don't have to trust me. Due to some audio issues, I'm just going to read this. Sorry, guys. Well over 100 hours of research, reading, listening went into this project. My opinion does exist, and therefore my work has bias. If you'd like to know how I ethically research, please see my Researching the Beatles Part 0 video. I am not a musician. I can play the guitar, but not well. I don't know a lot about music theory, so I've included experts who do. All of the beloved Beatles historians and authors are fallible and responsible for holes in the narrative, intentional or not. I hope to avoid this as best I can, hence the extensive length of this thing. There are conflicting reports, conflicting quotes, sometimes repetitive stories of similar situations. Avoiding long-winded readings of text is kind of impossible in this case. Removing context is unacceptable, particularly regarding this record. At least if I want to sleep at night. The handful of places in which I do condense and or reword some sentences and readings, they will always be annotated on screen, and listen for the click for extra context. Here are the accounts that I've pulled from. A Hard Day's Right by Steve Turner. All the Songs by Jean-Michel Guesdon and Phillipe Margotin. All You Need Is Ears by George Martin. Anthology by the Beatles, the book. Anthology by the Beatles, the documentary. The Beatles by Bob Spitz. The Beatles Diaries Volume 1 by Barry Miles. The Beatles Off the Record Volume 1 by Keith Badman. The Beatles, The Stories Behind the Songs 1967 through 70 by Steve Turner. That is a different version of, they're the same book. I just have this one physical, that one's ebook. Body Count by Francie Schwartz. The Complete Beatles Recording Sessions by Mark Lewisohn. Counting Down the Beatles, Their 100 Finest Songs by Jim Beviglia. George Harrison, Behind the Locked Door by Graeme Thomson. George Harrison, Living the Material World, the documentary. Get Back, the documentary. Here, There, and Everywhere by Geoff Emerick and Howard Massey. John by Cynthia Lennon. John Lennon in My Life by Pete Shotton and Nicholas Schaffner. John Lennon Remembers, the Rolling Stone interviews. The Playboy interviews with John Lennon and Yoko Ono. The Love You Make by Peter Brown and Stephen Gangs. Big asterisk on that one. The Lyrics by Paul McCartney. Paul McCartney, Many Years From Now by Barry Miles. Jesus Christ. We're losing them. Hang on. Revolution in the Head by Ian MacDonald. Ringo Starr Encyclopedia by Bill Harry. Ringo Starr, Straight Man or Joker by Alan Clayson. Ringo Starr with a Little Help by Seth Starr. No relation. And Wonderful Tonight by Patty Boyd with Penny Jr. Journer. I don't know how to say that last name, okay? There will be various interviews and quotes, always cited on screen. The best place to begin a love letter is with the foundation, and how strong is the slab upon which we've built this house that is tasked with holding the weight of the world's talents. So, just to break our hearts, we shall begin with George Harrison saying something that has haunted me throughout this entire process from the Anthology documentary.
Oh yeah, we were tight. That was one thing to be said about us. We were really tight, as friends. We could argue a lot amongst ourselves, but we were very, very close to each other.
And in the company of other people or other situations, we'd always stick together. Whoop. Jump scare. So I'm a dumb dummy, and I screwed up my audio in this first section, so I'm refilming it. After I switched up my setup, I don't know how my setup's going to be in the future, so don't get all excited. 2 disclaimers before we jump into this. None of this video, even though we talk about some pretty difficult topics, is a moral judgment from me. I don't know what it was like to be in the Beatles. I don't know what it was like to live in the 60s and to go through all the things that these guys went through. And I will never be coming from a place of moral judgment. I'm literally wearing slippers right now. There's really nothing I can say or do, okay? I view this project as much more of a fact-finding mission than coming with some place of judgment or discernment. I just want to find the most holistic version of the truth. This is pure data.
Is that bad?
I am raw intellect. Your moral weight has no effect on me. Pure data!
This is not me coming from a high horse. I don't even own a horse. Just because I'm an emotional person, my brand is crying. Just because I get angry at times doesn't mean I don't love the Beatles. It means I love them a whole lot. It's not a forever thing. I get to be mad about certain parts. You get to be mad about certain parts. And then we move on because people move on. Second disclaimer is that I'm going to be using a lot of get back footage throughout this. And that's because I counted. And from the release of the album to them getting their butts back in Twickenham to start this, 41 days. From the final day in studio to the day they started Twickenham, 55 days. The tensions, the problems, these things have not been worked out at all, obviously. We see a lot of repetitive behaviors, but more importantly, I feel like we see a lot of fallout and a good chunk of how the band's dynamic is. Get Back is not a perfect production. There's a lot missing there, but I have a lot of it in there, and I have no plans at this time to do a big Get Back video. I did at one point, but I started this instead. So anyway, Get Back is going to be in here throughout this. I just wanted to say, I know that it's not part of the White Album, and you know that, but I think it is a fascinating look into the fallout of this. So just wanted to mention that as well. Chapter 1, The Fool on the Hill, or Yogi. The Beatles were introduced to transcendental meditation through Pattie Boyd, and her book has some damning timeline issues, claiming that she found TM in February 1967 while George was on tour, and we know he wasn't on tour, but she asserts that she and a friend were searching for some answers, a deeper meaning, and found meditation to be a good fit. As an extreme summary, this is what TM is. Essentially, you're given a mantra, a secret word that you're to share with no one, and you sit alone in the quiet and chant the word for 15 to 20 minutes, extending the time as you grow and become more comfortable. As you become more acclimated, you become more enlightened and happy. When Pattie told George about this, he was on board, and they found Maharishi Mahesh Yogi particularly interesting. Barry Miles gives us a good overview, though he later goes on to have some harsh criticism of the man, and we'll get there. So he says, the Maharishi had a degree in physics and studied Sanskrit and Hindu scriptures with Swami Guru Dev, who became his spiritual master. In the early 50s, he began working as an employee of the founder of his order. When the founder died, there was an unseemly struggle for leadership between the two senior priests of the order. But while their lawyers argued the grievances in court, the Maharishi surreptitiously took over, adopted the title of Maharishi, and has never looked back. His teachings are very westernized versions of ancient Vedic knowledge, simplified so much that they would be derided in Uttar Pradesh.
Uttar Pradesh.
However, it was not his message, but his organization that was most criticized by other Hindu teachers, who felt that Maharishi was violating the most basic principles of the faith. According to Hindu tradition, anyone who presents themselves at an ashram requesting to be taught meditation is given free instruction as well as free food and board. As in any monastery, it is a rigorous life, rising with the dawn, living in Spartan conditions. The Maharishi changed all this. He suggested a one-off payment of 1 week's earnings from his students. He provided luxurious, by Indian ashram standards, accommodation for his wealthy clients and turned away poor students if their places were needed for richer ones. He developed close contacts with right-wing Indian politicians who gave them their approval. The Bhagavad Gita, teaching that it is better to accept than question, better to meditate than act, suited them very well. By the late 50s, he was ready to take his message abroad, and in 1959, he opened his first center in Britain. By the time the Beatles went to see him, he had established about 250 meditation centers in about 50 countries. He was an expert at publicity, and knowing that television was crucial, always ensured that he was newsworthy. It was, after all, on television that the Beatles first saw him. If one of the Beatles was into something, the others would check it out. This is part of the group's unified front and their ongoing contract. In business and in friendship, one veto breaks the plan.
No, I think we won't be. I think you'll find we're not going abroad. Because Ringo just said he doesn't want to go abroad. And he put his foot down.
If one of them is out, they're all out. And foreshadowing. Paul says in Anthology, he says, I think by 1968, we were all a bit exhausted spiritually. We had been the Beatles, which was marvelous. We'd try for it to not go to our heads, and we were doing quite well. We weren't getting too spaced out or too big-headed, but I think there was generally a feeling of, yeah, well, it's great to be famous, it's great to be rich, but what's it all for? So we were inquiring into all sorts of various things, and because George was into Indian music, the natural thing was to ask, well, what is this meditation lark? Do they levitate? Can they really fly? Can the snake charmer really climb up the rope? In August 1967, the group and their partners, plus a few in the Beatles' entourage, take a trip to Bangor, Wales to see Maharishi speak. A few things happen. Cynthia Lennon is left behind from the train, barred by a police officer who assumed that she was a fan. Neil Aspinall has to drive her. In spite of hopes Sin had for an improved marriage, this is when she says that she knew her marriage was over. The meeting sparked an interest in the Beatles that was extremely strong, and they were immediately extremely enamored with him, particularly John and George. Paul and Ringo were along for the ride. The wives were interested in varying degrees, with Jane being rather skeptical. And yeah, she's a girlfriend, but I call her the wives. Like the partners, I generally call them the wives. Also, I think I talk about this in a little bit, but I've been reading a lot of stuff from contemporary reports from the 1960s, and people call women girls all the time. I try not to do that, but I do get into the habit of saying girls, so you're just gonna have to forgive me. Anyway, Barry Miles says, for the media, the Maharishi was the yogi sent from central casting, the liquid eyes, twinkling but inscrutable with the wisdom of the East, the long flowing beard and cascading ringlets, the giggling guru with his huge smile, bunches of flowers, and the holy man robes, looked like an oriental Santa Claus, later lampooned as Mr. Natural by the American cartoonist Robert Crumb. Though they were skeptical of his spiritual message, the media nonetheless seized upon him because of his pro-establishment, anti-drug message, to which young people seemed to be listening. I find this to be very interesting because the Beatles famously swear off LSD after getting involved in TM, but they certainly didn't swear off alcohol, pot, cocaine, or heroin. In one section from Bob Spitz, it seems that the Maharishi's teachings were focused on individuality. In a group of four that know how to communicate through song, but not words, this could actually come across the wrong way. And let me read this and then I'll explain. So Spitz says, to young men who constantly struggled with their individuality toward the public, toward their role as Beatles, toward one another, and toward themselves, Maharishi advised them to look within in order to find peace. The Maharishi's analogy was a flower. Paul says, he said that by meditating, you can go down your stem and reach the field of nutrients, which he called the pool of cosmic consciousness, which was all blissful and all beautiful. It's a lovely metaphor, but encouraging these four to look inward in hours of silence was not exactly what they needed at this time. They needed therapy and some honesty with themselves and with others. Chapter 2. Or apple core. One thing I guess I should mention is that there are a lot of meanwhiles in this story. I will tell you something that's going on and the timelines overlap. So it's like, meanwhile, this is happening. Meanwhile, that's happening. All of these Apple Corps, India, blah, 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 all of this is happening at the same time. So this is one of those meanwhiles. Meditating could prepare the Beatles for what happens next. Brian Epstein died during their Bangor visit. Such a tragic death, an accidental overdose swirling with rumors of suicide because of Brian's ongoing attempts, took the Beatles' beloved manager at the age of 32. It was absolutely devastating to the group and everyone who knew Brian. This is, once again, another topic entirely. This left the Beatles themselves unmoored, and privately they all felt that this was a damning blow to the future of the group.
I knew that we were in trouble then. I was scared, I thought, we fucking had it now.
Now, not to take an extremely serious topic right off the rails, but that's what I'm about to do. So Brian's last name is pronounced Epstein, not Epstein. Publicly, as in the press, particularly in the US, Brian's last name was pronounced as Epstein due to understanding that to be the more common American pronunciation. But in close quarters among family and friends, it is pronounced Epstein. And no one wishes that this wasn't true more than I do, because every single video that I mentioned his name before Yellow Submarine, I said it wrong, like a smart person who knows about the Beatles would. Frankly, Brian used both pronunciations. I doubt he would really care either way, but now it's stuck in my brain the Epstein way, and so I always get some BS about it. So here's a little clip from Get Back.
Ever since Mr. Epstein passed away, it's never been the same.
I mean, we've been very negative since Mr. Epstein passed away.
And I'll let you know, this is the way that I say it now, and it might be the way that you say it now, but I don't think Brian would care. We are back on the rails now.
And I suppose it was chaos after that.
It was sad, it was very sad to lose an old mate under those circumstances.
What we really decided was we had to keep on trucking.
We're suddenly like chickens without heads. What are we going to do? What are we going to do?
So we need to talk about Apple Corps and what it was. Define it. Hang on, we'll come back to this. This is how we've been doing things lately, and it's not the best way. Just like rip it, come back to it. Okay, so before we get into Apple Corps and all that, I want to give a brief foray into Magic Alex.
Hello, I'm Alexis from Apple Electronics.
Magic Alex, or Alexis Martis, was essentially a con man TV repairman from Greece. He was a good talker, and the Beatles, who can be ever naive, latched onto him. The Beatles meaning John, and a little bit George, but mostly John.
There was a guy called Magic Alex, which everybody knows about, who was a great friend of John's, and John thought he was the bee's knees because he used to give John little presents of electronic toys. And Magic Alex said that the EMI was no good, and he could build a studio much better. Well, he didn't.
He told John that he would be able to buy a flying saucer. He was at their side during all of this, during Maharishi, during Apple Corps, during India, during the White Album. George Martin was pitted against Magic Alex directly, or Alex did this himself, because he came in promising some absolutely insane shit. In lieu of just going through so much regarding this guy, I'm actually going to read from George Martin's book, All You Need Is Ears, directly, because even though there's an adversarial relationship, I think it's just, the facts as we see them. This is, by the way, one of the instances where I've chopped the quote. Look, so I'm not going to announce this every time I do that. Feel free to look on screen for full quotes. I don't do it a lot, but I do it sometimes. George Martin says, he, as in Alex, was so preposterous that it would have been funny had he not caused so much embarrassment and difficulty with me in the recording studio. He was one of a group of sycophants who were forever making mischief, telling the boys they weren't getting the best treatment, telling them they deserved better than the rotten old equipment that everyone else was using. I didn't need that. I knew better than anyone. We lacked certain facilities which were available in independent American studios. I was still working on 4-track machines when I knew that 8-track was already common in America and that 16-track was just around the corner. It annoyed me as much as it did the boys, but I could do without Magic Alex turning up one day and announcing in a supercilious tone, well, of course, I'm designing a 72-track machine. Alex was certainly a clever, good electronic technician, but the boys pandered to his wildest whims. He would bring little toys into the studio as throwaway gifts, which of course pleased the boys. According to George Martin, Alex Alex would come around and say that he's making some insane machine. His mock-up would be a little square with blinking lights or something that beep, and Paul and John would go, "Oh, that's fantastic." George says, on another occasion, Paul came in to tell me about Magic Alex's idea for a telephone invention. "You know, we're so out of date with our telephones in this country," he said, "but Alex is working on something. We won't even need telephone directories. I'll be in my drawing room and I'll just say, 'Get me George Martin,' and the phone will hear that and be computerized to understand the words." See, Alex Martis was making Siri. Okay, anyway, in 1968. Okay, sorry. "It'll automatically dial your number and you'll be on the other end of the phone and I won't have to do anything about it. It's so simple with computerization and Alex has got it all worked out." "Really?" I said. I confess that I tended to laugh myself silly when they came in and announced the latest brainchild of Alex's fertile imagination. Their reaction was always the same. You'll laugh on the other side of your face when Alex comes up with it. But of course, he never did. So, reeling with the loss of Brian, the Beatles find themselves completely out of their depth when it comes to business.
But we decided we needed an office and an organisation of our own, and that's really why we expanded Apple, because Apple already existed. I think it was a publishing company in an office on Baker Street.
Peter Brown, Brian's PA/close friend/gopher, takes over management as the Beatles refuse to hire outside of their trusted inner circle. They decide to divest their business into Apple Corp, a multimedia branch/tax shelter meant to take a utopian approach to investing in artists, musicians, technology, and education. Similar to the Concert for Bangladesh problem, naivety ruins a good cause with Apple. George Martin explains the sentiment quite well in his book. He says, "The tragedy was that it was an extremely praiseworthy idea. They wanted to put good use all the monies which were coming in. The motivation was roughly, with these resources, we can do anything. We can employ people to build things for us, develop new arts and new sciences, encourage scientific people to develop new inventions, encourage new writers, and so on. It was a marvelous utopian idea. If it had been handled properly, it would have been a great boon to the music business. However, it attracted some unusual people, and there was very little control over research and development." This is from Richard DeLello, I do not know how to say his last name, and I'm not looking it up right now, book, The Longest Cocktail Party. He says, "Apple was a noble experiment created in the spirit of the 60s by 4 musicians who came to represent everything that was the best about the 60s. It was birthed with selfless intentions. It was an idealistic blueprint for a new way of doing business, a place where aspiring artists and creators could fulfill their dreams without toadying to corporate masters. And if business was what made the world go round, then dreams made it worth living. Apple would attest to that. The Beatles were going to use their own money to fund a new world order, saturated with beauty and art, a long-playing record without end, a soundtrack of non-stop joy. For a brief period, the Beatles and much of the world believed they would succeed, but then reality got in the way and the runners stumbled. Much has been written about this period of history of the Beatles' evolution and dissolution. Some of it true, some of it wildly exaggerated, and not much of it firsthand."
It was all full of that. They were good ideas, Some of them you just didn't do, you never got round to them, but it was a great ideas time.
What happened was it turned into a way for the Beatles to put all their friends on the payroll. It wasn't successful at all. The Apple fashion boutique run by Pete Shotton was shuttered not long after it opened, more than £200,000 in debt. Staff and fans stole from the store, and when it finally closed, the final day was come and get it. Literally, some people came with wheelbarrows. Take what you can for free. Apple is truly such a cluster. I can't get into it without going further off the rails, but I think it's pertinent to remember its purpose. It was to fund independent artist projects for particular purpose later. The Beatles were hardly interested in it, except for Paul, and John and Yoko used it as a personal wallet for their projects. Derek Taylor's weekly tab was bizarre and beyond. Sometimes he serves to defend this, and sometimes he does not. I felt that Ringo was the most honest about his interest in the endeavor. Here's from Alan Clayson. He says, "Out of his depth, Starr saw the organization as another expensive toy to be disregarded, if not jettisoned altogether, when he grew tired of it. Soon he was only involved as Apple as much as I have to be. If there's a decision to blow up the building, I'll go along and raise my hand and say aye." Whenever he was in the mood, he'd lean forward on the hard-backed Regency chair in his office and play company director. For a while, he shrugged aside the disgusting realities of half-eaten steak sandwich in a litter bin, the receptionist rolling a joint of the best Afghan hash, the typist who counted paper clips and span out a single letter in the house style of no exclamation marks all morning before popping out and not returning until the next day. A great light dawned. We had like 1,000 people that weren't weren't needed, but they all enjoyed it. They're all getting paid for sitting around. We had a guy there just to read tarot cards, the I Ching. It was craziness. Jeff Emmerich does talk about Apple a little bit and how it was interfering with studio time. Now, something he says here is a little off, but we'll talk about it in the timeline. He says that there were times when the Beatles were in and out of the studio during the early weeks working on White Album. It's more because they were traveling, flying off, and then they were canceling sessions because half of them weren't there. But I'm sure that Apple and those obligations had something to do with it. So he says he's talking about the White Album in general, but you'll see what I mean. Given all the immense pressures they were under, it was a project that was destined to fail. On the one hand, there was John's increasingly erratic behavior and Yoko's silent but unrelenting presence. On the other, there was stress of having to constantly deal with Apple business. Throughout the White Album sessions, and even when we would record Abbey Road a year later, Mal and Neil were constantly interrupting the Beatles in the studio, bringing them papers to sign, passing along correspondence, and bringing them phone messages. If they'd had cell phones in those days, they probably would have been on their phone all the time. That would also explain why the start of the White Album sessions were so scattershot. They'd come in for a few days and then not turn up for a week or so. And when they did come in, they were very unfocused. It drained the Beatles of money and sense of humor. It is one of the wedges driven between the boys that led to their split. There are many, but things were looking gloomy before the India trip. I'll admit that the Beatles going up and down is part of their brand at this point. They're used to fighting. Just because we got a bit grumpy.
If it is going to be your last TV show, your only TV show...
but you're only surmising about it.
Well,
Just because we got a bit grumpy.
No, I am...
We've been getting grumpy for the last 18 months.
There's a gap in knowledge, clarity, and candor with how Apple was minded and how much the Beatles themselves were involved. This is known, Khaleesi, that Paul was the most involved. According to Derek Taylor, it turned Paul into an outright whore. Of the accounts I've scoured for this, I think this was one of the more difficult excerpts to place. We will revisit this again, but it is important to this entire story. This is from Derek Taylor's book, As Time Goes By. Paul once reminded me, don't forget, you're not very good. Any of you. You know that, don't you? I had forgotten. I had. It had gotten to the point where I was really believing in myself, really having a good time being me. Apple was in its comparatively early days, and I had been back from America 3 months. This was summer 1968. It was design time for stationery and advertisements and logos. We were building our image by being, and that was trouble. Being. Being was sticking out your neck and getting bites all over it. I don't think I ever hated anyone as much as I hated Paul in the summer of 1968. Postcards would arrive at my house from America or Scotland or wherever. Some outright nasty ones, some with no meaning that I could see. One with a postage stamp torn in half, pasted neatly, showing the gap between the two halves. Joan received one bearing the words, "Tell your boy to obey the schoolmasters," and signed Patron. Far out. Here's something that I'm going to say now, and it doesn't really fit, but I want you to remember it, because there's a good chunk of this where John gets a good amount of flack. John's behavior and a lot of the difficulties he was going through during this time have reasons behind them. Whether or not they're good reasons, they're maybe difficult to understand, surrounded by stigma such as addiction, there's still reasons. Paul arguably acted worse than John with fewer excuses. And I'm someone who loves to be a Paul apologist. I think that he's gotten the short end of stick a lot of the time. I don't think that he's been treated well a lot of the time. I think that this is one of those instances where we just gotta say, the spade is a spade, and Paul acted like a dick with fewer reasons to do so than anyone else involved. And that's hard to say, but it is the truth. And I think we need to remember this going forward. Not I think, I know. Remember this going forward. Chapter 3. If you're so cosmic, you'll know. Or India. So here's the YouTube version of the India trip. I have a much more in-depth version of what goes on in the Patreon version because I couldn't tell if I was rambling and I didn't want people to click off. I still don't want people to click off. I want you to stay and learn about this. At least I don't want you to click off yet. We're not to the uncomfortable part. We'll be there soon though. But we do discuss more of the India stuff during the song breakdowns. So if there are bits that you're like, I can't believe Lars skipped over that. Do you have horses? Hold on to them, because these topics, they do come up, but they come up during the song breakdowns. So the Beatles get involved in transcendental meditation when searching for deeper meaning in 1967. The interest begins with Pattie Boyd, then George Harrison. The Beatles head to India to learn more about meditation in February 1968. If we're generalizing timelines here, Ringo leaves after 2 weeks due to food, bugs, and homesickness. Let's give the dates real quick. So on February 16th, George, John, respective wives, and Magic Alex arrive in India. Then February 19th, Ringo and Paul join with respective wives. Then March 1st, Ringo and Mo leave. March 26th through 27th, Paul and Jane leave. April 11th through 12th, John and George and etc. leave. So not to dismiss a lot of time in India because it is important, I just sliced this section in about half because I realized, man, not as much of this is pertinent to the White Album as I had thought initially. But what is pertinent when the Beatles begin the White Album is that they come to the studio with 32 songs. All but 2 make it onto the album, and a majority of those songs were written in India. Paul says that he tried to write songs, but he didn't always get a good response from the others. But there's plenty of evidence to the contrary. All of them were writing songs. I do think that it's interesting how he says, "Excuse me for breathing," because working on the Beatles, writing music with the Beatles, that was breathing for Paul. And that's why he was so controlling and obsessive. He was doing his best to hold the whole thing together. Here's a few quotes from the Anthology book regarding their time. George, for all of his interest, doesn't say much. Paul says, "There were probably about 100 of us. There would be a lot of flowers on the stage, and then Maharishi would come in. It was almost magical. He would say, 'This is only a system of meditation. I'm not asking you to believe in any great god or any great myth. It's merely a system to help you be calmer in your own life.' I still think it's good for that exact reason." John says, "Regardless of what I was supposed to be doing, I did write some of my best songs there. It was a nice scene, nice and secure, and everyone was always smiling. The experience was worth it, if only for the songs that came out, but it could have been the desert or been Nevis. The funny thing about the camp was that although it was very beautiful and I was meditating about 8 hours a day, I was writing the most miserable songs on earth. In Yer Blues, I wrote, 'I'm so lonely, I want to die.' I'm not kidding. That's how I felt, up there trying to reach God and feeling suicidal." That quote winds up in this like 3 times because it's one of the most poignant ones regarding John, and John doesn't have a lot of variation regarding this. Just yet another devastating fact of having your life cut so short. So Paul leaves after a month due to business and boredom, and the rest of them leave in the middle of the night after accusing Maharishi of trying to rape Mia Farrow. Barry Miles says, "John and Cynthia, George and Pattie, and Magic Alex left in a hurry from Rishikesh, India, after Magic Alex convinced John and George that the Maharishi was using his position to gain sexual favors from at least one of the female meditators. The Maharishi had never claimed to be celibate, and since he was not given a chance to explain or deny the charge, the reasons for their departure remain unclear. Alex Martis certainly did not want to relinquish his claim to be John's guru, and it would appear that he engineered the whole thing. At Delhi Airport, John wrote Sexy Sadie, at that time called Maharishi. John says, "There was a big hullabaloo about him trying to rape Mia Farrow or somebody and trying to get off with a few other women and things like that. We went to see him after we stayed up all night discussing was it true or not true. When George started thinking it might be true, I thought, well, it must be true, because if George started thinking that it might be true, there must be something in it. So we went to see Maharishi, the whole gang of us, the next day, charged down to his hut, his bungalow, and as usual, the dirty work came, and I was the spokesman. Whenever the dirty work came, I actually had to be leader, and I said, 'We're leaving.' 'Why?' he asked, and all that shit. And I said, 'Well, if you're so cosmic, you'll know why.' And while there's still a bit of speculation around this, here's what George says when he gets a bit more verbal about the situation. He says, 'Someone started the nasty rumor about Maharishi, a rumor that swept the media for years. There were stories about how Maharishi was not on the level or whatever, but that was just jealousy about Maharishi. We'd need analysts to get into it. I don't know what goes through these people's minds, but this whole piece of bullshit was invented. It's probably even in the history books that the Maharishi tried to attack Mia Farrow, but it's bullshit. Total bullshit. Just go and ask Mia Farrow. There were a lot of flakes there. The whole place was full of flaky people. Some of them were us. So one of the meanwhiles in this story is that Geoff Emerick tells the attitude toward India and Maharishi in the studio on May 30th, which is the first day working on the album. Don't worry, we're going through the whole timeline. It's back. Geoff Emerick says, our first night back in the studio began as usual with small talk and catching up. So how was India? I asked. It was a general question aimed at no Beatle in particular. I was just looking to break the ice. The newspapers had reported that John and George had left suddenly because the Maharishi was suspected of having made a pass at one of the female students. It was something that I felt sure the old Lennon would have found amusing, but from the venom in his reply, it was apparent that he saw no humor in it at all. India was okay, I guess, apart from that nasty little Maharishi, he said. Harrison looked deflated, as if it were a conversation they'd had many times before. With a deep sigh, he tried to calm down his agitated bandmate. Oh, come on, he wasn't that bad, he interjected, earning a withering look. Lennon's bitterness and anger seemed almost palpable. Ringo tried deflecting things with a bit of humor. It reminded me of a Butlin's holiday camp, only the bloody food wasn't as good, he said with a wink. I glanced in Paul's direction. He was staring straight ahead, expressionless and weary. He didn't have much to say about India that day or any other. Chapter 4, Woman. This is split into 3 parts. Part 1, 2 virgins.
And I said, oh, come on, John, you know, you're doing all this stuff, it may be cool for you, but, we have to answer, it doesn't matter whichever one of us does something, we all have to answer for it.
Do you remember what I said in the beginning, that it's okay to click away? Well, here we are. I just want to talk about a few things off rip, no script. I'm about to get into the messy relationship aspect, and this includes criticisms levied toward Yoko, but also criticisms levied toward everyone's behavior surrounding her. Every time we discuss a partner of John's, or John in any relationship, his history of domestic violence will get brought up. The basic journalistic tenet is to seek the truth and report it. Like I said at the beginning of this, why hide anything? Sanitization is for cooking and cleaning, not for journalism, not for Beatles, not for a love letter, okay? Let's just say it. John Lennon was not a perfect partner, to say the least. He never was, and no new account about him will ever scrub his history of violence. It was not a one-time thing, and it would be so nice if he got really angry towards Cynthia and was super upset about it and never did it again. He may have never done it again with Cynthia, but there are reports from May that he threw her up against a wall. There are also reports that he had violent tempers and aggression towards Sean or around Sean. All of the people around John are willing to say that he was a violent person at times. John was open, honest, and communicative about his past in violence. It's one of the reasons why he was so openly communicative and a proponent of peace, because he was ashamed of how he'd acted in the past, and while he may have continued some of those behaviors, those bad coping mechanisms, I do believe that John was working to unlearn some of those things. If you do read From John by Cynthia Lennon, you'll see that Mimi was also kind of violent at times, not to excuse, dismiss, or change anything, but these are learned behaviors that I believe John Lennon was working on unlearning. It is hard at times to reconcile the Beatles' behavior and their messaging of peace and love and open-mindedness and kindness, because all of them did some shitty stuff. All of them. There are reports of George Harrison slapping one of the girls that John was sleeping with behind Cynthia's back. It was like back in the Cavern Club days. Ringo and Barb were known to have public slap fights outside of clubs in the 80s. They were literally known for this. Paul was not the best of a partner, as an extremely cheaty and extremely heartless about it. And he was just generally an asshole. Now, the Beatles have openly talked about and renounced their behaviors, maybe less so on some of the adultery side from George, but really they've tried to spread love and kindness and overcome some of those negative parts of their legacy. Let's not forget that John wasn't given the opportunity for a redemption arc like Ringo was, because he was taken from us in such a violent way so young. only 6 years older than I am now. John didn't have the chance to work and change and grow quite as much as the others, which is incredibly unfair. John was not a good partner in many ways, but if we're talking about the accounts from the women who loved him, Cynthia, May, Yoko, all of them are the people who deserve the apologies from John's bad behavior. Wait, and children, and their children. Ringo and John's children also are the ones who we need to pay attention to. All three of them speak of John with lots of love, including Cynthia. The apologies that these women received are the apologies that these women accepted. And in spite of all of John's shortcomings, these women forgave him. Those apologies are theirs to accept, not ours. I don't shy away from the truth, but I don't appreciate taking on some wrongdoings of these people that are frankly strangers and pretending like we were the ones who were wronged. Please, if anything, learn from the examples that both John and Ringo set by speaking out and renouncing their violence, and do better. What is there to be learned by just being angry about the bad things that the Beatles did? Do not hold them in sainthood ever. Do not condemn them to their worst moments ever. Don't do that with anyone. And most importantly, do not do it with yourself. With all of that being said, we're going to start talking about Yoko now. Not bad for no script off rip. The fairy tale ends and the discomfort begins. If there's something that's seemingly left out, stay the course. It will be included. It just might not be included when you expect it. Romantic relationships shaped large parts of the tension during the White Album, which I also call TSA, or the Spite album. And therefore, some of these bits and pieces, little tidbits, are placed inside the listening portions as they relate to the songs. But the bulk of the Yoko conflict, and furthermore some of Paul's relationship woes, will be nicely packaged right here. John Lennon fell in love with Yoko Ono. She found John, she kind of stalked John actually, but semantics aside, she tried to get close with all of the Beatles. Alan Clayson says, Yoko had once sniffed around Ringo for his patronage for her concept art, but he was unmoved by her wrapping Trafalgar Square statues in brown paper, her inane grapefruit book, her Foursquare, a remake of Bottoms that consisted of what you think it did, and anything else she considered necessary to win his sponsorship. But because that didn't work, she went to Paul. I'm not sure how much it matters of the order in which she went to each Beatle, because we know which Beatles she went to last. Paul says, there was this girl called Yoko Ono. She showed up at my house one day. It was John Cage's birthday, and she said she wanted to get a hold of some manuscripts of various composers to give to him. She wanted one from me and John, so I said, well, it's okay by me, but you'll have to go and see John. And she did. John and Yoko got together when Cynthia was away. They recorded 2 Virgins and made love at sunrise. Famously, Cynthia came home to Yoko in her robe. I wrote, I think I'd kill myself. I mean, I don't know what I would do. It's treated as just a story at this point. We're so desensitized to it. But when you think of all the things that John had already done and put her through, including confessing in great detail all of his trysts on the flight home from India and going on to say that he only loves and wants her, I just can't imagine how heartbroken I'd be. With John being so blasé, he wasn't taken aback at all. In Cynthia's book, she talks about when John announced Yoko's pregnancy. She said that her humiliation was complete. To John, this love was unstoppable. Consequences be damned. His love for her trumped all of that. This big chunk of text that I'm about to read are things John said about Yoko from 1968 to 1980. One thing that he's stayed consistent about, and he doesn't always stay consistent, is about his feelings for Yoko. He said, I was too scared to break away from the Beatles, which I'd been looking to do since we stopped touring. I was vaguely looking for somewhere to go, but didn't have the nerve to step out into the boat by myself, so I hung around. And when I met Yoko and fell in love, my God, this is different than anything before. This is more than a hit record. It's more than gold. It's more than everything. By the way, this is one of those situations where I've kind of chopped up the quotes because I'm going to put it on screen right now. This is all stuff that John said about Yoko included in the anthology book. So there's a lot, but I kept it. It's very similar. Nothing is out of context, okay? I just picked what I thought was most important. And if you see from here to here, this is all John and Yoko quotes. He says, whatever I went through was worth it to meet Yoko. So if I had to do all the things I did in my life, which is have a troubled childhood, a troubled teenage, and an amazing whirlwind life with the Beatles, and then finally coming to land meeting Yoko, it was worth it. I'd never known love like this before, and it hit me so hard because I had to halt my marriage to sin, and I don't think that was a reckless decision because I felt very deeply about it and all the implications that would be involved. Some may say my decision was selfish. Well, I don't think it is. Are your children going to thank you when they are 18? Isn't it better to avoid rearing children in the atmosphere of a strained relationship? His situation's a little different because I don't like exactly how he treated Julian after the divorce, but I have to say, do not stay together for the kids. The kids know. The kids suffer because of that. Do not stay together for the kids. Don't do it. Source, me. My marriage to sin was not unhappy, but it was just a normal marital state where nothing happened in which we continued to sustain. You sustain it until you meet someone who suddenly sets you alight. With Yoko, I really knew love for the first time. Our attraction was a mental one, but it happened physically too. Both are essential in the union. Being with Yoko makes me free. Being with Yoko makes me whole. I'm a half without her. Male is half without a female. Before Yoko and I met, we were half a person. There's an old myth about people being half, and the other half being in the sky or in heaven or on the other side of the universe or a mirror image. But we are two halves, and together we are whole. With us, it's a teacher-pupil relationship. That's what people don't understand. She's the teacher and I'm the pupil. I'm the famous one. I'm supposed to know everything, but she taught me everything I fucking know. You know the song, Those Wedding Bells Are Breaking Up That Old Gang of Mine. It didn't hit me until whatever age I was when I met Yoko. 26, that was it. That old gang of mine was over the moment I met her. I didn't consciously know it at the time, but that's what was going on. As soon as I met her, that was the end of the boys. But it so happened that the boys were well known and weren't just the local guys at the bar. Yoko really woke me up to myself. She didn't fall in love with the Beatles. She didn't fall in love with my fame. She fell in love with me. She fell in love with me for myself, and through that brought out the best in me. She was the ultimate trip. And once they were together, they were together. Derek Taylor says, I went into Wigmore Street and Yoko was in the office with John. I think they had been up all night. I didn't know of her and I hadn't seen her before, but she looked nice and John said, this is Yoko and this is Derek, one of our friends. I went over and for some reason or another, I kissed her on the top of the head and said, welcome to Apple and how are you and so on. John said, I'll be with her now, one of those John things. And then he wandered off. He was always doing wanderings off, putting his hands on his hips and wandered off. And then he came back. What do you think? I said, I was sure it would be fine. And as I said before, when one Beatle is interested, the others go along. So they're going along with John. But John isn't the only one who made some bizarre relationship moves at this point. So pause on that. We will be talking about Paul's misdeeds shortly. They are relevant. Remember those horses? Do you have them? Hold on to them. So many people in the Beatles' inner circle will say, to be clear, this has nothing to do with Yoko being a woman or being Japanese. It's about her presence. And the truth has many faces and can exist in many places. And that is the case with Yoko Ono. And it's true, her attitude was an issue, John's stubbornness and how these things became yet another wedge in between the Beatles and leading to the breakup. Did Yoko break up the Beatles? No. To say her presence wasn't a factor at all is a mindless talking point, and you know better than that. Many things broke up the Beatles. She was one of many wedges driving them apart. She was not the first wedge, but I do believe that it satisfied her to be closer to John than the other Beatles. I think it was something that she wanted, and it was something that she encouraged. Like I said, the truth has many faces. To say her gender or her race has nothing to do with it would be to smooth over some stuff. A lot of stuff. Now this quote is actually one of those meanwhiles that we've talked about because it is regarding Yoko's presence in studio, but this is from Peter Brown and Stephen Gaine's book, The Love You Make, which is an extremely controversial book, full of inaccuracies and salacious details, and was so hated by the Beatles that the McCartneys burned it. I hesitate to use Peter Brown's account, and hesitate to even say it's his account, because this book was more so written by Gaines than Peter Brown himself, according to both authors. If you give this book a good read, the stylistic differentiation direction in the writing is clear. You can tell who's writing. This is Gaine's. In the most recent Brown Gaine's book, the interviews made for the book are published. This sexism and racism wasn't explicitly noted in these interviews, but I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying it absolutely happened, and it's really hard to get your buddies to talk about their buddies' ugliest moments, especially when fires are still being stoked in the early 80s, and these ugly interactions have been put to bed by the publishing date of April 2024. Peter Brown says, at first Paul tried to understand about Yoko and not make a big crisis about it. Paul was a showman, and the album came first, but Yoko wore him down. He and the others soon lost their patience, and their hostility poured out. To her face, they were sarcastic and cold. Behind her back, they called her the Jap flavor of the month, and made jokes about her vagina being slanted like her eyes. When someone asked Neil if he had forgotten to shave or was growing a mustache, Neil said, "We're all trying to grow one, even Yoko." There was also some conjecture as to why Yoko followed John into the men's toilet every time he went. It was assumed that she assisted him in this chore. It was a different time, is a poor argument used to excuse bad behavior, so let's not do that. This is different from contextualizing the times. Contextualizing the times does not make something okay. Saying certain things were more acceptable then, which is true. To be honest, that slant vagina thing was something that people said in my high school, but it doesn't excuse it. John makes all kinds of racist jokes. John and Yoko laugh about racist jokes in a 1975 interview with Dick Cavett. It's right here.
And you do jokes with each other, and you kid her about...
Always laughing, Dick.
Are you? I mean, would you stoop to, you know, Pearl Harbor jokes and that kind of thing?
I do all that, yeah.
English pig. Kabuki thing.
Now that we're through making fun of each other's nationalities and other people's, you were saying?
This seems to have been part of their dynamic. And it doesn't matter if you like it or not, they didn't care. These two, while it's a complicated love, loved each other a whole lot. So these are boundaries in their relationship, something that was fine between the two of them. So if John is going to make edgelord jokes and Yoko is okay with it, that's fine. But I do not think that the others had the agency to make these jokes. The positions are so different, and they truly did not like her. So no, it's not merely about her race or her sex, but it wasn't excluded from the story at all. Are the racist and sexist stories fewer and further between? Yes. I also doubt that the Beatles' closest friends, family, assistants, and people who have known them and all of their flaws and favorites were clamoring to tell the darkest parts of the Beatles. So we find these accounts in between the other stories with a bit lower credibility. That old adage of where there's smoke, there's fire holds water here. It's easier to gloss over it than to say it out loud, but we can't. And because there's a lot of criticisms lobbied at Yoko that are extremely valid, and I need to be able to dig into those and make sure I'm not skipping over what was invalid, there it is, warts and all. Back with no script off rip, and this part is because I was way less scared to talk about that than I am now. We're going to talk about Francie Schwartz. This is the girl, and when I say girl, I mean woman. It's just terminology here. The word girl is not as accepted for talking about women these days, but a lot of the use of the word girl is kind of how it was done back in the 60s, and therefore with the accounts I've been reading. Francie is one of the many girlfriends of Paul McCartney, and she was notoriously home when Jane Asher showed up at the home of her and Paul and was like climbing out the window. She later said in an interview in the late 90s that never happened, but who knows, because in her book Body Count, she basically says that it does. I want to say that Francie Schwartz, I've read her book. It's incredibly entertaining, but man, she really hates Paul. She loves the other Beatles. She loves Yoko. She speaks of them very positively, but the way she speaks about Paul it's nasty. I understand that he hurt her and upset her. I get it. Sorry, my cat's like knocking my thing. I don't want to dismiss her account. And some of the stuff that she said is so nasty. I was like, should I leave it in? No, because this album doesn't really have a lot to do with her. She was in studio during certain times, and I will mention that. But in later interviews, she claims that she was involved in a bunch of songs that no one else says that she was there for, whether it be from Lewisohn.
If he doesn't say that she's there, she's not there. Like, if he doesn't say that she's there in studio, she's not there, baby. Lewisohn would have said it.
Or other Beatles. Like, no one else says. She was there for Blackbird. There's video of her. She was there for a couple other things here and there, right? But she was not like Yoko or anyone else. And frankly, she was just another girlfriend to fill a space. According to everyone, things with Paul and Jane were pretty much over at this point. But it wasn't like definitive. It was just rocky when she was home. So I don't know, man. There was overlap. That's really all that matters. Jane breaks TV without telling Paul first, or solidifies the breakup. She was like, I'm done with your fuckboy ways and I'm out, which I think is hilarious. And like, honestly, you get what you pay for, dude. You were acting like this for so long, you deserved it. Anyway, Francie's an American. She comes over to the UK to get involved with Apple with a creative project. Instead of getting funding for a creative project, she starts hooking up with Paul. This is hard to say, and so I want to be careful. Francie winds up being his like live-in girlfriend, and she's kind of there to like cook, clean, whatever, get the weed, that kind of stuff. She eventually starts working for Apple and gets on the payroll. Was she a hanger-on, a clout chaser, on the payroll, etc., etc.? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I feel like she really got... There's something that Stephen Gaine said in his interviews in the All You Need Is Love book. Or, no, it was something Peter Brown said, whereas she made a whole career off the 3 weeks she had with Paul. And she really did. I feel like no one else in the Beatles world... This is so mean. I don't really want to be mean. And you guys know that I'm not a misogynist. I'm not a woman hater. You guys know that. But I feel like if you're being the meanest about Yoko, like the meanest about Yoko, and you're like, all she wanted was to get on the Beatles, baby. All she wanted was to use John or use one of the Beatles, baby. Like Francie did that. Like that's what Francie did. And she was extremely mean in her book. That being said, I don't think all of it was fabrication. Or at least if it wasn't all fabrication, some of it probably didn't come from nowhere. Some of it I cannot fathom, like cruelty toward Martha. There's some stuff that I can fathom, like Paul just stripping his clothes and leaving them all over the house and not bathing and being kind of nasty and being always wasted. But she goes on to like start fat shaming him because he gains weight, and she's so mean. And she says that when she saw Paul and Linda get married on TV, she said like, well, this is his third time. I don't know what she means by that. It was his second engagement. It's not his third marriage. And then she says, or he'll have to go like raging queer and off himself. Like she says crazy stuff. So I want to say, go ahead and read her book if you want. It's on archive.org. It is a wild ride, but I think this is the nastiest depiction of Paul McCartney. And there's a lot of nasty things that are extremely factually accurate that I could talk about Paul for years. He has been a piece of crap in the past. I think he's worked past it. I think he has made up for it, but there were times in 1968, I think I've already read the Derek Taylor quote, but if I haven't, Derek Taylor, it's right here. He was not always the nicest guy, right? Her accounts should be taken with a big grain of salt. I just feel like the racism toward Yoko is mentioned, but it's mentioned in such shadows. It's so veiled. It's really protected. And this is one of those few times where we have clear accounts or clear claims toward racism toward Yoko. I'm going to read the quotes, and there's a lot more with Francie's story, but she was only there for a couple of weeks. It doesn't really All of the songs for the White Album were written before she had no impact on that. So any readership toward that, I don't know, man. She also has been known to haunt the Beatle fan forums under several different usernames, saying all kinds of stuff, calling people Peter Brown specifically, all kinds of homophobic slurs. So just stuff and things before I go and read something from this. So yeah, off rip, no script. Ugh, I hate myself. So when it comes to Francie, there's just a lot to be said about this girl, and the reason why we need this much salt talking about her and discussing her account. I went on that really long rant or sidebar when I was reading her book and some interviews about her. There are only 2 quotes I'm going to read. The rest have already been on screen. Francie says, more often than not, I would just be falling asleep around 2 a.m. when John and Yoko and Paul would crash in, show films or play tapes from the session. If he wasn't in a good mood, he'd drop hideous Scotch Coke combination, throw food at the dogs and cats, drop his clothes in a path from the door to the bed, and ignore me completely. Sometimes we'd go to a club, have a good time, and then zip home for the ephemeral thing we substituted for lovemaking. He wasn't happy, but the big things that were driving him mad were beyond me. He kept on working and writing, but when John came over, all he could talk about was how much he loved Yoko. That disturbed Paul. In spite of John's obvious happiness, Paul stifled his jealousy with not very cute bursts of racist crap. He cruised Jane's house and rang her from the phone in his Mini. She would say, sorry, I've got somebody here. He would creep home in a rage and take it out on me. He never hit me, but he didn't have to. He could be harder than a diamond in solid granite and just as cold. Good times made up for those nights, but just barely. And here is the letter. She says, if there had been something John and Yoko could do to help me get Paul's head straightened out, they surely would have done it. I asked John why Paul didn't do a solo album. It would have seemed the logical outlet for all the ego crap he was laying down at the studio. John half laughed and said, we thought of it a long time ago. It was going to be called Paul McCartney Goes Too Far, but he wouldn't do it. He's too hung up about us being Beatles, you know? John obviously loved Paul enough to let him run wild if it would help ease the tension Paul was creating in the studio and at home. Yoko could see it too. But Paul was treating them like shit too. He even sent them a hate letter once, unsigned, typed. I brought it in with the morning mail. Paul put most of the fan mail in a big basket and let it sit for weeks, but John and Yoko opened every piece. When they got the anonymous note, they sat puzzled, looking at each other with genuine pain in their eyes. You and your Jap tart think you're hot shit, it said. John put it on the mantle, and in the afternoon, Paul bopped in, prancing much the same self-conscious way he did when we met. Oh, I just did that for a lark, he said, in his most sugar-coated accent. It was embarrassing. The 3 of us swiveled around, staring at him. You could see the pain in John. Yoko simply rose above it, feeling only empathy for John. Because racism and sexism is often lobbied as the defense toward any criticism toward Yoko, I wanted to be extremely clear about the noted incidents of it. For a smoother surface, here's Neil Aspinall from the Anthology book. He says, at the time, I don't think the public liked Yoko very much. I don't know why, but they didn't seem to. It might have been because of the press, but I also think because of the avant-garde stuff. The public just didn't understand it, and I tend to find that if you don't understand something, you're likely to be prejudiced against it, which is a really nice way of smoothing over things. Part 2. Sitting on an amp.
But it's going to be such an incredible sort of comical thing, like in 50 years' time, you know. They broke up because Yoko sat on an amp.
It's October 17th, 1963. The Beatles are at Abbey Road, Studio 2, and they are recording a little ditty you might know. It's called I Want to Hold Your Hand. Publisher Dick James shows up in the control room just in time for George Harrison to ask them to play it back so they can hear. After the song plays, James says, "Marvelous, it's marvelous." He is so pleased. He's slapping George Martin on the back. Without invitation, he descends the steps into Studio 2, where the 4 Beatles are crowding a table with Neil and Mal enjoying a little bit of tea. John greets him. He's like, "Hello, Dick." But the other Beatles are not so merry. Jeff Emmerich tells us about it. "Is Mr. James here to count his money?" sneered Harrison. Paul simply turned his back and ignored Dick altogether, which was certainly not in character. James appeared to be oblivious to it all. He just kept chortling and waving his hands about, chatting animatedly with Lennon about this, that, or the other. Eventually, though, he seemed to take the hint and made his way out the door. Ringo remained expressionless, but Paul and George seemed glad to see him go. In the early days, Dick James showed up often at the Beatles sessions. While John always appeared to be amused by his presence, the other three generally treated him with a certain amount of scorn. Jeff says that one of the reasons they didn't like Dick James being there is that he was making loads of money off the Beatles while doing nothing to earn it. But beyond all that, the inner circle, consisting of 4 Beatles plus Neil and Mal, had always disrespect and disregard for anyone in authority, anyone in control of the purse strings. They were basically suspicious of everybody. This included Brian Epstein. Although he was far less overbearing than Dick, he'd stay in the control room and would rarely venture down into their domain, so he was not subject to as much verbal abuse, but neither of them was welcomed to Beatles sessions with open arms. That much was obvious. There's a quote that I don't think I wound up actually adding in here. All You Need Is Love, the Peter Brown and Stephen Gaines book that was recently published in 2024 with all of the interviews for the Love You Make book, where Paul said something like, hang on real quick, let me just pull it up. All I have to do is look up ugly. So this is during a moment where Paul is talking about Alan Klein, and he says that Klein got them to go with him because he was the only one who was ever sympathetic to Yoko. Klein saw the Yoko connection and told Yoko that he would do a lot for her, give Yoko a lot. And that was basically what John and Yoko wanted, recognition for Yoko. We found her sitting on our amps in like a football team, an all-male thing. You really don't like to see a chick in the middle of the team. It's a disturbing thing. They think it throws them off the game or whatever it was. And these were the reasons that I thought, well, this is crazy. We're going to have Yoko in the group next. Stephen Gaines asks, she was giving you advice in the studio? And Paul says, well, she was definitely turning up. Looking at it now, I feel a bit sorry for her because if only I had been able to understand what the situation was and think, wait a minute, here's a girl who's not had enough attention. I can now not make this into a major crisis and just sort of say, sure, what harm is she doing on the amps? I know they would have really loved me. You know, we didn't like Yoko at first, and people did call her ugly and stuff, and that must be hard for someone who loves someone and is so passionately in love. And Ringo said something, let's see what he said. He says something like, if the women came to the session, they came to one session. And he said, it wasn't that sort of thing. When the boys would go to work, the wives were there all the time. Suddenly, there was Yoko there all the time, and I was getting as uptight as everyone else. And I went up to John and said, John, it bothers me, okay? I don't understand. Yoko was here all the time. And he gave me his reasons, and I was fine after that. His reasons were, you know, when you go home and you say this happened today or that happened today, you're encapsulating. You give like 3 minutes of your 24-hour day. This way, both of us know exactly what was going on, and that's how we're living. It didn't matter if she laid in bed in the studio, whatever, and they were doing that. That bothered me so much. Barbara and I usually spend 24 hours together because we don't have to tell each other what happened. We both know. And then Stephen Gaines said, at the time, you were 4 northern men, and Ringo says, macho. Women cooked, and the men go out to work. And Yoko weirded everyone out, but later I told him it was fine. That's what you're doing, and it was easy then. It is not lost on me that it was going to be fine, according to Paul, according to Ringo, and honestly, according to John, if they just rolled over and said, sure, everything has changed entirely, and we're going to be fine with it. The tradition stood from those early days on that only Mal and Neil were allowed to breach those studio doors. Don't take this so literally and be all meep, meep, meep in the comments. People in the control room were allowed a little bit more loosey-goosey up there. But when the Beatles were recording, it was the Beatles. This is how it had always been. This is how it would always be. Until the Virgin breaches the studio. So you can imagine what someone coming in as a girlfriend who is not a musician, she's an artist, not a musician, giving feedback to the Beatles all of a sudden might do to a band that's already not being so amicable with each other. Do you remember that quote from earlier, that quote about Apple Corps creating a new world order? The rest of that quote was kind of interesting to me, and it doesn't really fit, but just a little bit. So here's a Richard DeLalo. He says, much has been written about this period of history of the Beatles' evolution and some dissolution, some of it true, some of it wildly exaggerated, not much of it firsthand. However, the single and constant outside perception was that Yoko Ono, Linda Eastman, and Alan Klein were responsible for the entire Beatles breakup. The women were vilified as dragon ladies, gold diggers, and homewreckers. Alan Klein was pilloried as the thuggish and brutal financial wedge that would drive the Beatles irrevocably apart and into courts of Byzantine litigation and nastiness. Yoko Ono and Linda Eastman stood up to the barrage of criticism for the most part unscathed, but they could take it. Those two New York chicks were tough as nails. They bowed to no one, and that's a compliment. Alan Klein was just the nail. And that's a rational observation. But the Ono-Eastman-Klein troika was little more than a combined irritant that facilitated the Beatles' inexorable slide into a court-ordered receivership and the official end of the greatest band in the world. So while that quote in the Alan Klein stuff doesn't really fit, and in fact Linda doesn't really fit either, I think that that's a pretty good summation of what we're dealing with. That doesn't mean that I'm just going to skim over the presence and what tension it caused, because it is a big part of this story. That mindset must be represented because it is something I see constantly when we're discussing Yoko and her arrival in the Beatle world. But I hate to say it, guys, it's really a minority opinion. The Beatles were not split by Yoko or by Linda or by any one person. They were split by everyone. And that doesn't remove the negativity rendered, created, or perpetuated by Yoko in the studio. So let's be honest. Not only was she there, but she was giving feedback. Spitz says, she refused to remain a spectator. From the very first session of the new album, Yoko made it clear that she intended to participate, hijacking John's mic during the long Revolution jam and moaning or uttering some mumbo-jumbo like, "You become naked." I actually like her contribution to that, okay? So the other Beatles had good reason to be pissed off. To them, this behavior violated their unwritten pact. They had put up with John's hair-trigger tantrums, his drug talk about fixes and monkeys, his increasingly strange and fragmented songs, and his hallucinations. But by allowing Yoko Ono to interrupt their session, he had crossed the line. The studio was where we were together, and that's why we worked so well, Ringo explained. We were all trying to be cool and not mention it, but inside we were all feeling it and talking in corners. I'm not huge on using Peter Brown and Stephen Gaine's book, The Love You Make, as a source because of its glaring inaccuracies and the contempt it drew from the surviving Beatles after its 1984 publishing. But I've read up on the studio atmosphere a lot, and I think this excerpt is quite poignant. Peter Brown was not in studio, okay? He just wasn't. He wasn't there for this, but here's the reason why I'm using it. It's because it is well written, and so many accounts of her presence in studio are corroborated by the other 80,000 places I've read about her. So Peter Brown says, Yoko might have been more tolerated if she had kept a discreet distance, but instead she was in the middle of everything. If she had an opinion about their music, she offered it, not just once, but insistently. She spoke with the conviction of the ignorant because she knew nothing about rock music, and it galled them. One night the Beatles were reminiscing about a concert at Shea Stadium, and Yoko asked what the boys were doing at a baseball stadium. When they told they had sold out Shea Stadium twice, Yoko said, "That was in 1966? Well, that year I gave a concert in ... Her story was greeted by stony silence. And from one of those beloved meanwhiles I had mentioned before. This is obviously later in the timeline once the album has begun to form. The other three are trying to accept this new person into their sacred space, but it's easier said than done. This is Barry Miles. She always sat next to him while he played, ordering Mal Evans to fetch her food and drinks, and worst of all, adding her unasked for comments and musical suggestions, thoroughly inhibiting the other Beatles. Most of John's attention was focused upon her instead of the other three Beatles. The Fab Four had become the Fab Five without the other three ever being asked if they wanted a fifth Beatle. Yoko managed to irritate the other Beatles in a myriad of small ways. Paul says, when she referred to the Beatles, she called them Beatles. Beatles will do this. Beatles will do that. We said the Beatles, actually, love. Beatles will do this. Beatles will do that. I mean, she even took our personal pronoun off us, you know? That's an article, bud. I'm just fucking with you. Despite what John and Yoko later told reporters, it was not racism or sexism that made the others hate her. The fact is that anyone in that position would have made the other Beatles self-conscious and inhibited their musical spontaneity. There are a slew of quotes that I would like to add in just regarding this, so we're gonna just get it out of the way. So this is from a technician during the recordings of the White Album. He said, Yoko, and I don't have a name for this person, but I looked for it. Yoko had her bed moved into EMI Studios, though she wasn't confined to it. She would follow John everywhere, even to the men's room. Paul and George gawped and let their opinions known, none too subtly. Yoko wanted to be one of the boys and participate with her new beau's buddies. George Martin says, I remember Yoko fell ill and John insisting on bringing Yoko into the studio in her bed while we were recording. That kind of thing doesn't make for an easy relationship with the other Beatles, or with anyone, to have the wife of one of the members lying ill while you're making a record. Above Yoko's bed, which had arrived from Harrods, is a microphone placed there in case she wants to make a comment during the recordings. So last night is that Yoko did record tapes, like an audio diary, while the Beatles were in studio. Simon Wells uploaded an hour of this on his YouTube page. I'll link it. It's not impossible to understand, but it is hard to understand. It is impossible to play without causing copyright issues.
Sculpture show or something that John and I'm going to be in. Also, John told me that
there's a lot of interesting stuff in there. And while I could and maybe should go through some of the stuff she says, I am too far gone. I can't. But during that time, she says that Paul seems pretty on the level with her. She says a lot of stuff about John that's weird, but not necessarily bad, but just weird. But then again, John is weird.
Some of y'all need to hear this, so I say it with love and kindness. It was actually very obvious that your boyfriend is a total weirdo.
So, I don't know. But it is an interesting insight into Yoko and maybe seeing her more as a person, and just kind of a fun thing to listen to someone rambling. Their tenuous thoughts and inner monologue. Yoko says, when he's doing things with the Beatles, I participate by sitting and waiting, but just being with John is all right. Otherwise, we miss each other. I like the Beatles, and I think what they're doing is great. I have no intention of breaking whatever it is they have. Pete Shotton said, during my many visits to Abbey Road, all the old fun, laughter, and camaraderie seemed conspicuous by their absence. The Beatles recording sessions had turned into a very serious, dour operation, a far cry indeed from the festive atmosphere that had surrounded the creation of Sgt. Pepper. I want to be clear. Yoko's presence was not something that was like Yoko saying, I have to be here, I have to be here, I have to be here. It was John also saying, she has to be here. I don't think, in fact, anyone says anywhere that Yoko was demanding publicly to be in studio. She never said that in front of them. I have to be here. It was John saying this. John was the one who came in and enforced this. So whatever was agreed upon, talked upon, how they came to this conclusion that she needed to be there, it was a group effort. It was the pair of them that came to this conclusion. And John himself was the one who drew that boundary and said, if you want me here, you have to accept that my partner is coming here too. So let me make sure that I'm saying that. Part 3. Censorship, because I can't write this word.
I need to do this in public, Mr. Lemon.
In regards to John, who's not always the most, he's rather uncouth. Even for him, his actions were quite irrational during this time. There's a couple reasons why his actions might be a bit irrational. And I think one of them is heroin. Let's establish a fun little rule. Words like cocaine or heroin may be referred to as H and C, or whatever other word I might substitute for it. Words like it, or substances, or drugs, or illicit items. Just pay attention. Not every time, but often, due to YouTube being a special little snowflake. Thank you, because we're going to talk about it for a minute. I decided, even though I did like a big cut for the India stuff, I feel like it's almost more important that we do a sort of overview of the Beatles and their substance use. Ridin' So High by Joe Gooden mercifully puts it all in one spot for me and sources a lot of books that I've already read, but he wrote it so beautifully. This is the mastermind behind the Beatles Bible. Shotton had known Lennon since childhood and was used to the violent and cruel streak, which was rarely far from the surface. However, he noticed a softening in Lennon's personality after he began taking LSD. Out went the cripple impersonations, bravado, and acid-tongued mockery, and in came a more tolerant, enthusiastic Lennon who forswore alcohol and meat and for a time rose each morning with the sun. He would open the gates of Kenwood and allow fans to wander the grounds, occasionally even inviting them inside for a cup of tea, which, hey, unrelated to this, but you can see something like this actually happen post-breakup in the Imagine documentary. Shawton moved into Kenwood in 1967 to keep Lennon company. The Beatle persuaded his friend to join him on a first trip, which took place in April 1967 at Julian Lennon's 4th birthday party. From that point onwards, John and I tripped together almost constantly, said Shawton. During his early bird phase, in fact, he used to appear in my bedroom every morning with a breakfast tray containing a cup of tea and a tab of acid. Now, John gets a lot of attention for his drug use, and so does George with the acid, but Paul was not Pollyanna. These are a slew of quotes from several parts of the book. They're kind of cut together, but they're all sort of in the same area of the book. And I asked you guys, by the way, when I do the song section breakdown, if I should make the Revolution 1/Revolution number 9/Revolution the single long. Should I just read all the quotes or should I try to cut it? And you guys said long, or you accepted the inevitable that it would be long anyway. So I decided to kind of take the same tack here. Gooden says, McCartney dabbled with cocaine in 1966-67, but preferred the social and relaxing qualities of marijuana. He also hosted long nights on LSD. We'd occasionally have some acid trips out of my house in Cavendish Avenue. That was the secure place to do it. McCartney used the drug fairly regularly toward the end of 1966 and in the early months of 1967. The only other he was using regularly was weed. His LSD intake was limited to just a couple trips during the Sgt. Pepper sessions. I liked the paraphernalia, he said of C. I liked the ritualistic end of it. I was particularly amused by rolling up a pound note. There was a lot of symbolism in that, sniffing it through money. Lennon, Harrison, and Starr were initially wary of the drug, and surprised at McCartney's uncharacteristic eagerness. I know the other guys were a bit shocked at me and said, hey, man, this is like, now you're getting into drugs. This is more than pot. I remember feeling a bit superior and patting them on the head symbolically, saying, no, don't worry, guys. I can handle it. And as it happened, I could. What I enjoyed was the ritual of meeting someone and them saying, have you seen the toilets in this place? And you'd know what they meant. Oh, no, are they particularly good? And you'd wander out to the toilets and you'd snort a bit of stuff. Robert Fraser, and I did that for a bit. It wasn't ever too crazy. McCartney reportedly kept a supply of pharmaceutical grade C in a jar on a mantelpiece at his Cavendish Avenue home, which he would share with visitors. The short-lived intense high of cocaine is often followed by edginess, depression, and desire for repeat doses. Recreational use can also give feelings of anxiety, tremors, and heart palpitations, while longer-term use can lead to addiction, intense cravings, psychosis, depression, and organ damage. Eventually, McCartney grew tired of the low moods he experienced during come-downs. He goes on to say that Paul's use lessened during the summer of 1967, just as the drug was gaining popularity. I went to America just after Pepper came out, and I was thinking of stopping it, and everyone there was taking it, all these music business people, and I thought, no. By that time, the novelty of the ritual and the pleasurable effects of the drug had waned, and he became more concerned about the effects on his health. He says that Paul had mostly stopped using this by the time the Beatles went to India. And Francie says, between April and August, when I knew what drugs he was using, he wasn't doing any. Just alcohol, street speed, marijuana, and hashish. She often found speed pills in his jacket pockets, but Paul reacted defensively. When I asked him what they were, he shrugged, looking away from my eyes and saying, oh, nothing, someone at the office gave them to me. I don't use them. Yeah, okay, buddy. This part I kind of didn't know as much about, but John Lennon began using coke in 1968, around the time he also became addicted to H. The two drugs often went hand in hand in Britain due to the ways they were legally dispensed to registered addicts. God, it was a different time. By the way, with LSD recently being kind of seized, criminalized, and over-covered in the media, heroin was almost touted as this, oh, it's natural, it's opium, it's, the next acid. It was not as well known for its problems as it is in the year of our Lord 2025. The stigma was not quite as bad. It was not the same. There was a stigma, it just wasn't the same. The bizarre idea in England was that if you registered as a heroin addict, whether you wanted it or not, you were forced to take the same amount in pure, the Rolling Stones' Keith Richards were called, on the firm belief that you'd be more useful as a member of society instead of lying and smacked out. Oh my God, I cannot believe this stuff. That would bring you up the perfect speedball. So we were living in the place where the perfect speedball was available. Paul says, I did some with Robert Fraser, H he means, and some of the boys in the Stones who were doing things like that. I always refer to it as walking through a minefield, and I was lucky because had anyone hit me with a real dose that I loved, I would have been an addict. Nonetheless, considering John Lennon's willingness to experiment with drugs and the pressures he and Ono felt as the press and public turned against them, it was perhaps only a matter of time when the H found them. Unfortunately, John was drifting away from us at that point, so none of us actually knew. McCartney told Rolling Stone in 1986. He never told us. We heard rumors and we were very sad, but he'd embarked on a new course, which really involved anything and everything. In his post-60s interviews, he often spoke about the pain of his childhood and his experience at the end of the Beatles. H is a remarkably effective anesthetic, and self-medication would have helped him cope with the Beatles' tumultuous final months. Yet, it would be wrong to suggest that his lapse into addiction was an inevitable result of his creative, personal, and financial pressures. Many people cope with far worse experience without resorting to medication, and Lennon was no stranger to adversity. Heroin is not a sociable drug, at least not between users and non-users, and a very real barrier was erected within the Beatles. I love this description here, okay? Lennon and Ono, wrapped in their warm opioid blanket, blocked out the adverse media attention, racism, and public hostility they felt they were receiving and became increasingly independent of their old friends and associates. Lennon's attitudes changed dramatically during and after 1968. He largely stopped caring about group projects, and almost the only activities truly fired him up were his collaborations with Ono. Eventually, they took up residence at 34 Montague Square, where their addictions took hold. Lennon's chauffeur, Les Anthony, described the scene to Cynthia. It was a complete trip. They were doing H and other drugs, and neither of them knew if it was day or night. The floor was littered with rubbish. Dealing with another meanwhile here. This is during the recording. George and Ringo fly to the U.S. on June 7th, and they return by June 20th. And during that time, John and Paul don't do well. John is working on Revolution number 9, and Paul is working on Blackbird. They are in two separate studios. We will get into that, trust me. During that time, things were pretty bad, and here's what Bob Spitz says. Also, as soon as George and Ringo are back, Paul flies to the U.S. too. He's just not putting up with it. It was only a matter of time before tensions boiled over. Paul tiptoed around John and Yoko like a guarded diplomat, but he was clearly disgusted, wanting nothing more than to work on the music. Paul spent half the time at EMI deferring to the couple's head games. Finally, the second week in June, he gave John a piece of his mind. Given their rivalry, the others must have been surprised that it took him so long. I could hear them going at it in the hall, recalls an EMI employee who had stopped in his tracks, and it was terrifying. Paul was absolutely livid, accusing John of being reckless, childish, sabotaging the group. But the more Paul fumed, it seemed, the less John responded. It wasn't making the least bit of an impression. John thought he did his best to appease the others, but his hostility was impossible to contain. He decided that by ignoring Yoko, they'd insulted her. It infuriated him that the Beatles refused to welcome her as they would any other musician. She came in and she would expect to perform with them, like you would with any other group, John argued. But when she tried to jam with them, there would be a sort of coldness about it. That was putting it mildly. Referring to the deep freeze toward Yoko that followed, he later said, "Why should she take that kind of shit from those people?" But Yoko only brought to the surface resentments that had been brewing among those people for the past year. John couldn't stand Paul's crowd-pleasing attitude nor his insistence on doing things a certain way, his way. He was fed up with being sideman for Paul. The type of music he wanted to play was being obliterated by that kind of cop-out material Paul was churning out for the masses. And Paul, of course, was tired of dealing with a drug addict who was more interested in staring blankly at the television set than in making records. And I get it, okay? I do. But first, those people, what are they, chopped liver? She's those people in this situation. She's basically a stranger to them. They don't know her. And like I said, I get it. I get being defensive of your partner, but she wasn't the most welcoming presence at times. And it's crazy to me that this is something I am more nervous talking about than I have been talking about anything else. But we're going to just read directly from this because I am nervous. Can I talk about Mark Lewisohn? Can I talk about Mark Lewisohn without losing all of the big Beatles fans who are by default big Lewisohn fans? First off, let's not pretend that I didn't rely heavily on Mark Lewisohn in this video. We're going to visit that whiteboard and a lot of his writings and work contributed to making that board, okay? Look what I did to this book. Okay, this is all color-coded. I needed to use this like it was a reference point of a Bible, okay? I relied heavily on him. Mark Lewisohn is an integral and necessary source in Beatles historiography. I believe the best term for him is a chronicler. His complete Beatles recording sessions are created from listening thoroughly to the Apple/EMI ? Archives of all the Beatles studio work, plus other sources, interviews with Beatles themselves and EMI staff. I also recognize information pulled from autobiographies, Hunter Davies, a couple other authors. He's an extremely thorough and hardworking man. He is clearly beyond passionate about the Beatles. And I learned a lot about the Beatles early on from him. I got Tune In Volume 1 for my 32nd birthday, 4 months after I got into the Beatles, 2 months after I put up my first video. You can see here that I did use it as a reference book for a long time. Hang on real quick. My monitor actually sits on Tune In Volume 1 extended version. Shit. Here it is. For example, I basically used these as, I decided not to mark this one up the same way, but I basically have used these as reference books. You can see that they're well used and well loved. And you can even see in my Researching the Beatles Part 1 video, me lovingly reconstructing this because the binding was torn and I had to tape it up by librarian instruction and leave it in this box for like 2 months just to make sure that it didn't fall apart. I value his work dearly. I don't want to be mistaken when I'm talking about this. But if you also watch my Researching the Beatles Part 0 video, you'll learn how I search, source, and value information that goes into my videos based directly on, just a sec, Aaron Torkelson Weber's book, The Beatles and the Historians. If you want to learn how to ethically research and learn about the Beatles, this is essential. You need to buy this or borrow this. You need to read it thoroughly, take notes, and then read it again. Here's what I want to drive home. Check the footnotes. Check the indexes. If something is interesting to you, go look at the source material, find it in the books, read it from there, and draw your own conclusions. We are in a desperate race for time with the Beatles and the people around them still being alive. Any information we have about them should not die with them. Knowledge should be shared, not limited. This is not 1984. I am not more credible than anyone. Do not mistake my thoroughness for credibility. You know that Lost video that I harp on in every single fucking video I make? There are big mistakes in that thing, included but not limited to an extremely inaccurate map that I drew myself. I've learned more about Lost since that video. I'm making another Lost video to fix my mistakes. I would consider myself a Lost TV show, not the behind the scenes expert. I would never say that about myself regarding the Beatles. I'm just a fan. I am literally just a fan. So all of that being said, one major gripe I have with Mark Lewisohn is how gladly and swiftly he denies John's heroin addiction. It's covered in Hey Dole blog, so I'm not going to get into it here, but I will link it. He plays it off like it was just some sort of little phase, like he wasn't fully addicted because John is so functional. This is what he said. It says, Lewisohn to interviewer, you called John a addict. I don't believe he was ever addicted. I don't see the signs of an addict there. And in fact, I'm not so sure how many times he took it.
Please go read Joe Gooden's book called Riding So High. I just quoted a crap ton of stuff out of it, but during it, I think Mick Jagger or Keith Richards, I do get them mixed up sometimes, talks about when they had parties that John was kind of a lightweight, that he didn't always use a lot, but he was always incredibly affected by what he would use, and he would never leave their house horizontal. So it's like, okay.
He ended up writing the song that suggests he was addicted, Cold Turkey, incredible song, and so revealing because no one knew he was taking it. He writes an H addiction and withdrawal song and he puts it out as a record. I don't know whether at that point he'd actually gone through that experience. He probably had to know it, but that suggests a stronger addiction than there's any indication of. And if he was so functional, fine. I've seen the two junkies interview, but he was equally unpredictable. It's extremely... Ooh, this one hits home. I'm a recovering alcoholic. By the time this comes out, in 4 days, I will have 15 years sober. Okay? It is extremely reckless to insinuate that a person isn't addicted based on assumed functionality. Let's not do that. Adding parameters to what qualifies as addiction kills people. We're not doing that shit. I've had friends die because of that shit, particularly with opiates and opioids, which is also known as, say it with me, class, heroin. The Beatles were around drugs and using drugs. It's not just John. Like I read, Paul had a habit. George did all kinds of stuff, and Ringo really liked the bottle. I get you, babe. H isn't some sort of evil drug in comparison to the others that I just mentioned, okay? It was just a more swift and steep decline that John experienced when using it, and that caused a major concern. Also, something that I do not get into regarding drugs and the Beatles is that George and Patty were arrested for drugs. John and Yoko were arrested for drugs. This is the only time I mention it because it is just so much, and it is a whole different thing. Sorry. It happens after the album. It's crazy. This is from All You Need Is Love by Stephen Gaines and Peter Brown. They're interviewing Yoko Ono, and they say, I read in Rolling Stone that you and John took H as a celebration of yourselves as artists. Yoko says, we did take H later, but John was not into it. I wasn't into it either, except when I went to Paris. That's why George and people like that say, Yoko put him onto H. Everything we did in those days, anything that was wrong, was my responsibility. I was very hurt that's how the relatives saw it, I call them the relatives because there's a truth to it in that sense. Stephen says, Neil said that on the Montague Street arrest for marijuana in October of 1968, that John told him the great irony of that was that when they were arresting him, he was high on H, and that he had just finished all the H that was in the apartment or got rid of it. And Yoko says, that isn't true. We were not high. The great irony was that several days before the bust was that somebody told us there could be a bust and just be very careful. Of course, we had Mary Jane in the house and we cleaned it all. John cleaned it in such a way, he's very meticulous about those things. He smelled the bowl and said, oh, the bowl smells, we have to wash it with soap. We just did everything to make sure that it was clean. Even after a thorough cleaning then, the police mysteriously found marijuana in a film can. I read later that it was planted. It was very strange. It took a long time. They were looking everywhere else. And then the cops went into the room, and there were lots of things in storage in the front room. And then they went in there and they came out and said, aha, that does not mean we didn't take H, of course. George said I put John on H, and it wasn't true at all. I mean, John wouldn't take anything unless he wanted to do it. When I went to Paris before I met John, I just had a sniff of it, and it was a beautiful feeling because the amount was small. I didn't even get sick. It was just a nice feeling. So I told John that when you take it properly is not the right word, but when you really snort it, then you get sick right away if you're not used to it. So I think maybe because I said it wasn't a bad experience, maybe that had something to do with it. I don't know. But I mean, so he kept saying, tell me how it was. Why was he asking? That was sort of preliminary because he wanted to take it. That's why he was asking. And that's how we did it. We never injected, never. This is a footnote from that book. It says, on August 24th, 1969, in one creative burst, John wrote the song Cold Turkey about withdrawal. The BBC refused to play it. Alexis Martis, that's Magic Alex, remembered seeing syringes casually lying around John and Yoko's country estate, Tittenhurst Park. And you can decide whether or not you believe that's true. Consider the source. Always consider the source, guys. So to keep this clear, the interview in full is on screen. They keep asking about cold turkey, withdrawing, if they had to be hospitalized to go through withdrawal. Yoko denies needing medical attention for withdrawal illness and say that the London clinic visits had nothing to do with withdrawal. And then here's Tony Bramwell with some rather intense allegations that are enlightening. Nonetheless, he says, shortly after this, John started using H, to which Yoko had introduced him. They were getting very thick, not just as lovers, but as H joyriders. According to John, Yoko snorted it, but I had no doubt that if she had used a needle, she would have probably said it was acupuncture. It was through H that John got closer to Robert Fraser. Robert had just been released from prison and very soon got back into his stride, opening a smart new gallery and throwing celebratory parties. His gallery was in Duke Street, an expensive address between Wigmore Street and Oxford Street, very convenient to our new offices. John was an experimenter, a daredevil by nature, so this new departure didn't surprise me, although Paul was disgusted, and we all said it was very risky. It's okay, John told me once when we'd had a few drinks, as if it made it better. I hate needles. I'm too much of a coward. Sniffing's okay. It's not addictive. John, I wanted to say, you're so wrong, but he wouldn't have listened. Generally speaking, he was very discreet, though we could all tell when John was using. Paul would say, oh, John's being John. He'll get over it. I didn't do drugs beyond smoking a little pot or doing a few hits of speed as everyone did, and neither, as a rule, did I drink very much in the early days. Generally, a few beers would do me all evening. I rarely got to bed before 3 in the morning and was always up by 8, but to me, John seemed to be heading down a very dark and dangerous alley. Probably a sense of being alienated from the world got John's interested in heroin originally. As far as Yoko was concerned, if you spout all this magical, healing, anti-war, be kind to everybody, all-seeing, all-caring, all macrobiotic stuff, being pregnant on heroin would seem to be the last thing she would need. Damn, he's pretty harsh. And how does all that stuff equate with shooting up smack? How does all that spiritual pontificating gel with the teaspoon and the needle unless you're a fraud? Hunter Thomson once said that if you live with someone who is using the spike, you come to terms with it yourself or you split up. So psychologically, it looked more and more like it might have been a power thing on Yoko's part to draw John in closer to her and farther away from other people. And it's you and me against the world now, baby type feeling. For us at Apple, when we did wonder what was going on with John, it was hard to see it any other way because John used to like life. He used to get on a roll, laugh, eat, and drink. Steak sandwiches were his favorite. Any time of day, it was steak sandwiches. But he'd eat anything tasty. Proper breakfast, an old-fashioned fry-up, pie and chips, fish and chips, fried chicken, a roast dinner on Sunday, Chinese food. Jesus, it's the whole menu, right? Curries, spaghetti bolognese, everything. Then he met Yoko. He grew his beard. And it was every variety of piece possible. Hair piece, bed piece, bag piece. From Irish Navy's food, he went to hair and macrobiotics. I think if Yoko had said it was spiritual to snort bean curd instead of eat, John would have done it. Before we get into the album timeline, I just want to give us a quick setup and a quick Apple aside. The band begins Apple publicity on April 16th and then advertised in NME on April 19th that they're accepting demos and all kinds of shit from artists. And most of these went unheard, unread, and just piled up.
They did run the one ad with the picture of the one-man band saying, send us your tapes and things, and we got billions of them. The tragic thing is, of course, we never found anything through that route that was any good.
The White Album was going to be the first Beatles album released on Apple, which was true as a front, but still released on EMI with a Parlophone catalog number. They booked the studio through the end of July from 2:30 p.m. to midnight. They did not really adhere to that. The timing of this album, as in literal time spent in studio, was so night owl coded that I decided to go through it day by day. Things were extremely strained at EMI/Parlophone with a guy named Alan Staggs. I mean, he straight up pulled the plug on a Pink Floyd recording session. And the Beatles didn't always really dig the atmosphere. It was stuffy. It was very square. The staff had to adhere to a, tie and button down sort of uniform. Plus, there was only a 4-track recorder, which is not the case at other studios such as Trident, where they recorded Hey Jude, a few others. The growing contempt between the Beatles and the Suits was just one of many boiling points of tension, and while it's not necessarily the thing that caused the interpersonal issues between them, it certainly didn't ease things. Chapter 5. 3 Studios. Or the timeline.
There's a lot more individual stuff. Like, I remember having 3 studios operating at the same time.
Good evening. I apologize for the glare. I deeply apologize. But here we are. It is what it is. There's nothing wrong with being thorough. Nothing at all. And I do have a thing for boards. So with my Christmas money, I did 2 things. I got myself the White Album record on vinyl. And I got myself this. It's a whiteboard that I used wet erase markers for. So basically, it's permanent until I want to get rid of it. Essentially, unlimited boards. Unlimited boards! So many opportunities. This board is ugly. I know. And it's a little confusing. Just bear with me, because there is nothing wrong with being thorough. Like we covered. Pure data.
Your moral weight has no effect on me. Pure data!
And how am I supposed to give you pure data without the data? Honestly, as much as I love the fact that the song portion of this video takes a big chunk of this video, it is so focused on the actual music, which some of the recent videos haven't been. This timeline is extremely critical to understanding where we're at, what this 4 solo albums conjecture actually means, and why, looking back, John and others may have actually also felt that way. Let's go through the key real quick. I do coloration. Let's see, where did I put it? Once again, as said before, I relied heavily on Mark Lewisohn's complete Beatles recording sessions for this, and these are separated by the pepper colors, except for this is yellow, but it was supposed to be John, okay? It is the greener version of the Post-its I had, and then later I found these, so that was cool. It is what it is. So green means a John song, pink means a Ringo song, blue will mean a Paul song, and orange means a George song. Brown is extra information that I think we should go through. Sometimes the wrong brown, but still brown. In the green, this emerald green here, is how much time was spent in studio. I might also, depending on how I'm feeling, if I'm feeling funky, might just go through what time of day they were spending in studio because I find it interesting. I don't care if you find it interesting or not. This is my love letter. Now that I'm thinking of it, if anything, I find it more interesting because of the Beatles needing to be on a really strict schedule for Get Back. They had to be there, 10, 11, 12, and they were not doing that here. So, also, you'll note that I did some fun stuff for some of the more interesting little bits here. We'll take my cups down. Here is the studio timeline. Oh, I also worked a lot from all the songs by Jean-Michel Guesdon and Phillipe Margotin. That is a great overview of time spent in studio. If you want like a real quick song breakdown, every song gets about like 2 to 3 pages. That is a really nice like reference book, but it will be on screen. Any song information, the amount of takes, when it was mixed, who was producing, engineering, assisting, will actually be on screen during the song portion. So there's still tons of information that does not make it on the timeline, not for sake of brevity, but for sake of clarity, because if we're getting there, then we will be here for a while, here for a while. You see what I'm saying? We're trying to, especially once we get to this point where we're in different studios, different engineers, things do get extremely confusing, especially after something like this, which gets really iffy, or when we're here and at a different studio, things get really iffy. You're gonna have to excuse my red mouth because I lose my voice really easily, and this is the beginning of the night, so we got a lot ahead of us. We hear from a lot of staff during the making of the White Album, so I think it's important to name them. There's a new technical engineer, Alan Brown, who joins the staff, alternating with Ken Townsend. These are Abbey Road staff. Alternating with Ken Townsend, Dave Harries, Keith Slaughter, Brian Gibson, and Richard Hale. Chris Thomas also joins as George Martin's assistant. The people I saw the most are Ken Townsend, Phil McDonald, Ken Scott, John Smith, Barry Sheffield at Trident, and Mike Sheedy. First things first. By the way, I'm not zooming in on my hands for everything here. That's insane. I am trying to get this done sometime this year. Don't judge my curlers. This is for a video you're gonna see, and I need to look decent because I've got this on my face, okay? But I'm not zooming in every single time, okay? I'm just not doing it because I have to get this done sometime in 2025. Before the Beatles got into the studio, they went ahead and recorded all the demos at George's house called the Escher Demos in mid to late May. All this is in 1968, don't get picky. I find those hard to listen to, but I think they're interesting, but still kind of not fun for me personally. Maybe I'm just really spoiled. I usually do like the demos, by the way. I usually do, but those are like kind of difficult. That's kind of how I felt about seeing one hand clapping in theaters. Am I an asshole? Don't answer that. We begin in studio on May 30th with Revolution 1. They spend 12 hours on this. May 31st, Revolution 1 again. This is from 2:30 p.m. to midnight. I may or may not mention the times in studio because I think I removed them. I pulled an article from NME magazine. This was June 1st. It says, Beatle George today, happier, calmer, and mellow. Clear smile, open eyes, tapestry jacket, white wine, arm affectionately around his ever-attractive wife, occasionally drawing her close for a photograph, letting her go, sitting on the edge of a hardback chair in earnest conversation with an earnest John Lennon. The room rumbles with chat at the movement of guests looking around for famous faces, and dancing along a piece of clear floor space is a male model in an orange shirt and a colored scarf to match. This is the George Harrison of late May 1968, sitting against the background of a Chelsea reception at the weekend, far from the Indian scene and all the trappings of life with the guru. The occasion is a launching party for Apple Tailoring, a new Beatles venture, yet another, in the King's Road, featuring men's and women's clothing designed by a Beatles friend, John Criddle. Explains George, "We bought a few things from him, and the next thing I knew, we owned the place," which is so... just the next thing I knew. Like, it's just so, that is so Apple core. The conversation moves briefly onto some happy chat between George and a friend about them designing a flower-covered dustbin. Then we talk. Says George, "We're still involved in a hectic recording scene at the moment, although I've spent this week at the office. All that paperwork." Actually, so he had spent this week at the office, meaning this was the week before they started recording. "There's about 35 songs we've got ready, and a few of them are mine. God knows which one will be the next single. You never know, not till you go right through them. I suppose we've got a vague idea of the overall conception of the album, kind of album we want to do, but it takes time to work out. We could do a double album, I suppose, or maybe a triple album. There's enough stuff there." And then they go on to talk about Maharishi, which is not necessarily germane to what we're talking about now. I thought 35 songs was interesting because, as we know, there are 32 songs, but there were 2 more Paul songs mentioned, and at some point George played something for Chris Thomas. June 4th, back at Revolution 1, 8.5 hours spent on this. At this point, John is a little on the fence about saying, when it comes to destruction, you can count me out, or you can count me in. What does John Lennon want to say about this? Of course, the deep dive will be in the song section, but this is the day where he decides to record "Don't You Know That You Can Count Me Out In." He also decides to record laying down, trying to find another way to manipulate his voice, because John Lennon is ever searching for peace with the sound of his vocals. He just didn't hear what we all heard. It's unfortunate, but I think the way that he was always searching to better his voice really blessed us, even if it was something that I don't think he ever was satisfied with. It's uncharacteristic for the Beatles, but on June 5th, 4 days into recording a new album, they start working on a Ringo song. It's an 11-hour session. This is a song that Ringo wrote reportedly in 1963, 1964. I like to believe that it was written in 1964, and I'll tell you why during the song section. I'm going to keep plugging it. On June 6th, I guess I didn't write this properly here. I did my best to make my handwriting legible, but in general, it's not that great. June 6th, 12.25 hours from 2:30 p.m. to 2:45 a.m. is Don't Pass Me By, and I wrote, Revolution 9 starts moving. John and Yoko prepare sound effect tapes. 12 were prepared on this day, and some weren't used for Revolution 9. They were used for the stage adaptation of In His Own Right, which would open 12 days later at the Old Vic Theater. On June 7th, Ringo and George fly to the U.S. They return the 18th, but sessions halfway continue in their absence. This is something that Mark Lewisohn talks about, where maybe before this would not happen. Beatles leaving the studio, leaving the country during recording. Wow, what an interesting mindset to have, just to leave for 11 days. And this is one of those things. For solo albums, at least the presence of having all 4 in studio seemed less important than ever before. On June 10th, Revolution 9 continues, and in another studio, Paul starts working on Blackbird. 3.25 hours spent in studio. On June 11th, Revolution 9 continues, and Blackbird continues. 5 hours, 45 minutes spent in studio. You can kind of tell that when these guys are together, they're kind of not as motivated. At least the time in studio seems that way to me. But we also know that the June 12th through 14 sessions that were planned are canceled. You want to know why? George Martin, Jeff Emmerich, and Phil McDonald get their steps in, walking back and forth from Abbey Road Studios 2 and 3. John continues work on Rev 9 in Studio 3. Sometimes I only pretty much wrote Rev 9, Rev 1, Rev single, so please just stick with me. Not Reverend, Revolution, you guys know the deal. In Studio 3, Paul works on Blackbird, takes 1 through 32 in Studio 2. Here's Bob Spitz. I almost said Mark Spitz. He says, "It was only a matter of time before tensions boiled over. Paul tiptoed around John and Yoko like a guarded diplomat, but he was clearly disgusted. Wanting nothing more than to work on the music, Paul spent half the time at EMI deferring to the couple's head games. If he would have said mind games, would have that been funny? Do you think he thought about it? Anyway, finally, the second week of June, he gave John a piece of his mind. Given their rivalry, the others might have been surprised that it took him so long. I could hear them going at it in the hall," recalls an EMI employee who had stopped in his tracks, "and it was terrifying. Paul was absolutely livid, accusing John of being reckless, childish, sabotaging the group. But the more Paul fumed, it seemed, the less John responded. It wasn't making the least bit of an impression." And it's a combination of so many things. Jeff Emmerich remembers it really just lacking the spark, the camaraderie that used to persist in these four walls. Jeff Emmerich is one of the most cynical, Chicken Little accounts of all of the time in studio that I've ever read. He says it before Magical Mystery Tour that the tensions were rising. He says it during Yellow Submarine that the tensions were rising. But here, it's like, okay, I can totally believe you now. This seems like it's really time. Jeff says, "As I sat in the dimly lit control room, working peacefully with Paul on his own, I reflected on the fact that he and John were not nearly as close as they once had been. There was a personal distance between them and a lot less direct communication. In the past, Paul had had more of a tendency to influence John's songs than vice versa. It was rare when John's suggestions would result in a major change in a Paul song. Usually, he'd just be helping finish off lyrics or contributing a middle section, but a lot of the time, Paul's suggestions would radically affect a John song." I need more information on that. That kind of thing almost never happened during the White Album sessions. However, they didn't seem to be very interested in even getting each other's opinions, much less offering suggestions. The two of them were very much working independently at that point. And of course, George Harrison had always worked on his own as a songwriter. There's a part in Get Back
It should be like a sustained thing over there,
where it's, I think maybe Don't Let Me Down, where John is working on one of his songs and Paul is essentially composing it. He's writing the melody and stuff.
like on the top of
You know, of course, Don't Let Me Down. Get Back is 7 hours of over 80 hours Niagara tapes and more that we didn't hear at all. So take this with a big hunk of salt, but I don't want to say that. I feel like that might be giving Paul a little too much credit. Jeff Emmerich really does love Paul, so we have to keep that in mind. That's why, as many people have observed, the White Album sounds more like 4 solo albums than a group effort, with the rest of the Beatles effectively acting as sidemen. At the beginning of every session, they would be asking one another, "Well, what have you got?" Not, "What are we going to do?" It was a far cry from the camaraderie of the past. It's June 20th, the big Revolution 9 day, and only about a half hour before the session begins, Paul flies to the US, but Ringo and George are back. It's only George and John in studio, and I believe this is when Ringo is either in a different studio working on something else or not there at all. On this day, they come up with a Revolution 9 master take, which will have only one final overdub. John takes up 3 studios running tape loops with all kinds of staff spooling loops onto tape machines with pencils. Number 9 voice is unknown, according to Lewisohn. For some reason, until I started working on this, I thought that it was Peter Sellers. Is it because of Get Back? It's probably because of Get Back.
Been lucky enough this evening to secure the talents of Mr. Peter Sellers here, who's going to give us number 3.
Yes, number 3, folks, number 3.
June 21st, Rev 1 and Rev 9, George Harrison and John Lennon and Yoko Ono only. June 25th, Revolution 1 and Revolution 9 are completed. Paul is absent. George Harrison is working on a Jackie Lomax song in another studio. June 26th, 8.5 hours. Everybody's Got Something to Hide Except for Me and My Monkey. This entire session was a rehearsal, which was entirely recorded because at this, by the way, I forgot to mention all the hours sent here. 8.5 hours on that big Revolution day, 6.5 hours on the Revolution 1 and Revolution 9 day, 6 hours on the Rev 1 and Rev 9 completion day, and 8.5 hours rehearsing Everybody's Got Something to Hide Except for Me and My Monkey. At this point, the Beatles had learned that the best way for them to work on an album is just to record everything that they did, and then they can keep and use what they really liked. This wound up being an entire day spent rehearsing the song. Lewisohn says, the Beatles, chameleon-like from album to album, and with time aplenty on their hands, discovered for themselves a new method of working for the Beatles. Rehearse and rehearse and rehearse with everything recorded, but then, in most instances, instead of spooling back to record proper over the rehearsals, treat the rehearsals themselves as the recording, all takes numbered. Then, in the familiar fashion, go back to the best basic version and start the process of overdubbing and tape reduction mixdowns. June 27th, 10.5 hours are spent on Monkey. June 28th, the Beatles begin working on Good Night. George and Paul aren't involved in the recording, but may or may not be in studio. In some accounts, they are cheering Ringo on, encouraging his vocal performance. John is on acoustic guitar. This is one of those sweeter stories, and I can't wait to get into it in the song breakdowns because, it's just absolutely lovely. Of course, we know this song was dedicated to Julian. July 1st, 10 hours are spent on Monkey. July 2nd, 6 hours, 15 minutes spent on Good Night. And July 3rd, it begins. Obla-di obla-da. We've got 7.25 hours. The July 3rd is the original version of Obla-di obla-da. I also call it old because Obladi. Okay, so if I call it old, I'm sorry, you're just going to have to kind of catch up, I guess. The original version of Old starts today with 7 takes, then some overdubs. Now we're going to get a little less specific, and you'll see why. July 4th, 7.25 hours spent on Obla-di. July 5th, 8.5 hours spent on Obla-di. Oh my god, I forgot the pointer. How dare I? Why even have it if I don't use it? There's something powerful in the pointer. Charles Whitmore. Always gonna do it. I'm always gonna do it. On July 5th, saxophonist James Gray, Rex Morris, and Cyril Rubin, with Jay Scott playing bongos, were on set. In addition, a piccolo was there, but then Paul overdubbed it with a guitar, but overdubbed it through the desk so it sounded like a bass. God, they did some weird shit. Gotta love them. July 8th, they spent 10 hours on the Obla-di remake number 1. During this session, they rejected the session musicians' contributions. July 9th, they spent 5 hours and then took a break and spent another 5.5 hours on the Obla-di re-remake. July 9th, after 2 takes of this, Paul says, just kidding, fam. We're gonna work on fixing the first remake. There's some conjecture on whether or not Ringo actually played on this final workup. There's some really hilarious stories regarding this. Lewisohn says, the exact lineup of musicians on that unreleased second remake of Obla-di obla-da is in doubt, for the drumming style was less like Ringo and more like Paul, no mean drummer in his spare moments. This is verified to some extent by a contemporary report in the Beatles book magazine stating that Ringo arrived at EMI Studios early for the 9 July evening session, so he popped into a Solomon King session and added a spot of hand clapping to one song. This would infer that he was not there in the afternoon. And then it also says, Abbey Road documentation shows that King did record there on July 9th, taping the single 100 Years or More. So this is during the first time because they go back and forth on Revolution and Obla-di obla-da. There's a lot going on here, and I'm gonna do some reading from Jeff's book. More than I'd planned, but whatever, who cares? Probably my favorite fight story. I just took my shoes off. Did it ruin everything? It did. Just a sec. I took my shoes off because I tripped over my shoelaces. If you guys aren't ready for some conjecture, some talk, some additional personality, some color for this video, then I don't know what to tell you, man. There was barely any of this in the last video. I get to do this time. George Martin happened to be absent on the first night the Beatles started running down Obladi Oblada. So Chris Thomas was the de facto producer. Initially, we all enjoyed doing the track because of its light-hearted up-tempo feel. Even Lennon got into it at first, anyway, because it gave him a chance to clown around with his silly voices. But then it started going on and on, dragging out over 3 nights. Paul wasn't happy with the rhythm of the track or with the way his vocal lay. He was after a Jamaican reggae feel, and he wasn't satisfied that the band had nailed it. The problem was exacerbated by the fact that even Paul didn't quite know how to lock it in rhythmically, so he was getting pretty frustrated with himself. Paul was something of a perfectionist by this point. You think? But he also had to have been upset by the way John had been acting. I couldn't help but think that perhaps that had something to do with why he was so fussy about the recording of the song. Maybe he did that just to annoy John, just to teach him a lesson. Throughout the preceding weeks, I had noticed that John's behavior was becoming increasingly erratic. His mood swings were more severe, and they were occurring more frequently. That was definitely the case with recording Obladi Oblada. One moment he'd be into it, acting the fool and doing his fake Jamaican patois. The next minute he'd be sulking and grumbling about how the song was more of Paul's granny music shit. You never knew exactly where you stood with Lennon at any given time, but things were definitely getting worse. So when Paul announced several nights later that he wanted to scrap everything that had been done so far and start the song again from scratch, John went ballistic, ranting and raving. He headed out the door with Yoko trailing closely behind, and we thought that we'd seen the last of him that evening. But a few hours later, he stormed back into studio in a clearly highly altered state of mind. I am fucking stoned! Hang on. Okay. I am fucking stoned! I am fucking stoned! Something like that. John Lennon bellowed from the top of the stairs. He had chosen to make his entrance through the upstairs door, presumably that he could quickly gain the attention of the 3 startled Beatles below. Swaying slightly, he continued, waving his arms for emphasis. I hit the TV. I am more stoned than you have ever been. In fact, I am more stoned than you will ever be. I turned to Richard and whispered, uh-oh, he's in a right mood tonight. And this, Lennon added with a snarl, is how the fucking song should go. Unsteadily, he lurched down the stairs and over to the piano and began smashing the keys with all his might, pounding out the famous opening chords that became the song's introduction, played at a breakneck tempo. A very upset Paul got right in Lennon's face. For a moment, I thought fists might fly. Okay then, John, he said in short, clipped words, staring his deranged bandmate straight in the eye. Let's do it your way. As angry as he was, I think that deep down inside, Paul was flattered that his longtime collaborator had given the song any thought at all, even though he had obviously done so while getting out of his skull. The remake was, I had to admit, quite good. I love that intro. I think the intro really sets the song apart. In a relatively recent interview, it may have been when Paul was still kind of working on transitioning to not dyeing his hair anymore, but he talked about this. It was definitely in a more fun memory of the version. Later down the same page, sadly, Paul returned to his nitpicking ways the very next afternoon, announcing peremptorily that he was still dissatisfied and wanted to remake the song yet again, despite the fact that Ringo wasn't even there. He got behind the drums and instead led a clearly steamed Lennon and Harrison through another couple of run-throughs before he finally capitulated and gave up. The 3 Beatles then gathered around the microphone to overdub backing vocals on the previous night's rendition, which ended up being the version on the final album. Interestingly, all the bad feelings of the past weeks seemed to evaporate as soon as they gathered around the mic and I fed the tape echo into their headphones. That's all it took for them to suspend their petty disagreements. For those few moments, they would clown around and act silly again like they did when they were kids just starting out. Then as soon as they'd take the cans off, they'd go back to hating each other. It was very odd. It was almost as if having the headphones on and hearing that echo put them in a dreamlike state. I don't think it's odd. I think it is exactly how the Beatles operate. They only communicate through music. They do not know how to talk to each other. The only way that they could get along, especially at this point, was while they were making music. So I don't think it's odd. I think it might be a little embarrassing, but considering we're talking late 60s, 4 men in this kind of macho Northern England attitude of being like the manly man, talking about your feelings, at least with each other, about each other, not quite kosher. I also just wanted to include this because here in just a second, I'm going to talk about this. I also have other readings regarding this, so I'm going to read them too. I don't care if it's repetitive or annoying. Just like suck it up. I'm mostly talking to editing Lars because I know you're going to be like, it's too long. Shut up. It's already too long. Okay?
It is too long and you're a dumb bitch, but yes, I'll keep it in.
We're at this Obladi Oblada Remake 2, 5 hours, break 5.5 hours. Then we suddenly switch the next day, July 10th, to Revolution the Single, and that's 6.5 hours. July 11th, Revolution the Single and Obladi Oblada overdubs. Now, this is what we're about to talk about from Jeff's book again. So they spend 3 hours on the single, and then they spend 7 hours, 45 minutes on Obladi. Then we work on Don't Pass Me By, Obladi Oblada Remix, and Revolution the Single for 8 hours. And that's on July 12th. I know that we're kind of busting through this, but it's because I want to read the Obladi Oblada stuff real quick. So we're just going to kind of go through the whole Obladi because this is when it's done. July 15th, we have Revolution. I'm assuming the single. I didn't write which one it was. Hang on. I wrote Revolution Remixing. Okay. Also, this is when Jeff quits, so we have to take a break for that too. Obladi Oblada, overdub, re-record lead vocal. That's the last day that we actually record on Obladi Oblada. And then Crybaby, 4.5 hours. This is just a little bit from Jeff's book, but it says, it didn't take long for the ever-impatient John to start getting ratty and bored again. So work on Obladi Oblada was suspended once more when he strapped his guitar on and started barking orders. Okay, we're doing Revolution again, he announced. I thought he was kidding, taking the piss out of Paul for having them do his song so many times, but George Martin quickly set me straight. We were indeed doing it again, but with a different approach. So that's for the single, the sped up version. The previous week's work was a typical study in frustration. We'd worked endlessly on just 2 songs, Lennon's Revolution and McCartney's Obladi Oblada, done over and over again until we were all sick to death of them. Nonetheless, here we were again, breathing in the same stale studio air, working on those same 2 tracks. John decided that he wanted to start things on this day by changing his raucous guitar intro to Revolution, and that seemed to go easily enough. But once that was done, Paul made the announcement that none of us wanted to hear. He had spent much of the weekend deliberating, and he had decided that he wanted to sing the lead vocal to Obladi Oblada yet again, probably his 10th attempt to get it to sit correctly. I saw grimaces flicker across the faces of George Harrison and Ringo, and I'm quite sure that none of us missed the sheer look of disgust on John's. This was a McCartney composition that Lennon openly and vocally detested. These days, the 2 former close friends and songwriting partners expressed little but disdain for each other's contributions. In fact, it seemed that whenever one would even bother to offer a suggestion to the other, it would be rejected out of hand, even if it was a good one. Paul and John weren't having legitimate musical differences. Instead, they seemed to be saying, I don't like what you're suggesting because I don't like you. They weren't necessarily angry at each other, but you could see that they were both highly frustrated, and Yoko's constant presence certainly wasn't helping matters any. As a result, within what had once been a close-knit group, there was no longer any sense of team or unity. Any camaraderie that had once been there had now simply vanished.
I'm glad that when I was filming this, and when I filmed the majority of this, I was really having like a sense of humor. But it's February 14th, and it's the first day since, in months that I've had like a really emotional response to any of this, and I gotta say, this is hard.
This is one of those meanwhile things. We're going back to July 11th. Get that fucking pointer in your hand, kid. Spitz says, later the recording process became even more splintered. I remember having 3 studios operating at the same time, George Martin recalled. Paul was doing some overdubs in one, John was in another, and I was recording some horns in a third. It was impossible to produce the songs the same way as before. For the first time, I had to split myself 3 ways, George Martin said, because at any one time we were recording in different studios. Instead of supervising the sessions, looking after what both the engineer and the artist were doing and maintaining control over what the finished product sounded like, he merely bounced between rooms, trying to keep everything from dissolving into chaos. With the focus running in such contrary directions, friction was inevitable. Tempers flared whenever one of the Beatles didn't get his way or disapproved of one of the other's favorite songs. Paul, especially, fumed over what he perceived to be John's obsession with Revolution No. 9, a self-indulgent concoction that evoked his earlier home tapes and was dead set against putting such a mess on a Beatles album. Similarly, John made no secret that he always, quote, felt hurt when Paul would knock something off without involving the rest of the band. In an interview later on, he singled out "Why Don't We Do It in the Road" to make his point, saying that Paul even recorded it by himself in another room. By the time John heard the song, it was already a finished track. Him drumming, him playing the piano, him singing. This is what George Martin says. "I was recording not a band of 4, but 3 fellows who had 3 accompanists each time." Accompanist, I don't know how to say this word, recalled George Martin. Martin was an artist in his own right, a diligent arranger, and a perfectionist whose new job description as babysitter to the Beatles held no real attraction. There was no longer much producing involved, at least not in the traditional sense, nothing that offered any artistic challenge. Martin wasn't even enamored of the material they'd chosen to record, feeling that the songs themselves needed a good pruning, because some of them weren't great, he said. Finally, he took his assistant Chris Thomas aside and said, "I'm going on holiday. You take over the Beatles for a while." Spitz goes on to quote Jeff, "They were really arguing amongst themselves and swearing at each other," Emmerich recalled. "The expletives were really flying. Besides, trying to keep up with them in any practical sense was exhausting. He'd no sooner adjust a level or a balance before being summoned to another studio for some task. There was no continuity to his work, no way to get a handle on the music." Back at July 15th, this is Revolution remixing, and then Paul decides that he wants to re-record his vocal. We just talked about this. I wrote, "The girls are fighting. Would it not be Paul McCartney if he didn't beat this song into the dirt?" And he does, to the point of alienating everyone. Everyone. Jeff says, "Paul, can you try rephrasing the last line of each verse?" George Martin asked in his gentle, slightly aristocratic voice. George had sat shoulder to shoulder alongside me all these years, through the happier times of Revolver and Sgt. Pepper, but now he was struggling, out of his depth. Yet he was still trying to do his job, still trying to steer his charges toward increased musical sophistication and help them to best their performances. "If you think you can do it better, why don't you fucking come down here and sing it yourself?" he snarled as he whipped off his headphones and glared up at the control room. Stunned, I looked over at George. Even he couldn't understand why Paul was still trying to redo the vocal track. In those days, you simply couldn't spend huge amounts of time doing that sort of fine-tuning. But as the ferocity of McCartney's verbal attacks sunk in, he turned pale, clearly choking back his anger and humiliation. What happened next shocked me to the core. In sheer frustration, quiet, low-key George Martin actually began shouting back at Paul. "Then bloody sing it again!" he yelled over the talkback, causing me to wince. "I give up. I just don't know any better how to help you." It was the first time I had ever heard George Martin raise his voice in a session. The silence following the outburst was equally deafening. Richard fidgeted awkwardly at the back of the control room. He looked like he wanted to drop into a hole into the ground. That was it for me. I took one last glance down at the studio where McCartney was standing defiantly, arms crossed, and decided that this just wasn't worth it. I had to leave. I simply had to escape the pressure cooker. I exchanged silent glances with Richard. The look he gave me was one of concern, but with a nod of his head, he indicated that he wasn't quite ready to take the leap just yet. Not knowing what else to do, I sat at the mixing console and continued to man the controls, even though every fiber in my body was screaming, "Get out! Now!" Somehow I saw the session through to its ragged conclusion. Paul seemed to calm down a bit, though little else got accomplished that night, other than a few run-throughs of John's new song, Cry Baby Cry. Distracted and distressed, I couldn't give it my full attention, though. The only thought that kept going through my head was, I wonder if I'll ever get to finish this song. One thing that I haven't gotten into and probably should have gotten into is that there is some real tension at EMI because of technical issues. Abbey Road is one of the only studios of its caliber, if not the only one, to still be recording on a 4-track. The Beatles it's covered by this. Hang on. The Beatles go to Trident here while they're recording on Jude, and they have an 8-track recorder, so they can record 8-track. And when we see Get Back, George owns an 8-track.
There comes my recording studio. Who's going to look after all this equipment? Because the only thing is, it is like 10,000 quid.
We'll talk a little bit, but during this time, the Beatles steal the 8-track from, I believe, Research and Development, or the equivalent of Research and Development, because they wanted to fucking record on an 8-track. It just doesn't seem fair. It actually seems very insane to me that the Beatles were working, there was also a man in charge called Alan Staggs. I think I may have mentioned him briefly before, that he was one to pull the plug on a recording session with Pink Floyd because it went past 10 o'clock. It's absolutely insane. One of the bandmates called Paul the next day, and Paul wound up calling someone on the EMI board to say, this can't keep happening, and Alan Staggs got in trouble for it. The guy was completely controlling, and there was just a lot of old technology in the studio, and a lot of kind of infighting from the Beatles giving shit to the producers, the engineers. John would say things, and then he would eventually apologize. Having Magic Alex make these weird promises caused even more issues. So they'd say sometimes like, once we have the Apple Studio full going, we'll have this situation and we won't have to deal with this bullshit anymore. Sometimes the staff would snap back and be like, yeah, will you? Because John just seemed to fully believe what Magic Alex was saying. This is from Jeff's book. Alex was feeding them so much information, and they were so gullible. They ended up forming a complete electronics division within Apple. Then they put him in charge of it. One of his main tasks was to build them a recording studio, and all throughout the White Album sessions, I never heard the end of it. John, and to a lesser degree, George Harrison, kept second-guessing everything I was doing, constantly telling me, Magic Alex says it doesn't need to be done this way. He says you should be doing it that way. I would have been willing to accept some of these comments if I thought that there was any basis in reality, but I quickly became convinced otherwise. One night, I actually discovered Alex and his assistant underneath the mixing console in Studio One with a flashlight, busily studying the circuits, trying to figure out how it worked. I was livid and complained to Stagg. By the way, Jeff spells his name Stagg, like Stagge. Then I've seen it Staggy. I've seen it just Staggs in other places. So I'm going with Staggs. If I'm doing that incorrectly, I apologize. But the Beatles were so powerful. They pulled strings with EMI executives and obtained special permission for Alex to examine our equipment. Alex never tried to engage me directly in conversation because he knew that I saw through him, and I never challenged him directly because I realized that he had gained the band's confidence to the point where doing so would be self-defeating. George Martin was as disgusted with the situation as I was, but if Alex said something particularly ludicrous and the Beatles weren't within earshot, George would take him on from time to time. With a sarcastic smile on his face, George would ask, well, how exactly are you going to do that? I noticed that Alex never gave George a straight answer. He just mumble through his mustache. That was his get out. He'd mumble and pretend he was speaking in broken English, tinged with a heavy Greek accent. The funny thing was, if he did that in front of John, John would pretend that he understood what Alex was saying. So between Alex and Alan Stagg and all the bad feelings within the Beatles camp, I had my hands full from the get-go. Making matters worse, John was exceptionally grumpy and rude from the first night of recording. By this point, the Beatles had a definite anti-EMI attitude, and Richard and I and the rest of the staff unfortunately came under that umbrella. Nonetheless, they didn't go off and do all their recording at Olympic or Trident, studios that they kept raving about, but that didn't stop their constant complaining. One night, Richard and I overheard them having a private conversation about us. They were saying things like, oh, those blokes up there, they don't care about what we're doing. They don't do any more than they have to anyway. We were both quite hurt and upset. I thought to myself, fucking hell, we come in here day after day, waiting for you lot to turn up late, then we sit through hours of your stoned out jamming and hope something might come out of it, and that's the appreciation we get? Sure, it was an honor working with the Beatles and we enjoyed what we were doing. We had fun, but we were also at their beck and call just about 24 hours a day, and we always did everything they asked of us. I'm not sure when they started forming the impression of us and them. It might have started with the Abbey Road dress code, or with George Martin's infuriating habit of referring to us not by name, but simply as the staff whenever he was talking to the Beatles. Or perhaps it was down to communication. It was a little strange when they worked in Studio 2, where they were down in studio and we were up a flight of stairs in the control room. Those 20 steps did make them seem very far away. Yet they isolated themselves further still, putting up screens, setting up in a corner of a room as a private area. We never knew exactly what was going on in there a lot of the time. You just see a Beatle head pop up around the screen and you'd smell joss sticks and thinks they're smoking dope again. I'm sure they didn't suspect that we knew, which was silly. We were all aware of their drug use, although George Martin was perhaps a bit naive about it. Another thing that's mentioned in other places, and I think I may or may not get into it, and if I don't, this is just my recollection. The Beatles would tell the staff, hey, just go off for lunch. go off. You know, you need to go away, go have tea, blah, blah, blah. We're going to talk. And so these disagreements, these fights, everything that was going on with the Beatles, nobody got to know exactly what they were saying because the Beatles were so insulated with themselves that this stuff was the public, be allowed to be seen. There were disagreements that were so vitriolic, that were so heated that they sent the people away, even if they were hidden in the corner in Studio 2. So with all of this going on, Geoff Emerick finally throws in the towel and he quits. Geoff Emerick is a Beatles engineer. He's a very well-known engineer. He's worked with Paul continuously. He worked on Band on the Run, a bunch of other stuff, but he did a lot of crazy stuff. He was willing to try new things, put new mics places that weren't supposed to be there. I really love his book. It's torn apart, but you have to read it through the Geoff filter because he doesn't really like George Harrison and he really loves Paul. So you have to make sure that you're taking his biases at account. But when you're hearing about the technical aspects of how things were done and how the Beatles were trying new things and how they were so lucky to have staff that was willing to accommodate that, I just am so grateful for Geoff Emerick. But at this point, he was done. He saw Paul and George Martin get into a fight. He was shocked by that. But like I said, and like I just read, he's over it. So July 16th, the Beatles work on Cry Baby Cry for 5 hours, take a break, another 4 hours, 9 hours total. But also, Geoff Emerick quits. Geoff says, the next afternoon, after that fight, I walked dejectedly into the control room where both Richard and George Martin were sitting quietly. None of the Beatles had arrived yet. They were late as usual. I took a deep breath as the last words came out. That's it, George, I announced. I've decided I can't take it anymore. I'm leaving. I was surprised at how resolute my voice sounded. He looked up at me quizzically. Leaving? Where are you going? The question seemed ludicrous. I don't know, George, but I'm not doing these sessions anymore. What are you talking about? He said. You can't leave in the middle of an album. I can, George, and I am. I looked over at Richard, hoping he'd make a stand with me, but he looked down at the floor, mute and despondent. As our discussion continued, I heard the sounds of the four Beatles over the control room loudspeakers. They were clattering into the studio below, accompanied as always by Yoko. Ignoring their chatter, George Martin tried sweet-talking me. Look, Geoff, I understand your frustration, really, I do, but honestly, you can't just walk out in the middle of a session. Over his shoulder, I could see the four Beatles looking up from the studio below, wondering why we hadn't come down to say hello. No, George, I am walking out. Now. I'm not starting the session. He looked at me in disbelief as I turned on my heels and left the control room. Headed where? I don't know. My first instinct was to go home, but instead, I went to the studio manager Alan Stagg's office with a very concerned George Martin trailing closely behind. I didn't expect... Also, it might just be Alan Stagg, and I might just have been adding an S this whole time. We're just gonna go with Stagg, okay? And then, okay. I didn't expect much in the way of sympathy, but I was an EMI staff engineer, so I knew that I now needed to report to my boss and take whatever punishment was to be doled out. Stagg's reaction to my walkout was surprisingly understated. He didn't argue with me, possibly because George Martin was so sympathetic to my plight. Instead, he simply asked me to stay on until the end of the week so they could have time to arrange for another engineer to take over. I wouldn't, though. I was absolutely adamant that I would not return to the control room to record the Beatles ever again, and that was that. So I was given the rest of the week off, and arrangements were made for Ken Scott to be immediately brought down from the mastering room and promoted as my replacement. More like dropped in at the deep end, actually, same as I had been a little over 2 years earlier. There was an instant buzz about what I had done that spread around the studio like wildfire, but there was no behind-the-scenes jockeying for my position among the other Abbey Road staff. We all knew how awful these sessions had become. As a result, no one envied me. No one wanted to be the Beatles engineer. There was no prestige attached to the title anymore. It had simply become a chore. At the conclusion of my meeting with Stagg, only one task remained, and that was to tell the band. In the 30 minutes or so since I'd stormed out, they'd been waiting quietly at the bottom of the steps of Studio 2 to find out what had transpired. As I headed down to face them, I could see George Harrison, Ringo, and surprisingly, even Paul, staring down at the ground like guilty schoolboys. Only John Lennon had the courage to look me in the eye, and what he said really surprised me. Come on, Geoff. You can't be serious about this, he cajoled. We need you, man. You can't just walk out on us in the middle of an album. I mean, everyone always says what a great record Pepper was, even though I think it's the biggest load of shit we've ever done. John, come on. Do you have to? John, I guess, was by that point viewing the rawness of the White Album as his personal answer to the polish of Sgt. Pepper, which was largely Paul's brainchild. He was probably attempting to flatter me, but he couldn't resist the temptation to hurl an insult in Paul's direction at the same time. It was yet another indication at how bad the feelings were between the two of them. Anyway, Lennon continued, ignoring the hurt look on Paul's face, it's nothing you're doing wrong, you know? It's just working in this shithole of a place. He gestured with his arms, and I knew exactly what he meant. There was nothing nice about the EMI studios at Abbey Road those days, especially for the Beatles, who were virtual prisoners of their own fame. They had no relaxation facilities at all. For them, it was more like working in a prison. Sure, there was a canteen downstairs, but they couldn't go there for fear of being mobbed. Neither could they go out for a breath of fresh air thanks to the ever-present legions of fans waiting outside. They didn't even walk around the corridors or go into the other studios except on the rare occasions when there was another artist working whom they knew well and were willing to socialize with. So for all intents and purposes, we were all locked in that studio each day from the time we started to the time we finished. Sure, part of it was set up as a kind of sitting room where they had their cups of tea and meals. The recording area was the most awful working environment. Harsh industrial lighting and bare brick walls adorned with huge mattresses stuffed with seaweed, and management was woefully oblivious to the conditions. When the Beatles had requested some better lighting around the time of the Pepper sessions, EMI gave us exactly 3 fluorescent tubes with colored gels wrapped around them, clumsily affixed to a microphone stand. Needless to say, they gave out almost no color whatsoever, but they remained, nonetheless, a mute symbol of the incompetence we had to put up with every day. So I understood John Lennon's explanation of the band's atrocious behavior, and I was more than sympathetic, but the abruptness of my reply even surprised me. No, John, I am serious. I'm leaving. I just can't take it anymore. And that was it. I trudged back down those 8 steps and headed home. Later that evening, I would meet my friend Malcolm Davies at a pub in Muswell Hill and drown my sorrows in a prodigious booze-up. But more than a feeling of trepidation over my future that night, I felt tremendous relief, like someone had lifted a huge weight off my shoulders. I was glad I'd done it. Someone had to do something, maybe just to get the point across. But one thing that seemed certain, my time as the Beatles recording engineer appeared to be over. On July 17th, the Beatles are not in studio because of the Yellow Submarine movie premiere. You should watch my Yellow Submarine movie video. After Jeff left, he does return to a Beatles session, but only briefly, when the guys are working on Hey Jude. According to Jeff's book, Ken Scott finished the mix, and he wasn't supposed to be there at Trident. And it sounded great at Trident. And then he comes to EMI, and it's like the treble was entirely cut off. It sounds awful, and George Martin is overwhelmed, and he sees Jeff walking in the hallway, and he's like, hey, dude, are you busy right now? Can you come check this out? You know, he walks in, and all 4 Beatles are in there, and they're like, oh, thank God Jeff's here. You know, because Jeff is really good at his job. So Jeff comes in, he toys with some stuff, figures it out. But he said he could tell that the tension, the awkwardness in the studio was still there. And he says, I didn't stick around for very long because I could see that my being there was embarrassing for Ken and I didn't want to overstay my welcome. I might not have even done anything that Ken himself wasn't doing. I think that all they really wanted was my stamp of approval. All 4 Beatles thanked me profusely as I left, and George Martin offered to walk me out. Once we got to the privacy of the corridor, he asked me if I'd consider returning to the sessions. No thanks, George, I replied with a moment's hesitation. I'm enjoying working with other artists for a change, and I'm really enjoying getting some sleep. I understand, Jeff, I understand, he said sadly. In many ways, I wish I'd done what you did. If I didn't have a holiday coming up, I would have quit too. We shook hands and we parted ways, me heading off to a relaxing dinner, and he returning to the pressure cooker. Shortly after Jeff leaves, another person leaves, like Richard, I believe it's Richard Lush leaves, and then John Smith takes over. People are dropping like flies, partly because of EMI, partly because of the Beatles. They're just over it. It is a difficult time in the studio. It's not just Jeff. It is definitely a combination of a lot of things. Most of the people are getting fed up. So on July 18th, the Beatles work on Crybaby and Helter Skelter for 7 hours. Then they work July 19th, Sexy Sadie for 7.5 hours, but a remake comes later. July 22nd, studio musicians come in for Don't Pass Me By and Goodnight, but Goodnight was entirely remade during the session, remade after midnight, by the way. July 23rd, Monkey is completed with John's vocals re-recorded in a more rousing rendition, according to Lewisohn. There were reductions and remixes and Goodnight final mixes. On July 24th, the first two of Sexy Sadie remakes begins, and July 25th, we're going to have to move the mic after this. Nearly 2 months after starting recording this album, they finally do a George song. Holy shit. George finally gets in the studio. While My Guitar Gently Weeps begins and is considerably different from the completed version. Bob Spitz says, George was equally expressive, often repeating almost verbatim previous complaints. Publicly, he would always deny envying John and Paul's success, but he felt ignored by them, dismissed as a lightweight, relegated to sloppy seconds. So we changed everything. It's fine. Just for this bit, though. I just talked about While My Guitar Gently Weeps. I forgot to mention that the Beatles stop and they go out and do Mad Day Out photo shoot on July 28th. These photos are iconic. I love them so much. We all love them so much. It is my favorite set of Beatles photos. It's so crazy because things were so bad with them at this point, but you can still tell that I don't think that they're just cheesing for the cameras. They still goof and they still love each other. They still have fun together. It's just, it has to be in like these sanctioned playtimes. Put the drama aside, put the pain aside. Let's go goof around. Let's push each other off buildings and take off our shirts. You know, the usual. At Trident Studios, they're actually, they work at Abbey Road on July 29th and 30th because there is a documentary crew there. July 31st through August 2nd and August 7th, they work on Hey Jude. And we're not really going to get into Jude. I don't listen to it for this, but bits of the story of the recording do matter to the overall studio atmosphere. So I will cover that real quickly. And more importantly, I will cover the 8-track situation. So here's Lewisohn. Trident was a new studio for the Beatles as a group, but individually, 2 of the 4 had been getting to know it quite well as of late. The launch of Apple Records was just a month away, and George was busy sliding Trident sessions as a producer of Jackie Lomax in between Beatles sessions at Abbey Road, and Paul was doing likewise with Mary Hopkin and popping into the occasional James Taylor sessions, for Trident had 2 attractions in 1968. It was independent, just like Apple Records, and it had 8-track recording facilities. Abbey Road was still 4-track. At least that's what the Beatles thought. What the Beatles didn't know and would remain in the dark about for another few weeks was that Abbey Road 2 had 8-track with a new 3M machine. It just wasn't installed yet. Whenever we got a new piece of equipment at Abbey Road, it went to Francis Thomson, our resident expert on tape machines, and he would spend about a year working on it, says Ken Townsend. The joke was always that when he'd finished with it, he'd let the studios use it. He was unhappy with the overdub facility. It didn't come directly off the sync head as it did with the Sturder 4-track, and there was no facility for running the capstan motor Verispeed from frequency control. Francis had to make some major modifications. I remember George Harrison asking why we hadn't got one. When are you going to get an 8-track, Ken? And we'd had a wooden replica of the new desk EMI was making to go with it. He said, when are you going to get a real one, not a wooden one? So the Beatles went to Trident. Such independent studios were setting up all over London, says Townsend. They were really trying to attract work and were installing new technology, which was leaving the EMIs and the Decas a bit behind. On June 31st, Paul vetoed George Harrison's playing along to Hey Jude. I wrote this. Here's something that really bothers me, and it bothers me from my ivory castle that is my 2-bedroom apartment in 2024, having no skin in this game and no creative bone in my body. Paul stuck by what he said, and even later on, he only apologized to unapologize immediately after. Once a control freak, always a control freak. Graeme Thomson says, the first major bump in the road came over Hey Jude, which was carved off to become a single in late August. I remember sitting down and showing George the song, and George did the natural thing for a guitar player to do, which is to answer every vocal line, said McCartney. And it was like, no, George, and he was pretty offended. Having chafed against figures of authority since he was in short trousers, Harrison was getting increasingly annoyed at McCartney's domineering streak and his insistence on treating him like a glorified session man. Paul wasn't open to anybody else else's suggestions, he said. It was taken to the most ridiculous situations where I'd open my guitar case and go to get my guitar and he'd say, no, we're not doing that yet. It became stifling. Paul wanted nobody to play on his songs until he decided how it should go. George saw Paul as being difficult, says Patty Boyd. Of course, they would tolerate each other, but I think George basically didn't like Paul's personality. Maybe I shouldn't say that. I don't know. I just think they didn't really love each other, actually. I'm about to be a lot more diplomatic than I am here, but yeah, girl, maybe you shouldn't have said that because you're wrong. And I wrote, not to dismiss Patty, but I don't really agree with that. I think their relationship is the most complicated of the Beatles, though John and Paul's was the most contentious. I don't think anyone but those two really understood it, and what matters to me is that they sorted it out in the end. I think the best way to describe them is I'll always love you, but sometimes I don't like you. And I think, unfortunately, for more of George's life than not, this is true of how we felt about Paul. I don't think it was so vicious on Paul's side, but it's easy to not feel that way when you're not taking as much accountability as maybe you should. This is from Barry Miles many years from now, and it has the same quote where it says, and he was pretty offended. And looking back, I think, oh, shit. Of course you'd be offended. You're blowing the guy out. And I said, no, you come in on the second chorus maybe. It's going to be a big build to this. And that's the difficulty of a group. You are not the director bossing around a dance company where they naturally expect you to boss them around. You're just a guy in a very democratic unit, which a group at best is. We were all equal in voting. Our status within the group was equal. We were joking when we made Anthology. I was saying, I realized I was a bossy git. And George said, oh no, Paul, you never did anything like that, with a touch of irony in his voice, because I obviously did. But it was essential for me, and looking back on it, I think, okay, well, it was bossy, but it was also ballsy of me because I think I could have bowed to the pressure. Bob, can you bring us back to reality, will ya? Bob Spitz says, during the verses, George had answered every line by playing a riff mimicking Paul's vocal. As a flourish, it was tired and weakened by overkill, but instead of finessing a potentially delicate situation, Paul in his bone-dry schoolmaster voice snapped, no, George, you come in on the second chorus maybe. He might have slapped George for all the hostility it created. Ron Richards, who observed countless Beatles sessions, notes that Paul was oblivious to anyone's feelings in studio. He was determined to make the most exciting record possible, no matter what the emotional cost, especially, Richard says, when it came to his own songs. He goes on to talk about how John handles Paul a bit better, but only the next page he talks about that second week fight up here that I don't think you can see on the screen right now, that we already covered a minute ago. August 1st, Hey Jude Orchestra happens. August 8th, they do Hey Jude remixes, and they work on Not Guilty. Not Guilty, they've got 9 hours in studio, but on August 7th, they do Hey Jude tape copies, and they spend 9 hours working on Not Guilty, takes 1 through 46. Mark Lewisohn noted that while there was 102 takes of Not Guilty, and I did write this in large letters, that not very many of them were full songs, like 20 something. Only 21 takes were complete. So 102 is a big number, but it isn't as big as it sounds. August 8th, they complete Hey Jude remixes and they work on Not Guilty, takes 47 through 101 over the course of 12 hours. August 9th, they work on Not Guilty for 6.5 hours. And then after Not Guilty is finished for the night, Paul works on Mother Nature's Son. So I didn't write that down. On August 12th, here, we'll just write that down here. On August 12th, they work on Not Guilty for 9 hours and 15 minutes. And after Not Guilty is, wait a second. The song was completed here, but not released until George releases it in 1979. And then this version was released with Anthology in 1995. On August 13th, they work on Sexy Sadie and Yer Blues, which is recorded in the Annex. And they spent 10.5 hours in the studio that day. On August 14th, Yer Blues is mostly finished. They work also on What's the New Mary Jane, which is done by John and George only. Mal and Yoko join along. On August 15th, the band work on Rocky Raccoon. All 4 Beatles were there, but George Harrison was basically only background vocals. From August 17th through the 21st, George Harrison leaves for Greece, and the August 19th session was canceled. On August 20th, they work in 2 studios where John works on Yer Blues, Revolution number 9. Paul works on Mother Nature's Son. I guess he must have done overdubs or something here. In Wild Honey Pie, which is solo Paul completed in 1 take plus overdubs. And that was 8.5 hours in studio. August 21st, it's 11 hours and 45 minute session where they work on Sexy Sadie, and George Harrison showed up midway, probably. On August 22nd, the Beatles work on USSR, and that was the same day that Ringo quit the Beatles. Bye, Ringo. It's known that the Beatles had their own language. It's kind of a mashup of Liverpudlian humor, The Goon Show, things that they found absurd, embarrassing, cringy, and just bits and clips of their life. And luckily, because of the Beatles fans' massive dog-eared, coffee-stained, overfull Rolodexes of Beatles footage and interviews, we are able to piece together little bits of this language, this Pig Latin that the 4 of them brought together. It might sound like nothing, a little quip here or there to us, but to them, it means something else. Mercifully, it's been compiled and uploaded for constant and immediate consumption. We know the references behind these jokes. We know the language, but it's kind of all up for interpretation. But maybe this one. Maybe this one.
Which one are you? Eric. Eric? Eric, here is the American public.
I'm John.
You're John.
It's only a joke.
Yeah, but it's not good. If I'm going to come at 10, I should come at 10.
Up with the dawn, down with the sun. Ringo ever, Eric never.
This is when the bow breaks, but it started much earlier in the process. It's one day here or there, but inching through August, it's really becoming a pattern. He's always there first. Ringo ever, Eric never. In the beginning, he shows up at the agreed upon time of 2:30 p.m. That is when they booked the studio every day. 2:30 p.m. to midnight. They are more likely, now this is it varies a lot, okay? I would say the more common average is like 7 p.m. to 3 a.m. is when the Beatles crack their creative bones. Yet the agreed upon time was usually much earlier. Ringo ever, Eric never. Sometimes the boys are there. Usually they're not. So Ringo sits in the lobby and waits. He twiddles his thumbs. Sometimes he takes pictures of the wall, the people walking by, the things that they're doing. He ropes the film executive Al Brodax into participating in what he calls an art project, and neither of them voice it, but they both know that it is just a time pass, a means to an end, something less humiliating than the endless waiting. More often he reads, he picks up a newspaper, runs right through it. Sure, another trade magazine. He'd probably grab a Beatles book if it were right in front of him and read his own words. Anything to keep his mind off the fact that his bandmates and self-adopted brothers have left him there to languish on the vine. Paul and John being late is one thing. Damn, will John even show up? It's a toss-up. We might not see him today. That's one thing. They are selfish and self-serving. They operate on their own schedule. They aren't asking for permission to do anything. That's fine. But how did George get the memo? How did George find out that they're starting later and Ringo didn't? How is he the only one that doesn't know? Sometimes he waits so long he leaves. He'll go home, go somewhere else. After a while, they sidle in and they see, where's Ringo? He gets a phone call. And he returns. He always returns. Until he doesn't. This is from Michael Seth Starr. No relation. Ringo, a Beatle for 6 years, wasn't immune to the other's barbs, but wasn't shy about speaking out if necessary. At one time, we used to change together, then we started changing separately in different directions, Ringo said. We were just living our own lives, you know. Ringo, around this time, knew there were problems, but was hopeful that they could be solved internally, as the Beatles had done with past disagreements. There's that famous old saying, you'll always hurt the ones you love, and we all love each other, and we all know that, he said. But we still sort of hurt each other occasionally. You know, where we just misunderstand each other and we go off, and it builds up to something bigger than it ever was. Then we have to come down to it and get it over with, sort it out. And so we're still really close people. But even Ringo had his limits, and he reached his boiling point on August 22nd, frustrated with the infighting, the mixed signals, and his own drumming, and freaked out by Yoko Ono's immutable presence. He walked out, quitting the band. Just the day before, John, Paul, George, and Ringo sullenly plodded through a marathon 12-hour recording session. It was almost 6 years to the day that Ringo had joined the Beatles. Ringo was always sitting in the reception area, just sitting or reading a newspaper, recalled producer Ron Richards. He used to sit there for hours waiting for the others to turn up. One night he couldn't stand it any longer, got fed up and left. George Martin told me that he was having trouble with Ringo, but I'm not surprised. Beatles author Hunter Davies, who was an eyewitness to the band's life in the recording studio, noted how Ringo was often virtually ignored. John and Paul would break off for sometimes hours at a time. And what a sad tableau. Returning for another day, doing the same damn song over and over again, being told the same direction, do it better, do it better, do it exactly the same way that you've been doing it. Don't change anything, but change everything. EMI staff say that it sounded like the songs were being beat into the ground, and sometimes the only thing that pushed the song into a positive, creative direction was something Ringo did because he was bored of the same. Sometimes the band would go crazy, work really hard, such a mess, they would leave, go out to the club, return at 4 a.m. The staff, still winding down from another night of verbal abuse, sees their limo pull up, and they hide anything to get away from the firing line. But it is noted that Ringo is the one who's taken most of the shots. Jeff Emmerich says, things got so bad during the White Album session that Richard and I actually hid behind a cupboard when the band reappeared unexpectedly late one night. They had studio hours before, but had apparently convened in a club and then decided to head back to do more work at 4 a.m. Fortunately, I had happened to spot their limos pulling into the car park and quickly told the receptionist at the front desk to say I was gone for the night. The last thing I wanted to do at the end of a long day was to enter that terrible atmosphere again. While we were waiting, we'd chat about the sessions. We'd always hoped they'd be doing a new song that night instead of running through the same old one over and over again. That was the real highlight for us, hearing a Beatles song being debuted for the first time. John or Paul would come in and play a song on guitar or piano, and they'd tell us what it was about and what we'd think. And we'd think, wow, that's great. And then we'd gradually see it changing over a period of time. Sometimes it would get better with all the endless rehearsing. Sometimes it would go downhill. It could get incredibly boring and depressing hearing them play the same song for 9 or 10 hours at a stretch, especially if it was getting worse and worse as they got more drugged and went off into tangents. Interestingly, during those long jam sessions, Ringo would most often be the one to take them in new directions. He'd get fed up doing the same beat all the time and he'd change it, which sometimes sparked a musical change from one of the others. This is from Mark Lewisohn. Things were getting very strained on the Beatles sessions during this time, recalls Peter Vince. The engineers would be asked to leave. They'd say go off for a meal or go off for a drink, and you know that they were having heavy discussions and didn't want anyone around. Pete Shotton and a bunch of other people, Beatles insiders, say that Paul at this point is taking to overdubbing Ringo's bits on the drums. Pete Shotton said, Ringo had long since suspected the others of taking him too much for granted. As the group's recordings and arrangements had grown more elaborate, he had increasingly been left on the sidelines to play cards with Neil and Mal during the interminable interludes between his brief stints at the drum kit. To add insult to injury, Paul had recently taken to overdubbing the drum parts for many of his own songs. Whether they say explicitly it was behind Ringo's back is really irrelevant at this point because it is implied as and probably interpreted to be a betrayal. There are certainly times when Paul took over percussion. Paul took over everything. Like, that's what he did. That's what he does. And we have and we will cover each and every noted instance. But I still don't think it was quite to the extent that has been mythologized in Beatles history. And even if it is, it certainly wasn't due to a lack of skill on Ringo's part. But I think if you hear the same thing over and over again, getting the same direction over and over again, being asked to do it different, but not knowing exactly how, it might get to you a little bit. The world's most loved, best known drummer, starting to think he's not so good anymore. Starting to believe the voices inside your head that might creep in when you're spending hours waiting, staring at a wall. To the storylines that Ringo couldn't keep up, which wasn't true, but maybe Ringo believed that. Do not forget that quote from Derek Taylor. Do not forget what I said earlier about Paul behaving worse than the others
with fewer reasons to do so. Demanding perfection will never require cruelty. Purposeful, intentional, malicious. 3 different things. Same outcome. No matter what, they can't change the outcome. Yet another 12 hours in the studio. Ringo can't do it. He couldn't take it anymore. He leaves. Here's Alan Clayson from his Ringo Starr book. An irksome lecture from the Bête Noire Paul about a fluffed tom-tom fill had been the delayed action spark that had Ringo fired to stalk out of Abbey Road mid-session. Sooner than any Beatle imagined, he'd testify in court. Paul is very determined. He goes on and on to see if he can get his own way. While that may be a virtue, it did mean that musical disagreements inevitably arose from time to time. Starr added that such tensions had stimulated the group's creative resources. Nevertheless, he'd had a surfeit of Paul's schoolmasterly perseverance, and the withdrawn John letting him get away with it during the making of the Beatles. Treated as but a tool for Lennon and McCartney's ebbing collective genius, things were getting a bit rough for Ringo. After motoring the long and gradually more loathed miles from Elstead, his hackles would rise further as it became usual for the studio receptionist to see him facing her and reading a newspaper. He used to sit there for hours waiting for the others to turn up. When a quorum of Beatles finally got to work, he'd be on the edge of agitated debates that would scale such a height of vexation and cross purposes that console assistants would slope off for embarrassed tea breaks until the flare-up subsided to a simmering huff. Then, in his isolation chamber, Ringo's ears and the headphones would tingle after hours spent thumping out take after rejected take. His concentration split through straining to decipher the drone of murmured intrigue amid tape spools and blinking dials, crowned by Paul questioning his very competence as a musician. I couldn't take it anymore. That their weary drummer's resignation was more than a registered protest or one of his infrequent fits of pique became clear with his verbal notice to John and then Paul. Yet neither they nor George dared credit this extreme strategy by the standard bearer of group stability. The matter was hushed up, and they endeavored to carry on as if nothing was wrong. Whether they say explicitly it was behind Ringo's back is really irrelevant at this point, because it is implied as and probably interpreted to be a betrayal. There are certainly times when Paul took over percussion. Paul took over everything. Like, that's what he did. That's what he does. And we have and we will cover each and every noted instance. But I still don't think it was quite to the extent that has been mythologized in Beatles history. And even if it is, it certainly wasn't due to a lack of skill on Ringo's part. But I think if you hear the same thing over and over again, getting the same direction over and over again, being asked to do it different, but not knowing exactly how, it might get to you a little bit. The world's most loved, best known drummer starting to think he's not so good anymore. Starting to believe the voices inside your head that might creep in when you're spending hours waiting, staring at a wall. To the storylines that Ringo couldn't keep up, which wasn't true, but maybe Ringo believed that. Do not forget that quote from Derek Taylor. Do not forget what I said earlier about Paul behaving worse than the others, with fewer reasons to do so. Demanding perfection will never require cruelty. Purposeful, intentional, malicious. 3 different things. Same outcome. No matter what, they can't change the outcome. Yet another 12 hours in the studio. Ringo can't do it. He couldn't take it anymore. He leaves. Boop-a-doop-a-doop, boop, boop. Boop-a-doop, boop, boop. See ya. He's not shy about this. He's pretty much memorized the answer.
I felt 2 things. I felt I wasn't playing great, and the other 3 were really happy, and I was an outsider.
He goes to John. He says, I don't think I'm playing well. I think you guys are really close. And John says, I thought it was you 3. Then he goes over to Paul and says the same thing. Paul says, I thought it was you 3. He doesn't even go to George. George was just getting back from holiday. So depending on exactly when he goes to the houses, George might not have even been home yet. And he just says, you know what? Fuck it. You guys think it's you 3? I'm leaving. I'm done. Okay? I'm done. The world's most loved conductor, narrator, gets on a boat. I went to see John, who had been living in my apartment in Montague Square with Yoko since he moved out of Kenwood. I said, I'm leaving the group because I'm not playing well, and I feel unloved and out of it, and you 3 are really close.
And John said, I thought it was you three. And so then I went over to Paul's and knocked on his door and I said the same thing. I'm leaving the band. I feel you guys are really close and I'm out of it. And Paul said, I thought it was you three. I didn't even bother going to George then. I said, I'm going on holiday. I took the kids and we went to Sardinia.
So when he says, I thought it was you three, and the other two go, I thought it was you three, it just shows how little communication they're going on, how insecure all four of them are thinking. I don't know what George would have said, but also Ringo says, I didn't even bother going to George, probably because George was either returning from or still on vacation, because he just came back from vacation the previous session, as we just covered.
This is from All You Need Is Love by Peter Brown and Stephen Gaines, the interview book. They interview Mo, Ringo's wife. I wanted to include that when we're talking about Ringo's departure. Stephen Gaines asks, the Beatles were a knit group. Was there one point where everybody decided to go their own ways? Mo said, what do you mean, for real, when they split up? The first thing that had anything to do with any split up, whatever, was Richie, because he left first in the middle of the White Album. We went to the other three and their houses, and that was that. Gaines asks, why did he want to leave then? Mo says, because he didn't feel that he was with them. And he didn't feel he thought it was those three. It didn't look like he fitted in. It was almost awkward. When we went around to each one, they all said the same. If you go, I go. No, you can't go. They all said it. They came up with, if maybe you just took a little while from the band, have a break, you know? I think it freaked him out more. John was panicking, saying, Ringo, please don't go now. If you go, that's it. Gone. I'm going. I'm leaving. I don't want you to go. Because he wanted them to carry on with somebody. But John was really, upset about it, which is the only thing that got to Rich. And in fact, Paul as well. Gaines asks, why was Richie fed up? Mo says, he wasn't fed up. It was a heavy decision that he'd actually made because he's not a flippant person. I mean, he even had a talk with me, and I remember in Sunny Heights, and he said to me, I can't do this anymore. And I said, that's okay. If that's the way you feel, you have to go. Carry on and do whatever you want. And he said, I know, but the money will be different, which I remember about it because his brain had gone that far that he's even covered the money thing. That didn't even enter into anything. And this is from Michael Seth Starr again. Ringo's sudden departure from the Beatles was covered up, lest word leak out that the world's most famous drummer had just quit the world's most famous band. Despite the internal strife, the Beatles were putting on a happy public face, trying to retain the all-for-one facade that they'd spent so many years cultivating. Everyone in and around the Beatles' orbit was sworn to secrecy about Ringo's hasty departure. Lennon, McCartney, and Harrison carried on in Ringo's absence. After all, there was an album to record, and time was money. McCartney, who fancied himself a respectable drummer, he was pedestrian at best, that's funny, filled in somewhat clumsily for Ringo on the rousing rocker back in the USSR. Although it's been noted that several drum tracks were added and that Harrison and Lennon might also have drummed on Ringo's vacant drum kit. McCartney also played a simple drum track on Lennon's song Dear Prudence.
Fucking go. You fucking go. Michael Sestar being the only one who's not gonna kiss Paul's ass about his drumming. Paul's not a bad drummer, but he's not Ringo. He's not a substitute for Ringo. And I'm so tired of people acting like he is. He's not.
Written about Mia Farrow's sister, who'd accompanied them to Rishikesh earlier that year. Every time I went for a cup of tea, Paul was on the drums, Ringo noted. This is also something that they talk about in Get Back, but that's a different story for a different day. Ringo couldn't get out of London fast enough. His pal Peter Sellers offered him the use of his yacht, which was anchored in the Mediterranean off the coast of Sardinia, near Italy. In his own mind, Ringo had left the Beatles. He was done. The magic was gone. The once rock-solid relationships frayed beyond repair. He couldn't get past the feeling of being an outsider. Then we found out that he thought that the three of us all got on so well, and he didn't. It was just one of those things. Everybody felt the same, and we were all getting cheesed off. I felt, what's the point of me being around here? They all seem so cool and groovy, and I just don't fit. And I actually left on the next album. It was kept so quiet. Like, so steadfastly. Because Ringo's on holiday. I mean, they didn't even tell George that he quit. They told him that Ringo's on holiday.
Neil or somebody said, oh, Ringo's gone on holiday.
That is the party line. Ringo's on holiday. How convenient. It's easy to say that when he was so distraught that he had to leave the country. He fled to sea while he's wishing he could be under it. He's thinking about children being happy and safe with all of his friends. That's what he's thinking about. And they are just moving on. Moving on. And is it that Simple. Is it so unremarkably swept aside because it's just Ringo? It's just Ringo, it's fine. Because Ringo's so obviously expendable, so easily pliable, so helpfully reliant on his bandmates that he will come back. He has to. Of course he'll come back. And years later, Paul chalks it up to paranoia. Maybe they didn't stand up for Ringo enough, say that he is good even though he doesn't do solos. Did they not reassure him enough? No harm, no foul. He's paranoid. You are the best. We should have just said it more. Of course he'll come back. He has to. Paul says, I think Ringo was always paranoid that he wasn't a great drummer because he never used to solo. He hated those guys who went on, incessantly banging while the band goes off and has a cup of tea or something. Until Abbey Road, there was never a drum solo in the Beatles act, and consequently other drummers would say that though they liked his style, Ringo wasn't technically a very good drummer. It was a bit condescending, and I think we let it go too far. I think his feel and soul and the way that he was rock solid with his tempo is a great attribute. I always say that if you can leave a drummer and turn your back on him, then you're very lucky. You could always just tell Ringo how it went and leave him. There was always this great noise and very steady tempo coming from behind you. Rock and roll is all about feel, really, and sound. So at that time, we had to reassure him that we did think he was great. That's what it's like in life. You go through life and you never stop and say, hey, you know what? I think you're great.
And say, hey, you know what? I think you're great. Well, I don't think we'd ever done any of that with Ringo. We'd always just been, yeah, he's great. He felt insecure, so we had to, and he left. So we had to kind of go and say, no, you're great, you're the best.
You don't always tell your favorite drummer that he's your favorite. Ringo felt insecure and he left, so we told him, look, man, you are the best drummer in the world for us. I still think that. He said, thank you. And I think he was pleased to hear it. We ordered millions of flowers, and there was a big celebration to welcome him back to the studio. I think George was behind the flowers, so I don't want to, give anybody else credit for that. It's hard to look back and see the enormity of how things were going on. And with so many eyewitness accounts of these hours of another lecture on how to do his job, Ringo starts to wonder if he is no longer the beat in the Beatles. Am I not the bloody click? Am I not capable? Am I really this bad? He starts to believe it himself. And somehow, in John's post-mortem, a legacy I'm sure he would be absolutely disgusted by, the world starts to believe it too. John never said what was attributed to a comedian in 1981. Ringo wasn't even the best drummer in the Beatles. He never said that. He didn't believe that. No one believed that, but especially not John. John says, I love his drumming. Ringo is still one of the best drummers in rock. But they don't have the best rock and roll drummer in the world. They just have the three of them now. And all they can do, with a release date looming, is carry on. George, John, and Paul get into the studio and they work on Back in the USSR. Every book you read will talk about how rousing and how powerful and how great start to this album. And it is. It's great. It's awesome. You cannot hear any sort of anxiety on the track. It sounds so celebratory. Until I started to speculate if this is an answer to this question. Can we still be the Beatles without the beat? Look, we can still do it. Look, Ma, no hands. George Martin says, I think that they were all feeling a little paranoid. When you have a rift between people, if you go to a party and the husband and wife are having a row, there's a tension and atmosphere, and you wonder whether you are making things worse by being there. I think that was the kind of situation we found with Ringo. He was probably feeling a little bit odd because of the mental strangeness with John and Yoko and Paul, and none of them having quite the buddiness that they used to have. He might have said to himself, am I the cause? John never said what is attributed to a comedian in 1981, that Ringo isn't even the best drummer in the Beatles. No one said that. No one believed that, especially John. John says, I love his drumming. Ringo is still one of the best drummers in rock. But the boys carried on because they had to. Because, Ringo's on holiday. It's August 23rd. They work on Back in the USSR for 8 hours. August 26th, just Revolution 9 tape copying. So that's over the course of 1 hour. Mal is there. Then on August 27th, this is more copies, same deal. These are starred in red right here because I forgot to write them in red over here. It was supposed to be all of the red stuff was Trident. See, this is read here too. They worked on Dear Prudence for 14 hours. It has started with Paul on drums. Then August 29th, they spend 11 hours working on Dear Prudence, again in Trident. And on August 30th, once again, Dear Prudence, 6 hours, and Hey Jude / Revolution is released. We are now in September. On September 3rd, the Beatles work on While My Guitar Gently Weeps. While My Guitar Gently Weeps. This is the 8-track theft time, and they spend 8.5 hours in studio. Oh no, we gotta fix this problem. Oh no. And that is when they go to Twickenham to record Hey Jude and Revolution for David Frost's show, the promotional videos. This is from the Complete Beatles recording sessions regarding the 8-track player before we get into Ringo returning. Recording Dear Prudence at Trident had whetted the Beatles' appetites. They now wanted all their recordings to be 8-track. When they got wind of the fact that Abbey Road did have an 8-track machine, the 3M model in Francis Thompson's office, they decided to liberate it. The studios were never allowed to use any equipment until Francis had said it was up to standard, which was great, fine, but when you've got 4 innovative lads from Liverpool who want to make better recordings and they've got a smell of the machine, matters can take a different course, says technical engineer Dave Harries. They must have been getting on to Ken Scott about it because Ken called me and suggested we get the machine out of Francis's office and take it along to number 2. Understandably, this led to repercussions. Nearly death, jokes Harries. I very nearly got the sack over that. The availability of multi-track recording is a controversial subject in recording circles. Some say that the more tracks are available, the better recording. In parentheses or in brackets, at the time of writing, 1987, there is equipment which can provide up to and even beyond 96 tracks. Others maintain that rock music can be made much more economically and point to some of the greatest of all rock music made on 2 or 4 tracks. Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, for example. The danger of multi-track is a tendency to over-record. Brian Gibson recalls one Beatles session where the overuse of the 8-track facility resulted in an extraordinary overdub. There was one song, I can't remember the title, in which they'd added so many instruments that you just couldn't hear the drums anymore. So they overdubbed Ringo playing a chair, a red plastic Abbey Road chair, slapping the drumsticks on the cushion and making a thwack to emphasize the snare beat because they'd buried it. According to Mike Sheedy, soon to be the second engineer / tape operator on sessions for the Beatles, White Album, the 8-track machine was taken from Francis Thompson's office before it was ideally suited for use. Unless the tape operator remembered to mute the output for the machine when you spooled back and wanted to hear the tape traveling past the heads, it would send the spooling noise straight to the Beatles' cans, almost blasting their heads off. They got very uptight about that, understandably, because it can be very disconcerting. The very first 8-track Beatles recordings at Abbey Road were While My Guitar Gently Weeps overdubs, so the first task was to transfer the existing tracks onto another tape for use as an 8-track. Then the overdubs could begin afresh. For this song, 6 vacant channels now available. The Beatles, or to be more precise, George Harrison, for he worked alone this night. This is September 3rd, and so Ringo isn't back yet. Spent the entire session attempting to record a backwards guitar solo for track 5 of the tape, as Brian Gibson recalls. George particularly wanted to get the sound of a crying guitar, but he didn't want to use a wah-wah pedal, so he was experimenting with a backwards guitar solo. This meant a lot of time-consuming shuttling back and forth from the studio to the control room. We spent a long night trying to get it to work, but in the end, the whole thing was scrapped, and it was around that time that Eric Clapton started to get involved with the song. September 5th, Ringo returns. Ringo, come back! Please tell me this will fix it! Look at all these flowers! What about a cactus? Will the cactus help? What about this thing? Cool? Is this better? Is this better? Is it better? Tell us it's better! August gives way to September. It's barely 2 weeks. Ringo gets this lovely little telegram just in time to shoot Revolution and Hey Jude promotional films. How lucky is that? First day back, he's televised. They have to smile even if they don't want to. But that's okay, because the next day he gets into the studio. Thanks to George, there's this big lovely banner. We love you, Ringo. Welcome back. His drum kit is covered in flowers. The studio is full of color. And for the rest of the sessions, Michael Seth Starr says, 2 weeks into his Sardinia sojourn, Ringo received a telegram from his bandmates. You're the best rock and roll drummer in the world. Come on home. We love you. Back in London, George Harrison instructed Beatles roadie Mal Evans to decorate the entire studio, including Ringo's drum kit, with hundreds of flowers. Ringo, already emotional and vulnerable, was touched by the gesture when he returned to Abbey Road in early September. McCartney said that he felt Ringo felt insecure, so we told him he was the best drummer in the world for us and led the celebration welcoming the drummer back into the band. band. It was just a beautiful moment, Ringo recalled years later. Till October 17th, they're pretty much on their best behavior. Everyone is getting along or playing nice or trying to. The same way that it's like the morning after you fight with your partner. I'll make you breakfast. I'll do the dishes. It's conciliatory gestures, but it does make you feel good because you remember this is why we love each other, and we do love each other. We're gonna make it work. But what did I say, man? He had to return. He loved and loves the Beatles. He was fan before he was friend. He loves that front line. He loves making music with them. He loves being the best in the world with them. But before that, even deeper than that, he loves those guys. He is the bloody clique. He needed that reassurance. He did. So they sent him that telegram and they gave him those flowers. And I wonder if it were me after everything that had gone down, if that would be acceptable, if that would be enough for me to forgive and forget and push through on this insane double album project and say, I love you guys, we're going to make it work. I don't think it would be acceptable for me. But then again, I don't speak their language. I can only guess how much it means. So instead of talking it out, taking a break, or doing anything different, they just make the music because that's the way that they can see each other's hearts. That's the way that those four communicate, really. So on their best behavior, they finish this album doing what they can do to communicate, remembering we're the band. This is the album of us being the band. We're not relying on other people as much. We're just relying on ourselves while we're being torn apart. But when they're in studio, when they're making the music, they're able to stop and listen and think, hey, this is the Beatles. We all know what George Martin says, that John was the soul, George was the spirit, Paul was the heart, and Ringo was the drummer. At first I thought that that was such a degrading thing to say, but you just can't be the Beatles without the beat. A week later, the Beatles resumed recording McCartney's raucous Helter Skelter, which they'd started in July. Ringo pounded away on his drums as hard and as loud as he possibly could, egged on to just beat the shit out of the drums, just kill them, in the manner of his friend, The Who's drummer, Keith Moon. I've got blisters on my fingers, he shouted at the end of the take that was used on the White Album. Those blisters healed, and the remainder of the White Album recording sessions ran much more smoothly, at least on the surface. Hurt feelings were, for now, pushed to the side despite Paul, George, and Ringo's irritation at Yoko Ono's constant in-studio presence. Ringo would always say that he loved the White Album because he thought that the Beatles were playing and interacting like a band again, just like the old days. It took his 2-week defection to wake everyone up. John and Paul weren't writing together, but we would all support the songs as a band, Ringo said of that time. It didn't matter who wrote them. That's why I've always felt we were more of a band at that time. We weren't like session players trying to get a bloody arrangement down pat. We were a band. Alan Clayson says, this conciliatory and even amicable mood persisted for what was left of the sessions because they meant one less pull of alliance for Ringo and George. Lennon's increasing absences helped as he and Yoko hurled themselves into a ludicrous world peace mission, headline hogging espousals of favored minority causes and, regardless of cost, an elaborate yet slapdash array of arty demonstration. Ringo says, I had a rest and the holiday was great.
You know, and I knew we were just in a messed up stage, all of us. Then, you know, it wasn't just me, it was the whole thing was going down.
I had definitely left. I couldn't take it anymore. There was no magic, and the relationships were terrible. I'd come to a bad spot in life. It could have been paranoia, but I just didn't feel good. I felt like an outsider. But then I realized that we were all feeling like outsiders. It just needed me to go around knocking to bring it to a head.
John had sent me telegrams saying, you're the best rock drummer, come on home.
So I came back. We all needed that little shake-up.
And I came back and went in the studio, and George had it decked out with flowers. And I just felt good about myself again, and
Ringo Returns on September 5th, as we just talked about with the 8-track, While My Guitar Gently Weeps, 8 hours, 45 minutes. On September 6th, Clapton comes in. That is all in the song breakdown. They spend 7.5 hours in studio. And also they do say that Clapton's appearance kind of made the band straighten up a little bit. You know, they thought, oh, we should be a little professional. So they were more professional in front of him, but also for kind of the rest of this. On September 9th, they do a Helter Skelter remake. On September 10th, Helter Skelter final overdubs, which was 7.5 hours. And on September 10th, they do Helter Skelter overdubs for 8 hours. On September 11th, they work on Glass Onion for 8.5 hours. On September 12th, Glass Onion for 5 hours. September 13th, Glass Onion for 5 hours, 45 minutes. September 16th, Glass Onion and I Will for 8 hours. September 17th, I Will, Helter Skelter remix, Cry Baby Cry remix, but nothing was added for 10 hours. September 18th, Birthday, which Patty and Yoko were on vocals. Mal did claps on this track as well, and they were in studio for 11.5 hours. On September 19th, they did Piggies. Chris Thomas does harpsichord, and according to Thomas, George played him something during this. On September 20th, Piggies is completed. John was up in the studio doing tape loops of pig snorting and grunting, possible from the Animals and Bees sound collection. On September 23rd, they work on Happiness is a Warm Gun for 8 hours. On September 24th, Happiness is a Warm Gun for 7 hours. On September 25th, Happiness is a Warm Gun edits and overdubs, where they do Bang Bang Shoot Shoot for 10 hours and 45 minutes. September 26th, they do Happiness and Mary Jane remixes. John Lennon adds sound effects to Glass Onion that weren't used. George Martin suggests strings, and that's when George Martin had returned from holiday. For a little bit of a change of pace, the band goes to Trident Studios from Tuesday to Saturday. On October 1st, they work on Honey Pie for an unknown amount of time. October 2nd, Honey Pie for 11 hours, 15 minutes. On October 3rd, they work on Savoy Truffle, unknown amount of time. John was not involved as far as I know. On October 4th, they work on Martha, My Dear, then adding Now She's Hit the Big Time to Honey Pie for 12.5 hours, which was maybe a solo Paul recording, except for horns and strings. On October 5th, they work on Savoy Truffle and Martha, My Dear for 7 hours. On October 7th, we're back in Abbey Road, and they work on Long, 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 and it is a 16.5 hour session. This is like a very happy session. Joss sticks are running around. I'll read some stuff on it later during the Long, Long, Long song breakdown, but it was a great happy session, and John is not present. On October 8th, Long, 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 I'm So Tired, and Buffalo Bill. That is a 16-hour session. I got some dates mixed up here. Okay. October 9th, they work on Long, 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 Piggies, and Why Don't We Do It in the Road for 10.5 hours. On October 10th, they work on Long, 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 Piggies, Glass Onion, and Why Don't We Do It in the Road for 12 hours and 25 minutes. On October 11th, they work on Savoy Truffle and Piggies for 3 and 6 hours, 9 hours total. Chris Thomas scored the saxophone, George Harrison distorted it, and then Piggies, Don't Pass Me By, and Goodnight mix and edits. On October 12th, they did mixing for 10 hours and 45 minutes. On October 13th, John was completely solo for the Julia recording, 11 hours. This was John's only ever solo recording session. Now Ringo flies to Sardinia and says, basically, you guys have to finish it without me. See ya. And he is gone for the remaining mixing sessions. On October 14th, they work on Savoy Truffle, While My Guitar Gently Weeps, The Oscillator, and overdubs for 12.5 hours. On October 15th, they spend 2 hours mixing, and this is my favorite little bit. They spend 24 hours in studio from 5 p.m. to 5 p.m. on October 16th through 17th. This was when they work on the running order of the songs. What's the New Mary Jane was dropped here. Each side of the record lasts 20 to 25 minutes. No one person had more than 2 songs in a row. George had 1 song per side. The animal songs were all placed together. They decided to tie the songs together with fade outs, a straight edit, or matching the end to the next song's beginning. There was no 3-second gap between songs. Polythene Pam and Maxwell Silverhammer had been written, but too late to go on the disc. It's All Too Much was also remixed for the Yellow Submarine soundtrack. This is from Kenneth Womack. George Martin says, I didn't learn until much later the reason why they were so insistent to do so many songs, George remarked, but it was a contractual one. By this time, contractual negotiations were above my head, and I didn't know that their current contract with EMI stipulated a number of years or a number of titles, whichever was earlier. So the boys, in an effort to get rid of the contract, were shoving out titles as quickly as they could. This was on the advice of people governing them, and there was a sinister motive behind that album. On October 18th, from noon to 1, there were the final iron-outs. The final cuts for mono were done by Harry Moss at Abbey Road on the 18th and 19th, and the stereo discs were cut on October 21st. The release was November 22nd. This is from Kenneth Womack, quoting Ken Scott. "Ken, I have to be honest," said Martin, standing alone with Scott in the studio corridor. "I don't want you to feel bad about this, and I don't want you to take this personally, but I don't think that this album is going to win a Grammy," Martin said, before adding that it's no reflection on you. To Scott's mind, Martin meant it in all kindness because the Beatles were expected to do something even greater than Sgt. Pepper and keep on winning Grammys. It was obvious that this one wouldn't because it was such a different album from what they'd done previously. George was looking after me in a fatherly way. Scott would never forget that moment when the most celebrated record producer in the world took a few minutes to reassure a young engineer. "Just the fact that he made that effort blew me away," he wrote. That, my friends, was the timeline. And this doesn't really fit here, but I don't know where else it necessarily fits, so I'm putting it here, so just deal with it. John does talk a little bit about the speculation about the future of the Beatles, and I think that this is interesting. He says, "If we are comfortable and can enjoy being the Beatles, we'll do it. And when we don't, we won't. That's always been the case. For the last 4 years, every time we made a record, it's been a decision of whether or not to carry it on from there. Now the point is, in the old days, Paul and I would knock off an LP, write most of the songs, and just do it. Nowadays, there are 3 of us writing equally good songs and wanting that much space. The problem now is if you make a double album every time, this takes up 6 months of your life. Or do you just make one album? We spent 3 or 4 months making one album and maybe just get 2 tracks each. And that's the problem, you know. It's a physical problem, you know. And whether we do it or not, I have no idea." So now we go on to the cover and the artwork, then reviews, receptions, sales, and then we listen. So stick in with me. All of it's important. All of it's important. Okay? Okay.
Pure data!
Chapter 6 or Chapter 5.5, can't quite decide. The cover. The album was white. Pete Shotton says it was Paul's idea to number the cover. He says, "It was Paul who had decided that each album should be individually stamped with a separate number. He confided in me that this was to be part of a unique marketing strategy. Paul said, in a few months we're going to have an enormous lottery, and the person with the winning number will win some fantastic prize. It'll be a real selling point. Everybody will want to buy the album to get that number." And I said, "Actually, Paul, I really don't think that's such a terrific idea. It sounds a bit cheap to me. The Beatles don't need those kinds of gimmicks to sell records." "Yeah, Pete, I suppose you're right. But that's why each white album sported its own number. I, incidentally, ended up with album number 8. This is from Barry Miles many years from now. Having used Peter Blake for Sgt. Pepper's sleeve, the Beatles decided to continue the tradition and use another established artist for their double album. Again, the motivating force was Robert Fraser. He suggested Richard Hamilton, the actual inventor of pop art, which is generally thought to have started with his collage, Just What Is It That Makes Today's Home So Different, So Appealing, shown at the Whitechapel Gallery's This Is Tomorrow show in 1956. Richard Hamilton had studied at the Royal Academy and the Slade School, and at 45 was considerably older than the Beatles. He was, however, in touch with events on the pop scene. Paul knew Richard Hamilton's work and owned one of his multiple editions of the Frank Lloyd Wright Guggenheim Museum. Paul says, "Robert had said, 'What about Richard?' I knew his work. I knew just what is it that makes today's home so different, so appealing. So I said, let's see how it goes. He might hate the idea." And Richard started to get into it, so I got encouraged and thought he would be good to do it. Because even though I admired Robert, I just couldn't take his word for it. Robert arranged for Richard Hamilton to meet Paul at Apple in Savile Row, where he was kept waiting in an outer office so long that he was on the point of leaving when Paul appeared. That sounds about right. I tried to get him interested in the whole thing, Paul said. I laid out what it was that we got. We'd got an album coming out. We hadn't really had a title for it. I said, "I'd like you to work on the cover. We've done Sgt. Pepper. We've worked with a fine artist before, and I just had a feeling you might be right." Richard described the meeting in Michael Cooper Blinds and Shutter's book. "Since Sgt. Pepper was so over the top," I explained, "I would be inclined to do a very prissy thing, almost like a limited edition." He didn't discourage me, so I went on to propose a plain white album. If that were too clean and too empty, then maybe we could print a ring of brown stain to look as if a coffee cup had been left on it, but that was thought to be a bit too flippant. I also suggested they might number each copy to create the ironic situation of a numbered edition on something like 5 million copies. That was agreed, but then I began to feel a bit guilty at putting their double album under plain wrappers. Even the lettering is casual, almost invisible, a blind stamping. I suggested that it could be jazzed up with a large edition print, an insert that would be even more glamorous than a normal sleeve. The white cover with blind stamped name, printed number, and an art print inside did become the final design concept, but the sleeve went through a number of stages to reach that. Paul says, Richard asked, has there been an album called The Beatles? So I referred back to EMI and they said, no, there's been Meet the Beatles, introducing the Beatles in America, but there's never been an album called The Beatles. So he said, let's call it that, which is the official title of the White Album. One early idea substituted an apple stain for the coffee ring on a blank cover. Paul says, Richard had a friend from Iceland, the artist Dieter Roth, who used to send him letters smeared in chocolate, and Richard liked that a lot. So then the idea grew. He said, well, maybe we could do something like that with an apple. We could bounce an apple on a bit of paper and get a smudge, a very light green chenille with a bit of pulp. But we ended up thinking that might be hard to print because inevitably if those things do well, then there are huge printings in places like Brazil and India, and anything too subtle, like a little apple smear, can be lost, can just look like they printed it crappy. So that idea went by the wayside. So now he was saying, let's call it the Beatles and have it white, really white. And I was saying, well, I don't know, it's a great concept, but we are releasing an album here. It's not a piece of art for a rather elite gallery. This is more than that. I see the point. It's a nice idea, but for what we were to people, and still are, it doesn't quite fit. We're not quite a blank space, a white wall, the Beatles. Somebody ought to piss on it or smudge an apple on it for it to become the Beatles, because a white wall is just too German and marvelous for us. So the idea then emerged to do the embossing. Maybe if we emboss the word the Beatles out of the white, that'll be good. We'll get a shadow from the embossing, but it's white on white, still white. That'd be nice. But then I wanted to do something on the white, an idea like an apple smudging. Then Richard had the idea for the numbers. He said, can we do it? So I had to go and try and sell this to EMI, and they said, can't do it. Look, records must go through something to put the shrink wrap on or to staple them. Couldn't you just have a little thing at the end of that process that hits the paper and prints a number on it, and then everyone would have a number copy? I think EMI only did this on a few thousand, then just immediately gave up. They have very, very strict instructions on every single album that came out, even to this day. I've got number 1 million. What a great number to have. We've got the first 4. I don't know where mine is, of course. Everything got lost. It's all coming up in Sotheby's, I imagine. John got 0001 because he shouted the loudest. He said, Bagsy number 1. He knew the game. You've got to Bagsy it. By the way, this is not what Ringo said in Anthology. Ringo says, I got number 1 because I'm lovely. John was actually the kindest and most loving overall when he could be. And he wasn't quite as cynical as everyone expects. I got number 1 here and number 4 in America. So back to Miles. Miles says, it was a very radical way to package the album. Richard Hamilton saw it not as an art statement, but as a way of competing with the lavish design treatments of most post-Sgt. Pepper sleeves. Richard said, most people, among them Yoko, I think it was Yoko's idea. It was at that time when Yoko was really moving into the Beatle business and putting her oar in strongly, but my contact with the project was only through Paul. Even EMI was held off. The poster insert also posed problems, some of which Richard attempted to head off in its design. His control over the image would cease at an early stage because printing would take place simultaneously all over the world. He decided to send positives from a process engraving company in Amsterdam to all the countries where the poster would be printed. The plates would be made in those countries and proofs sent to London for his approval. After that, it was a matter of luck, and naturally the quality of the printing deteriorated with each subsequent printing. But the first poster had to be designed. Richard asked Paul to collect a selection of photographs of the Beatles. Paul said the actual size the poster was going to be. As he explained in collected words, there were a number of technical problems to be allowed for in the poster. Because the sheet was folded 3 times to bring it to the square shape for the insertion into the album, the composition was interestingly complicated by the need to consider it as a series of subsidiary compositions. The top right and left hand square are front and back of the folder and had to stand independently as well as be a double spread together. The bottom 4 squares can be read independently and as a group of 4. They all mate together when opened up and used as a wall decoration. I tried to think of the print as one which would reach and please a large audience, but there would still be some arcane touches which only the Beatles' more intimate associates were likely to smile at. Its standards are those of a small edition print, pushed with only some technical constraints to an edition of millions. Paul said, no mean teacher, man. A great education. Chapter 7, Reception, Reviews, Charts, and Legacy. Reception and reviews. This is one of those few things that I do pull from Wikipedia, the numbers, the charts. The album did do well. It charted at number 1 literally across the board in 1968. So check the screen for charts of the later releases. At the year-end charts, it was number 2 in the UK albums chart, number 8 in the US pop album chart, and number 2 in the Australian albums chart for 1969. It went certified double platinum in the UK, 24 times platinum in the US, 8 times platinum in Canada, double platinum in New Zealand and Australia, platinum in Argentina and Italy, and certified gold in Denmark and France. Any little nitpickies are addressed in the charts on screen. And there are a lot of re-releases, okay? But I was like, yeah, no. Every decision made with something like this includes going and cutting things that are difficult to cut. Like, how much should I get into for the releases? How much should I get into for... There's a lot of releases. There's a lot of reissues. There's a lot of remasters. 1968, 1987, 1998, 2004, 2009, 2012, 2014, 2018. LP, CD, remastered LP, remastered CD, remastered LP, remastered mono LP, remixed. Reissues. So it's hard to know where to stop. Because I feel like at this point in the Beatles' career, making the money didn't matter. And I don't know how much it matters to this story anyway. The album sold, as Paul says. Those could be literally videos on their own. I considered going into that, all the remasters, all the work behind that. I don't want to dismiss the work behind that, but I feel like the 2009 remasters, the 2018 remasters, those would be an hour of additional information, probably, just knowing me. And we're at the precipice of like, this is too much. Anyway, maybe someday I can do that. Today's not that day. Past Lars didn't know what to do with it, but today, as I wrote this, January 30th, Lars does. What we're doing is not. Now that that's over with, something that I was really interested about was the price of the Beatles album. I found a couple of publications from 1968. Beatles album cost 73 shillings. Is it worth it? 73 bob is the cost of the Beatles LP. Pay up and smile. And the current day conversion will be on screen, both in pounds and dollars. This is by Penny Valentine. And so after a year in the making, the Beatles, their hour and a half long, 30-track, 73 bobs worth of brilliance is ready. To hear it leaves you punch-drunk and breathless, wondering exactly what you can say, how you can put into words any constructive criticism of this double venture. And when all the hoo-ha has died down, when all the bouquets have stopped flooding in, and when yet another crown has been put on the 4 crown-filled heads, and the superlatives have ceased raving around the world, what does the Beatles finally prove? That the songwriting has got even better? Yes. That the arrangement, orchestrations, and actual thought behind each track has surpassed all before? Yes. But possibly more than anything else, it proves 2 things. One is that, someone pointed out most succinctly, on tracks there are really R&B based. The Beatles are a very good group, never mind anything else. And the other is where Sgt. Pepper was, in a way, a continuation of a musical trend already progressing in America. This is the Beatles, pure and simple. In cold, harsh criticism, and one can't wax poetical endlessly, what comes to light is that the 30 tracks, only 2 are a little above average, 27 are brilliant, and at least 4 will become standard pop numbers. This, then, is the Beatles on sale November 16th. And then she goes in to break down all the songs, so we're not going to do that. I'm going to go into a plethora of reviews, but before I do that, I'm doing 2 things. One, I am going to put out a conversation between my partner and I that They did not know I was recording when we had this conversation. It was at the very beginning of working on this video, and I wanted to see what someone who was not a Beatles fan, but a big music person thought of the White Album. What do you think about the 4 albums shtick? Typically, my impression going into this was that Beatles fans were generally disappointed with this album or had a bad taste in their mouth regarding this album. And I wanted to see what someone who doesn't really love the Beatles, but, respects the Beatles, thought of the album, what their impression was. So here it is. Not that it's not popular, because you think it's popular, like, in the general public, the White Album? You do?
Say it again?
You think it's popular, like, in the general public? Like, people? Yeah?
Yeah.
Because, like, among Beatles, maybe it's just that the Beatles themselves didn't.
I think if you ask people to name a Beatles album, they'd probably say Abbey Road first, and they'd probably say Yellow Submarine. And they honestly would probably say either White Album or Rubber Soul.
Do you think that they'd say Yellow Submarine because they know Yellow Submarine? Like, because
everybody knows it. Like, even
because
if
they know the
the
IP.
album. Yeah, like everybody's singing that.
Right.
Very influential. Just the look of it is even. Or maybe they might say Sgt. Pepper, but I feel like the White Album is like right up there with like.
Okay, but do you know, like, what's a song that you know off the White Album that's not Revolution Number 9 though?
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. But, like, that's the one where people think that it's, like, very much divided into 4 or 3, I guess.
The Grey Album a lot more than the White Album.
No, that's fair. No, like, well, first, that's when Ringo left in the middle of that. And then when he came back, he was really happy, but it was pretty bad before. John wasn't, like, he was ducking in and out of the studio a lot. This was the first time Yoko was showing up. So, like, if you know the background, I think a lot of fans have, like, resentment toward it. Mm-hmm. Because they weren't as happy. But I was just listening to some of the songs. Because honestly, I haven't listened to it since, like, 2023. Maybe before. Like, early 2023. So I was, like, just listening to some of the songs, and I was like, damn, okay. Like, this kind of pops off. This is pretty experimental. I like it.
Right.
I need to do, like, a listening day of it. Because it's, like, pretty fucking weird. Like, some of the stuff I was like, all right.
I'm not a great one for that. Maybe it was too many of that. Look, what do you mean? It was great. It's sold. It's the bloody Beatles White Album. Shut up.
At the beginning of this video, I said, at the time of release, the band was proud of this album, even if they weren't proud of each other. Finding quotes supporting that is kind of hard because the more common quotes are the ones surrounding Anthology, later reviews, etc., etc. Now, at time of recording this, February 5th, 2025, I don't have a lot of contemporary quotes on hand, which is weird to say, but I don't. But I do have some, plus some later retrospectives. When it was released, the Beatles were extremely proud and happy with the work that they had done on the White Album. And you'll see in these quotes, it is literally night and day from the retrospectives, how the Beatles look back their negative impressions of the work that they put out versus what they were feeling, what they were saying at the time of release. Paul says, the White Album is another step from Sgt. Pepper, but it's not in the way that people expect it. We've tried to play more like a band this time, only using instruments where we had to instead of using it just for the fun of it. The only concept this time is that we like playing together. That's the main concept. John says, that's what this new record, the White Album, is about. Definitely rocking. What we were doing on Pepper was rocking and not rocking. The entire White Album was written in India while we were supposedly giving money to the Maharishi, which we never did. We got our mantra, we sat in mountains eating lousy vegetarian food and writing all these songs. We wrote tons of songs in India. Paul said when he was listening to the album, it was a positive experience. It's made a new man of me. just listening. Now, this is looking back. George says, I think in a way it was a mistake doing 4 sides because first of all, it was too big for people to really get into. There are a couple of things that we could have done without on the album and maybe have made it compact with 14 songs. There are all these different types of music and types of songs, and there was nothing shocking about it. I don't think there was anything particularly poor about it, but it was a bit heavy. I find it heavy to listen to myself. In fact, I don't listen to it myself. I sometimes listen to mainly side 1, which I like very much, with Glass Onion and Warm Gun. Later, John says, the breakup of the Beatles can be heard on the double album, The Beatles, on which I thought that every track sounded as if it came from an individual Beatle. I'm just going to take a second to look for a few things. Don't forget to move the monitor back. All right, we're going to do a little bit of looks-in, because I got a few books-ins that I can do some looks-ins in. This is John. He says, Paul was always upset about the White Album. He never liked it because on that one, I did my music, but he did his and George did his. And at first, he didn't like George having so many tracks. And second, he wanted it to be more of a group thing, which really meant more Paul. So he never liked that album. I always preferred it to all the other albums, including Pepper, because I thought that the music was better. The Pepper myth is bigger, but the music on the White Album is far superior, I think. I wrote a lot of good stuff on that. I like all the stuff I did on that and the other stuff as well. I like the whole album. George also talks about how many songs and how difficult that was. He says, none of us really thought about leaving until 1968. I know the first time for me, which was the most depressing, was during the White Album. It was a problem making a double album because it takes such a long time. There were so many songs. It was the period that had started a bit negative. It was a bit difficult and we got through it and it was fine. And we finally got through the album and everybody was pleased because the tracks were good. Ringo says, the second side of Abbey Road is incredible. The White Album, 90% of it's very good. If I had Desert Island discs, I'd take the White one, or Abbey Road, I think. I like the boys playing together, you know. I like the group. One thing that I noticed is inevitable is that the Beatles were comparing the White Album to Sgt. Pepper. It was done in a very different way. As I talked about in the timeline, we see that there wasn't a lot of studio musician interaction. And even sometimes when studio musicians were involved, they got scrapped. That is very different from what we saw in Sgt. Pepper. So when the Beatles are talking about how they feel about the White Album and even the amount of songs, they wind up talking about Sgt. Pepper, the success of Sgt. Pepper, and how they feel about the White Album. But one thing that you can see when we're talking about this is that all 4 Beatles feel pretty positively about the album. It's not until later where they feel less so positively about the album, but I think overall, even to this day, it's a pretty positive reaction. This is from the Anthology book. George says, when we started, I don't think we thought about whether the White Album would do as well as Sgt. Pepper. I don't think we ever really concerned ourselves with the previous record and how many had sold. In the early 60s, whoever had a hit single would try to make the next record sound as close to it as possible, but we always tried to make things different. Things were always different anyway. In just a matter of months, we changed in so many ways, there was no chance of a new record ever being like the previous one. After Sgt. Pepper, the new album felt more like a band recording together. There were a lot of tracks where we just played live, and then there were a lot of tracks where we recorded and that would need finishing together. There was also a lot more individual stuff, and for the first time, people were accepting that it was individual. George also says, the experience of India and everything since Sgt. Pepper was all embodied in the new album. Most of the songs that were written in Rishikesh were the result of what Maharishi had said. John says, that, the White Album, was just saying, this is my song, we'll do it this way. That's your song, you do it that way. It's pretty hard trying to fit 3 guys' music onto one album. That's why we did a double. After getting into electronics and heavy arrangements, I finally shook all that off, and my songs on the double album were fairly simple and basic. It was a complete reversal from Sgt. Pepper, and I preferred a lot of music.
What do you do when you've got all them songs and you want to get rid of them so you can do more songs? A lot of, ego ego in that band, and there was a lot of songs that should have just maybe been elbowed or made into B-sides.
When we came back, it became apparent that there were more songs that would make up a single album, and so the White Album became a double album. What else do you do when you've got so many songs and you want to get rid of them so that you can write more? There was a lot of ego in the band, and there were a lot of songs that maybe should have been elbowed or made into B-sides. Having said that, there just would have been more bootlegs today because of all those that weren't put on the album would be out there. You know what is another video idea that I need to do is the Beatles bootlegs and George's attitude toward them. I do talk about bootlegs quite a bit in my Hollywood Bowl video and the mindset toward those bootlegs, the Hollywood Bowl bootlegs, but George has a lot of feelings about bootlegs, and it's interesting. George Martin was always skeptical, and until his dying days, very skeptical and unhappy with the White Album.
A lot of the recordings, where they would have a basic idea and then they would have a jam session to end it, which sometimes didn't sound too good. But, you know, this was fairly small criticism. When they did the White Album, I thought we should have made probably a very, very good single album out of it, rather than making a double album.
He says, they came in with a whole welter of songs, and I think that there were over 30, actually, and I was a bit overwhelmed by them, and yet underwhelmed at the same time because some of them weren't great.
I think it was an album which could have been made a fantastically good album if it had been compressed a bit. But a lot of people I know think it's still the best album they made. So it's not my view, but horses for courses.
For the first time, I had to split myself 3 ways because at any one time we were recording in different studios. It became very fragmented, and that was where my assistant, Chris Thomas, did a lot of work, which made him into a very good producer.
Well, no, I agree. We should have put it out as 2 separate albums, the White and the Whiter album. A lot of information on a double album.
George Martin says, during Magical Mystery Tour, I became conscious that the freedom that we'd achieved in Pepper was getting a little bit over the top, and they weren't really exerting enough mental discipline in a lot of recordings. They would have had a basic idea, and then they would have a jam session to end it, which sometimes didn't sound too good. I complained a little about their writing during the later White Album, but it was fairly small criticism. One of my favorite quotes, and I'll have to find it, is where they talk about the White Album, and Paul says, "Oh, who cares, it's sold," or something like that.
In fact, I think it's a fine little album, and I think the fact that it's got so much on it is one of the things that's cool about it, because they're very varied. I'm not a great one for that, you know, maybe it was too many of that. Look, what do you mean? It was great, it's sold, it's the bloody Beatles White Album, shut up.
I'd be remiss, even though it's a difficult review and a difficult retrospective, if I didn't read what Jeff Emmerich had to say about the White Album. He wrote, "The White Album was released in November 1968 to mixed reviews. Some people consider it their favorite Beatles album. Personally, I think it's their least inspired effort, and I find it difficult to listen to. Of course, that may have a lot to do with my knowing the circumstances behind it. Unless you've nurtured an album, crafted it, lived with it every day, it's just a piece of plastic with some songs on it. But if you're aware of people's talents and you see them just crumble and destroy themselves, it's tough to deal with. I didn't approach recording the White Album any differently, but it sounds quite unlike the other Beatles albums. And I think that's because most of the sounds they were making at the time were brash, even jarring. There was little finesse. The group seemed to simply be trying to get something out of their system. Up until that time, the Beatles were always striving to get better. They didn't succeed all the time, but they were always trying. In fact, one could make a very good case that they were climbing up the ladder from their very first album all the way through to Pepper. Yet there was a definite drop-off in quality afterward. Buddy, did you listen to Abbey Road? Anyway, sorry. Ken Scott told me afterward that his understanding was that the group deliberately wanted the White Album to be the anti-Pepper album, the complete opposite, even down to having a plain white sleeve, instead of the ornate photograph that graced the cover of Pepper. But that was never discussed in the sessions I attended. It's true that John dominated the early sessions as opposed to Paul, and maybe that was in his mind, but I don't think that it was a conscious decision on the part of the band. Perhaps afterward, when they heard the ragged jumble of songs they had amassed, they decided to say that just to save face, which is an intense allegation, but interesting. I think it does show the immense stress and the bad taste that this album can leave in the mouth of someone who really went through the bigger stressors of this production.
I do not read the reviews. No, I am not singing for you.
Now we're going to get into the reviews from reviewers, not the Beatles themselves. The reviews are really so important here because, like I said before, I feel the current day or the general lasting impression of the White Album is negative, or that's how I felt when I first joined the fandom. Maybe not from the deeper, more entrenched fans like you and me, but the kind of more, I don't want to say casual fans, but just not the fans like necessarily you and me. If you're here, you probably don't feel this way, or at least you have more of a nuanced vibe about the White Album. But I feel like the general consensus is that the White Album was just so negative because they weren't as happy. But it shouldn't be. In Melody Maker's 1968 History of Rock edition, they open up with an introduction of the year. It's a retrospective book. In it, they talk about the album, and they say, later in the year, the double album released by the Beatles will contain strong flavors of blues and rock and roll, the year's two principal rivals. Does this now mean the Beatles are taking a step backwards? As Ringo Starr philosophically remarks, it's not a step forwards or backwards, it's just a step. That was from a retrospective, a current day look back. In reality, no one actually thinks that the Beatles are taking a step backward. In Billboard magazine on November 30th, 1968, they talk about how KPOI did a 24-hour play of only Beatles music as a salute to the release of a new Beatles album. Now, this was a publication I pulled, a review by David Griffiths. It says, Griffiths Golden Albums. Last year's obvious standout LP was Sgt. Pepper, and now we have its unbelievable, impossible, out-of-sight successor. It's no feat of critical perception to pick up this double album as the year's most magnificent collection of recorded sounds. The choice is unavoidable for so many reasons, and here are just a few of them. First, the packaging. I wrote at some length last year my disappointment with the presentation of Sgt. Pepper. This time, the good taste has prevailed, quietly ostentatious, plain white with black and white photos of the Beatles, plus inside the sleeves, the same photos produced in color in a collage poster. Don't see the point of duplicating the photos, and my first reaction to the color ones was to think of them as fan fodder, rather unworthy of and irrelevant to the Beatles' present stature. Upon reflection, maybe they were a good idea, part of a marketing policy reaching the customers on all levels. Certainly, that is a direct openness of expression on each Beatle face that helps the viewer-listener to enjoy and understand their music all the better. They offer themselves without much showbiz artifice. The vibrations are largely good. The poster is quite interesting and amusing, though no masterpiece of modern art. Still, I'll always be grateful to the artist Richard Hamilton because it was at his home and through the courtesy of his daughter that I heard back in October unedited acetates of about half the numbers on this album. Thus, I've been able to compare some rough versions with the finished, properly mixed product. You may feel free to believe me when I tell you that this set has been exquisitely well put together. There's a delicious balance between the carefully worked out orchestrated offset and the capricious happening, such as Lennon's screams about his blistered fingers. That's Ringo. I'd say it's basically a comedy album. There's a spoof element in most of the tracks, but the parodying of the past and present pop styles is never over strong. When the Beatles rock, for instance, they really rock. They take a style, perform it in just about the best way it can be done, and then on top of that, they add their own distinctive twist. Very little is done straight. However, some of the finest moments are absolutely serious. I especially love the very loving I Will, followed by the emotional, yearning Julia. The choice of opening number is perfectly ingenious. It's back in the USSR, and it serves the purpose of disorienting, both politically and socially, the average listener, whose mind is likely to be thoroughly confused by such line as back in the US, back in the US, back in the USSR, and the use of rock and Beach Boy effects to praise Russian chicks. With both Georges on his mind, perhaps the listener is rendered more receptive. The message comes across as that nothing is as simple as it seems, and the violence of the beat effectively demonstrates that the Beatles have not gone soft or too arty or too far away from the basics, despite their fame fame and riches. The breadth of their conceptions is impressive. There are glimpses of profound philosophy mixed up among the fun, and so many of the lines are so ambiguous that they offer the imaginative idler plenty of scope for fantastic personal interpretations. I'd be interested to hear from any reader about the meaning of any lyric, the wilder the better, of course. My own favorite interpretations concerns the two-line song Why Don't We Do It in the Road, No One Will Be Watching Us. Obviously, this refers to Ouspensky's book, The Fourth Way, and the Beatles have realized, after their painfully over-publicized experiences with the Maharishi, that their further philosophical and religious adventures are better conducted away from prying eyes. Just kidding, folks. Though it wouldn't be too startling if a future Beatle opus were titled All and Everything. But enough of esoterics. Let's hear a big hand for the magnificently authentic arrangements of George Martin. Let's hear it too for that astonishing vocal chameleon Paul McCartney. He's developed into a marvelously versatile singer, balladeer from modern to 20s style. Musicianship from every Beatle is excellent throughout, ranging from the impassioned technical guitar feats of Harrison to the more limited but very personal, very swinging star drumming. In the hope of avoiding vicious charges of groveling sycophancy, I suppose I'd better raise a stern objection or two. Let's think. Well, the arrangement of Ringo's song Don't Pass Me By has quickly palled on me, and I do tend to jump the needle here. And Revolution number 9 doesn't strike me as half inventive or exciting enough to justify its inordinate length. I practically always skip that one. Apart from those tiny whines, deepest thanks to every Beatle, everywhere. That's a pretty glowing review. This is Mike John from the New York Times. He says, in an act of lyrical overstatement, the song Have You Seen the Bigger Piggies in their starch white shirts? And it doesn't matter if the words, now it's time to say good night, sleep tight, as sung as a put on, they are still painful to hear. It is a light record. The music is light, clean, and crisp. The lyrics are light. Usually they are happy, but often they are lacking in substance, rather like potato chips. This new album sounds spectacular at first, but the fascination quickly fades. Where the best American groups, Jefferson Airplane and Blood, Sweat, and Tears, are two of them, produce substantial music that can be lived with, the Beatles tend to produce spectacular but thin music that is best saved for special occasions. The Beatles, though they might not have intended it, have in essence produced hip muzak, a soundtrack for head shops, parties, and discotheques. The Beatles is a continuation of the Beatles' mystique, or maybe an attempt to ride on its coattails. The Beatles' mystique was bolstered in mid-1967 when Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band was released and hailed by the underground and music press as the rock album of the decade. It has been a year and a half since that album was released, and one wonders how much praise heaped upon Sgt. Pepper's was deserved. Once they were crowned as geniuses, there developed the self-fulfilling expectation of genius that the Beatles now enjoy, a factor that will probably help make this album a million seller. William Mann from The Times is quite a bit more complimentary. He says, the Lennon-McCartney songs are as provocative as ever. 9 of the 26 are superbly inventive, and in the same class as George Harrison's Long, 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 a melting love song and slow waltz tempo, though as with several other tracks, I am in two minds of how much of the appeal is due to the brilliant scoring of George Martin, whom some regard as not the fifth, but the first Beatle. The genius is all there, though. The girls emerge well: Prudence, Martha, Julie, Sadie, and Mother Nature, not to mention Sexy Sadie and Desmond's Molly. Nature is figured as well with the Blackbird and the Piggies. Are they Chicago police or just company directors? The Sun, May Monkey, the Eagle Who Picks My Eye, the Elephants and the Tigers in Bungalow Bill, the Lizard on a Window Pane. There is a gourmand's banquet in Savoy Truffle. John Lennon's Helter Skelter. A rock number is exhaustingly marvelous, a revival that is willed by creativity. Yes, the word is apposite here, into resurrection, a physical but essentially musical thrust into the loins. It is, once again, a brilliant feat of invention. The next Lennon-McCartney anthology must imperatively look forward rather than back, but these 30 tracks contain plenty to be studied, enjoyed, gradually appreciated more fully in the coming months. No other living composer has achieved so much this year. And Richard Goldstein says some really interesting things that I found kind of comforting and in line with how I feel about the album. He says, the Beatles seem secure now in their roles as concert masters. Perhaps they no longer need to depend on instrumentation to convey their message. The meticulous structure of Sgt. Pepper, which inspired so much critical analysis, is abandoned here for the less explicit format of random songs. But though there is no direction to this album, the enormous range of the moods it explores, from hard raunch to soft reflection, from hurdy-gurdy histrionics to deft nostalgia, from put-on to profundity, is far more effective as vaudeville than was their previous work. The Beatles have always sought to involve us in their songs by trick or shtick. They are still involving us, but this time they have chosen, by a subtle strategy of suggestion, to disarm rather than overwhelm. How immediately charming this album is. The continuing saga of Bungalow Bill and Why Don't We Do It in the Road radiate vivacious mischief. Blackbird and Julia are sedately laconic. Rocky Raccoon and Good Night come across as jovial conceits. All in all, there doesn't seem to be much about this music that is complicated or unintelligible. The Beatles, one might exult on first hearing, are writing for everyone again. The accessibility of this album has led some commentators to suggest that it represents a remembrance of things past. Nostalgia is certainly evident in the harmonies, re-emphasized backbeat, and simplified melodic lines the Beatles are using now. Resurrecting Rubber Soul would be a very fashionable move in a year when every pop star is digging up his garden in search of viable roots. But the similarities between this album and the early Beatles are superficial, and intentionally so. What the Beatles are really attempting to revive here is spontaneous vitality of their earlier songs. They mean to project a sense of the immediate, the makeshift, and the incomplete, all missing from their recent work. Sometimes, when the game becomes too exuberant or the burlesque too arcane, the Beatles fail. There are a few unqualified bummers on the album. George Harrison's I don't agree with this. George Harrison's 4 songs are as saccharine as any he has ever written. Revolution Number 9 is an aleatory, something like that. Hang on. I have no idea how to say that. Aleatory is an aleatory drag, and Honey Pie is about as authentic as a gas lamp in the Pan Am building. But this album is so vast in its scope, so intimate in its detail, and so skillful in its approach that even the flaws add to its flavor. This is St. Irwine from All Music. He says, it's a website. He says, each song on the sprawling double album, The Beatles, is an entity to itself, as the band touches on anything and everything it can. This makes for a frustratingly scattershot record or a singularly gripping musical experience, depending on your view. But what makes the so-called White Album interesting is its mess. Never before had a rock record been so self-reflective or so ironic. The Beach Boys and backup in Back in the USSR. In the British blues parody Yer Blues are delivered straight-faced, so it's never clear if these are affectionate tributes or wicked satires. Lennon turns in 2 of his best ballads with Dear Prudence and Julia, scours the Abbey Road vaults for the Musique Concrete collage Revolution Number 9, pours on the schmaltz for Ringo's closing number Good Night, celebrates the Beatles' cult with Glass Onion, and with Cry Baby Cry rivals Syd Barrett. McCartney doesn't reach quite as far, yet his songs are stunning. The music hall romp Honey Pie, the mock country of Rocky Raccoon, the ska-inflected Obladi Oblada, and the proto-metal roar of Helter Skelter. Clearly, the Beatles' 2 main songwriting forces were no longer on the same page, but neither were George and Ringo. Harrison still had just 2 songs per LP, but it's clear from While My Guitar Gently Weeps, The Canned Soul of Savoy Truffle, The Haunting Long Long Long, and even The Silly Piggies that he had developed into a songwriter who deserved wider exposure. And Ringo turns into a delight with his first original, the lumbering country carnival stomp Don't Pass Me By. None of it sounds like it was meant to share album space together, but somehow the Beatles creates its own style and sound through its mess. This is from Mark Richardson of Pitchfork. He says, if the Beatles feel more like a collection of songs by solo artists, they've also each got more going on than we'd realized. John is even more hilarious than we had imagined, wanting nothing more than to puncture the Beatles' myth in Glass Onion. But he's also displaying a disconcerting willingness to deal with painful autobiography in a direct way, Julia. Paul's getting disarmingly soft and fluffy, obladi oblada, I will, while simultaneously writing the roughest, rawest tunes in his Beatles oeuvre, I think. Oeuvre.
oeuvre.
In his Beatles oeuvre, back in the USSR, Helter Skelter, George is finding a better way to channel his Eastern-influenced spiritual concerns into a rock context, while his songwriting toolkit continues to expand, While My Guitar Gently Weeps, Long, Long, Long. And even Ringo Starr writes a decent song, a country and western number with weirdly thick and heavy production, Don't Pass Me By. Listening as the tracks scroll by, there's a constant feeling of discovery. But ultimately, the thing about this record is that the Beatles sound human on it. You feel like you're really getting to know them, just as they're starting to get to know themselves. Their amazing run between the latter part of 1965 through 1967 made them seem like a band apart, infallible musical geniuses, always looking for another boundary to break. Here, they fail, and pretty often too, but by allowing for that, they somehow achieve more. White albums come when you surrender to inspiration. You're feeling so much, so intensely, that you're not sure what it all means. And you know you'll never be able to squeeze it all in. What a great way to end the review section. And now we're going to go into the Let's Listen, the song breakdowns. Before we jump into this, there will be fewer edits, wavy hand edits, fewer background videos, fewer those things. Because of the enormity of this video, I've been focusing on the content rather than the layout. And I know that that's annoying, but I do make my videos as listenable as possible. So hopefully you can just get your chores done and occasionally check out how cute I am. In case if I haven't said it a bazillion times, while we're listening, I'm going to have readings going in with quotes, a bunch of authors, blah, 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 and the music will cut in between 3 and 5 seconds. This is not up to me. This is up to YouTube. I know that it can be jarring, but I'm going to do my best to keep it entertaining for you. This is your last warning. Okay. This thing has been absolutely demolished by the Content ID system. Jack, leave me alone, dude. Jesus. Sorry. Got a demanding feline over here. So I just wanted to say this video originally was 9 hours and 27 minutes. No idea where we're going to land up. It is always really fun to go back and hack at my hard work. That means a lot to me, but I have to remind myself that this was a love letter and not necessarily a showcase of the entire song. I just want to say that I'm going to try to show the songs as best I can, but they're just going to be snippets here and there. I do work under parameters that are not my choice. If you want to join the Patreon just for a month, get your gold passport, watch the White Album. The Patreon version is 11 hours and 22 minutes. I will say that there are parts in the content part, the first half, that do get extremely dark, like way darker than here. So if that's not for you, maybe don't do that. But if you just want to join for a month and cancel, I will not be offended. People did that for the Magical Mystery Tour video. It was worth it, okay? You know, it was a good choice. 1, shameless plug, but 2, if you want to see it the way it was meant to be, that's the way to see it. So I love you guys. Don't want to hear a single play the music because this is not up to me. Come on. Do you think I have money to license a Beatles song? Are you kidding me? A lot of these readings are from the same people, same authors, covering similar topics, music theory, in addition to hearing from the Beatles, the engineers, George Martin, etc. Sometimes I cut in and kind of have some commentary. In a lot of places I don't. So we do have big, long breaks of text reading. You know, I warned you about this in the beginning. Generally, I think that the readings, the kind of topics, are in the same order per song, but not every song, and that's just showbiz, baby. In the interest of avoiding repetition, but still being thorough, here's the technical team and studio information. Producers are George Martin and Chris Thomas. Chris Thomas produced Piggies, I Will, and Birthday. Sound engineers include Jeff Emmerich, who starts as the initial producer but leaves July 16th. Ken Ian Scott, Ken Townsend, and Pete Brown. Assistant sound engineers include Richard Lush, Phil McDonald, John Smith, Mike Sheedy, and Barry Sheffield, who is of Trident Studios. These were all recorded at Abbey Road except for Dear Prudence and Savoy Truffle, which were recorded at Trident Studios. Honey Pie and Cry Baby Cry were recorded at Abbey Road but mixed, at least in part, at Trident. Further details, including number of takes, are on screen. Back in the USSR. This is the Paul song. We have Paul on vocal, bass, piano, lead guitar, and drum. John on bass, rhythm guitar, backing vocal, hand claps, and snare drum. George on lead guitar, bass, backing vocal, and hand claps. It's obviously a fun, high-energy start to the White Album. A jet overhead, the guitars coming in loud and strong. Back in the USSR, it's kind of a bizarre subject, right? For 1968, communism isn't exactly a popular thing, but it sure is an energizing and exciting opening to a double album. The backstory, as we've already discussed, is a bit bittersweet. This being the first non-Ringo song during the White Album makes it a little less delicious of a beginning. I'll touch on it briefly in readings here and in other places during this listen through, but we've already done the Ringo Leaves and Ringo Returns segment. This is from All the Songs by Jean-Michel Guesdon and Phillipe Margotin. This is a big, bad rocker. This is from Ian MacDonald's Revolution in the Head. He says, inspired by 1968's pro-British industry campaign, I'm Backing Britain, this McCartney rocker was originally called I'm Backing the UK before turning surrealistically into I'm Backing the USSR and thence via Chuck Berry's 1959 US hit Back in the USA, arriving at its final title. Recorded as Soviet tanks rolled into Czechoslovakia, it was a rather tactless jest, which in America prompted the John Birch Society to charge the Beatles with fomenting communism. The song later percolated into the USSR on smuggled tapes and became a favorite among the group's Russian fans. In Starr's absence, McCartney, Lennon, and Harrison had to pull themselves smartly together, and the energy level here is conspicuously higher than on most of their recent studio work. Layering the track on a basic take of drums by McCartney, lead guitar by Harrison, and bass by Lennon, they constructed a thunderous wall of sound sprayed with jet engine effects and falsetto backing vocals in the mold of full tilt Beach Boys records like Surfin' USA and Fun Fun Fun. Presumably because the tempo was too fast for his piano fingers, McCartney omitted the sharpened passing chord which rock and roll convention would normally demand in the final bar of each middle eight, a dislocation that, like so many of the Beatles' droll unorthodoxies, adds to the general aura of outrageous originality. Featuring McCartney's best vocal and his belting style since Drive My Car, Back in the USSR is the last of the band's great up-tempo rockers. One thing, George Martin is the one who always picks the opening track. I understand why they picked this because he wanted to get a strong, notable start. I always felt like this was a weird choice, but I get it now. But at first, like back in the day, at the beginning, far before this, I was like, I don't know. That's kind of a choice, especially for the Beach Boys medley in the middle. Reminder that the authors I'm reading from and their opinions don't necessarily align with my opinions. So what about the drums? This is from Lewisohn, and this ticked me off. Ironically, Ringo's absence spurred the Beatles into making one of their tightest and best recorded rock songs ever back in the USSR. He says, Richard Lush, even though he was not the Beatles' current tape operator, had seen the trouble coming for a while. He had probably the hardest job in the band, playing for hours and hours, and he probably shared the same view that we occasionally had. Do I have to do it again? This is something that we've already covered, but Ken Scott says, I remember Ringo being uptight about something. I don't remember what, and the next thing I was told was that he'd quit the band, but the work continued. They did Back in the USSR with what I seem to recall a composite drum track of bits and pieces, possibly with all of the other three playing drums. Scott's recollection is largely confirmed by the original session tapes, for although the early takes reveal Paul is the drummer on the basic track, 2 or more drum tracks were later overdubbed, conceivably while Paul was engaged playing other instruments. Politically dramatic as a song, but very fun as a song as well. Weird and completely notable as to, oh, that's not Ringo playing the drums. There are several songs on here where it's not Ringo, or it's rumored to not be Ringo. All of that's either been covered or will be covered in the readings. When I first heard this, like when I wasn't super familiar with the Beatles, I clocked that. And it does create an air of discomfort for me. Just because of that, but it doesn't make the song any less enjoyable. Once again, the Beach Boy medley does take it out from, it's like, yeah, no, that's fun. I like covers, blah, blah, blah. This one, it's very commercial. It's fun, but it's like, it doesn't mean anything to me. So I would like for you guys to keep that in mind when discussing Back in the USSR in the future. Let's not continue and further inaccuracies in Beatle history, because I sure would have done that. Let's talk about inspiration. Having Paul's the book, the lyrics, is really nice because it's his most recent and typically most thorough recollection of his song inspirations. Presumably, he's been bolstered by his past quotes and quips to aid his storytelling. In the matter of historiography, it's most accurate to go by the earliest accounts to the actual events. So I've cross-referenced the lyrics with quotes from earlier interviews, post-breakup, and Anthology. If there's more to add to the lyrics account, I add those as well. This is what he says in the lyrics. Guitar is great though. Not gonna lie on that. When the Beach Boys released Pet Sounds in 1960, we could see once and for all that they were presenting us with some serious competition. Until then, they'd seemed like a pretty good surf band. They'd already produced some great stuff, some innovative work that had itself come out of the doo-wop tradition, and we'd already nicked a few of those little things. The harmonies would be a case in point. Of course, they were nicking from us. Everybody was nicking from everybody else. There was a circularity to the whole enterprise. One way or another, the Russian protagonist of this song has certainly been influenced by the Beach Boys, and Chuck Berry's Back in the USA is in there too. It's perfectly in order for him to have been influenced by the Beach Boys. He's on a plane from Miami, after all, where he's been listening to California Girls in particular, which is why our bridge section refers to how the Ukraine girls really knock me out. There's a pretty blatant parody of the Beach Boys chorus in the background. Then we've got the humorous reference to Georgia on My Mind, as sung by Ray Charles, but referring to Georgia and the Soviet Union rather than the U.S. state. That this character somehow prefers the USSR to the USA is what makes this song funny. And once we start running through the USSR territories, we could go on for hours. It's almost as if the song is writing itself at this stage. The line, "Show me around your snow-peaked mountains way down south," has a bit of a naughty schoolboy tinge, not to mention "come and keep your comrade warm." At a couple of points, the idea that a Russian guy is saying you don't know how lucky you are to live in the USSR is a bit undercut. I'm thinking of the reference to disconnecting the phone. Phone tapping was probably part of the back of the mind view of the USSR. The reference to your daddy's farm is a bit complex too when you consider that collectivization had been the order of the day in the USSR. So daddy might be Stalin or Brezhnev, who was in power at the time. The Beatles were banned in the USSR, needless to say, which had the usual effect of making us very popular there. When I did eventually sing Back in the USSR in Red Square in 2003, it was a moment to savor. I'm a sucker for hand claps, like 1000% of the time. That will always make me like a song more. 1000%. Don't ask me why. It's just the way it is. Things will never be the same. This is from Mike Love. He says, I was sitting at the breakfast table, they're talking about in India, and McCartney came down with his acoustic guitar and was playing Back in the USSR. I told him, what you ought to do is talk about the girls all around Russia, the Ukraine, and Georgia. He was plenty creative not to need any lyrical help from me, but I gave him the idea for that little section. I think it was lighthearted and humorous of them to do a take on the Beach Boys. Steve Turner goes into a bit of the social consequences of USSR. He says, back in the USSR disturbed conservative Americans because at a time of Cold War and conflict in Vietnam, it appeared to be celebrating the enemy. Having admitted to drug taking, were these long-haired boys now embracing communism? American anti-rock campaigner David A. Noble, author of Communism, Hypnotism, and the Beatles, while unable to produce their party membership cards, was sure that they were furthering the cause of revolutionary socialism. John Lennon and the Beatles were an integral part of the revolutionary milieu and received high marks from the communist press, he wrote, especially for the White Album, which contained Back in the USSR and Piggies. One line, Back in the USSR, left the anti-communists speechless. You don't know how lucky you are, boy, back in the USSR. Through more diligent research, Noble would have discovered that the official Soviet line was that the Beatles were evidence of capitalism's decadence. I don't know how lucky you are, boy. Back in the USSR. Just as the Nazis declared jazz music and abstract painting degenerate, so the communists railed against the evil of rock and roll and promoted folk music that extolled the virtues of the state. Young people in the Soviet Union were just as excited by the Beatles' music as their Western counterparts, but had to rely on bootleg recordings, smuggled imports, and radio broadcasts from America and Britain. In 1988, with the Cold War about to be consigned to history, Paul paid tribute to his Soviet fans by recording an album of rock and roll standards on the official government recording label Melodia. In May 2003, he played a concert in Red Square and had a private meeting with Kremlin with Vladimir Putin, who told him that he had listened to the Beatles' music as a teenager. It was very popular, he told Paul. More than popular, it was a breath of fresh air, a window onto the outside world. Back in the USSR is a hands across the water song, said Paul in 1968. They like us out there, even though the bosses in the Kremlin may not. The kids do. This part I really like, though. The layeredness here. We've got good percussion, the vocalizing, the guitar, the piano. That's doing a lot. And also all of the extra vocals, the little pips here and there, the ad-libs. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all. And then, of course, the airplane sounds very good. Dear Prudence, this is a John song. We've got John on vocals and acoustic guitar, Paul on bass, piano, drums, bugle, backing vocals, hand claps, and tambourine, ? George on lead guitar, backing vocal, hand claps, and tambourine, ? Mal Evans, Jackie Lomax, John McCartney, which is Paul's cousin, on hand claps and backing vocals. The fade in here, it was all extremely deliberate as a choice. It works extremely well. And this is just, I mean, it's just art. Like, the way the album itself is put together, this is art. So the story is that Prudence Farrow, Mia Farrow's little sister, was one of the folks at the India retreat. She was incredibly invested in becoming fully cosmic. Even though most people in Camp Beetle took an earnest interest in classes and meditation, they still came out to socialize, joke around, buy clothes. They were still human beings, even George, His Holiness Harrison, but not Prudence. She would stay in her room all hours, meditating, endlessly searching for God. The Beatles and the others were actually concerned about her, and Maharishi even assigned John and George kind of as her little buddy system to keep an eye on Prudence and coax her out from time to time. Dear Prudence was a little ditty written to encourage her to come get some sunlight. The Prudence demo ends with John continuing to play the guitar and saying no one was to know that sooner or later she was to go completely berserk under the care of Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. All the people around were very worried about the girl because she was going insane, so we sang to her. Ringo says, Prudence meditated and hibernated. We saw her twice in the 2 weeks I was there. Everyone would be banging on the door. Are you still alive? Beautiful song. And it also has hand claps. So I love it. No, I'm just kidding. It's not just because of that. I really think that this is a beautiful song. Because it is. This is from the John Lennon Playboy interviews. Lennon says, Dear Prudence is me. It was written in India, a song about Mia Farrow's sister who seemed to go slightly balmy, meditating too long and couldn't come out of the little hut that we were living in. They selected me and George to try and bring her out because she would trust us. If she'd been in the West, they would have put her away. They ask, did you have any luck? Well, we got her out of the house. She'd been locked in for 3 weeks and was trying to reach God quicker than anybody else. That was the competition in Maharishi's camp. Who was going to get cosmic first? What I didn't know was that I was already cosmic. Paul says, Prudence Farrow got an attack of the horrors, paranoia, and identity crisis wouldn't come out of her Butlin's chalet. We all got a bit worried about her, so we went up and knocked. Hi, Prudence, we all love you. You're wonderful. But nobody could persuade her out. The bass, I feel like, is extremely spectacular. This is extremely noteworthy. And coming from the Beatles and Paul McCartney on bass, that is actually really saying something to say, oh, wow, that's something special. Coming from the Beatles, who pretty much only do special. Steve Turner says, Paul Horn, the American flautist, says that Prudence was a highly sensitive person and that by jumping straight into deep meditation against Maharishi's advice, she had allowed herself to fall into a catatonic state. She was ashen white and didn't recognize anybody, he says. She didn't even recognize her own brother, who was on the course with her. The only person she showed any slight recognition towards was Maharishi. We were all very concerned about her, and Maharishi assigned her a full-time nurse. Prudence, whose living quarters were in the same building as the 4 Beatles and their partners, denies that she went mad, but agrees that she was more fanatical about meditating than the Beatles were. I'd been meditating since 1966 and had tried to get on the course in 1967, so it was like a dream come true to me, she explains. Being on that course was more important to me than anything in the world. I was very focused on getting in as much meditation as possible so that I could gain enough experience to teach it myself. I knew that I must have stuck out because I would always rush straight back to my room after lectures and meals so that I could meditate. It was also fascinating to me. John, George, and Paul would all want to sit around jamming and having a good time, and I'd be flying into my room. They were all serious about what they were doing, but they just weren't as fanatical as me. The song that John wrote was just saying, come out and play with us, come out and have fun. Eventually, she did emerge and get to know the others. We talked about the things we were all going through, she says. We were questioning reality, asking questions about who we were and what was going on. I liked them, and I think they liked me. And even though the song was written in India, the song was never played for her there. George was the one who told me about it, she recalls. At the end of the course, just as they were leaving, he mentioned that they had written a song about me, but I didn't hear it until it came out on the album. I was flattered. It was a beautiful thing to have done. Prudence is now married and lives in Florida, where she teaches meditation. Now, this isn't Ringo on drums, but it's not as noticeable to me as USSR. This is from Jim Beviglia, Counting Down the Beatles. He says, the White Album contained 31 songs. Does it? Dear Prudence is the best of them, and it's the one that captures the spirit of the double disc most accurately, from its odd inspiration to the anything goes aesthetics of the recording, to the acrimony that began the process of splitting this once-in-a-lifetime band up. The album was conceived well before the days of reality television, which is too bad because a show detailing all of the goings-on during the Beatles' trip to meditate in India, with the Maharishi show detailing all of the goings-on during the Beatles' trip, would have been a doozy. Despite the objective of learning how to achieve calmness and peace in the midst of everyday tumult through meditation, the crazy mix of personalities led to all manner of drama, much of which became immortalized in the songs for the White Album, a la Sexy Sadie, the continuing story of Bungalow Bill, I'm So Tired, and so forth. The beauty of this song transcends the story beyond transcends the story. The story is interesting. It's like, oh yeah, that's cool, that's sweet, blah, blah, blah. My God, the beauty of this song itself is just It blows me away. Since Dear Prudence was built around Lennon's gentle finger picking on acoustic guitar, it would have been easy enough for the band, already a man down, to keep it simple and stark on the recording. Instead, they came up with one of their boldest arrangements ever, one that threw everything, including the kitchen sink, into the mix in a steady building manner. Had Farrow actually heard the finished product while she was still in her tent, it's hard to imagine her not being roused into social interaction by the magnificent madness of it all. The song begins on acoustic guitar with an insistent arpeggio, I just know that I have to say that word a lot.
Arpeggio.
Okay. Now, obviously, this is the 2009 remaster, so mixing, it depends, and everything really does depend whether you're listening to mono and stereo, and this was a conversation we had a couple weeks ago, but listen, the lead guitar, the way that this is brought in, George just really, he's really there, but he's muffled in a really nice way, and it's very good. Asking in dreamy fashion, Dear Prudence, won't you come out to play? McCartney butts in with some single notes on his bass before joining in with a steady drum patter leading into the end of the verse, which crashes to a halt once he goes to the cymbals. In the second verse, McCartney becomes more assertive on bass, and some moaning backing vocals show up to support Lennon's lead. The bridge features the first appearance of George Harrison's lead guitar, while the backing vocalists, which include when I hear McCartney's cousin John, Beatles roadie Mal Evans, and musician Jackie Lomax follow Lennon's imperative look around with their own chorus of round, round, round. By the time we reach the third verse, Harrison starts to punch in a bit more, while some hand clapping accentuates the percussion. But nothing can compare us for the crazed orchestra that comes into the fore in the final verse. McCartney starts hitting everything in sight on the drum kit for a wild slap, boom, crash beat. Harrison derives an ascendant counter melody on guitar, and a flugelhorn enters the mix for no good reason other than the pure insanity of it all. The whole band lurches together for the final drawn-out conclusion, reaching a thrilling crescendo before everyone departs and leaves Lennon once again to pick away at his acoustic, as if he had never noticed any of the wildness that had joined him. None of this would have worked had Lennon not provided such a sturdy, melodic bass, and in a manner that the Beatles songwriters were able to pull off time and time again, especially on this album. The lyrics could easily overcome the specificity of their origins to make sense and resonate on a universal level. Glass Onion. This is a John song. We have John on vocal and rhythm guitar, Paul on bass, piano and flute, George on lead guitar, Ringo on drums and tambourine. We have Henry Dadimer, Eric Bowie, Norman Lederman, and Ron Thomas on violins, John Underwood and Keith Cummings on violas, Eldon Fox and Reginald Kilby on cellos. And that's it. Steve Turner says, in an age of rapid change, the Beatles were often regarded as prophets, and every song was scrutinized for symbols and allusions. Who was the Eggman and I Am the Walrus? Was the tea that was mentioned in Lovely Rita really marijuana? Was Henry the Horse street slang for heroin? The Beatles had perhaps laid themselves open to this by mixing poetry with nonsense. John, in particular, had enjoyed obfuscating his point of view, perhaps because of his insecurity. However, by 1968, he was trying to write more directly, and most of his work he brought back from India was less complicated. When a pupil from his old school wrote and asked him to explain the motives behind his songwriting, John replied that the work was done for fun and laughs. I do it for me first, he said. Whatever people make of it afterwards is valid, but it doesn't necessarily have to correspond with my thoughts about it, okay? This goes for anyone's creations, art, poetry, song, etc. The mystery and shit that is built around all forms of art needs smashing anyway. I feel like it's weird how much work went into this song considering the subject matter of it being like a mocking song. It's a similar like level as Piggies where it's like, wow, you think that that's a blow-off song or it's treated almost like a blow-off song because of the lyrical content, but there's so much layering and work that went into this song. It's extremely impressive. This is from all the songs. Glass Onion was the name that John planned to give to the Ivies, a group in the stable of Apple Records that gained some recognition in early 1970 and finally chose the name Badfinger. The working title of With a Little Help from My Friends had been Badfinger Boogie. It is just a much better world when there's Ringo on drums, frankly. Sorry. I'm not sorry. Why would I be sorry about that? No. This is from the Playboy interviews. Lennon says, "That's me just doing a throwaway song, a la Walrus, a la everything I've ever written. I threw the Walrus was Paul just to confuse everybody a bit more, and I thought Walrus has now become me, meaning I am the one. Only it didn't mean that in this song. Why a walrus? It could have been the fox terriers, Paul, you know? I mean, it is just a bit of poetry. It was just thrown in like that." The strings are really good. This is what I was talking about with the layering. What drama. This is Eleanor Rigby type drama added into the I'm making fun of you guys for reading into our lyrics song. And in 1970, John says, "I was having a laugh because there'd been so much gobbledygook about Pepper. Play it backwards and you stand on your head and all that. At that time, I was still in my love cloud with Yoko, and I thought, well, I'll just say something nice to Paul, that it's all right and you did a good job over these few years holding us together. He was trying to organize the group and all that, so I wanted to say something to him. I thought, well, he can have it. I've got Yoko, and thank you, you can have the credit." And then in 1980, he says, "The line was put in partly because I was feeling guilty because I was with Yoko and I was leaving Paul. It's a very perverse way of saying to Paul, here, have this crumb, this illusion, this stroke, because I'm leaving." Ian MacDonald says, "With its bluesily dissonant D sharp, the sour A minor melody of Glass Onion eloquently voices its author's scorn, yet the song remains unlikable." That flute thing was added in late, I think. This guy is really cynical, by the way, for being like a pretty big Beatles fan, or like somebody that we as Beatles fans read and take his word for a lot. He's pretty cynical, but he's so heavily quoted and used in Beatles historiography, mythology, research, and conversation that I felt like it was absolutely necessary for me to use him as a source. And also, he talks about music theory, and that's something I don't know anything about. So if I didn't have any of these authors talking about music theory or breaking down the songs at all, this would be a massive gap in the conversation surrounding the White Album. So I couldn't do that. This is where I just fucking fall in love with it. It's so weird. And I like this because it really starts to begin that theme of like, this one's weird. We're a little avant-garde. We're a little experimental here. So get ready. If you thought A Day in the Life was unusual, this is going to get us there, you know? Our fun little funny song, we're already starting it here, track 3. Boom. Whether or not Lennon was fed up with being a Beatle, there was no excuse for berating those of their fans who had trustingly fallen for the group's multi-layered conceptual jokes. The string section's bleary, diminished chords at the end, doubtless meant to convey the dull-wittedness of the literal-minded, with hindsight, seemed to evoke a blurring of the boundary between playfulness and bad faith. In the end, Glass Onion says less about the credulity of pop fans than the self-regard of pop stars. Obladi Oblada. This is a Paul song. We've got Paul on vocal, bass, percussion, and hand claps. John on piano, backing vocal, percussion, and hand claps. George on acoustic guitar, backing vocal, percussion, and hand claps. Ringo on drums, percussion, and hand claps. And then questionable, Rex Morris, Ronnie Scott, and unknown musicians on saxophones. Ah, yes, the dreaded old. I love this song. I love it so much. I probably won't have the same level of analysis because I just want to jam to it. This was a difficult song to handle. Richard Lush says, "Looking back now, it was great to be involved with the Beatles, but there was a negative side. They spent so much time doing each song that I can remember sitting in the control room before a session, dying to hear them start a new one. They must have done Obladi Oblada 5 nights running, and it's not exactly the most melodic piece of music." I know that we already read this, but I feel like it's important to reread it, okay? They'd do it one night and you'd think that's it. But then they'd come in the next day and do it again in a different key or with a different feel. Poor Ringo would be playing from about 3 in the afternoon until 1 in the morning with few breaks in between, and then have to do it all over again the next night. They fought over this song, and everyone hates this song or the story behind this song. And we've been through the day by day, we've been through the timeline, so you know that this isn't the only song that was beat into the ground, written and rewritten and pushed by so many takes. And I love shitting on Paul. I could do it for hours, days even, but I think we should give him a bit more slack on old. I have a solid reason for this. It sounds so good. I don't care. I don't care. I love people, man, and I don't care. You don't know the reference? It's a Hyboria song. Do you know who Hyboria is? No, you don't.
Hi, people, man. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about nothing. And I don't care.
That's called Obliterated by Hyboria. I hate people, man, and I don't care. Jeff says Paul was something of a perfectionist by this point, but he also had to have been upset by the way John was acting. I couldn't help but think that perhaps that had something to do with why he was so fussy about the recording of the song. Maybe he did that just to annoy John, just to teach him a lesson. Through the preceding weeks, I had noticed that John's behavior was becoming increasingly erratic. His mood swings were more severe, and they were occurring more frequently. That was definitely the case with the recording of Obladi Oblada. One moment he'd be into it, acting the fool, doing his fake Jamaican patois, and the next minute he'd be sulking and grumbling about how the song was more of Paul's granny music shit. You never knew exactly where you stood with Lennon at any given time, but things were getting worse. This song is why you come back. This song is why you come back after your feelings are hurt, finding out about all the strife and the pain with this album. There is no amount of, you guys hated this song, you guys fought over this song, people quit over this song, and still there's joy to be had in it. I know all of the bad stuff. I know all of the bad, you know all of the bad stuff now. And still, you can't take it away. You can know the worst part of this album and still be like, oh bloody, oh bloody, life goes on. Ah, fuck. So I wrote down again the I am fucking stoned quote here, and we've already been through a lot of this. There's some interesting discussion regarding drums in this song as well, according to Mark Lewisohn. So he says, the exact lineup of musicians on the unreleased second remake of Obladi Oblada is in doubt, for the drumming style was less like Ringo and more like Paul, no mean drummer in his spare moments. This is verified to some extent by a contemporary report in the Beatles Book magazine, stating that Ringo arrived at EMI studio early for the 9th July evening session, so he popped into a Solomon King session and added a spot of hand clapping to one song. This would infer that he was not there in the afternoon. Abbey Road documentation shows that King did record there on July 9th, taping the single 100 Years or More. In a couple of years, they have built a home, sweet home. And now that we're past some of the drama, let's hear from the boys. Playboy interview, they asked John about Obladi Oblada, and he said, I might have given him a couple lyrics, but it's his song, his lyric. This is from the lyrics. Paul says, the problem was our gigs finished so late that restaurants and pubs had closed by the time we got back to London. So the only way we could get a drink and something to eat was go down to a club, as they used to say. Let me see how long. Oh my God. Okay. This became a way of life. We would drive home from a gig and immediately go to a club. The Bag of Nails was one of my favorites. The Speakeasy, the Revolution, the Scotch of St. James, the Cromwellian. Later, when the guys were married and living in the suburbs, I would often go by myself. It was in one of these clubs that I met Jimmy Scott, the Nigerian conga player whom I liked a lot. Jimmy had a couple of catchphrases he used all the time, one of which was Obladi Oblada, life goes on, bruh. Some people think Obladi Oblada is a Yoruba phrase that means something like komase komasa. Some people think it's a phrase Jimmy Scott made up. And there are others who think bra refers to brassiere rather than an African version of bro. I liked the komase komasa, que sera sera sentiment, so I set out to write a humorous little character song about Desmond and Molly and their kids. The
percussion is unmatched, man.
It's a combination of African and Jamaican elements. I'm pretty sure that Desmond is named after Desmond Decker, the Jamaican ska and reggae artist whose Israelites was a hit later in 1969. He'd already had a big hit in the UK in 1967 with 007. When Desmond takes a trolley, I may be thinking of the San Francisco tram system. San Francisco is where the Beatles had done our last concert. There's a world of difference between Desmond takes a tram and Desmond takes a trolley. Some things either fit rhythmically or they don't, and tram is awkward in a song, whereas trolley allows for more possibilities rhythmically. John and I used to have conversations about trying to write songs that had a very conversational tone. Desmond takes a trolley to the jeweler's store isn't too flowery. It's something you could actually hear people saying. That could be a secret of why the Beatles stuff is still very accessible to people. It's because we're just talking straight. No matter how straight you're talking, though, there's still room for interpretation. Going back to the word trolley, I can see that there's actually a lot to be said for the shopping cart reading. The idea of going to the jeweler's store with a shopping cart to load up on stuff is pretty funny, particularly when Desmond comes back with a 20-carat engagement ring. One way or another, it's pretty everyday stuff. That's something I'm still looking out for. I'm very much switched onto the power of the ordinary. My camera is looking around and sweeping life for clues, for stories. When I'm on a bus or a plane or a train, my imagination starts going. I love simple truths. I love that the vast majority of people, whether they're Mongolian or Indian or American, relate immediately to the idea of family and family life, to the image of a couple of kids running around in the yard. If I plug into that, I'm going to relate to people. So we had some audio issues here, but I wanted to read this bit from Steve Turner because Obladi Oblada was controversial in studio, but it was also controversial outside of studio and caused a little bit of legal trouble for Paul. And Jesus, Paul can be such a little prick sometimes. With love, peace and love, me. This is from Steve Turner. He says, Paul first heard the words Obladi Oblada uttered by Nigerian conga player Jimmy Scott, whom he met at the Bag of Nails Club in Soho, London. A flamboyant and unforgettable character in dark glasses and African clothing, Scott was renowned for his catchphrases. His wife Lucretia said that Obladi Oblada is a phonetic translation of something that his father would say to him in the Yoruba language used by the Wari people in the Midwest region of Nigeria. It had a special meaning which he never told anyone, she says. Even the Beatles didn't know what it meant.
Hell yeah. When I once asked Paul what it meant, he said he thought it meant comme ci, comme ça, but that isn't right. To Jimmy, it was like a philosophy that he took with him through life. Jimmy Scott was born in Sapele, Nigeria, and came to England in the 50s, where he found work in the jazz clubs of Soho. He played with Georgie Fame and the Blue Flames in the 60s, backed Stevie Wonder on his 1965 tour of Britain, and then formed his own Obladi Oblada band. He provided music for some of the dance scenes in the Hammer film She in 1965 that starred Ursula Andress, Peter Cushing, and Christopher Lee. Lucretia says that the phrase was quite well known because in concert he would call out Obladi and the audience would shout back Oblada, and then Scott would reply, life goes on. The fact that Paul used his catchphrase as the basis of the song ignited controversy. He got annoyed when I did a song of it because he wanted a cut. Paul told Playboy in 1984, I said, come on, Jimmy, it's just an expression. If you'd written the song, you'd have the cut. Obladi Oblada has been cited as the first example of white ska. Although the phrase was Yoruba, the song Paul created around it and the characters he invented were from Jamaica. When recording the vocals, Paul made a mistake in singing that Desmond, rather than Molly, stayed at home and did his pretty face. The other Beatles liked the slip, and so it was kept. Paul loved the song and wanted it to be a single. John always hated it. Jimmy Scott played the congas on the session July 5th, the only time he worked with the Beatles. Lucretia remembered being called in to hear a playback and taking in a headed letter made for Obladi Oblada band to show Paul how the phrase was spelt. Later that year, he appeared on the Rolling Stones' Beggar's Banquet album in a 1969 at the Stones' free concert in Hyde Park. Around this time, he was arrested and taken to the Brixton prison to await trial on a charge of failing to pay maintenance to his ex-wife. He asked the police to contact the Beatles office to see if Paul would foot his huge outstanding legal bill. This Paul did on the condition that Scott dropped his case against him over the song. I want to pay attention to this last bit where everything kind of cuts out, and the way that they end it is almost like sincere, sweet, and a little sad. Even though there's the ha ha ha, there's something about it. And then
I would like to finish this reading with something a bit more positive. This is from Jim Beviglia. Through which you can hear all kinds of mischief from Lennon and Harrison, probably venting their frustrations in this manner as they answer McCartney's lines in the background. Every instrumental flourish is a winner as well, such as the tinkling piano that sneaks in the latter verses and the saxophones gliding through the chorus. For somebody who was supposedly hard to please concerning his song, McCartney certainly allowed an anything-goes aesthetic to creep into the mix, and it works well for the song. Wild Honey Pie, which I like this song, okay?
And then
it is a Paul song, and it was all Paul. It was recorded after they recorded Yer Blues in a storage closet, also known as the Annex.
But I don't have a lot to say, even though I fuck with this song, okay? Once again, you guys don't have a sense of humor. That's not my fault. That's not my fault that you don't have a sense of humor, okay? How does it feel to be wrong?
There's really, truly not a lot in the way of readings regarding this song. Paul says, it was just a fragment of an instrumental, which we were not sure about, but Patty liked it very much, so we decided to leave it on the album. The track emerged from a spontaneous sing-along in Rishikesh.
I would have never clocked this as a Paul song at the beginning. Actually, still hardly would, honestly. I'm like, you were trying to keep up with John on the weirdness, weren't you, bud? Love you. Know that you started the avant-garde thing, that you got into it first. Can we be real? Can we be honest? God forbid I tell the truth on the pod.
This is from Barry Miles. Paul says, for Wild Honey Pie, we'd very recently done John's Yer Blues, where we packed ourselves up into a cupboard, so we were in an experimental mode. And so I said, can I just make something up? And I started off with the guitar and did a multi-tracking experiment in the control room, or maybe in the little room next door. It was very homemade. It wasn't a big production at all. I just made up this short piece and I multi-tracked a harmony to it, and a harmony to that, and a harmony to that, and built it up sculpturally with a lot of vibrato on the strings, really pulling the strings madly, hence Wild Honey Pie, which was a reference to the other song I had written called Honey Pie. It was a little experimental piece. This is Ian MacDonald. A throwaway based on a Rishikesh sing-along, Wild Honey Pie was taped at the end of the second session for Mother Nature's Son and used in the same corridor drum setup. The continuing story of Bungalow Bill.
This is, I mean, God, I want to be like, this is one of my favorite songs on the album. God, there are 30 songs on this fucking album. We're going to listen to 31 of them. Like, because we're including Revolution the single, and you know, if you're on Patreon, then you'll hear the ones we cut too. But I really like this song.
This is a John song. We've got John on vocal, rhythm guitar, Paul on bass and backing vocal, George on rhythm guitar and backing vocal, Ringo on drums, tambourine, and backing vocal, Chris Thomas on mellotron and backing vocal, Yoko Ono on vocal and backing vocal, and Maureen Starkey on backing vocal.
And then
this is from the Playboy interviews. And John says that was written about a guy in Maharishi's meditation camp who took a short break to go to shoot a few poor tigers and then came back to commune with God. There used to be a character called Jungle Jim, and I combined him with Buffalo Bill. It's sort of a teenage social comment song and a bit of a joke. Yoko's on that one, I believe, singing along. This story, I think, has always been a bit sad. This is from Jeff's book, and he was talking about Yoko being in studio and how she did talk, but at first she kind of only talked with John. And this is, I don't know, it just kind of bums me out.
Vibe. I love my mom. I like to take her everywhere as well.
He says, in fact, Yoko didn't say a word to anyone except for John for several days. Then one afternoon in the middle of a backing vocal overdub, John suddenly turned to her and said, you know, I think you should do this part. Paul, who had been singing the line, gave John a look of disbelief and then walked away in disgust. George and Ringo, sitting a few feet away, exchanged ominous glances. Unperturbed, Lennon handed her a set of headphones and she stepped in front of the mic. For the first time, Yoko Ono appeared on a Beatles record, despite the fact that John was the only Beatle who wanted her on it. Listen, I think that was a great choice. I like how it sounds. I think she sounds so fucking cool. I think it's weird. I fucked with it before I understood the situation. I like it now. I make no apologies. I wonder how that felt and what they thought. How many songs will she be on going forward? Is this going to be a thing now? Is she always going to replace Paul? Anyway, drama aside, here's the story behind the song. Here's Steve Turner. Love a group sing-along. It's so fun. You really do get like a they're having fun vibe, even though this was like a contentious moment, actually. But I think that they were having fun too. If they weren't, they certainly did a good job of overriding it, so we can have fun when we listen to it. Bungalow Bill, the song says, went out tiger hunting with his elephant and gun. In case of accidents, he always took his mum. Written by John while in India, it recounts the true story of Richard Cook III, a young American college graduate who visited his mother Nancy while she was on the course in Rishikesh. John described Bungalow Bill as the all-American bullet-headed Saxon mother's son, and Cook agrees that it was an accurate description of him when he first met the Beatles. Yes! Cook was over 6 feet tall, dressed in white, and sporting a crew cut. The other Beatles were always real nice to me, but John was always aloof, he says. They epitomized the counterculture, and I was the classic good American boy and college athlete. There wasn't a whole bunch that we got to connect on. The tiger hunt that the song refers to took place 3 hours from Rishikesh. Cook and his mother traveled by elephant and then hid in a tree on a wooden platform known as a marchand to await on the arrival of a tiger. Rick sat down and I stood behind him, remembers Nancy. It wasn't long before I saw this flash of yellow and black. Yeah! I let out a yell and Rick twirled and shot the tiger right through the ear. I was pretty excited that I had shot a tiger, remembers Cook, but the Texan who organized the shoot came over to me and said, you shot it, but don't say a word. As far as the world is concerned, you didn't shoot this tiger. He wanted to be the one who went back home with the skin and the claws as his trophy. It was when they arrived at the ashram that Cook began to feel some remorse, wondering whether killing of the animal would bring him bad karma. He and his mother had a meeting with the Maharishi that was also attended by John and Paul. It was a fluke that they happened to be sitting there when I had this conversation with Maharishi, says Cook. My mother is a very vocal person and she was talking excitedly about killing the tiger. Maharishi looked pretty aghast that his followers could actually go out and do something like this. Do you know how hard it is to keep a repetitive end like this interesting? It is actually pretty hard. Today's common and popular pop producers do an okay job with it, but this is 1968. They're making the rules, the tricks that today's pop producers follow. Adding in different percussions, speeding up the tempo, adding different background noises, changing the key a little bit on those background layers. These are all things that are intuitive to John. And like he says, we haven't read it here, it's not here, but it is in my last video. He doesn't know the rules, he doesn't care about the rules, it doesn't matter. He just picks what sounds good, you know, and this is intuitive to him. He's an artist. It was the only time I ever saw him look almost angry. Rick told him that he felt bad about it and said that he didn't think he'd ever kill an animal again, recalls Nancy. Maharishi said, you had the desire, Rick, and now you no longer have the desire? Then John asks, don't you call that slightly life-destructive? And I said, it was either the tiger or us. The tiger was jumping right where we were. This is Stay As Sweet As You Are by Nat King Cole. Stay as sweet as you are. If it's here, it means that it is part of the readings, so we're going to keep it here. Stay as sweet as you are. That came up in the lyric as, if looks could kill, it would have been us instead of him. Bungalow Bill was an allusion to Buffalo Bill, the performing name of American cowboy showman William Frederick Cody, who was a hero in post-war schoolboy comics. It became Bungalow because all the accommodation in Rishikesh was in bungalows. Ian MacDonald points out in Revolution in the Head that the tune appears to be based on Stay As Sweet As You Are, which was written by Mac Gordon and Henry Revel and was used in the 1934 film College Rhythm. Cook knew nothing of Bungalow Bill until he started getting postcards saying, "Hey, Bungalow Bill, what did you kill?" from friends who had recognized him in the song. He now divides his time between Hawaii and Oregon and works as a photographer for National Geographic magazine. Interesting. His mother, Nancy, lives in Beverly Hills, California. While My Guitar Gently Weeps. This is a George song. We've got George on vocals, acoustic guitar, and organ. John on rhythm guitar and bass, ? Paul on bass, piano, organ, and backing vocals. Ringo on drums and tambourine, and Eric Clapton on lead guitar. And here's, I mean, arguably, you know, like I said, 30 tracks. Best song on this album. Like, by popular opinion, I'm sure. Ringo's back in studio for this record, and you can really feel it. George has always been very insistent on keeping Ringo involved, whether it be in studio or asking to wait out touring for Ringo to recover from his tonsil removal. Having Ringo back for this must have been a real comfort to George. Let's see. I'm just going to do this one pause real quick about Clapton. As a person, I have problems. None of this video, even though we talk about some pretty difficult topics, is a moral judgment from me. Love this song. Don't know a lot about his music. Know that my partner really likes Cream and credits them for a lot of the origins of doom metal. And I know that that's something that my partner really enjoys. I have started and finished and quit and decided not to make a video like over a year ago called When Talent Isn't Enough, to talk about Eric Clapton. And I decided that I didn't want to get ran into the ground. But, you know, you can just read Patty Boyd's book, or you can look up Eric Clapton rape or Eric Clapton racism or all kinds of stuff. There's a lot going on there. It is hard to separate the art from the artist. This is still arguably one of the best, if not the best song on this album. I don't know how to reconcile that. I just don't. I still like this song.
Your moral weight has no effect on me. Pure data!
This is from Mark Lewisohn. The grand return to EMI Studio 2 of Ringo Starr, his drum kit smothered in flowers. The first part of this session saw more work on the While My Guitar Gently Weeps 8-track tape, with 2 separate George Harrison lead vocals, plus maracas, more drums, and another lead guitar track, all being superimposed. Still, only 6 tracks were filled, but that was as far as it went. George heard a playback and didn't like what he had heard and scrapped everything. The Beatles then started work afresh on a re-remake. The scrapped version was quite different from the released version, with less prominent Harrison vocals and the backwards guitar and organ parts to the fore. For the re-remake, George steered the group through 28 more takes. These were numbered 17 to 44, obviously against George's wishes, for at the beginning of take 17, George himself announced into the vocal microphone, "Take 1, as if to emphasize to himself, if no one else, that this new version was the one he was taking. The evolution of the song is insane. Where it started to where it is now, I'm not going to go play the other things. You guys know that I do not have time for that. But, my God, go listen to the demos. Hey, it is Editing Lars here. I'm here to break it up so we can talk about the demo/original version of While My Guitar Gently Weeps. This is the part where we're going to discuss it, so I wanted to make sure that I had a little bit of room in between things, and since Lewisohn is talking about it right now, it's kind of fitting. I've been trying to do that when I'm putting the readings in. I obviously can't do it every time, but I'm doing my best. So I wanted to give us plenty of room to discuss this. It is extremely interesting and super fun to be able to watch the evolution of this song, how it went from this really beautiful, really haunting version of While My Guitar Gently Weeps
to this absolute just of a song. Both songs are absolutely incredible.
While my guitar gently weeps.
Obviously, the finished version, the final cut that made it onto the record is, I mean, you know, in my opinion, one of the best Beatles songs, even though it's really impossible to rank Beatles songs. Ask me what my favorite is in a couple of months. I'll say something different. You know, it is what it is. But I really appreciate and am so grateful that we're able to hear both. The original version is so sad. And while the version that we get, or originally got, is also extremely sad in my opinion.
I don't know how.
It's just not the same. But they're so different and yet so similar. He was just really, really onto something with this song. And I'm so grateful that we're able to hear both versions. So hopefully this cut-in was enough to be able to give us a good chunk of the original version that we can enjoy. I don't know, I tried.
Notice it's turning.
And it was. The re-remade version of While My Guitar Gently Weeps was the one which appeared on The Beatles. It had a basic track of drums, Ringo, an acoustic guitar and guide vocal, George, lead guitar, John, and alternately piano or organ, Paul. By the end of the session, a playback revealed that take 25 was the best version, and the remaining overdubs, filling 4 more tracks, would be done on 6th of September. There's kind of a production question regarding George Martin, his presence and his influence specifically on this album, but also this track. Lewisohn says, the 25th July acoustic version of While My Guitar Gently Weeps had served its purpose only as a demo for the other Beatles. George Harrison now wanted the song to appear on record in much different form. George Martin's name, as ever, being included on the recording sheet, but one of the session tape boxes clearly stating, The Beatles, produced by the Beatles. The White Album was a time when George Martin was starting to relinquish control over the group, recalls Brian Gibson. There were a number of occasions, holidays, and when he had other recording commitments, when he wasn't available for sessions and they would just get on and produce it themselves. And he certainly wasn't around for quite a considerable period of time, although they'd always fall back on him for scoring and arranging things.
I don't know how.
So, regarding Clapton, this is George from his autobiography, I Mean Mine. He says, around the time of writing While My Guitar Gently Weeps, I had a copy of the I Ching, the Z, Chinese book of changes, which seemed to me to be based on the Eastern concept that everything is relative to everything else, as opposed to the Western view that things are merely coincidental. This idea was in my head when I visited my parents' house in north of England. I decided to write a song based on the first thing I saw upon opening any book, as it would be relative to that moment at that time. I picked up a book at random and opened it and saw Gently Weeps, and then laid the book down again and started the song. Some of the words to the song that were changed before I finally recorded it, as can be seen here. I look at the trouble and hate that is raging, while my guitar gently weeps, while I'm sitting here doing nothing but aging. I don't love Clapton, obviously, but I do love hearing from him regarding this track. Eric Clapton says, it was very spontaneous. We were in George's car driving in London and he said, do you want to come play on this record? And I went, all right, but no one has ever played on a Beatles record. They won't like that. So George said, no, it's nothing to do with them. It's my song. Then I came. From what I do know about Clapton, the person, was that when it came to music or things like this, he was a bit shy, a bit nervous, and I respect that. I can't imagine how intimidating it must be to come into a Beatles recording session. Not only that, but you're replacing George Harrison as lead guitar on a track. George says, the next day I brought Eric Clapton with me. He was really nervous, and I was saying, just come and play on the session. Then I can sing and play acoustic guitar. And Eric was saying, no, what will they say? And I was saying, fuck them. That's my song, you know? He was the first non-Beatle person who had ever played on anything. I admired him as a guitar player, and I had no confidence in myself as a guitar player, which is sad. Having spent so many years with Paul McCartney, he ruined me as a guitar player. I rated Eric as a guitar player, and he treated me like a human. Some people wrote me letters saying, you have got a really good blues feel in the way you play guitar. We did not publicize Eric's playing really, but we also did not try and conceal it. Eric is a good friend of mine, and I really dig him as a guitarist and as a guy. Using Paul as a backing vocal was a selfless choice considering how Paul had been treating him. I think that was a good musical decision. George is a very smart and thoughtful songwriter. I think he made a judicious I've never had an issue saying this word. Judicious decision using Paul. Whereas that's not something, like that would bother John's ego. I had been through this sitar thing. I had played sitar for 3 years, and I had just listened to the classical Indian music and practiced sitar, except for when we played studio dates, and then I'd get the guitar out and just play, you know, learn a part and play for the record. But I had really lost a lot of interest in the guitar. I remember I came from California and I shot this piece of film for the movie on Ravi's life called Raga, and I was carrying a sitar, and we stopped in New York and I checked in a hotel, and Jimi Hendrix and Eric Clapton were both at the same hotel. And that was the last time I really played the sitar like that. We used to hang out such a lot at that period, and Eric gave me a fantastic Les Paul guitar, which is the one he plays on that date. So it worked out well. I liked the idea of other musicians contributing. And as I said earlier, from Clapton's nervousness, he did have a solid consideration for keeping the song Beatley. This is Lewisohn. Perhaps the most interesting set of remixes was for While My Guitar Gently Weeps. I was given the grand job of waggling the oscillator on the Gently Weeps mixes, says Chris Thomas. Apparently, Eric Clapton insisted to George Harrison that he didn't want the guitar solo so typically Clapton. He said the sound wasn't enough of a Beatles sound, so we did this flanging thing, really wobbling the oscillator in the mix. I did that for hours. What a boring job. You can talk shit as much as you want, but it sounds great. I also think it was like extremely wise, humble, selfless, thoughtful of Clapton to say, I think you need to make it more Beatley. You know, I don't know if I've gotten to that part in the readings yet. But him saying, you got to do this oscillator thing. You've got to, it's too Clapton. It's not Beatley enough. I don't want it to be like, oh, Eric Clapton showing off. I like that. I respect that so much. And like, wow, you know what a decision. What a beautiful decision. Shit, it's so good. Fucking hell. I really don't care for the man, Clapton, obviously, but I really, truly feel that this was just the right move for the song. And I don't know how to reconcile my feelings because I really, truly love this song. I like to move in nuance, clearly, but this one is particularly difficult for me. Just a bit of a side note. This is from Alan Clayson. Because moonlighting was frowned upon by his record company, Eric Clapton's solos on George's numbers had to be attributed to Eddie Clayton, Ringo's idea, just as they had been on Wonderwall. This is from All the Songs for Beatles Fanatic. A few weeks after the end of the recording, George gave an acetate of the White Album to Eric Clapton. But when George heard that Clapton had played the acetate for his friends, George was furious and called him to forbid him from playing the record for anybody else. Jim Beviglia always writes in such a beautiful way regarding the emotion these songs evoke. He really is kind of a fanboy, and I love it. He's almost the polar opposite of Ian MacDonald when talking about songs. He will occasionally get into that theory, but he digs into the lyric and the emotion. What am I supposed to do with this shit? I'm just supposed to stop the White Album project even though it's driving me into a depression? What am I supposed to do? I listen to this song and I am like, can't say that. In a dark place. In a dark place, baby. And I listen to this song and I'm like, I'm supposed to not talk about this song? What do you mean? Lars, you're gonna just cancel the White Album project. Can you hear this song and cancel the White Album project? Are you fucking insane? Are you insane? What are we supposed to do? He also talks about the background of the song, but Jim Beviglia, I feel like if I was a really good writer, that's how I would sound, and I just really appreciate, I would read all of it every time, but he is a little verbose and, I'm verbose, so I have to cut him a lot of the time. Beviglia always writes in such a beautiful way regarding the emotion these songs evoke. He says that a lot of the songs composed in the White Album had an atmosphere of frivolity, perhaps mirroring the peace and relaxation in India, where many of these songs were written, but While My Guitar Gently Weeps, it's not frivolous or light at all. Absolutely not! No, you fucking tuck tail, you wipe your tears, you get ready to cry again, because please, and you come back and you listen to this fucking song, and you ignore everyone who says that this is George having sex, because I can stand your fanfic and your weird drawings and all kinds of weird shit that you guys talk about, but when it's actually on recording and you're like, is that what George sounds like having sex? Shut up. Just let me enjoy this song. No. Beviglia says, yet the moment that Paul McCartney's Morse code piano notes poke through the speakers, the band seems to be alerting us that something containing a little more than gravitas is coming up. While My Guitar Gently Weeps goes on to hold up its end of the bargain, delivering cosmic statements and warnings over dramatic sonics. From McCartney's opening piano salvo to his stabbing staccato bass notes at the beginning of each bar of music, from Ringo Starr's stately drum beat to the whining organ in the middle eights, all the way down to McCartney's moaning harmonies and the strange cries at the end of the song, everything is pitched toward an intense musical experience. The Beatles then sealed the deal for that experience by having God himself come aboard and play lead guitar. Those who have heard the quiet, acoustic, and organ version of this song found on Anthology 3 can attest to the unadorned beauty of George Harrison's composition. But like Jimi Hendrix brought out the apocalyptic portent and Bob Dylan's All Along the Watchtower, so too did Eric Clapton's axe find the profound anguish in While My Guitar Gently Weeps. And does he ever make that thing weep? Some might say that the instrumental showcase was uncharacteristic for the group, but considering the title of the song, some guitar pyrotechnics were necessary. And according to Harrison, only Clapton's presence awakened his other band members to the possibility of this song. As he explained in Anthology, we tried to record it, but John and Paul were so used to just cranking out their tunes that it was very difficult at times to get serious and record one of mine. It wasn't happening. They weren't taking it seriously, and I don't think they were even all playing on it. And so I went home that night thinking, well, that's a shame, because I knew the song was pretty good. See, you guys are trying to ruin this shit for me, and I won't have it. I won't have it. You can't be. This is my land. Get your fucking dirty minds. I love dirty minds. Get that specific dirty thought out of my comment section. I can deal with you motherfuckers on character AI saying horrific shit to an AI bot. We are not talking about this right now. My cat is freaking out outside the door, and that is annoying. Happiness is a warm gun. This is a John song. So we've got John on vocals, lead guitar, piano, question mark, organ, question mark, tambourine, question mark, Paul on bass, piano, organ, and backing vocals, George on lead guitar and backing vocal, and Ringo on drums, and an unknown musician on tuba.
She's not a girl who misses much.
This is from Lennon Remembers. Happiness is a Warm Gun is a nice song. And John says, oh, I like that one of my best. I had forgotten about that. Oh, I love it. I think it's a beautiful song. I like all the different things that are happening in it. Like, God, I had put together some 3 sections of different songs, and it was meant to be. It seemed to run through all the different kinds of rock music. It wasn't about H at all. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, which I swear to God, or I swear to Mao, or to anybody you like, I had no idea spelled LSD and happiness. George Martin had a book on guns, which he had told me about. I can't remember. Or I think he showed me a cover of a magazine that said happiness is a warm gun. It was a gun magazine. That's it. I read it. I thought it was a fantastic, insane thing to say. A warm gun means you just shot something.
Oh, yeah.
This is so brilliant. The 3 songs threaded together, one of John Lennon's masterpieces. He's made so many.
Paul says, I like to talk about this because I like it. The idea of the happiness is a warm gun thing is from an advert in an American paper, which said happiness is a warm gun. It was kind of saying, get ready for a long, hot summer with rifles, come and buy them now. It was an American gun magazine, and it was so sick, the idea of come and buy your killing weapons. Oh, some things haven't changed.
This song order in itself should be studied. I'm sure it has been. Where's the scholastic paper on this song order? Somebody has it. I'm not looking for it. I've looked for enough. Somebody else do the work. God damn.
It was such a great line. Happiness is a warm gun that John sort of took and used it as a chorus. The rest of the words were great words. It's a poem, and it finishes off, happiness is a warm gun. Yes, it is. It's not deadly serious. It's just words. And I think if you really taxed him on it and said, would you be willing to die for these words? I'm sure he wouldn't. They're good words, and I'd stick up for them to anybody who worries about them. It's just good poetry.
Please, I'm supposed to not come back to this album when this is on the album?
And this is from Barry Miles. Paul says, it's very similar to Bungalow Bill in that it's just a piss take of all the people who really do think that happiness is a warm gun. There's a great vocal on it, good lyrics, and it's a very interesting song because it changes tempo a lot. It's quite a complex piece. It's very Lennon.
That's sex. They're having sex. That's George having sex. I hate myself. I gotta let my cat in this room. I hate him. I hate George. I hate all of you. I'm just kidding.
Both Paul and George were reported as saying Happiness is a Warm Gun was their favorite track on the album, and John himself liked it. John said, I consider it one of my best. It's a beautiful song, and I really like all the things that are happening in it. And Paul says, I was thinking the other day how poignant it was that John, who was shot in such tragic circumstances, should have written this song. John says, they said it was about drugs, but it wasn't, and no one believes me about that. It's just camp, I thought this song covered the whole gamut of rock and roll in a way with its different phrases.
I need a fix 'cause I'm going down.
John, baby, you are so good. John, you and I fight all the time. We don't always get along.
Happiness is a Warm Gun was from the cover of On this cover, it had a picture of a gun that had just been shot and it was smoking. I thought, wow, incredible. The fact that happiness was a warm gun and it had just shot something or somebody. And that's why I wrote that song. John goes on to say, from a different interview, the first half, She's Not a Girl Who Misses Much, was just something I was writing vaguely connected with Yoko after the first time meeting her. And these were all different segments of songs that I'd wrote all together and stuck them all in one piece, just like a collage instead of an album like Pepper. This was all done in one song, and it went through all different styles of rock and roll, but it was also about a gun and not about heroin or anything. In those days, I had no idea about heroin. I'd never seen it or knew anybody who had touched it or taken it, which is not necessarily true. But it doesn't mean that it influenced the song.
In my arms,
He says, Mother Superior was Yoko. She was rabbiting on in the car one day, and I said, Mother Superior jumped the gun again, because she's always one jump ahead. So that was Yoko, really. It was camp. That bit at the end, shoot, shoot, bang, bang, was instead of shoop, shoop, doo-ah, doo-ah. The fact that the song was about a gun, we sang shoot, shoot, bang, bang. We were cracking up when I was doing that, when I hold you in my arms. Very funny. This line has been stuck in my head for the last 72 hours. Derek Taylor says, one night John and I were sitting with Neil Aspinall, and Jod had written the first bit of that song. He says, Neil, take some notes. We'll get some stuff down. Just think of some phrases. Derek goes on to say, we came up with lizards on a window pane, which is a very LA image. There are always lizards jumping up and down window panes. And then there's a man in a crowd with a mirror on his boots. And that was a naughty man who went around football matches looking up girls' skirts. He actually slotted a mirror in the toe cap of his shoe, which seemed to be a complicated way of getting a thrill, but there you are. So that became the man in the crowd with a multicolored mirror on his hobnailed boot. Then there was this line about a bar of soap, a soap impression of his wife, which he ate and donated to the National Trust. That was a rather crude reference to a man who eats a bar of soap and then goes behind a bush and evacuates, donating his curious thing to the National Trust. Ian MacDonald says, musically, Happiness is a Warm Gun is in 4 sections, a folk-style finger-picked introduction, switching from the disconsolate sadness of E minor to an angry A minor, and a Lydian section in
Lydian.
God, buddy, your vocals are great. Why do you hate them so much? My God, this is so good. From the disconsolate sadness of E minor to an angry A minor, an A Lydian section in 3/8 featuring bluesy phrase irregularities. I need a fix, a double time continuation in the same tonality, and in more or less rock style Mother Superior, a long continuation using a standard 50s doo-wop sequence. The Beatles, all of whom especially liked this song, took 15 hours and 95 takes to get it right, and even then had to edit 2 takes together, probably at 1 minute 34 seconds. This was hardly surprising since Happiness is by far the most metrically irregular thing they ever recorded. A further late change involved in deleting a vocal in the instrumental bars of the second section. As with several other track edits on Beatles recordings, the erasure was imperfect, leaving a trace of the original vocal on the word down at 57 seconds. Lennon rated this one of his best tracks, and while rationally it might not hang together, it packs a considerable punch while working on an emotionally elusive level few songwriters have been aware of, let alone succeeded at. The sound, the arrangement, and the performances, especially Lennon's vocal, all contribute to this effect. And what's more is that they couldn't have done so unless the entire group had joined in piecing the whole thing together, so providing an exception to the view of the Beatles as a set of solo tracks on which each writer employed his colleagues as session musicians. While the song could have been written by no one else, all 4 pitched for it. This is a Beatles performance. And while Ian MacDonald is extremely biting, he's extremely critical, when he likes something, it makes it even more powerful. This is Jim Beviglia. He says, yet there's not a moment of the track that isn't fascinating, even if it's in a weird kind of way. It could have been noted at any point in the description of this song, but let's take the time here to say that Ringo Starr's ability to handle all of Lennon's swerves and feints and keep the beat intact can't be understated. The last of these moves takes us into the jubilant portion of the song as Lennon finally gets to the title, which turns out to bear little connection to the rest of the track. Nonetheless, it inspires him to rattle off a series of double entendres about fingers on triggers and the like, while the backing vocals get into the act as well. Bang, bang, shoot, shoot. Through it all, Lennon's vocal performances holds the song together. He's convincingly dismal and smart at the start, and edgy and mischievous in the center, exultant and triumphant in the closing. The last sustained falsetto note might just even be his winking way of acknowledging that the narrator has achieved sexual satisfaction that seemed to be compelling him through this entire bizarre journey. Someone reading this description without ever hearing the song might assume it was a total train wreck. Perhaps that's only fitting considering Lennon's famously disdainful quote about those who attempt to analyze music. Look it up yourselves. This is a family book, folks. You just have to listen to Happiness is a Warm Gun to believe it and appreciate it, and you'll likely wind up appreciating the idiosyncratic side of John Lennon's songwriting along the way. Martha, My Dear, which is a Paul song. We've got Paul on vocals, bass, piano, guitar, drums, and hand claps. Bernard Miller, Dennis McConnell, Lou Sofier, and Les Maddox on violins. Leo Birnbaum, Henry Myerscough on violas. Reginald Kilby, Frederick Alexander on cellos. Leon Calver on trumpet and flugelhorn. Stanley Reynolds and Ronnie Hughes on trumpets. Tony Tunstall on French horns. Ted Barker on trombone, and Alf Reese on tuba. That is correct. While I'm listening to this, I say that the song didn't mean anything. Obviously, there was this conversation surrounding a love affair. But I also have my own interpretation of this song, which has no basis in fact, no basis in any other reason than what my little fantasies are, or my dumb little analysis. So this is one of the few times when I will actually share what I have theories for. I almost never do this, so enjoy. According to my research, Paul is the only Beatle on this song. That song is about John. Does he know it's about John? No. Does he realize that he's writing about someone that he finds comforting, loving, and that he's like, hey, look, see what you've done, it's fine. This is fine, it's fine. Take a good look around you. See that we're meant to be. Don't look too much into what I'm saying here. Not like a love song necessarily. We're meant to be together, man. Like, this is how it's supposed to be. We are the Beatles. You've always been my inspiration. We're the Quarrymen. We're the Nurk twins. Like, it's John and Paul. Paul and John. It is Lennon, McCartney. Hold your head up, you silly girl. See what you've done. You've always been my inspiration. There is no evidence to prove my theory. No one has said anything of the sort, ever. Well, I'm sure lots of fans have said it, but no one has confirmed this. No one agrees with me. I have no reason to believe it except for just the vibe I get. Paul has, at this point, the emotional depth of a puddle. He only communicates in music. In fact, there's this clip from a Dungeons and Dragons thing from Dropout. This one character is saying, I don't think I'm what you think I am. I think I care about this because I'm a friend, but I'm not what you want me to be. And this person that's a musical person, she freaks out and she like, ha ha, and ascends out the window because she just can't process anything outside of music. That's Paul.
Here's the thing, Lucilla. I don't think I'm an artist, okay?
Okay. Can I take a second to process what I'm feeling?
Yeah, absolutely.
And she starts singing in this insane chant and just begins to sort of float away out through a window into the sky.
I think what Paul might consider a silly love song or something, he might not even realize what he's writing about. I have no basis in reality to think this. This is my fan fiction. Is that what they sound like? No, this is not that. This is not that. This is just what I see as someone who knows that his life is collapsing and the Beatles are falling apart. And it's such a pretty song. He's saying, don't forget me, dude. Don't forget us. Don't forget what we've built. We're supposed to be together. Don't pull away. I think we can still do this. It's also got hand claps. Him also being extremely fucking blind to people saying, I'm not your pet. I'm not your dog. I'm a human being with full feelings. Okay? And yeah, you spend your days in conversation and you aren't hearing anyone else. So, like, you know what I'm saying? But it's a great song, isn't it? Okay, so this is from Lewisohn. He says, between 6 and 9 p.m., 7 musicians recorded their part for Honey Pie. And then they did likewise for Martha, My Dear, the 7 for I've got the big list. Okay. So here is Paul McCartney's The lyrics. He says, because my mom and dad both worked and were out all day, my brother Mike and I were at school and there was no one to look after our dog. I remember one time we heard tell of puppies being given away in the next street, so we legged it round the corner where, sure enough, there was a litter of puppies. We took a very cute little puppy home, but my mother told us we couldn't keep it. We were crestfallen, totally crushed. When I grew up and was in the Beatles, I had a house of my own in London. More than that, I actually had a housekeeper looking after the house. The time was ripe to get a dog. I had always liked the look of old English sheepdogs, so I went along to a place in Milton Keynes, something like that. In Milton Keynes, about an hour north of London, and selected this little dog. I named her Martha. I'm pretty sure I was taken by old English sheepdogs because of those television ads for Deluxe paint. Deluxe had started using an old English sheepdog as a brand mascot back in 1961. It's a terrible thing to admit, but I'm a sucker for ads, aren't we all? The Deluxe dog looked so lovable. It's not the only choice I've made because of what you might call product placement. For instance, I got myself the Aston Martin I mentioned earlier in the book because I'd seen the first James Bond films and was quite impressed by the car. Anyhow, I got Martha, and she was a lovely little dog. I just adored her. One of the unlikely side effects was that John became very sympathetic towards me. See what you've done. When he came round and saw me playing with Martha, I could tell that he liked her. John was a very guarded person, which was partly where all his wit came from. He'd had a very difficult upbringing, what with his father leaving home, his uncle dying, and his mother getting killed in a traffic accident. By the time I knew him, he could be very sarcastic. Not that I couldn't be too. It was my own way of dealing with my mother's death, I expect. We were both quite into the witty put-down. But seeing me with Martha, with my guard down, all of a sudden he started warming to me. So he let his guard down too. The funny thing is, at the time, almost no one listening to the song knew that Martha was a dog. And actually, as the song proceeds, Martha morphs into a person. As it happens, I had a relative who was having an affair and came down to London to tell me about it. Maybe for some hand-holding. If you think about it, by 1968, I represented a breadth of freedom. I was now slightly outside the circle. This relative could confide in me in a way that maybe wouldn't have been possible with other members of a gossipy Liverpool family. I'm the only person who knew the song was about someone having an affair, and that gives a line like, when you find yourself in the thick of it, an added layer of poignancy. And I will say that this is the only place, as far as I know, that Paul talks about being a part of an affair, I believe. But if it might be elsewhere, and if it's elsewhere, then, shoot me. Ian MacDonald says, McCartney's most rhythmically unorthodox song, Martha My Dear, was recorded 10 days after a period of intense rehearsal work on Lennon's similarly irregular Happiness. Since, like Happiness, it includes an ascending bass phrase, which temporarily expands the meter, 4th bar 6/4, it is possible that McCartney, his musical funny bone tickled by his partner's eccentricities, here set out to create something equally tricky for his own amusement. As brilliantly fluent as Lennon's song is dark and crabbed, Martha My Dear is the most exuberant expression of its composer's jaunty personality since Penny Lane. Yet while Penny Lane has a point of view, Martha My Dear is a part technical jeu d'esprit, something like that. Play of the mind is what it means. A part technical jeu d'esprit with a confused lyric in which its author's old English sheepdog somehow gets muddled up in a recent love affair. Scintillatingly gifted as this song is, it's also virtually devoid of meaning. The key of E flat major suggested a brass band, and George Martin swiftly assembled one, the bulk of the recording being accomplished in a single brisk day's work. None of the other Beatles appears to have been involved, a tribute to McCartney's facile versatility and a measure, perhaps, of his colleagues' indifference to this breezy song. In the Playboy interviews, they say, Martha, my dear, and John says, it says Lennon, exasperated, enough said. We've got a marathon filming session ahead of me, and I just put on all this makeup to get my thumbnails, so I look really crazy right now, but crazy good. Can't help it, the girl can't help it.
I'm so tired.
I'm so tired. This is a John song. We have John on vocals, guitar, electric piano, and organ. Electric piano, ? And organ, ? Paul on bass, organ, ? Backing vocals and electric piano, ? George on lead guitar, and Ringo on drums. In the Playboy interview, they ask about I'm So Tired, and John says, I'm so tired was me in India again. I couldn't sleep, I'm meditating all day, and I couldn't sleep at night. The story is that, one of my favorite tracks. I just like the sound of it, and I sing it well. Jenny Boyd, Patty's sister, says, I sat with John a lot since he didn't feel well either from terrible jet lag and insomnia, and he would stay up late unable to sleep and write the songs that would later appear on the Beatles' White Album.
My mind is on the blame.
When I was at my lowest, he made a drawing of a turbaned Sikh genie holding a big snake and intoning, by the power within and the power without, I cast your tonsil lighthouse out. Sometimes late at night, I can still hear John singing those sad songs he wrote during those evenings, like I'm So Tired.
I wonder, should I get up and fix myself a drink?
John said, I went to the Maharishi, and regardless of what I was supposed to be doing, I did write some of my best songs while I was there. It was a nice scene, nice and secure, and everybody was always smiling. The experience was worth it, if only for the songs that came out of it. It could have been the desert or been Nevis. The funny thing about the Maharishi camp was that, although it was very beautiful and I was meditating about 8 hours a day, I was writing the most miserable songs on earth, like I'm So Tired and Yer Blues.
No.
Beginning with the low guitar footsteps, the band settles in beneath Lennon as he recounts his insomniac's lullaby. In the verses, there's very little color, just a low rumble and churn. Some organ does filter in toward the end of the final verse, but other than that, the music is just a creep along the hallway that doesn't want to wake anybody else up. It's a hallucinatory vibe that the song captures here.
You'd say, we're putting you on, but it's no joke.
Something to which someone in the throes of prolonged sleeplessness could relate. Lennon sings these verses in gentle tones, not entirely unlike the voice he utilized on I'm Only Sleeping. After all, we're still in the dead of night here, and it seems as if the narrator respects the silence of the wee hours, even if they don't respect him back. These verses explain the depth of his torment, how his mind is on the blink.
Wonder, should I call you, but I know what you would do.
How neither alcohol nor cigarettes can offer a solution as he turns his agitation towards Sir Walter Raleigh. But what's really making his head spin away from the calm needed to provide sleep are his thoughts of someone who's not there in the room with him. At this point, Lennon was with his first wife Cynthia, but he had already met Yoko Ono, so it's not too hard to surmise the identity of this mystery person interrupting his rest. Despite his best effort to stay in a restrained mental state in order to fall asleep, he eventually can stand it no more, as Lennon's voice suddenly booms forth on the line, I wonder should I call you, but I know what you would do. That's the signal for the band to kick into another gear. Ringo Starr gooses the tempo, and George Harrison starts throwing out chunky bits of electric guitar.
Give you everything I've got for a little piece of mind.
Lennon's vocal intensifies throughout this section, although it's hard to surmise by this point whether it's lack of sleep or the lack of his object of desire that's doing him harm. By the end of the chorus, he's practically raving, you know I can't sleep, I can't stop my brain, you know it's 3 weeks, I'm going insane, you know I'd give you everything I've got for a little peace of mind. McCartney is harmonizing with him at this point, and in the final moments, the pair repeats that last line about peace of mind 3 times as the band comes to a false stop each time, only to be revved up again by Starr's fills. It's as if he's just about to doze off only to be jolted awake each time. Only the mumbling noises made by Lennon at the end give us any hope that he might finally find some sort of rest. As Lennon suggested, the song makes a really great noise through the speakers, a scintillating full band performance from the Beatles at a time when such occasions were dwindling. I'm So Tired provided a fascinatingly fevered chapter in the continuing story of John Lennon's quest for sleep. Perhaps even more important than that, it provided one of the first pieces of evidence that he was about to start writing for an entirely new muse in Yoko Ono, one who would inspire him for the rest of his days as a songwriter. Blackbird. This is a Paul song. It's all Paul on vocal, acoustic guitar, and foot tapping.
Blackbird singing in the dead of night.
From the lyrics, the poet Adrian Mitchell was a good friend of mine, and I wrote a little book of poetry called Blackbird Singing that Adrian helped me with. It was edited by Bob Well, who was working with me on this book too. I was doing some readings to promote the book, and I asked Adrian, what do you do at a reading? Do you just read your poems? And he said, well, if you can think of any interesting anecdote about the poem, that's always a good lead-in, then you can read the poem. Blackbird was one of the pieces I was planning to read, and I remembered 2 stories about it. One had to do with the music, the little guitar part, which is so much a part of it, where the lyric goes, Blackbird singing in the dead of night. It was something that George Harrison and I would play as a party piece when we were kids, a lute piece by Johann Sebastian Bach.
All your life.
I feel bad because it is such an important message. It's got a really touching story, especially in the year of our Lord 2025, but all I can think about is how good the foot taps sound. Am I like a horrible person for that?
You were only waiting for this moment to arrive.
Because I'm just like, God, the foot taps, they're just so, they're crisp. They're just so, I can't. You can hear traffic because I've got the window open. Alexa, what's the temperature outside?
Right now, it's 29 degrees Fahrenheit. Today, expect a high of 35 degrees.
They never tell you when you start this shitty YouTube channel in your fucking office that the lights are really hot. They don't tell you that part. Who's they? Don't know. The fingerpicking style was something that we admired in Chet Atkins, particularly in a piece called Trombone, though it was also played by Colin Manley from a group called the Remo 4. They'd started out in Liverpool around the same time as the Beatles.
In the dead of night, take these some.
The other story has to do with Blackbird being slang for a black girl. I'm very conscious that Liverpool was a slave port, and also that it had the first Caribbean community in England. So we met a lot of black guys, particularly in the music world. I'm thinking in particular of Lord Woodbine, a calypso singer and promoter who ran a couple of joints in Liverpool, including the new Cabaret Artists Club, where he hosted the Silver Beatles. Then there was Derry of Derry and the Seniors, a band that had paved the way for us in Hamburg. At the time in 1968 when I was writing Blackbird, I was very conscious of the terrible racial tensions in the US.
You were only waiting for this moment to be free.
The year before, 1967, had been a particularly bad year, but 1968 was even worse. The song was written only a few weeks after the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. That imagery of the broken wings and the sunken eyes and the general longing for freedom is very much of its moment. The upshot of Adrian Mitchell's advice about the importance of the introduction in the poetry reading was that I was starting to do a lot more in the way of contextualizing the songs in my regular concerts by telling some of the stories behind them. I think audiences really appreciate finding an angle into the planetary atmosphere of the song by getting to see the far side of the moon.
Blackbird fly.
Alistair Taylor says, the first time I ever heard Blackbird was when Paul and I were walking up Abbey Road about 3 a.m, and he had his acoustic guitar on, swung over his shoulder on a piece of string. He had this long brown tweed coat on, which he had gotten from Oxfam. There were 2 fans following us as it got to the corner of Cavendish Avenue, where we stood under the gas lamp that was there. Suddenly he said, hey, have a listen to this, and he got his acoustic and sang Blackbird to me, and it was incredible. It was marvelous. Then about 6 weeks later, he brought me an acetate and said, there you go, that's the song I sang to you. And it was awful. It was typical McCartney, beautiful and simple in the way that he had done it. But it was not the song he had sung to me. So I told him this and he said, oh dear. And he went away and then came back and said, I've redone it. And he had put the bird noises on it. Paul hates empty spaces on song. I said, Paul, you've got to be kidding me. It's still not right to this day. From those Playboy interviews, I like to kind of add John at the end of these because he's so acerbic and acidic. They say, Blackbird. John says, enough said. I gave him a line on that one. Playboy says, do you like the guitar work there? And John says, yeah, he's good at that stuff, you know? So is John Denver. He was not feeling Paul very often in this interview. Sorry, I was looking at sources. I'm sorry, guys. Just like ignore me. I was just seeing what that shit was, so just ignore me. I'm just over here looking at stuff going, making faces. Ian MacDonald says, in stressing the blues and country roots of modern pop, rock-based critics tend to underestimate the heritage of Tin Pan Alley and in the UK of folk music. Important to the technique of much British pop in the 60s and early 70s were the finger-picking styles defined by folk club guitarists like Davy Graham, Archie Fisher, John Rainbourne, and in particular, Bert Jansch. I don't know. I'm not a fan, okay? I'm sorry, of the Blackbird sound effects. I agree with, I think it was Alistair Taylor who said, no. How often do I say I don't like something? I'm like, y'all went a little too hard on all of these fucking effects this album. No, that's a joke, really. I don't mind most of them, but this one I'm just like, couldn't you have just left it nice and pretty without this bullshit? Is that bad? Is that bad? This tradition was effectively erased in the UK by the new wave thrash style of 1976 through 78, and consequently of almost no influence on the wall of sound indie bands of the 80s. Beyond the reach of electricity in the Maharishi's retreat at Rishikesh during the spring of 1968, the Beatles could use only their Martin D28 acoustic guitars, which meant either strumming or brushing up on the arpeggio patterns used by folk guitarists to sustain their chords. The results of this forced technical restriction can be heard in the songs on the White Album.
On your mind.
And I'm going to say something. Might as well be honest here, because if you're still here, we are several hours into this thing. So if you're still here, you're going to at least hear me out. Do you think, because I think that maybe he added that shit just because he was like, well, John's doing all these sound effects. Maybe I can compete with him or gain his respect or both, you know. Anyway, I'm going to be technological and cool like John. Not that he wasn't. Shut up, I know. From the songwriter's point of view, one of the secrets of the arpeggiated guitar style is that it exploits the instrument's scope for retuning, creating unexpected chords and scales, and even generating melodies. The best example of this on the Beatles' White Album is provided by the present song, which, as folk guitarist Richard Digance has pointed out, owes its distinctiveness and probably its existence to a tuning in which the E strings are dropped to D and the chords are carried mostly on the second and fourth strings. Recorded by its composer Margotin in Studio 2, with Lennon next door in Studio 3 working on Revolution 9, this haunting thing was taped and mixed, including a warbling Blackbird, from the Abbey Road Effects library in 6 hours. Piggies, this is a Harris song. We've got George on vocals, acoustic guitar, Paul on bass, Ringo on tambourine, Chris Thomas on harpsichord, John on tape loop, Henry Datner, Eric Bowie, Norman Lederman, and Ronald Thomas on violins, John Underwood and Keith Cummings on violas, and Eldon Fox and Reginald Kilby on cellos. And we're going to start with In the Studio from Chris Thomas. He says, this is from Mark Lewisohn, but Chris Thomas says, all four Beatles were there for this session and we were working on number 2. Recalls Chris Thomas. I wandered in number 1 and found a harpsichord, not knowing it had been set up overnight for a classical recording. So we discussed wheeling the thing into number 2, but Ken Scott said, no, we can't. It's there for another session.
And for all the little piggies, life is getting worse.
So we moved our session into number 1 instead. George Harrison agreed that my harpsichord idea was a good one and suggested that I played it. Thomas had studied part-time at the Royal Academy of Music as a child. This I did, but while George and I were tinkling away on the harpsichord, he started playing. And that's when he played something. I'm going to stick with readings that describe the Manson family connection to Piggies, but I'll be digging into that a little bit more during the Helter Skelter reading. That's not to diminish the impact of Piggies and these horrific tragedies, but to avoid repetition, and this is rather repetitive in general, and to frankly be a better storyteller, I find that it fits best this way. So George says in his autobiography, I Me Mine, Piggies is a social comment. I was stuck for one line in the middle until my mother came up with the lyric, what they need is a damn good whacking, or a damn good throttling, which is a nice, simple way of saying they need add hiding if it needed to do with American policemen or Californian shag nasties. You can see from the facsimile that an extra verse was written, but not used. Everywhere there's lots of piggies playing piggy pranks. You can see them on their trotters at the piggy banks, paving piggy thanks to the piggy brother. Very fun song, crazy lyrics for this beautiful Baroque medley. Good George Martin accompaniment. He just is the best at this shit. Like he's just the best. I just can't get past it. That is such a fun little lest it get too classical, we have to Steve Turner made it easy for me here with the transition. Couldn't write it better, guys. He says, George referenced Piggies as a social comment, although the song did little more than mock the middle classes by calling them pigs, a 60s term of derision usually reserved for the police, and still now. Pigs were also the animal chosen by George Orwell in Animal Farm to represent tyrannical leaders. The song became notorious in 1971 when it was revealed that Charles Manson, the self-appointed leader of the infamous Manson family, had interpreted the words as a warning to the white establishment that they were getting ready for an uprising. Particularly significant in Manson's disturbed mind was the suggestion that the Piggies were in need of a damn good whacking. According to witnesses, this was one of Manson's favorite lines and one that he quoted frequently before his imprisonment for the involvement in the murders, which many saw as the final dark chapter in the hippie era. I don't know about you, but just between you, me, and Dupree, I do not feel like murdering someone after listening to that line. So the clue that eventually linked the 8 murders, 5 at the residence of film star Sharon Tate, 2 at Lino LaBianca's, and 1 at Gary Hinman's, was the painting of the word pig, pigs, or piggy in the victim's blood. The LaBiancas were even stabbed with knives and forks, apparently because these utensils are mentioned in the last verse. George was horrified at Manson's misguided interpretation of what he felt was a rather tame song, pointing out that the damn good whacking line had been suggested by his mother when he was looking for something to rhyme with backing and lacking. It was nothing to do with American policemen or Californian shag nasties, he said. What I really like about the Beatles, what I like about George, especially just the Beatles in general, but what I really like about George is that he's not afraid to just go there. Let's just go hard. This is the orchestration that George Martin writes. George Harrison hears it and says, fuck yeah, I'm down. Let's go all the way. Let's make this completely classical, something that you would not be caught dead listening to in 1968. Let's do it. Let's make it this. John Beviglia digs into Piggies further, arguing that George's social criticism is the strongest of the 4 Beatles. He says, the creatures outside looked from pig to man and from man to pig and from pig to man again, but already it was impossible to say which was which. So ended George Orwell's Animal Farm, in which anthropomorphized farm animals gain their independence from man only to become corrupted by the power they gain, eventually turning on each other. In George Harrison's Piggies, everyone is a swine, for lack of a better term, but they've assimilated into a system of haves and have-nots, very similar to the one the human race has unofficially implemented. Harrison's black humor cuts deeper than the relatively benign commentary he levels on the song, which wears its weirdness like a badge of honor and is a perfect fit on the anything goes aesthetic of the White Album. Harrison by that point had established himself as the most willing social critic in the band among the songwriters. Considering that he had less opportunity to get his originals on albums dominated by Lennon-McCartney classics, this meant that a large percentage of his work had the wider world beyond romance in his sights. Taxman from Revolver was a biting critique of unfair British tariffs, while Within You, Without You, found on Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, concentrated a vaguer yet just as trenchant societal ill, the foolhardy pursuit of materialism, as a substitute for genuine human connection. So it was that Harrison continued this streak with Piggies, which also stood out for its odd instrumentation. Chris Thomas, who at that time was a kind of assistant producer for the band behind George Martin, decided on harpsichord to adorn this odd satire. It provided just the right touch, its Victorian dignity contrasting with the down-in-the-muck behavior of the song's characters. A string section seconds that kind of disconnect between the haughty music that supposedly classy members of society might enjoy and the low-down things they do to get such a lofty place in life. Snorting pigs' sound scuffling about the music drive this point home. Harrison also sings the song with the precious diction of a royal troubadour, the perfect way to tackle a melody so prim and proper. He efficiently lays out his worldview with 3 verses and a bridge. The first verse sets up the hard luck little piggies for whom life is getting worse. The greatest reward in their measly existence is the dirt they play around in. And the second verse, the bigger piggies who dress in starch white shirts make their presence felt. This clean attire establishes they are nowhere near the lowly environment of the little piggies. The next line suggests that these animals are in control of their less fortunate brethren. You will find the bigger piggies stirring up the dirt. Harrison's voice takes on a disembodying effect in the middle 8 to add a neat little flourish to a song rife with them. It also plays up his urgency and frustration at this situation he describes. In their styes with all their backing, they don't care what goes on around. In their eyes, there's something lacking. His anger then boils over. What they need's a damn good whacking.
One more time.
The final verse insinuates that the song is not pure fantasy, since anyone could see the piggies on display if they would just open their eyes to see. John Lennon allegedly contributed the final twist to Harrison's song in the last line, and it's revealed that these animals are devouring themselves, clutching forks and knives to eat their bacon. In that last verse, Harrison's vocals are multi-track, each voice more exaggerated in its dismay than the next, until it sounds like a precursor to a Monty Python anthem. Harrison cleverly tiptoes a fine line on Piggies. The story is an Orwellian nightmare, but it's delivered like a Pythonian farce, or Pythonian farce, whatever. It ends up being purely Harrisonian, which is more than enough to make it a winner. This is from the Playboy interviews. Lennon says, "I gave George a couple lines about forks and knives and eating bacon. For little piggies, yeah." Historically, I cry at Rocky Raccoon. I'm not feeling very cryy right now, but that hasn't stopped me before. Just wait until we get all the way through the readings. Sit tight. Rocky Raccoon. Now, this is a Paul song. We've got Paul on vocals, bass, question mark, acoustic guitar, John on bass, harmonica, harmonium, question mark, and backing vocal, George on backing vocals, Ringo on drums, and George Martin on piano and harmonium, question mark. This is from the lyrics. One of the great things about this song is that it works perfectly well with just me on guitar. Come to think of it, that's how it was written. When you're sitting around with an acoustic guitar, often the natural thing to do is to get a bit folky. I was doing a bit of a spoof on records I'd heard, kind of talking blues songs. Bob Dylan was doing that kind of thing. So I just started imagining the Black Hills in South Dakota. I knew of an old song, The Black Hills of Dakota, which begins, "Take me back to the Black Hills of Dakota." That was Doris Day and Calamity Jane. So we were doing this rap, and I just dreamt of a character called Rocky Raccoon because of Davy Crockett and his raccoon cap. I'd watched Davy Crockett on telly starring Fez Parker when I was a kid, and I saw the TV show, but my main thing was the song Davy Crockett, King of the Wild Frontier. It was quite a cool song. I just started imagining this little story, and for me, it's like going on a train ride or something, a train ride of the mind. And because I was doing it sort of tongue-in-cheek, it was quite pleasant to write and sing. There were poems that people, a drunken uncle perhaps, would recite at parties, like Robert Service's The Shooting of Dan McGrew or Marriott Edgar's The Lion in Albert, made famous by Stanley Holloway's stage recitation, or recitation, whatever, in which the lion eats Albert and the parents complain to the zookeeper. It's that kind of black humor. In Rocky Raccoon, his woman runs off with another guy, and Rocky doesn't like that. Then he books himself a room only to find the Gideon Bible. Well, those were in every hotel in America. Probably still are. We'd never seen that in England, so I just thought about that image, checking into a room, looking in the desk, opening the drawer, and there's a Bible. Rocky's girlfriend was named McGill. She called herself Lil, but everyone knew her as Nancy. And it's nice that I've ended up married to a Nancy. The doctor stinking of gin, I did once have an accident in Liverpool where I fell off a moped and busted my lip open. Baby, we know. And we had to get the doctor around to my cousin Betty's house. That was around the same time when I was 20-something and going out on the moped from my dad's house to Betty's house. I was taking a friend, Tara Guinness. He died later in a car accident. He was a nice boy. I wrote about him in A Day in the Life. He blew his mind out in a car. He didn't notice that the lights had changed. That's a John song, but whatever.
Now she and her man, who called himself down.
Anyway, I was with Tara and had an accident. Fell off my moped, busted my lip, went to Betty's, and she said, get a doctor, it needs stitches. So they got this guy, and he arrived stinking of gin. This guy was so drunk. Hello, Paul, how are you? Great. Oh, yes, that's going to need stitches. I've brought my bag. So he brings his black bag, and now he's got to try and thread a little needle, a curved surgical needle, but he's seeing 3 needles at least. I think I said, let us do it, and we threaded it for him. And I said, you're just going to have to do this with no anesthetic, and he said, well, I haven't got any. And I think I might have had a slug of scotch or something. And he just put the needle in and pulled it around, and then the thread came out, and he said, oh, I'm sorry, I'll have to do it again. So he'd had to do it a second bloody time, and I was trying not to scream. To be honest, he really didn't do a marvelous job, and I had this bump in my lip for a good while after. I can still feel it. And I was black and blue and really quite a mess, so I decided to grow a mustache. Then the other Beatles saw it and liked it, so they all grew mustaches too. John got so into it that I think somebody bought him a mustache cup with a little lid that sort of stops the mustache from getting wet when you drink. That's where I think this stinking of gin image came from this little painful memory. I keep meaning to do this song in concert since a lot of people request it. Maybe I will one of these days.
This is a showdown.
This is Jim Beviglia. McCartney is clearly having a bit of a laugh with some of the conventions of country music, even adopting an exaggerated and somewhat unconvincing Southern accent in his talking blues intro. He does all this in a loving rather than cynical way, and in much the same, the way that Michelle was meant to tweak art songs and end up being a gorgeous love song, Rocky Raccoon transcends its roots and parody to become a sneakily moving track. More than country music, though, McCartney's target appears to be the American Western movie, as Rocky Raccoon contains a saloon, a gunfight, a femme fatale who sparks a conflict, and even a hoedown. It also might not be too much of a stretch to say that McCartney was making subtle reference to the Western-influenced songs on Bob Dylan's 1967 album, John Wesley Harding, in which all kinds of cryptic events were related. This happened, that happened style by Bob. Like, for example, the ballad of Frankie Lee and Judas Priest. McCartney's song contains no chorus and ends on a somewhat unsettled note, albeit in a much more lighthearted manner. Musically, the song sticks close to McCartney's acoustic guitar and his high-pitched vocal, with John Lennon on bass and harmonica and Ringo Starr on drums providing only window dressing. Ringo's snare rap when the shootout takes place is a neat touch, borrowing from I Fought the Law and its sixth gun. The lone flourish comes when George Martin plays a saloon-style piano that makes it seem like McCartney is narrating from inside a bar while the imbroglio goes down and his piano player scores the action. The humor is front and center here. There's this girl whose name seemed dependent on who's addressing her, and the drunken doctor who lies down instead of the patient. There's also something solemn and somber about Rocky himself. That first line, Rocky Raccoon checked into his room, only to find Gideon's Bible, suggests something forlorn and seems to foreshadow the sad fate that awaits him. It's also somehow funny and sad that his single-minded mission of revenge is undercut by his slowness on the draw. And certainly that's not the way it happens for the hero in the movies. Yet Rocky stays optimistic, even as he appears to be bleeding to death. What is that revival that he enjoys at the end? Is McCartney suggesting that he's physically on the mend? Or is the Bible, left behind by a skedaddling Gideon, and another winking touch, the source of some kind of path to the afterlife? It's an engaging little mystery that deepens this otherwise frivolous trek. Maybe the White Album is an unwieldy mess of an album in places, but it also provided us with more Beatles music than we otherwise would have received, so that can't be a bad thing. And besides, what a tragedy it would have been had the saga of Rocky Raccoon remained untold. Sometimes it hits when you don't expect it. I had a hard time with it at times. And the hardest time I had with it is not because of the music reflecting on me or things that I was going through, even though when I started this, I was in the middle and still am kind of in the middle of like a little bit of a health crisis. And so that's been difficult. But the difficulty lies on my parasocial and inappropriate, deep feelings toward the Beatles and how I hurt for them. I wish that they didn't hurt so much. It's hard to digest at times.
Only to find Gideon's Bible.
Sometimes in these words, you find that moment where Jeff says, you know, it was funny once they put the cans on and the echo plays in their ears, it was like nothing had ever happened. Once the music takes over, they come together. It's almost like with Paul, he has no ability to understand or be accountable for his actions. In Barry Miles' book, he says he's always had tough relationships with women and that he tells too much truth. And it's like, God, you're just so annoying, you know? And then there's these moments where it's like, maybe he doesn't see himself as Rocky Raccoon, but at the end of the day, he is a little bit. He goes into this hotel room. He's alone. There's nothing left after this big scrap. And all he finds there is this Bible, a bit of wisdom, but it's cheap commercial wisdom that sits in everyone's drawer. And that's one of the songs that I got caught up on a lot. During I would say Act 1 of the White Album project, where I really struggled. And at the end of this, my last section, The Unraveling of a Fan over the Unraveling of a Band, I really discuss it. There's quite a bit of a breakdown for me. There's a bit where I just totally fucking lose it to this song. It's weird because a lot of these songs are satire and they're kind of lighthearted and stuff, but there's just so much depth behind this song if you're interested in finding it. Okay, let's listen to Don't Pass Me By, which I also historically do cry to on occasion, so that's good. I don't think I'm gonna cry to this though. I think we're good. Don't Pass Me By. This is a Ringo song. I wrote Bongo Songo. It has Ringo on vocals, piano, drums, and sleigh bells, Paul on bass and piano, and Jack Fallon on violin. What is this dance move? Jeff says, the White Album sessions were full of surprises for me. Usually a Beatles album project would begin with the recordings of one of John's songs, and this was no exception. But the second song would always be one of Paul's. After all, they were the main songwriters in the band. Ringo would be allocated one song per album, and it was usually done as almost an afterthought near the end. With a little help from my friends, was actually the last song to be recorded for Pepper. But This time around, they decided to do Ringo's song right away, and even more surprisingly, it was actually a song he'd written. Don't Pass Me By was hardly a masterpiece. It had only 3 chords, no real hook, and a dreary country-tinged arrangement, but it was the second track the group decided to record. And congratulations to Ringo for having his first solo #1 album, a country album. He's always been this boy. You'd think that I would have done a video on that, but guys, I've been in the drugs, so maybe someday. Anyway. No explanation was given, and George Martin and I were flabbergasted. The only thing we could come up with was that behind the scenes, the others must have known Ringo was getting a bit fed up, and they were trying to keep him happy. That seemed like the only possible reason why time and energy was being expended on a Ringo song so early on.
Doesn't mean you don't love me anymore.
Double-tracked vocals really kill it. And the fiddle? That's a fiddle. That ain't no violin, that's a fiddle. That's so good. Otherwise, we would have been doing something more substantial. After all, the Pepper sessions had begun with Strawberry Fields Forever and Penny Lane, a stark contrast to the 2 relatively weak songs we were starting with here. Obviously, tensions and intrigue were already in play right at the beginning of these sessions. I always felt like that was weird, and not because of like the Tara Brown thing, not because of Paul is Dead thing.
And you lost your head.
But just kind of like, so she gets in a car crash and then what, her wig falls off? That always just, I was like, okay, you know, and I know that that would mean like a really severe car accident, but it just always seemed weird. Suddenly she's like Cynthia, Angelica's doll, you know what I'm saying? That, oh my God, he's literally a drumming genius. I don't understand. The fact that this song got passed by a whole lot. This is from Bill Harry's Ringo Starr Encyclopedia. It says, Don't Pass Me By, a track from the double album The Beatles, which Ringo had written in India. See, you have to read, like, you can't just take one book because there will suddenly be some weird shit that's so inaccurate and so obviously incorrect. The number was also included on the VH1 Storyteller CD, which led Ringo to say, well, Don't Pass Me By was the first song I'd written that we recorded. I'd written other songs, but as I said in the Storyteller show, I need to watch that. They were always other people's songs. I just rewrote the words. I used to say I was rewriting Jerry Lee Lewis B-sides. I remember writing it at the piano at my home in England. It's still magic when I write songs and get together with other musicians to record them. Previously, Ringo had received a partial credit for the Rubber Soul track What Goes On and Flying, the instrumental number on Magical Mystery Tour release. Can we just stop for a second? He's not a poet. He's not a Nobel laureate, but listen.
Listen for your footsteps when they don't arrive.
I listen for your footsteps coming up the drive. I listen for your footsteps, but they don't arrive. Waiting for your knock, dear, on my old front door. I don't hear it. Does it mean you don't love me anymore?
Does it mean you don't love me anymore?
I hear the clock is ticking on the mantel shelf. See the hands are moving, but I'm by myself. I wonder where you are tonight and why I'm by myself.
I wonder where you are tonight, why I'm by myself.
I don't see you. Doesn't mean you don't love me anymore. This song is so fucking sad. Think about what he's going through or what he's going to go through in just a couple months. Steve Turner says, Don't Pass Me By was Ringo's first complete Beatles song. Until then, his only contribution to the Beatles songwriting had been the titles A Hard Day's Night, Tomorrow Never Knows, plus whatever musical contributions he made to Flying and What Goes On. Asked in December 1967 whether he had aspirations as a songwriter, Ringo replied, I try. I have a guitar and a piano and play a few chords, but they're all just chingalingas. No great tune comes out as far as I'm concerned. The truth is, he'd been trying to get the Beatles to record Don't Pass Me By for years. During an interview for radio in New Zealand on their June 1964 tour of Australasia, which is one, I love that word. Anyway, Ringo could be heard urging the others to sing the song I've written just for a plug, and Paul responded by saying, Ringo has written a song called Don't Pass Me By, a beautiful melody. This is Ringo's first venture into songwriting. After Paul and John had sung a verse, Ringo was asked more about it. It was written as a country western, but Paul and John singing it with that blues feeling has has knocked me out. Are the Beatles going to record it? I don't know. I don't think so, actually. I keep trying to push it on them every time we make a record. It was to remain unrecorded for another 5 years. Unfortunately, there's never enough time to fit Ringo's song on an album, Paul explained in 1964. He never finished it. Alan Clayson says, being the poorest Beatle was better than being the poorest Hurricane, but he'd have tenacious bouts of circular and only half understood discussions with an affable Epstein about Beatle finance and why he didn't get as much as even George, but at least he was no longer on a hireling's wage. Perhaps to imprint further on his uncertain importance to the group, he'd even put forward a song he'd made up for consideration as an LP track, originally for Paul to sing. Shyly, he demonstrated on a piano in BBC's Paris Theatre while the Beatles were waiting to make a broadcast to continue to push it on him every time we'd make a record, called Don't Pass Me By. The lyrics were his own, but the tune was an unconscious plagiarism, so he was informed, of a Jerry Lee Lewis B-side. As it might have been unexpected, it was greeted with affectionate derision. McCartney once burlesqued its chorus on air in a Saturday Night Club presenter, Brian Matthew, calling Starr the Dylan Thomas of Liverpool. Anything went. More cataclysmic failures. Anything went. More catalytic familiars and guest players were ever assembled to add icing to the cake. Jack Fallon, a Canadian immigrant who'd promoted Beatles bookings in the West Country during the Pete Best era, was hired to scrape country and western violin on Don't Pass Me By, the exhumation of which, although a personal triumph for Starr, illustrated the depth to which the standards had fallen. Okay, fuck off. Alan Clayson, come on, buddy. The track had withstood attempts to alter its title, but only several structural changes to its mediocre melody convinced McCartney, Martin, and Lennon that Don't Pass Me By no longer resembled the work of another. Even so, its twist in the tail lyric was too nonchalantly morbid and clumsily expressed, but as no one expected little Ringo to be a genius composer, that very fact would render this slight, laughable novelty buried towards the middle of side 2. Endearing Beatle diehards, Ringo's best ever, grinned one reviewer before savaging Revolution number 9, which prefaced the valedictory Good Night, Starr's other lead vocal on the Beatles. Don't pass me by, don't make me cry, don't make me blue, 'cause you know, darling, I love only you. You'll never know it hurt me so. I won't say anything. I'll just be whatever. How I hate to see you go, don't pass me by. Don't make me cry. You said that you would be late about an hour or two. I said, that's all right. I'm just waiting here. I'm just waiting to hear from you. Don't pass me by. Don't make me cry. Don't make me blue. 'Cause you know, darling, I love only you. You'll never know it hurt me so. How I hate to see you go. Don't pass me by. Don't make me cry. And this is like the happiest sounding fucking song. Lennon joked that Ringo composed it himself in a fit of lethargy. Ringo said he wrote the tune while sitting at home since he only played 3 chords on both guitar and piano. His range was limited, but if a melody came to it, he ran with it. Besides Fallon's violin, Don't Pass Me By featured only Ringo and McCartney, who also teamed for another White Album track, Why Don't We Do It in the Road. But tensions within the group were running high. By the summer of 1968, the Beatles were going their separate ways. George Harrison was exploring his interest in Indian music and that country's culture. Paul McCartney was chasing new experiences in pop art, and Ringo was making movies. He'd signed a deal to co-star with Peter Sellers in The Magic Christian, and John Lennon, still married to Cynthia, was in love with Yoko Ono. The Beatles, once Lennon's entire life, were now just an annoyance. Damn. Why Don't We Do It in the Road? This is the Paul song. We've got Paul on vocal, bass, piano, acoustic, and lead guitar and hand claps, and Ringo on drums and hand claps. Why don't we do it in the road? This is from Barry Miles. Paul says, the idea behind Why Don't We Do It in the Road came from something I'd seen in Rishikesh. I was up on the flat roof meditating when I'd seen a troop of monkeys walking along the jungle, and a male just hopped on the back of this female and gave her one, as they say in the vernacular. Within 2 or 3 seconds, he'd hopped off again and looked around as if to say, it wasn't me. And she looked around as if there had been some mild disturbance and thought, I must have imagined it. And she wandered off. And I thought, bloody hell, that puts it all into a cocked hat. That's how simple the act of procreation is. This bloody monkey just hopping on and hopping off. There's an urge, they do it, and it's done with. And it's that simple. We have horrendous problems with it, and yet animals don't, so that was basically it. Why don't we do it in the road? Could have been applied to either fucking or shitting, to put it roughly. Why don't we do either of them in the road? Well, the answer is we're civilized and we don't. But the song was just to pose that question. Why don't we do it in the... Asking you extremely nicely, please don't shit in the road. I mean, please don't have sex in the road also. Like, just find a room or something. I mean, God, behind a bush would also be nice. But please don't shit in the road. Come on, don't do that. That's weird. Paul's voice here, vocals, great. Great vocals. This is like a throwaway song. Fucking love this song. Love how it sounds. Am I gonna listen to it on its own? No, I never do. I literally never do. But think this song is so fun. Please. That's unacceptably insanely good. It was a primitive statement to do with sex or to do with freedom, really. I like it. It's just so outrageous that I like it. John regarded the song as one of Paul's best and was upset that Paul had not asked him to work on it. His irritation still showed 12 years later when he played to Playboy. That's Paul. He even recorded it by himself in another room. I can't speak for George, but I was always hurt when Paul knocked something off without involving us. Paul countered this by telling Hunter Davies the next year. Anyway, John did the same with Revolution number 9. He went off and made that without me. No one ever says all that. It was not a deliberate attempt to sidestep John. The pressure to complete the album was so great that John would not have had time to work on Why Don't We Do It in the Road, even if Paul asked him. Contrary to some critical comment, the track had nothing to do with John C. Clare and the MC's rallying cry, sex and drugs are fucking in the streets. Paul says, the spirit of the times meant that a lot of us were thinking similar things, just doing it in different ways. It's a great track, isn't it? Good vocal, though I say it myself. Let's see. What were we doing when Road was going? So, John and... So they were working on Long Piggies, Glass Onion while they were working on Road. This is the full quote from John. He says, that's Paul. He even recorded it by himself in another room. We came in and he'd made the whole record. Him drumming, him playing the piano, him singing. Still can't speak for... Which is not true. Ringo did the drums. Still can't speak for George, but I was always hurt when Paul would knock something off without involving us. But that's just the way it was then. And I wrote, it's pretty rich that John says that. All right, and the way it fades into I Will. Who knows how long I've loved you. I Will, another Paul song. We've got Paul on acoustic guitar, John on percussion, and Ringo on percussion. This is from the lyrics. Alan A. Dale, the minstrel wandering around Sherwood Forest in the Robin Hood legend. That's me. This song finds me in my troubadour mode. There's a theory that the most interesting love songs are the ones about love gone wrong. I don't subscribe to it. This is a song about the joy of love. Those are sometimes thought of as being soppy or sweet or saccharine. Yes, I understand that, but love can be the mightiest, strongest force on the planet. Right now in Vietnam or in Brazil, there are people falling in love. They often want to have children. It's a strong, universal force. It's not soppy at all. When I sit down and try to write a song, I'm often thinking, oh, I wish I could capture that feeling of first being in love. This song was started in February 1968 when I was in India with Jane Asher. As I recall, the melody had been around for a while, and the music came together quite quickly. It's still one of my favorites of the melodies I've written. The words took a bit longer. That seems strange, I know, because it's a pretty basic set of ideas. The folk singer, Donovan, who'd spent some time with us on our trip to visit Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, helped with an early version of the lyric, but it didn't quite pass muster. It was even more basic, all Moon June stuff. Yet again, just because I was involved with Jane at the time doesn't mean the song was addressed to or about Jane. Doubt it. Doubt that it was about her. When I'm writing, it's as if I'm setting the words to music and music to the film I'm watching in my head. It's a declaration of love, yes, but it's not always someone specific, unless it's to a person out there who's listening to the song, and they have to be ready for it. It's almost definitely not going to be a person who said, there he goes again, writing another one of those silly love songs. So this is me in my troubadour mode.
Saw you, I didn't catch your name.
Donovan's story is actually a little bit different. Donovan says, and this is from Barry Miles again, I don't think I helped with the lyrics. He is very productive and will always take over the writing for a jam. From listening to the lyrics now, I can hear that Paul no doubt threw together the words for this tune when he got to the studio after India. I may have helped with the shape of the chords and encouraged the imagery from the tunes I wrote then in India. The descending movements of my songs might have encouraged Paul to write differently. This is from Jim Beviglia. This quote starts out talking about the White Album background and how it sets the scene for the Bugs' future solo material. So it says, what McCartney already had down pat on the White Album was his knack for making his songs sound homemade and tossed off. Even if the song took a lot of work, as was the case with the tender slow one, I Will, the end result seems like a ditty that McCartney wrote and recorded in less time it took for his afternoon tea to warm. And that rough-hewn, back porch quality carried a great deal of charm. It helped when the song on which the approach was used to craft as expertly as I Will. Clocking in at about 15 seconds shy of 2 minutes, which only adds to the off-the-cuff feel, the song makes every moment count, riding a lilting melody all the way to the heart-tugging territory. McCartney's grasp of the subtleties of a love song, such as knowing when to be playful and when to be sentimental, understanding how to inject just a bit of sorrow to the mix to make the happy ending even sweeter, and finding new ways to say something that's been said countless times before, finds a fine outlet in this understated, underrated number. The neat thing about I Will, the thing you probably miss unless you follow the lyrics closely, is that it appears to be an ode to a girl that the narrator hasn't yet met. In the first verse, he asks, will I wait a lonely lifetime? If you want me to, I will. He then starts a second verse for if I never saw you or didn't catch your name. Perhaps these are just hypothetical situations he's posing, but they work in any case as a testament to the devotion of those who are truly in love unconditionally display. He gets away with the cliche of the middle eight because, having set up the situation in this way, you believe he means every word of them. Plus, McCartney does his usual bang-up job of melding those oft-said words to the meter so snugly that they sound brand new. McCartney's accompaniment on this journey is mostly just acoustic guitar, Ringo Starr's bongos, and his own vocalized bass notes. This last touch really ups the homespun ante. It's as if he couldn't be bothered to go get an actual bass and just improvised to get it done. At the end of the song, as the narrator imagines eventually meeting this captivating girl, McCartney soars up into falsetto and does some impromptu scatting, once again making it seem like the whole thing was being created on the spot. The recording logs show that I Will took 2 days and an upward of 70 takes to create a finished product. The audible evidence, however, sounds like a guy serenading a girl over a campfire. It's a sound to which Paul McCartney would return when he no longer had his Beatle buddies around, and he sounded like a one-man band because he actually was one. In the Playboy interviews, they ask about I Will, and all John says is Paul. Julia. This is a John song. It's only John. He was on vocal and acoustic guitar. This is Ian MacDonald. He says, the last of the sequence of folk-style finger-picking songs on the Beatles, and the last number to be recorded for the double album as a whole, Julia is psychologically one of Lennon's fulcrum pieces, a message to his dead mother telling her that, in Ocean Child, the Japanese meaning of Yoko, that he finally found a love to replace her and that he can now relinquish his quasi-Oedipal obsession. Born in 1914, Julia Stanley married Freddie Lennon in 1938, giving birth to John in 1940. When their marriage broke up 2 years later, John was adopted by Julia's sister Mimi. We all know this story, by the way. Okay, controversial, yet brave. No, Julia is a great song, okay? But I don't have the connection to it that I'm expecting, that I feel like I should. But I say it just to reach you. I don't get my heart broken by listening to it. Everybody loves this song. For some reason, this song doesn't hit me, and I always want it to. I am always wondering, will this be the time that I will feel it? I think it's a beautiful song, but every time I'm just wondering, when will that broken piece in me that won't allow me to access whatever everyone else feels listening to this just fix itself? because I can't feel it, and it makes me sad. MacDonald goes on to tell the story of John's birth, his parents' relationship, all of the tension surrounding it. And it says, a free spirit, she was a laughing lover of life who positively encouraged the rebel in him. Siding with him and his friends against censorious adults, she followed the progress of the quarrymen with genuine interest, teaching them tunes on her banjo. To John, Julia was a semi-dream figure, a young aunt or a big sister, he said, the only human being he had ever loved without reservation. Her death in a road accident outside Mendips on July 15, 1958, shattered him, and for the next 2 years he was consumed by a blind rage, drinking wildly and incessantly getting into fights. The fact that I know it's a John Only in Studio song kind of fucks me up because I wouldn't have guessed that if I didn't know that already. This is extremely impressive and just so not John.
So I sing the song of love.
That his new friend Paul McCartney also lost his mother in his teens brought them close despite their temperamental differences, while the Beatles gave Lennon a sanity-saving purpose. However, his relationships with women who found themselves endlessly measured against the incomparable Julia remained angry and often violent. Julia, with which Yoko Ono helped, expiates Lennon's tortured devotion to his mother. In the incantatory repeated notes of its intro, the song suggests an offering to an ancestral spirit, an attempt to break an obsession by commending the supplicant's new earthly love and the hope of a blessing. The heart of this ritual, the transfer of Lennon's love from Julia to Yoko, is its 10-bar middle, where a quasi-oriental scale implies the accompanying image. Her hair floating sky is shimmering. Applies to both women, Julia in his boyhood memory, Yoko in his present and future thoughts. Ono sent him many cryptic postcards while she was in any blah, blah, blah. Lennon's most childlike and self-revealing song, Julia, is almost too personal for public consumption.
So I sing the song of love.
Nor did it succeed in his laying mother fixation, as the exorcisms of Mother and My Mummy's Dead on his first solo album prove. To a great extent, Julia Lennon was her son's muse. Once he had rid his soul of grief for her, his creativity forfeited pressure, and during his more reconciled final decade, his output lost most of the edge and forcefulness it displayed at its fundamentally unhappy zenith in the mid-60s. This part is like...
Floating sky is shimmering.
This is from Barry Miles. Donovan says, some afternoons we would gather at one of our pads and play acoustic guitars we had all brought with us. Paul Horn, the American flute wizard, was there. John was keen to learn the fingerstyle guitar I played, and he was a good student. Paul already had a smattering of fingerstyle, and George preferred his Chet Atkins style. John wrote Julia and Dear Prudence based on the picking I taught him. I wonder what it's like to live inside his brain when he's making music. It's got to be crazy in there, right? Paul says, the interesting for me on Julia is the finger picking style. He learned to finger pick off Donovan or Gypsy Dave. I think John said it was Gypsy Dave, but the two of them were fairly inseparable and they both would have known it. And if they were both sitting down picking, then who is to know? It was a folk picking style, and he was the only one in the band who could ever do that properly. I made my own variation, and once you can do it, it's really very handy. It's a useful style. Actually, I should learn it. It's never too late. That was John's song about his mom, folk finger picking style, and it's a very good song. Jim Beviglia says, Lennon is the only Beatle to perform on the track, solo efforts having become commonplace within the Fab Four around this time. Using a finger picking style he learned from Donovan while in India, he plays delicate arpeggios around this fragile yet somehow soothing vocal melody. There is an undeniable loneliness evident in his voice, even amid the double tracking that he preferred. He borrowed some of the lines from the poem Sand and Foam by Khalil Gibran, including the opening couplet, half of what I say is meaningless, but I say it just to reach you. It must have been strange for fans to hear the leader of the biggest band in the world co-opting a line that evokes ineffectuality, but Lennon was always about upending expectation. The bulk of the lyric consists of poetic imagery that speaks of beauty and distance, silent cloud, morning moon, her hair a floating sky. Lennon's contention that he intermingled the memories of his mother with his then current emotions for his wife, Yoko Ono, is hard to hear in the finished product. What you do hear is the combination of mantra-like calm and profound yearning he conjures each time he sings his mother's name. It's as if he hopes the longing vibes he admits can somehow reach his mom in the afterlife, and that this will forge the connection with her that he lacked when she was still alive.
So I sing a song of love.
About 2 years later, with the Beatles in his rearview mirror, Lennon recorded Mother, a harrowing excavation of his deep-seating feelings for his abandonment concerning his parents. He screamed his vocals on that song with the fervor of a man determined to vomit out the cause of an infection. But that approach wouldn't have worked with Julia. It is, after all, a song of love, and regardless where that love was meant to be directed, nobody did those kinds of songs better than this man in this group. I think part of it, somebody's actually going to get mad at this, and I understand why. And I've been debating whether or not I was going to say this for days. I've been wondering if I was actually going to say it. It's in the readings that this is this song of John trying to reconcile his feelings with Julia and Yoko and trying to come to peace with that absolute tragedy of his childhood, not having his mom around, and then losing her so young. And trying to come to peace with this and have this song of love. And the thing that it was like a snag in the fabric for me was that I just didn't feel like he meant it. It's not that he doesn't mean it's a song of love or that he says everything he heard.
So I sing a song of love.
But that he wasn't at some peaceful acceptance place singing his mom just because Yoko. And I think the song is boiled down often in the public zeitgeist where it's like, oh, I'm so much peace and just loves her and bolster my opinions was that, babe, you weren't there yet. You were, fake it till you make it kind of vibes. It's absolutely beautiful, though. It's a gorgeous song. Birthday. This is a Paul and John song. We have Paul on vocal, bass, piano, and lead guitar, John on vocal and lead guitar, George on lead guitar, bass, backing vocal and tambourine, and Ringo on drums and hand claps, Mal Evans on hand claps, and Pattie Boyd, Yoko Ono on backing vocal. This is from Steve Turner. The songs on the Beatles composed in India were guitar-oriented, or orientated, because guitars were the only instruments available at the ashram. However, Birthday was written in Abbey Road Studios on September 18th, 1968, with Paul thumping out the basic tune on a piano. According to John, Paul had been thinking of Happy, Happy Birthday, a 1957 hit in America for the Tune Weavers, but wanted to produce something which sounded contemporary and rock and roll. It was also Linda Eastman's 26th birthday in 6 days' time, and Paul knew that she was arriving in London the following week, just in time to celebrate. I have to say, the best birthday performance ever was when Paul surprises Ringo at his 70th birthday concert. He's so happy. Ringo runs up and plays up there. And then Yoko's little face with her little smile there. It just touches my little heart. It just touches my little heart. All of the things aside, all of the pain aside, all of the squabbles and the lawsuits and everything aside, at the end of the day, they overcome all that shit and still just love and celebrate each other. And isn't that fucking gorgeous? Because I couldn't do that. This is from the lyrics. Mac Shao, Mac Shao, Mac Shao, Mac Shao. When the Beatles were first in Hamburg in 1960, and we were living on cornflakes and milk and trying to build an audience, we were told to shout Mac Shao. Putting on a show was always an important element of what the Beatles did and what I continue to do. We were trying to pull people into the Indra Club in Hamburg, and we simply had to learn certain skills to do that. We used to do a song called Dance in the Street, for example, to lure people in. John stood up without his guitar and clapped as he danced in the street. A little bit of spectacle, and indeed, it pulled people in. Birthday is one of those songs that was written to be played in a live show with a view being performed. There are songs like Sgt. Pepper with its We'd Like to Take You Home with Us, which really work well at the end of a concert. birthday still works well for an audience because there's always someone who's got a birthday. Some of my songs have functions above and beyond merely getting themselves into the world. This one came into the world one night in Abbey Road. We more or less lived in Studio 2 and a few of our friends were around. I remember Patty Boyd, George Harrison's wife, was there. I'm pretty sure Eric Clapton was around. Normally there weren't visitors in the studio, but this was some sort of occasion. It might have even been someone's birthday. Cute. You guys are cute. Both of you sound cute. I'm here for it. I like it. I support it. We decided to make something up on the spot. We often started a session with a riff, and for us, the riff of riffs was Little Richard's Lucille. It's the riff Roy Orbison adapted for Pretty Woman. We did the same thing for Birthday, all very basic stuff. Two of the lines I'd focus on are, I would like you to dance, take a chance. I'm reminded that another band that was very much to the fore then was The Who. They had a very memorable moment in my generation, which involved what we used to call a stammer or stutter on the phrase fade away, but when you go on live British television, that gets people's attention. I remember that moment quite vividly, and that impediment, let's call it, informed the chance in Birthday, just as Birthday informed the in David Bowie's Changes. Being a songwriter is about picking up the baton and holding it for a while and passing it on. Written, recorded, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. This song has so many parts to it. Can we celebrate this song a little bit more? Please? Another quote from Paul says, the film The Girl Can't Help It was on television, an old rock film. Fats Domino, Gene Vincent, and Eddie Cochran were in it. And we started to see with a few bits here and there, and we started to see it. So we started at 5 o'clock and we just did a backing track, a very simple 12 bars blue thing with bits here and there. I can't help it. We had no idea what it was going to be, so we just say 12 bars in A, and then we change to D, and then we do a few beats in C, just like that. Then we went back to my house, watched the film, and then we went back into the studio and made up some words to go with it all. This song was just made up in an evening. We hadn't ever thought about it before then. It's one of my favorites because it was instantaneous. Also, it's a good one to dance to. As for the big long drum break, normally we might have had 4 bars of drums, but with this we thought, no, let's keep it going. We all like to hear the drums plodding along. John says, Birthday was written in studio, just made up on the spot. I think Paul wanted to write a song like Happy Birthday Baby, the old 50s hit, but it was sort of made up in the studio. It was a piece of garbage, he says. Very cute. Now let's listen to Yer Blues. This is a John song. We've got John on vocals, rhythm, and lead guitar, Paul on bass and backing vocal, George on lead guitar, and Ringo on drums. Playboy interviews. Yer Blues, they just would ask him about songs, so when I occasionally include that, he'll go, Yer Blues, and then it's Lennon. Yer Blues was written in India too. The same thing, up there trying to reach God and feeling suicidal. Ugh, it's rough. Can a song about suicide be sexy? Don't answer that. It is. Okay, it is. Sue me, okay? This is Ian MacDonald. Half satirical, half earnest. Lennon's Yer Blues was written in India, up there trying to reach God and feeling suicidal. A gut bucket, 6/4 blues shuffle in E with a ragged additional 2/4 bar interjected for verisimilitude. Verisimilitude. What the fuck is that?
Verisimilitude.
Having the appearance of truth. I love when you look up a definition and it goes, the quality or state of being verisimilar. This guy for sure wrote with a thesaurus. It's insane. Because of that cyclone top. Shut up, Lars. The song mockingly acknowledges the British blues boom of 1968, in which groups like John Mayall's Blues Breakers, Fleetwood Mac, and Chicken Shack discovered an audience for dirty realism beyond its traditional haunts on the club scene and the Reading Festival. In the pop press, the controversy of the day was, can white men sing the blues? A hotly disputed topic which prompted the Bonzo Dog Dude Band to offer a radical deconstruction of the debate, can blue men sing the whites? It's funny. Another foray into what, for the Beatles, was the foreign territory of heavy music. Yer Blues was taped, live and extremely loud, in a small room next to Studio 2 with ADT. In Lesleytone, ladled liberally onto both lead guitars, featuring a savage edit at 3 minutes 17 seconds and a final verse yelled ineffectually into a dead microphone. The track takes audio vente authenticity to consciously absurd lengths. Lennon's two-note shuffle beat solo vying for laconicism with Keith Richards' outburst on the Rolling Stones' It's All Over Now. That the pain expressed here was nonetheless real is confirmed by the fact that this was the only Beatles track Lennon saw fit to record during his appearance at the Rolling Stones Rock and Roll Circus on 11th December. 1968, and with the Plastic Ono Band on Live Piece in Toronto, 1969. The 50s echo on the third verse anticipates the sound later used on his Confessional first solo album. This is from Lennon Remembers. He says, like in India, I wrote the last batch of best songs. I could write a lot like I'm So Tired and Yer Blues, where they were pretty realistic. They were about me, and they always struck me as, funny, ironic, or something. That I was writing supposedly in the presence of Guru and meditating so many hours a day. I was writing I'm So Tired, and songs of such pain as Yer Blues, which I meant it wasn't just me. I was trying to express it in blues idiom. So then he asks, was Yer Blues also deliberately meant to be a parody of the English blues scene? And John says, well, a bit, because we all were self-conscious, and the Beatles were super self-conscious people about parodying Americans, which we do and have done. I know we developed our own style, but we were still in a way parody American music. This is interesting. In the early days in England, all the groups were like Elvis and a backing group. If you say unalive, you can catch these mitts. And the Beatles deliberately didn't move like Elvis. That was our policy because we found it stupid and bullshit. Self-delete. And then Mick Jagger came out and resurrected bullshit movement, wiggling your arse in teat satapa. People be gay, donny, movel. And then we did it as a conscious thing. Factory reset. I'm trying to think of other, terms that people say to get around skirting the issue of taking one's life. Rest in peace, John Lennon. YouTube would have hated you. When we were younger, we used to move, we used to jump around and do all the things they're doing now, like going on stage with toilet seats and shitting and pissing. That's what we were doing in Hamburg, smashing things up. It wasn't a thing that Pete Townsend sort of worked out. It is something that you do when you play 6 or 7 hours. There's nothing else to do. You smash the place up and you insult everybody. But we were groomed and we dropped all of that in whatever it was we started off talking about, which was what we were singing about. What was it? What was the beginning of that? Yes. Okay, insert real quick. Groomed is a definition for preparing someone for something. It does not always mean abuse. They were groomed to become popular artists, not an abusive way. So I think we need to remember that. I think younger people, but also generally social media, chronically online folks, have just forgotten the original definition of grooming because it is so often used in the public zeitgeist. So I just wanted to insert that. I don't want to hear any bullshit about Brian Epstein grooming the band. Okay, thank you. And he asks, was Yer Blues deliberately parodying? Yeah. So there's a self-consciousness about it, suddenly singing blues. I mean, we're all listening to Sleepy John Estes and all that in art school like everybody else, but to sing it was something else. And so I'm self-conscious about doing it. And I think Dylan does it a lot, In case he's not sure of himself, he makes it double entendre. So therefore, he is secure in his hippiness. But George wasn't saying don't, or Paul wasn't saying don't call it Yer Blues, just say it straight. But I was self-conscious and I went for Yer Blues. And I think all that has passed now because I think musicians, we've all got over it, that self-consciousness. I've always felt like this actually sounded like Yoko. Didn't mind it at all. I thought it was fucking awesome. Especially this. John remembers his time in India with an honesty that I appreciate. He spends so much time hating his own work, but in this case, he actually does give it some praise. This is something I've already read, but still. He says, regardless of what I was supposed to be doing, I did write some of my best songs while I was there. It was a nice scene, nice and secure, and everyone was always smiling. The experience was only worth it if the songs that came out, but it could have been the desert or Ben Nevis. The funny thing about the camp was that although it was very beautiful and I was meditating about 8 hours a day, I was writing the most miserable songs on earth. In Yer Blues, when I wrote, I'm so lonely, I want to die. I'm not kidding. That's how I felt. Up there trying to reach God and feeling suicidal. This is from Barry Miles. Paul says, when John first went with Yoko, I think it focused his musical tastes and put a slightly more avant-garde slant on them. So that when you were getting things like Happiness is a Warm Gun in Yer Blues, we all liked blues, but Yer Blues was John's. John's lyrics, John's whole song, as far as I recall. We were always looking for a different way to record things, and next to the control room in number 2 studio, Abbey Road, where we were working, there was a little tape room. It was a quiet, small room, about 10 feet by 4 feet, a pokey cupboard. Really, that normally had tapes and a microphone leads and jack plugs in it. And we said, can we record in there? And George Martin said, what, the whole band? And we said, yes, let's try it. We'd always liked being on stage at the Cavern and places like that because the small stages push you together as a band and you're shoulder to shoulder instead of being spread out over a huge stadium stage where you wonder, who is that playing the guitar over there? We liked being in close contact with each other and we felt it added to the power of our music, and it did. And it did. That's my conjecture as well. The main worry engineers normally had was separation of instruments, so that if later we wanted to hear more drums or a little less, we had control over it so we could pull back or lift it. To do that, you had to get separation from all the other instruments, otherwise you brought up the guitars when you brought up the drums. So they were worried about separation, but what we did was turn the amplifiers to the wall and put a microphone in there, so we actually got amazing separation on them. Ringo came in with his drum kit, and I had the bass and everything, and we just played as a band. Dirty, 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 dirty. John just stood there and sang the vocal. He did a little work afterwards on the vocal, but that was it. We actually did it shoulder to shoulder in this tiny little cupboard and worked out very well. The engineers were surprised to find out how much separation they had. It was cool. I always remember the track for that. Mother Nature's Son. This is the Paul song. We have Paul on vocal, acoustic guitar, bass drum, and percussion, and unknown musicians. There are 2 trumpets and 2 trombones. This is You know, if you go to a restaurant and somebody orders onion rings for the table and you're kind of like, I like onion rings, you know, but I'll take it or leave it. Mother Nature's song is onion rings for me. I'll never order it for myself, but you know, I guess I'll take it. What I'm saying is, I don't care if you get 2 if I don't get 1. You know what I'm saying? It's fine. You can have 2. From the lyrics. People use the expression living on the edge. We lived literally on the edge of the city of Liverpool because my mother was a midwife, and anytime a new housing estate was built, the council would provide a midwife's house. The city kept spreading like a stain. In this case, the midwife's house was in Western Avenue, and I have memories of my mom's cycling off on her bike in the snow. Not that I dislike them, just kind of like, I'll be okay. After that, we moved to a new house at 12 Ardwick Road in the area called Speke. Just 10 minutes by bike down the road, 5 minutes by bus. Lots of houses were going up. They were building sites everywhere, and the road wasn't quite built yet, so it was muddy in the winter. We played on the building sites, and they were really quite dangerous. I once pulled my brother out of a lime pit because he couldn't get up the steep, slippery side. It was scary, but we were kids, and we knew no better than to be there. That was our playground. If you went about a mile from where we lived, you would suddenly be in rural Lancashire, and it was as if you'd fallen off the end of the earth. It was all woods and streams and fields of golden corn waving, everything you love about the countryside. There was a lot of bird life there because in those days, things were more or less organic. They hadn't just gotten around to buying expensive pesticides and fertilizers. Nature was much more in balance. So that was something I would often do, just go walking, either into the woods or to dam up the stream or to climb up a tree or wander in the fields and get chased by farmers. The instrumentation really makes this here. Orchestration, whatever. Even now, as I walk through my own fields or ride through them on my horse, I often think of those farmers. Get out of here, you're ruining my field. There was that strong sense of the countryside, and I was very lucky to access it so easily. I had that privilege, the joy, really, of watching a skylark rising. In the middle of a field, there's a bird that just rises vertically, singing as if its life depends on it, and it goes up this column of air until it gets to the top, and then it stops singing and it just glides down. That's how it leads you away from its nest. Fluttering, like the solo violin in The Lark Ascending, that lovely piece of music by Ralph Vaughan Williams. It's now a golden memory. Most people I meet these days haven't seen this behavior of the skylark, but it was very powerful for me, the sheer glory of nature. I was living in London and imagining it, trying to think like a country boy, Mother Nature's son, sit beside a mountain stream. Which it wouldn't have been. It would have been a field stream or a woodland stream. See her waters rise, listen to the pretty sound of music as she flies. I was very fascinated by streams, and still am. I just like to see them burrowing their way to the sea or wherever it is as they go. My field of grass was a definite nod to marijuana because at that time we were all smoking pot, and as you may recall, I always enjoyed sticking in any little reference to that. I just incorporated the phrases because I liked having a little in-joke. The song was partly inspired by being in Rishikesh with the Maharishi. There's a lot of do-do-do songs here. As well as by Nat King Cole's Nature Boy, but I seem to remember writing it at my dad's house in Liverpool. I was in my folk singing California mindset, but the actual terrain was Speak, or later on, Scotland. Swaying daisies, buttercups. It was the memories of summer in the beautiful fields. This is a love song to the natural world. That's my favorite part of the song. This is from Playboy interviews. Hang on real quick. Where's my little thingy? Did I take it off? I guess I did. I'll get it later. I don't want to go out there right now. Mother Nature song, and John says, Paul, that was from a lecture of Maharishi where he was just talking about nature, and I had a piece called I'm Just a Child of Nature, which turned into Jealous Guy years later, both inspired from the same lecture of Maharishi. Ian MacDonald says, written in India under the influence of a lecture by Maharishi, Mother Nature's Son is a plain and simple evocation of rural peace. Frankly, I just don't get, I don't feel nature when I listen to this. That being said, I do feel nature when I listen to I'm Child of Nature. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Unlike the metropolitan pop mainstream, the burgeoning rock idiom, then referred to as progressive or underground music, was, owing to its roots and countercultural values, strongly back to nature and spirit. Indeed, so conscious were contemporary rock musicians of this symbolic divide between the two genres that their mandatory retreats for the purpose of getting our heads together in the country became a standing joke among the urban cynics of the UK music press. As such, Mother Nature's Son should be heard in the context of tracks like the Pink Floyd's Scarecrow, Traffic's Berkshire Poppies, and the Incredible String Band's 1967 to 1968 output in general, as well as then nascent folk rock and country rock movements in Britain and America respectively. Founded on familiar artists' games with the D chord, McCartney's melody rises over a hint of rustic drone, suggesting rootedness and rest. Matt goes on to talk about Ringo leaving and tensions in studios, shit we've already talked about, but it wraps with, while it's tempting to hear the flat seventh in the final brass chord of Mother Nature's Son as an ironic token of this sour background, it's likelier to have been an accident of George Martin's orchestration. McCartney's spirits were high, and he spent much of the session playing about with the position of his drums, eventually recording them halfway down the corridor outside the studio. Before packing up, he taped 2 extra numbers, Wild Honey Pie and a song called Etc., which was never heard of again. This is from Alan Clayson. Ringo would not look back on the Beatles with much affection, although there had been no discernible animosity at first. However, to engineer Ken Scott, under Paul's instruction during brass overdubs for Mother Nature's Son, everything was going really well. And then John and Ringo walked in, and for the half hour they were there, you could have cut the atmosphere with a knife. Since the advent of Yoko and John's co-related passiveness, McCartney's attempt to motivate the other personnel had backfired. His boisterous purpose translated as barely tolerable bossiness. This is Alan Brown from Mark Lewisohn. He says, it was quite late at night. The whole building was quiet. And there was Paul playing this enchanting song. I love the phrase, sitting in my field of grass. It has a completeness about it. It isn't just any old field. It's a field of grass. We were all moved by it. Simultaneous to this recording session, Russia was invading Czechoslovakia. Of course, we didn't know it at that moment, but it did seem such a contrast of events. Everybody's got something to hide except for me and my monkey. This is a John song. We've got John on vocals, rhythm guitar, and hand claps, Paul on bass, fireman's bell, backing vocal and hand claps, George on lead guitar, backing vocal and hand claps, and Ringo on drums, maracas, and hand clap. If I heard just the beginning of this song, I would assume that this was something that was in the 80s. I'm not kidding. I don't know why. I'm just associating that to something. I don't know why. And John says, everybody's got something to hide except for me and my monkey was just a sort of nice line that I made into a song. It was about me and Yoko. Everybody seemed to be paranoid except for us two, who were in the glow of love. Everything is clear and open when you're in love, and everybody was sort of tense around us. You know, what is she doing here at the session? Why is she with him? All that sort of madness going on around us because we just happen to want to be together all the time. I very much like this. I very much like this a lot. This is from Barry Miles. Paul says, he was getting into harder drugs than we'd been into, so his songs were taking on more references than heroin. Until that point, we had made rather mild, rather oblique references to pot or LSD. Now John started to be talking about fixes and monkeys, and it was a harder terminology, which the rest of us weren't into. We were disappointed that he was getting into heroin because we didn't really see how we could help him. We just hoped it wouldn't go on too far. In the actual fact, he did end up clean, but this was the period when he got on it. It was a tough period for John, but often that adversity and that craziness can lead to good art, as I think it did with this case. And that's a toughie because while it might have worked out in this case, there are plenty of examples of good art being unattainable or attainable through clear-mindedness. And there are plenty of examples of artists making great art in spite of their mindset. And I think this is a case of in spite of and not because of or through. Except for me and my monkey. Listen, we have to talk about the monkey. The monkey, okay? This monkey. Ooh! Ooh! Oh! The monkey has captivated me for months. I love this monkey so much. It is in China. I don't know how to say this. This is his name.
Xiao Lao Fei. Xiao Lao Fei.
He is the posingest of all monkeys. He is working. He's giving this. He's giving this. He's even giving, ladies, gents, imbies, he's even giving this, okay? He's giving this. He's giving this. He's walking up to the glass. He's giving this. Oh, this monkey. For a while on my Instagram, I just had a highlight called The Monkey. Like nothing else, just the monkey. Because I just needed him to have a spot because I love the monkey. Ew. Do you think John Lennon knew that he was writing a theme song for a monkey decades in advance? If he didn't know that, he should have known that. What a fucking prophetic and poetic song to have written about my favorite monkey. Except for me and that monkey. Steve Turner says, initially known as Come On, Come On, this song was built from its title. John said it was a clear reference to his relationship with Yoko. That was just a nice line, but we already said that. It wasn't until his return from India that his friendship turned into an affair and Cynthia knew what was happening. Yoko started attending recording sessions for the new album, much to the annoyance of the other Beatles. The British press also found it difficult to accept Yoko, and this irked John and was to play a part in his eventual move to America. In England, they think I'm someone who has won the pools and gone off with a Japanese princess, he said. In America, they treat her with respect. They treat her as the serious artist she is. The rapid "come on, come on, come on" chorus sounds familiar to what became known as the gobble chorus section of the Fugs track Virgin Forest that appeared in the Fugs' second album from 1966. Barry Miles, then running the Indica bookshop, supplied the Beatles with the latest underground releases from America, including work by the Fugs. Except for me and that monkey, he has got nothing to hide. He's gonna show you his butt, whether it's dirty or not. And good for him, you know? I love that monkey. And I love this song. I don't care. There was a moment in my life where I was like, I could stop whatever I'm doing on the White Album project and make a 5-minute video just talking about this fucking monkey. So we need to have a conversation about Sexy Sadie, okay? Sexy Sadie. This is a John song. We've got John on vocals, rhythm guitar, and organ, ? Paul on bass, piano, organ, ? and backing vocals, and George on lead vocal and backing vocal. In what world does that sound like Maharishi? Sexy Sadie, Maharishi, like, it doesn't really even rhyme. And I guess it's like, let's try to find something that is completely irrefutable. That has nothing to do with Maharishi, you know? But then again, it wasn't a secret that it was about him, but it's like, I don't know. I just always was like, that's the moniker that we went with, Sexy Sadie. But hey man, it worked, you know. I just wish I got it. I feel like I don't get it, but I love this song. This was recorded July 19th and 24th, and I have an insert of a quote that I guess I wanted myself to read here. Let's see here. This is from Ken Womack's Sound Pictures, if I can get it to open. So during this session, they're making lots of jokes. And it says, during that same session, he, being John, pushed the boundaries of good taste when he broke off on a little ditty about the Beatles' late manager. What about Brian Epstein? John sang before taking aim at Brian's brother Clive. He's a dirty old man, and his mother, Dirty Queenie, well, she's the queen of them all. I love this song. I feel like this really hits. It really slaps, and John's vocals are very pure. Later, during a break-in session, Harrison seemed to call Martin out for his sullen attitude in the days since Emmerich's departure. Ken Scott says, "Sorry, George, what did you say?" And Harrison says, "I said it's no point in Mr. Martin being uptight." McCartney says, "Right." Harrison says, "You know, we're all here to do this, and if you want to be uptight." And Martin says, "I don't know what to say to you, George." Harrison says, "I mean, you're very negative." Jesus. So that was something I guess I wanted to read here. John says, see, I feel like I'm going to get shot for this. Like, that wasn't a good, you can't say that. But I feel like this song, it's like he has that real conviction, you know, that I feel like I'm missing in Julia. And this doesn't make Julia a bad song at all. I'm not saying that. Please don't misconstrue what I'm saying here. Please don't. I'm just saying that there's this conviction in Sexy Sadie where it's like, ooh, he is really he means that, you know? Maybe it's in the production, the vocal production. Maybe that's it. That's like the distortion is nasty. Nasty. You can't hear that through this. This is an awful audio setup, and I understand that, okay? I copped out and wouldn't write, "Maharishi, what have you done? You've made a fool of everyone." That was written just as we were leaving, waiting for our bags to be packed in the taxi that never seemed to come. We thought, they're deliberately keeping the taxi back so as we can't escape from this madman's camp. And we had the mad Greek with us who was paranoid as hell. He kept saying, "It's black magic, black magic. They're going to keep you here forever." I must have gotten away because I'm here. This song was written as John's response to the allegations against Maharishi, raping or coming on to or being sexually aggressive with Mia Farrow or another girl in the camp. Mia Farrow was the name that everybody came around with, but there was also just accusations of other girls. So this was Maharishi, what have you done? You've made a fool out of everyone. She came along to turn on everyone. Everybody knows a charlatan, whether it be a girlfriend or a guru. Everybody knows someone who shows up and is very likable, is very believable. We made a mistake there. We believe in meditation, but not the Maharishi in his scene. But that's a personal mistake we made in public. I think we had a false impression of Maharishi, like people do of us. What we do happens in public, so it's a different scene slightly. We thought he was something other than he was, but we were looking for it, and we probably superimposed it on him. We were waiting for a guru, and along he came. But he was creating the same kind of situation for which he's giving recipes out to cure. It was India. The meditation is good. And it does what they say. It's like exercise or cleaning your teeth. It works. But everyone knows a snake oil salesman that they bought the oil from and realized, shit, I still have wrinkles. But we finished with that bit of it then. I think we're seeing him a bit more in perspective because we're as naive as the next person. I wouldn't say don't meditate. We're still 100% in favor of meditation, but we're not going to go potty and build a golden temple in the Himalayas. We will help where and when we can. We can't do everything overnight, but we're not going to empty the gold out of our pockets. There are other ways of helping. Bob Spitz talks about those accusations in that night. He says, it seemed pointless for them to hash out the accusations with the Maharishi. He would only deny them. And George was already feeling ashamed about the way that they were leaving things. He'd already suspected that they'd been set up by Alex Martis. Though Peter Brown insists that some months later, he says, John told me he knew for a fact that Maharishi had fucked that young girl. Why? The Maharishi repeatedly implored. A wave of belligerence swept over John, who responded, if you're so cosmically conscious as you claim, then you'll know why. With those words, the two remaining Beatles walked out of the ashram at Rishikesh and out of the Maharishi Mahesh Yogi's life forever. But John Lennon was not finished with Maharishi. On the way back to Delhi, in a bruised little car that kept breaking down every few miles, he began work on a vengeful song titled Maharishi. He sang it for George after a long stretch of downtime in which the car developed a flat tire and the driver disappeared, ostensibly to seek out a spare. It had a pungent, assertive melody that gave form to inexplicable feelings. Maharishi, what have you done? George understood where it came from, but he was appalled by the undisguised lyric. You can't say that, it's ridiculous, he warned John. There was no reason why the Beatles should give the Maharishi a public flogging. It would ruin the man, George argued. It was completely inappropriate, nothing he wanted to be associated with. Instead, George proposed that John replace Maharishi's name with Sexy Sadie. Disappointed at first, John tried rearranging the names and laughed at the absurdity. Sexy Sadie, it was pretty funny, he admitted. It would be their private joke. Sexy Sadie, what have you done? Although John clearly intended for the song to distract him from the sorry events of the past 24 hours, as well as the obvious marriage difficulties, his attention began to drift away as they arrived at the Delhi airport. He was already brooding over the issues that would have to be addressed once they got home. Here's from Barry Miles, and Paul says, John wrote Sexy Sadie about it. Righteous indignation. I remember being quite shocked with that. It's really funny, John's reaction to this sexual thing. I mean, maybe say, hey, we thought he was better than that, but it seemed a little prudish to me to do that. So I was quite glad that I'd left before. I mean, even if they found him in bed, what is this? Anyway, it ended in disarray, and that was the reason given. And it became public that we didn't like Maharishi, but I never felt that way particularly, and I know George is still involved with him. I think George was right. It would have been too hard, and it would have actually been, as it turned out, rather untrue, because it was Magic Alex who made the original accusation, and I think that it was completely untrue. So they say that after this happened, the Beatles stopped associating with Maharishi entirely. That is not true. According to Graeme Thomson, according to a lot of places, George continued to associate with Maharishi, even though in some interviews he said he didn't. So it was privately, he never publicly did. That's exactly the point where, okay, lyrics, hang on. We gave her everything we owned just to sit at her table. Just a smile would lighten. Just a smile would lighten everything. That's the thing. You weren't supposed to be charging people to learn TM, but he was charging people. You weren't supposed to turn students away because of their poverty, but he was turning them away. John didn't pay. The Beatles, as far as I know, all 4 of them didn't pay tuition or anything, but they were supposed to. They just skipped out on it. But people gave a lot to be able to learn next to Maharishi. And he was really actually kind of, not that we're talking about these particular accusations, but who he turned out to be was not what he pretended to be. Jim Beviglia says, the song begins with Paul McCartney's piano intro, somehow stately and wobbly at once thanks to the effects added to it. Once the rhythm kicks in, it does so at an ambling pace. Yet Ringo Starr is able to keep things from falling into torpor with effectively counterintuitive drumming. One of Starr's many underrated qualities as a drummer is his ability to find spaces for snare drums and other aggressive measures within songs with slower tempos, thereby enlivening the recording of these songs. He does that wonderfully here, while McCartney flitters about the lower end on the bass. Eventually, Harrison takes over on the outro with precisely rendered hefty riffs. The music somehow manages both dreaminess and melancholy, which makes it just the right fit for Lennon's lyrics. One key in appreciating the song is realizing that Lennon doesn't just go off on a one-sided diatribe, which would have been easy enough, but could have come off as too snide. Instead, he adds just a hint of admiration, as if ultimately impressed that the title character has the ability to wield such power over her acolytes. Thus, every accusatory word, "You made a fool of everyone," is balanced by the quasi-praise, "How did you know that the world was waiting just for you?" In fact, it takes a while as the song progresses to hear that beyond the adulation in lines like "One sunny day the world was waiting for a lover, she came along to turn on everyone." The backing vocals by McCartney and Harrison, altered as they are with some studio trickery that sound like Motown call and response tinged with sadness, also seem to hover between praise and mockery. By the final verse, Lennon has had enough of equivocating, finally calling her out. "You'll get yours yet, however big you think you are." Yet even the anger within that line is quickly turned around to disappointment and even a glimmer of lingering hope. "We gave her everything we owned just to sit at her table, just a smile would lighten everything." Lennon's last falsetto cries seem resigned to the fact that he's been duped though, and he's left to repeat his threat, "However big you think you are." There's a great moment captured in the Beatles Anthology documentary of Lennon being queried by a reporter shortly after his return from India about whether he thought the Maharishi was on the level. Lennon, ever sharp and lightning quick with retort, responded, "I don't know what level he's on." That sense of disillusionment and unknowing hangs over Sexy Sadie, one of the prettiest poison pen letters you'll ever hear. Ian MacDonald says, "It was recorded in a haphazard manner involving 52 takes, 2 remakes, around 35 hours of studio time, and a great deal of clowning about. As usual with Lennon, meaning and musical expression are integrally linked. From the dry chiding of the song's opening phrase to its endlessly maneuvering chord sequence, shifting as evasively as the heroine slips between compromising situations. The 5-bar middle section uses the same chords as McCartney's Here, There, and Everywhere. With a duplicitous echo on the piano, hypnotic phrasing on the backing vocals, and insidious guitar obligato from Harrison, Sexy Sadie is all of an unprepossessing piece." God, this song is so good. Ugh, it's so good. Beatles write great song? Shocking. Helter Skelter, written by Paul. Paul says, we're going to read it in just a second, that he couldn't figure out exactly what song it was by The Who that got him so up in a tizzy about needing to make the heaviest rock songs. But he thinks that it might be I Can See for Miles. We've got Paul on vocal, bass, lead guitar, piano, John on bass, saxophone, backing vocal, George on lead guitar, backing vocal, Ringo on drums, and Mal on trumpet. Paul said that he had read a review of The Who's I Can See for Miles, which said that the group really goes wild with the echo and screaming and everything, and I thought, that's a pity, I would have liked to do something like that. And then I heard it, and it was nothing like it. It was straight and sophisticated. It wasn't rough and screaming and tape echo at all. So I had this song called Helter Skelter, which is quite a ridiculous song. So we did it. I like the noise. In Anthology, Paul remembers it as Pete Townsend claiming he made the raunchiest track. If we're going to go with the most recent retelling of events, we should consult the lyrics. So he said, honestly, don't care what Who song it was. As long as it's a song that inspired Helter Skelter, that's all I give a shit about. I love this song. I do. Pete Townshend had been talking in the music press about how The Who had just recorded the loudest, the dirtiest, the rockingest thing ever. I loved that description, so I came into the studio and said to the guys, let's just see how loud we can get and how raucous. Let's try to make the meters peak. A lot of people in the US don't know what a Helter Skelter is. They think it's a roller coaster. It's actually another fairground fixture, conical, with a slide around the outside. We went on them loads of times as kids. You'd walk up the stairs inside and you'd take a mat, just like a doormat, and you'd sit on it and slide down, and then you'd walk up again. I used that as a symbol of life. 1 minute you're up, next minute you get knocked down. You're feeling euphoric, and then you're feeling miserable. Such is the nature of life. The verses are based on the Mock Turtles song from Alice in Wonderland. Will you walk a little faster? Said a whiting to a snail. There's a porpoise close behind us, and he's treading on my tail. See how eagerly the lobsters and the turtles all advance. They're waiting on the shingle. Will you come and join the dance? Will you, won't you, will you, won't you, will you join the dance? Will you, won't you, will you, won't you join the dance? John and I both adored Lewis Carroll, and we often quoted him. Lines like, she's coming down fast, have a sexual component, perhaps a little drug component too, a little darker. But things got really dark when Charles Manson, a year later, hijacked the song. He thought the Beatles were the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, and he was reading all this stuff into the lyrics, all sorts of secret meanings. Apparently, he read hell into Helter Skelter. I didn't perform the song for years after Manson and the Sharon Tate murders. It was all too twisted. The distortion we continued to be interested in was the sound distortion we could create by using techniques we developed with the brilliant engineers at Abbey Road. The recording process for Helter Skelter was endless, a feat of endurance. So much so that Ringo at the end shouted out something about having blisters on his fingers. It was that kind of session. We had played the hell out of it, so maybe Manson did detect something infernal in it. The song has sometimes been credited to the start of heavy metal. I don't know whether that's the case, but it's certainly true that the music preceding rock, the gentle and romantic dance music, was kicked over. We were kicking that out of the way with this song. Over the years, I've looked for the Who track that Pete Townshend was referring to. I've even asked Pete about it, and he can't remember. Maybe it was I Can See for Miles, the loudest, dirtiest, rockiest thing ever. I never heard anything by the Who that was as loud and as dirty as it was in my imagining it. John's Playboy response was acerbic as ever. They say Helter Skelter, and John says that's Paul completely. All that Manson stuff was built around George's song about pigs in this one. Paul's song about an English fairground. It has nothing to do with anything, and least of all to do with me. So as we previously talked about, this song underwent a couple of versions, and one of them was 12 minutes long, and here's Lewisohn on that. He says, actually, the length was the only regular aspect of the remake, for this was, by all accounts, a mad session. The version on the album was out of control, says Brian Gibson. They were completely out of their heads that night, but as usual, a blind eye was turned to what the Beatles did in the studio. Everyone knew what substances they were taking, but they were really a law unto themselves in the studio. As long as they didn't do anything too outrageous, things were tolerated. And I love the way that Ringo talks about this in the Anthology book. He describes it as some sort of unraveling. He says, Helter Skelter was a track we did in total madness and hysterics in the studio. Sometimes you just had to shake out the jams, and with that song, Paul's bass line and my drums, Paul started screaming and shouting and made it up on the spot. In spite of how much fun the boys had in the studio, even though Paul was beating them to death, this song led to absolute tragedy. So let's just talk about it. And I wrote about this a little bit, but I would like to leave room for inaccuracies because I don't know a lot about the Manson family murders. In spite of how much fun the boys had in the studio, even though Paul was beating them to death, this song led to absolute tragedy. Charles Manson claimed that Helter Skelter, along with Piggies, influenced him to go on / instruct a spree of crime beginning with the shooting of Bernard Lotzapapa Crow on July 1st, 1969. The murders of Gary Hinman, July 69. Sharon Tate, Jay Sebring, Abigail Folger, and Wojtek Frykowski and Steve Parent, a teenager, on August 9th, 1969. Similarly to the Hinman murder, they wrote Pig in blood on the walls. The next night, the Manson family killed Leno and Rosemary LaBianca. And finally, Donald Shorty Shea disappeared in late August 1969, but the man's body wasn't found until 1977. Devastating. And because I'm frankly not well versed in this subject, I'm going to just let the readings do the heavy lifting again, as they always do. Paul says, then the song got over to America, the land of interpretive people. As a DJ would later interpret the fact that I had no shoes on the Abbey Road cover, Charles Manson interpreted that Helter Skelter was something to do with the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. I still don't know what that stuff is. It's from the Bible, Revelations. I haven't read it, so I wouldn't know. He's so real. But he interpreted the whole thing, that we were the 4 horsemen, Helter Skelter the song, and arrived at having to go out and kill everyone. It was terrible. You can't associate yourself with something like that. Some guy in the States had done it, but I have no idea why. It was frightening because you don't write songs for those reasons. Maybe some heavy metal groups do nowadays, but we certainly never did. Bob Dylan thought the line in I Want to Hold Your Hand was I get high, I get high, I get high. So there had been some funny little misinterpretations, but they were all harmless and a bit of a laugh. Jake Riviera, Elvis Costello's manager, thought that living is easy with eyes closed was living is easy with nice clothes. But after all those little interpretations, there was finally this horrific interpretation of it all. It all went so wrong at that point, but it was nothing to do with us. What can you do? I mean, and he's right. And I know that maybe sounds like he's shrugging it off or maybe like dismissive, but you can't stay there. Like, you can't stay there. That's horrible. And to take on that absolute grief, you just can't stay there. John says, but don't you want me to make it? All that Manson stuff was built around George's song about pigs and Paul's song about an English fairground. Okay. In Paul's song about an English fairground, it had nothing to do with anything, and least of all to do with me. He's barmy. He's like any other Beatle fan who reads mysticism into it. I'm coming down fast, but don't let me break you. I mean, we used to have a laugh, putting this or that or the other in a lighthearted way. Some intellectual would read us, some symbolic youth generation wants it to be something. But we also took seriously some parts of the role. But I don't know, what's Helter Skelter got to do with knifing somebody? Ringo says, it was upsetting. I mean, I knew Roman Polanski and Sharon Tate, and God, it was a rough time. It stopped everybody in their tracks because suddenly all this violence came out in the midst of all this love and peace and psychedelia. It was pretty miserable, actually, and everyone got really insecure, not just us, not just the rockers, but everyone in LA felt, oh God, it can happen to anybody. Thank God they caught the bugger. But you ain't no George said, we had incredible things happening in our life. We had wonderful clothes, psychedelic motor cars, houses, everything. All our songs were about all you need is love and revolution and so on. It was a turn on, tune in, drop out mentality. And even nowadays, a lot of people feel threatened. There is no flower power revolution going on now, but people still feel threatened when they don't understand something. Or if they feel that their lifestyle, the little rut that they're in, is threatened by what you're saying. They will dismiss you, or they'll think you're a crank, or even that you're crazy. They've said just about everything by now. They've said how wonderful we are and how horrible we are, and that we've been through up, down so many times that it doesn't make any difference. In some way, we went beyond it all. We transcended the tabloids, and they still have their field day now and again, still write their silly little things, but it doesn't really have any effect on us. Yet they don't like to hear something that's a deviation from that cozy little safe routine that people have for their lives. Everybody was getting big on the Beatle bandwagon, the police and the promoters and the Lord Mayors and the murderers too. The Beatles were topical, and they were the main thing that was written about in this world. So everybody attached themselves to us, whether it was our fault or not. It was upsetting to be associated with something so sleazy as Charles Manson. Another thing I found offensive was that Manson suddenly portrayed the long hair, beard, and mustache kind of image as well as that of a murderer. Up until then, the long hair and the beard were more to do with not having your hair cut and not having a shave, a case of just being a scruff or something. Long, long, long. This is a Harris song. And George was on vocals, acoustic guitar. Paul was on bass, organ, backing vocal. Ringo was on drums, and Chris Thomas was on piano. Got a lot to thank this song for. Long, long, long. Would not be doing this video without this. Someone asked me on Patreon to do a song breakdown of this. So I listened to Long, 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 and then I started listening to the album. And I was like, oh shit. I'm so cooked. I love this. John says, George's songs were getting so much better. He was demanding his rights. The reason why the Beatles made the double white and not pepper again was because George had so much material, and Paul had so much more material, I had so much material, and even Ringo had so much material. We made the double white album because it was going to be a double album forever. Abbey Road was like a freak. It was an effort to try to produce something that we used to produce because it was already disintegrating on the white album because there was so much material. Either we would have had to make double albums every time, or Paul and I would have had to say, okay, we'll only have 2 songs every album, and that wouldn't have been fun for Paul and I. It had to break. And this one was actually really fun in studio, and I love hearing that. This is from Lewisohn. The song's overdubs. Where did Mal get those Joss sticks? They're like Rishikesh Joss sticks. Richard Lush attended many a Beatles session where the Joss sticks were burned, and the whole studio was stinking of them, be it strawberry or whatever was the flavor of the month. Whisper it quietly, but Alan Brown still has an authentic and unused Beatles Joss stick in its original wrapper picked up off the floor after a session had ended. They used to burn several at once, sticking them into the slots of the acoustic screens. I'd go home at night, my clothes reeking of them. I never smelt Joss sticks of quite the same quality that they used. They had them specially brought in from India. Brown proves this by producing a 20-year-old packet and pointing to the details, which I'm going to go ahead and put on screen because I'm not going to butcher that. Love that he has a spiritual connection. Do wish that this was a love song about Patty. Sorry. Just kill me, child of divorce, whatever. Love, love. I love love. Ian McDonald says, after the ponderous While My Guitar Gently Weeps, the nasty Piggies, and the space-filling Savoy Truffle, keep your opinion to yourself. I love that song. At last, the real George, this touching token of exhausted, relieved reconciliation with God, is Harrison's finest moment on the Beatles. Simple, direct, and its sighing, self-annihilating coda, devastatingly expressive. Based on the triple time changes of Bob Dylan's Sad-Eyed Lady of the Lowlands, Long, 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 rises from a whisper, only in its 14-bar middle section, where 3 bars of mechanically repeating boogie piano phrase depict the years wasted searching. At the end, the luckiest accident in any Beatles recording produced a striking conclusion. As McCartney reached the final low inversion of C major on the group's customized Hammond organ, the bottom note vibrated a bottle of wine standing on the instrument's Leslie cabinet, creating an eerie rattle. Holding his chord as a bare fifth, McCartney turned it into a spectral C minor suspended fourth, joined by Starr with a snare roll and Harrison by a disembodied wail. Together, they sustained this for 30 seconds before, with the organ and its accompanying rattle fading, Harrison gave the harmony its final twist on his Gibson J200, a skeletal G minor 11, closed out by the dying fall of Starr's drums, with its simultaneous suggestion of a death, a new beginning, and an enigmatic question. This minor version of A Hard Day's Night chord is, in its context, one of the most resonant in the Beatles' discography. Alan Clayson, in his George Harrison book, says, why did Savoy Truffle, stuffed with the latest slogans, in as much of a muchness, long, 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 make it onto the Beatles when stronger Harrison material didn't? Possibly a green-eyed monster whispered to McCartney and Lennon, when he thought about it nowadays, that George, heaven forbid, might catch up on either of them as the Beatles' most self-contained and commercial force. And Why not? He was working with two brilliant songwriters, reasoned John, and he learned a lot from us. I wouldn't have minded being George the Invisible Man. So here's Sad-Eyed Lady of the Lowlands by Bob Dylan. We're only going to listen to a little bit of it. Of the new, clever music coming from inside the old Harrison, George Martin justified his previous condescension toward the baby of the group. He'd been awfully poor up until then, actually. Some of the stuff he'd written was dead boring. The impression is sometimes given that we put him down. I don't think we ever did. But possibly we didn't encourage him enough. That's not... He backtracks on that later on. Harrison was still as prone to idolatry as the most devout apple scruff. Nonetheless, although he rarely missed Monty Python and played over and over the same records by Electric Flag, Stoneground, or whatever new U.S. combo had briefly captivated him, he was always drawn back to Bob Dylan. As John had been fixated in 1965, so Dylan cropped up in Harrison's music. Here, a blonde-on-blonde chord progression for Long, Long, Long. There, a Highway 61 revisited chug for Old Brown Shoe. Most heartfelt, an homage was Behind That Locked Door, a new number about the tales you have taught me, and George's apprehensions and hopes for Bob's first major concert since his motorbike calamity. Revolution number 1. So this is a John song. Get ready to just buckle in. John is on vocals, acoustic, and electric guitar. Paul on bass, piano, organ, backing vocal. George is on acoustic and lead guitar and backing vocals. Ringo is on drums and percussion. Freddie Clayton and Derek Watkins on trumpet. Don Long, Rex Morris, Jay Power, and Bill Povey on trombone. This version's grown on me a lot, but I was not into it at the beginning. I was like, God, this is so slow. I felt the same way as everyone else. I was like, Jesus Christ, John, like... Revolution in all its forms is incredibly convoluted. There's Revolution the single, released as a B-side to Jude on August 26, 1968. And there's Revolution 1, which went on the White Album. And Revolution number 9, which is also on the White Album. And Revolution 9 as well, you know, we'll get there. Wait your turn. And large chunks of it were pulled from Revolution 1's original recording, and immediately Yoko is involved. Here's Jeff again. He says, I thought things couldn't get any worse, but I was wrong. A few days later, the four Beatles plus George Martin and, of course, Yoko were in the control room listening to a playback of a backing track when John offhandedly asked her what she thought of it. To everyone's amazement, she offered a criticism. Well, it's pretty good, she said in a tiny little voice, but I think it should be played a little faster. You could have heard a pin drop. There was a look of shock and horror on everyone's face, even John's. Everyone looked at John, but he said nothing. Infatuated as he might have been with Yoko, he must have realized that to leap to her defense would only add fuel to the fire. After a slight pause, they returned to their conversation, ignoring Yoko and what she had said, but the damage had been done, and things would never be the same again. John said, when George and Paul and all of them were on holiday, I made Revolution, which is on the LP. I wanted to put it out as a single, but they said it wasn't good enough. We put out Hey Jude, which was worthy, but we could have had both. We recorded the song twice. The Beatles were getting real tense with each other. The first take, George and Paul were resentful that it wasn't fast enough. This is from Sound Pictures by Kenneth Womack. This part is actually about the Revolution, the single. So I decided to introduce a little bit of information regarding it, but obviously we're going to focus on Revolution 1, and we'll have bits of it during the listen. No, we won't. No, we won't. I didn't do it, and I'm not doing it now. They remade the song on July 10th. That evening, George Martin produced a searing version of Revolution for the Ages. As the producer later remembered, we got into distortion on that, which we had a lot of complaints from the technical people about, but that was the idea. It was John's song, and the idea was to push it right to the limit. Well, we went to the limit and beyond. And as Phil McDonald later noted, George captured the blistering sound by feeding the guitar signals through the recording console. It completely overloaded the channel and produced the fuzz sound, McDonald. Interesting lyrics coming from... nope. Don't. Reported. Fortunately, the technical people didn't find out. They didn't approve of the abuse of equipment. After capturing Revolution in 10 takes, the bandmates applied overdubs to the recording, including a series of hand claps and a sizzling double-tracked lead from John. The next evening, Thursday, July 11th, witnessed an additional overdub, courtesy of keyboard session man Nicky Hopkins, who superimposed a magnificent electric piano solo on the track. And with that, Lennon's Revolution was complete. He had met, if not exceeded, his self-imposed burden of imagining a faster version of the song, and in so doing, he had duly presented Revolution as the lead contender for the next Beatles single. This is from the Anthology book. George says, the thing about Revolution, and you could get into a debate about this, is that it's not so much the song, but the attitude in which it was done. I think Revolution is pretty good and it grooves along, but I don't particularly like the noise that it makes. And I say noise because I didn't like the distorted sound of John's guitar. And here I believe we're talking about Revolution the single, because in general, I think people associate Revolution with Revolution the single, not Revolution 1. I think that Revolution, as with all different styles of song, has its own merit. It's a good tune, but I don't think it is one of John's best songs. The only thing that may make it important is what it's actually saying, but at the same time, there was a lot of other politically aware music going around the world. Ringo says, I never felt we'd gone too far. Ever. Not musically and not in life, really. We didn't really do anything heavy in life. We didn't get radical. We were a little radical in our music, so it seems, with the backwards tapes and things like that, but we were not violent people. John says, now, if you go into the details of what a hit record is and isn't, maybe, but the Beatles could have afforded to put on the slow, understandable version of Revolution as a single, whether it was a gold record or a wooden record. But because they were so upset over the Yoko thing and the fact that I was, again, becoming as creative and dominating as I was in the early days after lying fallow for a couple of years, it upset the apple cart. I was awake again and they weren't used to it. I wanted to put out what I felt about Revolution. I thought it was the time that we spoke up about it, the same as I thought it was time we stopped not answering about the Vietnamese War. I had been thinking about it up in the hills in India, and I still had this God will save us feeling about it. It's going to be all right. That's why I did it. I wanted to talk. I wanted to say my piece about revolutions. I wanted to tell you, or whoever listens, to communicate, to say, what do you say? This is what I say. There were two versions of that song, but the underground left only picked up on the one that said, count me out. The original version, which ends up on the LP, said, count me in, too. I put both because I wasn't sure. I put in both because I wasn't sure. I didn't want to get killed. I didn't really know much about the Maoists, but I just knew that they seemed to be so few, and yet they painted themselves green and stood in front of the police waiting to get picked off. I just thought it was unsubtle. I thought the original communist revolutionaries coordinated themselves a bit better and didn't go around shouting about it. I like this quote that in Anthology book, this just says, Paul, I liked the sound on Revolution, but I found more. I fuck with this, with him underneath the I love that. From him in the Barry Miles book. So Paul says, it was a great song, basically John's. He doesn't really get off the fence in it. He says, you can count me out in, so you're not actually sure. I don't think he was sure which way he felt about it at the time, but it was an overtly political song about revolution and a great one. I think John later ascribed more political intent to it than he actually felt when he wrote it. Which very well may be true. They were very political times, obviously, with the Vietnam War going on, Chairman Mao and the Little Red Book and all the demonstrations with people going through the streets shouting, ho, ho, Ho Chi Minh. And I think he wanted to say, you can count me in for a revolution, but if you go around carrying pictures of Chairman Mao, you ain't gonna make it with anyone anyhow. By saying that, I think he meant we all want to change the world Maharishi style because across the universe, also had the Change the World theme. I remember John talking to Maharishi about it, and Maharishi wanted more optimism. Meditation will change your world. He didn't want nothing's going to change your world. That sounded too negative. But we refused to do that because it sounded better the other way. But Revolution is obviously a highly political song and a great one. John was just hedging his bets, covering all eventualities. The album version was a really good recording, the hottest recording we ever did. It's good that it comes right after Helter Skelter because those two qualify as the most raucous Beatles songs on record. We know today that, like, yeah, you should free your mind, but it is systemic, especially in, I'm going to get political for a second, issues that we're dealing with, especially in the United States, because I don't know how other governments work the same way. But you only get anywhere with money. And the reason why Bernie Sanders was coming on and saying, I'm asking you once again for more money, the campaigning, it's straight up, like, if you look into it, it's very upsetting, but it's like, if you have the most money, you will get the most votes. And it's not from the popular vote. It's from the Electoral College, the super PACs. You have to have money. And it's bogus that it falls on the American public to fund that instead of just being able to rely on our vote. That's one thing. Number two is that if we're not willing to address systemic issues, then freeing your mind is just a bunch of us on Instagram and Twitter and bitching about the same stuff over and over again about how unfair this world is. Okay, well, let's do something about it. Let's organize, let's protest, let's make some big, real changes. And in order to make real changes, we have to change the system. We have to challenge the system. So I see what the issue is when we are talking about problems with John's rhetoric. It is very idealistic, and I think it was an absolutely great step in the right direction in 1968. But here in 2025, it's a great song, but ideologically, it just cannot hold water. And I don't know if you guys have figured out where I stand politically as a queer journalist in a red state. If you guys don't know, I'm non-binary. Somebody's gonna be mad because I use they, them pronouns. Oh, I hurt your feelings. Sorry. It is a good song, and I'm happy he did it because I think it helped a lot of people to start to think and challenge their own feelings. So, like, it is extremely influential. It's important. I like what Ringo has to say when he says, I don't think we ever went too far. It's extremely important, and I'm so glad that the Beatles were willing to do that. I think Paul was really scared, a little bitch ass, fine, whatever, which is stupid because George was already very vocally addressing political stuff. So I'm not really sure why, like, Taxman was so political that I'm like, why is it like John was the political, like, you know, George, like, kind of like he was getting there first. But the Beatles were always political though, but that's, you know, whatever. It is extremely influential. It's extremely important, and its mindset is so naive for now. So we can't say that, yeah, well, that's fine now. We're just going to free our minds and no, peace and love. But it's just not, you know, peace and love got us into this mess, just being like, it's all going to work out. John says, the statement in Revolution was mine. The lyrics stand today. There's still my feelings about politics. I want to see the plan. That's what I used to say to Jerry Rubin and Abby Hoffman. Count me out if it's for violence. Don't expect me on the barricades unless it's with flowers. As far as overthrowing something in the name of Marxism or Christianity, I want to know what you're going after you've knocked it down. I mean, can't we use some of it? What's the point of bombing Wall Street? If you want to change the system, change the system. It's no good shooting people. Damn, that's hard. I know how I felt when I was at college at 19 and 20. I would have been for complete destruction. I always hoped for it anyway, just as a happening, just to go on the loot, to destroy it. I would have done then. I don't know whether I would now. I still like stealing things, but I don't because I can't be bothered. That's how I felt then, but if there was somebody like me, I might listen. If you want peace, you won't get it with violence. Please tell me one militant revolution that worked. Sure, a few of them took over, but what happened? Status quo. And if they smash it down, who do you think is going to build it up again? And when they've built it up again, who do they think is going to run it? And how are they going to run it? They don't look further than their noses. If someone showed me one that worked, then it might turn me a bit. And I'd say, all right, that's the way to do it. Then turn the place upside down, but there isn't one. I mean, the American Revolution was violent, it went to war, but, it's up for debate whether or not it worked.
In what year did the Treaty of Paris officially end the American Revolutionary War? There are some of us who are still fighting. That could be interpreted so many ways.
Okay. Ian MacDonald called the song the first serious crack in the Beatles' corporate facade. Getting to the end of the editing process and realizing that no matter how much I worked on making the Revolution readings clear, I just hate how they came out. Don't need to think about John moaning either. You guys need to stop moaning on the music. I'm good, okay? I'm fine. Thank you. I was using a lot of Ian MacDonald's stuff because he covers Revolution in its background, the impetus of John writing this song, the countercultural situations, a lot of background extremely well. He also writes, I guarantee, he writes with a fucking thesaurus. It is so hard to read a lot of his stuff. It's not human, it's not natural, it's beautiful prose, okay? As a writer, love reading it. As a reader, hate reading it out loud. It is hard. There's a lot of stuff that is hard to pronounce. You guys know that that's like a thing for me. This is an extremely abridged version of me explaining kind of what he was saying about Revolution 1 and a little bit about Revolution the single. I do have bits about Revolution the single in here, and I was supposed to listen to it during the listening. Guess who didn't do that? Me. I didn't do that because I suck. So, and it's too late now, babe. It is almost March 1st right now, okay? So I just didn't get it done and I'm not doing it now. So it's just not happening. John is with Yoko now. Yoko's a very political person. Ian MacDonald asserts that John didn't really care about these things as much as he was kind of wooed by Yoko, urged by Yoko to finally speak up about things. I don't know if I think that that's true. He says, this was the first Beatles recording touched by the disturbing influence of Yoko Ono, whose background in radical art scene had grounded her in the sex politics rather than being sold by the counterculture as an alternative to Maoism of the revolutionary student left. Based on the writings of Wilhelm Reich, Herbert Marcuse, and Norman O. Brown, this philosophy aimed to relax the left's tight-minded totalitarian reflex by bringing it to its system in a Dionysiac diet of dope, rock and roll, and fucking in the streets. While Lennon had been interested in the British counterculture for at least a year, it was not until he met Ono that he became personally confronted with this erotic ideology. When we weren't in studio, we were in bed, he said. Revolution 1, or at least its unissued long version, seems to have been his first expressions of this, hence perhaps his decision to lay down to sing it. Another motive for Lennon's desire to be fully relaxed while singing it was unease about the lyric. Essentially, John is seeing all of this unrest and he's trying to figure out how to speak on this. As we just covered in his quotes, he's having issues figuring out how to dismantle a system and what happens after you dismantle it. So he's having issues with figuring out where he falls on peace, revolution, protest, violent protest, civil disobedience. These things are complex ideas and hard to fit into a song, okay? So how do you get your idea across without alienating everyone in the world, being the biggest band in the world, even past Beatlemania at this point, still the biggest or one of the biggest groups in the world, one of the most influential pop culture voices in the world. How do you do that? Well, you don't. The immediate inspiration for the revolution sequence was the May 1968 student uprising in Paris, which reached its crescendo with the de Gaulle's dissolution of the French National Assembly the very evening that Revolution 1 was being laid down in London. Fanfared by the Tate Offensive, 1968 had burst violently into the floating utopian fantasy of the previous year, thrusting Vietnam to the top of the protest agenda, sparking a pitched battle between police and 100,000 anti-war marchers outside outside the U.S. Embassy. As if to drive the point home, Martin Luther King's assassination a few weeks later confirmed a brutal zeitgeist shift from love and peace to politics and struggle. In Revolution 1, Lennon was consciously addressing such issues, and in refusing to relinquish love and peace for the grim priorities of the new era, he knew he risked alienating the Beatles' world audience of rapidly radicalizing youth. People were hoping that John would be a little bit more revolutionary, but then the single comes out and he says, "You can count me out," in the single, and people were pissed. He gets angry letters. He gets a lot of kickback. Meanwhile, Time magazine is lauding him for saying, "Don't fall into this radical protest. Look at what John is saying." So in some ways, he's pissing off a lot of people. And in some ways, he's becoming more mainstream. And then in a couple of years, he decides to renege on all of this and says, "I was I disagree." And then he goes on later to agree and says, "Okay, I think that what I said holds up now." When Revolution was released ahead of the new album in August, the more politicized students scorned what they saw as Lennon's bland rich man's assurances that everything was somehow going to be all right, resenting his wish to be counted out of any impending destruction. The new left press was likewise offended, especially in America, where Revolution was branded a betrayal and a lamentable petty bourgeois cry of fear. The jazz singer Nina Simone recorded a reply record in which she attacked Lennon for his apoliticism and then advised him to clean his brain. Meanwhile, Time magazine devoted an article to the song, approving its exhilarating criticism of radical activists, while American right-wingers argued on the contrary that the Beatles were merely middle-of-the-road subversives, warning the Maoists not to blow the revolution by pushing too hard. In fact, Lennon had agonized about these points even when writing the song in India, and while recording it, he constantly changed his mind about being counted out and in the end opting for both. The out-in dilemma is the only equivocation in a song which otherwise avoids the obscurity of so many Lennon's lyrics of this period. His rejection of minds that hate and dry demand to be shown the plan shows an intuitive grasp of the tangled issue of ideology. In a world of such unrest and tumultuous political climate, it can only make sense that your ideas are changing, your ideology is changing, because you are constantly trying to find the best solution to fix these problems or to address these problems. And John is coming from a very specific worldview, coming from a bombed out city while he was middle class, still didn't have a lot of money, and he talks about wanting to keep his money, and whether that's good or bad or indifferent, I think that it's good to help, but I also wasn't raised in a war-torn city, so I don't know. I can't fully understand his mindset, right? But that is not how a lot of revolutionaries felt then. They thought, "Hey, bud, hey, Mr. Moneybags, you have the ability to help people. What the fuck? You're just saying, it's gonna be all right. It's gonna be fine for you. You have a fucking Aston Martin. You're gonna be fine, the fool. You're gonna be fine. You just had a boutique and closed it after blowing hundreds of thousands of pounds. You don't know." So people were really offended by that. But on the other hand, people who weren't thinking about revolution, people who weren't thinking about giving a shit before the song came out, started thinking about giving a shit and were inspired to seek deeper meaning after hearing the song. You're never going to make everyone happy. I don't know how to make everyone happy. Ian MacDonald seems convinced, both in Revolution 1 and Revolution 9, John didn't really have a plan, or it wasn't countercultural or counter-revolutionary. It was just inspired by Yoko. And I don't know how much that matters, because at the end of the day, it was still a John Lennon song that came out under the Beatles' name. So who cares what was the impetus of it as much as the word came out, right? So I don't know, man. All I'm saying is things were crazy. He writes this song. It's a real mixed bag. It's a real mixed bag. John was really pushing for this to be a single. Revolution 1 was too slow, and everybody said that. So then he redoes it. Revolution, the single, that comes out. He goes on to talk about Lennon's just urge to make this a single. It says, Lennon's urgent ambition to make Revolution 1, the Beatles' next single, alarmed McCartney, who blanched at the prospect of an overt political statement. Arguing with Harrison's support that the track was too slow, he suggested that they wait a bit before coming to a decision. If he had assumed Lennon would give up at this point, he was disappointed. If the track was too slow, he replied they'd simply have to do it again faster. One way or another, it was going to come out as a single. Why am I doing this? And let's round it out with Jim Beviglia. He says, where McCartney and Harrison were wrong was in their decision to relegate Revolution in its faster form to a B-side. Certainly, Hey Jude deserved an A-side, but Revolution could have been held back or even released as a simultaneous A-side so that it could receive full attention from the masses, because that's what this rip-snorting track that can still make you think deserved. Rarely have the Beatles, known for precision and the pristineness of their playing, ever sounded so raw. The guitars of Lennon and Harrison churned with relentless intensity throughout, the distortion a visceral manifestation of that intensity. As always, the rhythm section keeps things from spinning too far out of control, while special guest Nicky Hopkins plays a piano solo that boogies away, even as those crazed guitars rain fire all about. The group even reaches back into the past for the section when all instruments drop away except for the vocal and the percussion on 8 days a week. The group had utilized that tactic with hand claps, while here, Lennon's bleats are surrounded by Ringo Starr's drum wallops. Revolution turned out to be a wise and insightful one that demonstrated it was okay to speak out. The consequences of acting out are where it gets tricky.
She was a working girl.
Honey Pie, this is a Paul song. We have Paul on vocals, piano, lead guitar. John is on lead guitar, George on bass, Ringo on drums, Dennis Walton, Ronald Chamberlain, Jim Chester, Rex Morris, and Harry Klein on saxophones, Raymond Newman and David Smith on clarinets. Didn't he do this all in one day? Honey pie, da-da-da. Nope. Wrong one. This is from the lyrics. Can't sing, can't act, balding, can I dance a little? I always liked that quote from the screen test for Fred Astaire. Fred is a bit of an inspiration to me, and sometimes when I'm singing, I'll pretend to be him a little and get that little voice. It helps me to reach a very particular place.
In the USA.
He's been thinking about the U.S. a lot. Wonder if it's because his girl is in the U.S. Not Francie. I'm thinking about Linda.
Sometimes I'll be Fats Waller, and that helps me to reach a place too. I was definitely thinking of Fred and the whole world of the silver screen when I was writing Honey Pie. I fell in love not only with Fred, but with all those other beautiful singers I'd heard throughout my childhood.
And if she could only hear me.
They're like getting together at this point, by the way. This is, let's see. So Honey Pie, that's October 1st. I think that they were pretty much together at this point, if not in a couple of weeks.
This is what I say.
For example, I can still remember standing in the kitchen at Forthland Road and hearing When I Fall in Love by Nat King Cole. I was reaching it for an HP sauce bottle and at the time thinking, my God, this is good. If I had to choose anyone, I'd be very happy to be thought of as the channeler of Nat King Cole or Fats or Fred. I definitely dreamt Yesterday, so I'm sure I've channeled many other songs. Honey Pie, then, is a throwback to the 1930s or even the 1920s, the flapper era in Hollywood. You become the legend of the silver screen. The use of sound effects was, as always, a lot of fun. I don't know. People complain about the granny music. I just think you don't have a sense of humor. If you're not willing to give it a shot, like every once in a while and just like jam out, just be a goofball. Just be a goofball for a minute. Like you'll survive. I'm not saying you have to listen to it every time, but it's just like it's a kind of a sense of humor, a lightness that really truly is needed in this album. The engineers used a lot of EQ technology to adjust the frequencies, which gives it that little trebly megaphone feel. Sometimes people get the idea that by the late 1960s, the focus on studio work had begun to take its toll, keeping the Beatles from playing concerts. It's the exact opposite. The live playing was taking us away from recording. When we were in the studio, we were 4 artists, plus George Martin and an engineer, 6 artists in fact, who were making something diligently and carefully, having a lot of fun and a lot of artistic freedom. Out on the road, it was pretty much the opposite. We were bundled into a car or a hotel room, or suffocated in a lift, or stuck in a crowd with everyone screaming. The catalyst for the shift from playing live to focusing on the studio was our experience at Candlestick Park in San Francisco, when we got totally fed up. I usually had been the one with the optimistic views who said, "Don't worry, guys, it'll blow over. We'll figure it out." Finally, I agreed with the other three and was as pissed as they were. We'd been stuck in a steel-lined meat wagon, sliding around just like cattle in a boxcar. As we were being taken away from Candlestick Park, that was the last straw. We'd had it. And then another quote from Paul. My dad's always played fruity old songs like this, and I liked them. I liked the melody of old songs and the lyrics as well. I would have liked to have been a 1920s writer because I like that, the top hats and tails thing. So I like this kind of number, and this is just me doing it, pretending that I'm living in 1925. Down. And here's the Playboy interview. They say honey pie, and John says, "I don't even want to think about that." I don't usually full blown say, "Oh, I have a favorite song on this album." This is it. This is my favorite song on this. Savoy Truffle, which is, I try not to pick favorites, and my favorites change all the time. But if I had to pick a favorite on this album, I would literally say Savoy Truffle at this point. So it is a Hera song. We've got George on vocals and lead guitar, Paul on bass and backing vocal ? Ringo on drums, tambourine, bongos, Chris Thomas on organ ? And electric piano ? Art Ellefson, Danny Moss, Derek Collins, Harry Klein on tenor saxophones, Ronnie Ross, Bernard George on baritone saxophones. This is from all the songs by Jean-Michel Guesdon and Phillipe Margotin for Beatles fanatics. Some musical instruments were not mentioned in the recording sheets. Mark Lewisohn wrote them down, including an acoustic guitar that briefly appears at 36 seconds, a second backing vocal in the second and fourth couplets, most likely by Paul, and finally an electric piano, probably a Hofner pianette. Was present right from the intro and returned at the end of the first couplet. Chris Thomas stated in interviews that he was the performer on piano as well as on the organ. Here's George from his autobiography, I Me Mine. He says, "Savoy Truffle is a funny one written whilst hanging out with Eric Clapton in the 60s. At that time, he had a lot of cavities in his teeth and needed dental work, same bud. He always had a toothache, but he ate a lot of chocolates. He couldn't resist them, and once he saw a box, he had to have them all. Same bud. He was over at my house, and I had a box of Good News chocolates on the table, and wrote the song from the names inside the lid. Cream tangerine, Montelimar, a ginger sling with a pineapple heart." Fuck. This song is so good. This song is so good. A coffee dessert. Yes, you know it's good news, but you'll have to have them all pulled out after the Savoy Truffle. What is wrong with it? Why aren't we always talking about this song? Why aren't we? Oh my God. Go back. Just go back. This song is so... I got stuck with the two bridges for a while, and Derek Taylor wrote some of the words in the middle. You know that what you eat, you are. Organ was an interesting choice here, and it's really fun. Here's another quote from George. "Savoy Truffle on the White Album was written for Eric. He got this real sweet tooth, and he just had his mouth worked on. His dentist said he was through with candy. So as a tribute, I wrote, you'll have to have them all pulled out after the Savoy Truffle. The truffle was some kind of sweet, just like all the rest. Cream, tangerine, ginger sling, just candy." Derek Taylor says, "George said we need a bit here. Da 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 da." I thought again of my good friend Alan Pariser. Or Pariser, I don't know how to say that. He'd done a film called You Are What You Eat. It was a very pippy thing. Don't eat meat, man, or you'll be filled with the adrenaline of frightened animals. So I said to George, you know that what you eat, you are. So that was the bit for Savoy Truffle. Hello, editing Lars here. If all goes well, I've got makeup on my hands, ignore it. If all goes well, we're just like a couple of hours away from exporting and hopefully uploading, depending on, the system. But this is now the thrice time that I've said that Savoy Truffle is my favorite song on this album.
I did say earlier that While My Guitar Gently Weeps is the best song on this album, and that's true, I think. Or at least it's like, I mean, yeah, it probably is. But this is my favorite, and I don't have very many readings, and I thought, well, shit, I need to be able to have enough space to play the whole song because I love it. So I wanted to have some sort of breaks. I just wanted to say that ever since, I guess probably since the very beginning of January, I've started playing Savoy Truffle on repeat every Sunday, and it's become like sort of a little ritual, and it's just such a happy, fun song. And I've got to give it to Eric Clapton and all of his teeth problems. You know, I'm so thankful that he loves chocolate just like I do, because I love this song. It's given me so much joy. I get you, Ed. I get you. Okay, so they didn't start recording Savoy Truffle until October 3rd. So they had 4 days. So let's see here. Okay. Savoy Truffle, Savoy and Piggies, and then this is just overdubs, right? And he mentions Obla Di Obla Da right there. And I'm thinking he might have added that in after everything with Obla Di Obla Da, and if so, that is just such a fun like it can be snarky, but it's also like a fun little just example of the Beatles humor. They reference each other so much. Once again, it's just what I talked about earlier about them having their own language. So anyway, hopefully this is enough little space, but I have to say, just these little guitar frills in the chorus, like da 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 da. I mean, it just, I can't get past how good that song is. It's so good. Why doesn't everybody love this song? What the fuck? Beep, 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 beep. Need more space because the system hates me. It doesn't hate me. It's just that Beatles music is so recognizable that the system catches it really quickly, and I just need more space so I could put Cry Baby here. So that's why I'm talking right now. Sorry. Cry Baby Cry. This is a John song. We have John on vocals, rhythm guitar, piano, organ, ? And percussion. Paul on bass, organ, ? Lead vocal and backing vocal. George on lead guitar and backing vocal. Ringo on drums, tambourine, and percussion. And George Martin on harmonium. Hunter Davies says, John told me I've got another song here, a few words, but I think I've got them from an advert. Cry Baby Cry, make your mother buy. I've been playing it over and over on the piano. I've let it go now. It'll come back if I really want it. Steve Turner says, in 1968, as Hunter Davies was finishing his band biography, John told him about the song. The lines came back to him when he was in India, where Donovan remembers him working on it. I think the eventual imagery was suggested by my own songs of fairy tales. We had become very close in exchanging musical vibes, partly based on the nursery rhyme, Sing a Song of Sixpence, and via the advert, partly on the playground taunt, Cry Baby Cry, stick a finger in your eye and tell your mother it wasn't I, or however it goes, I don't know. I hate to say this about myself, I really do, but it's the reality of it all. I would say that I probably oh, that's a very John song, the least most of the time. Like the later John song, the earlier John songs I love, and they're always the ones that should get me canceled. For the children of the king.
I love Run for Your Life so much, and people are like, oh my god, it's abusive, and I'm like, I'm sorry, but Shark Milk 44 already said it, you know. And that's the thing, like, Shark Milk 44, thank you for saying it. But the newer John songs that everyone loves, or like the newer John vibes, for some reason it doesn't touch me a lot, and it's usually because the songs seem to be a little bit slower, a little bit softer, and you guys know me that I like hard songs a little bit more than slow songs, but this song really like does something. It just does something for me. It does something for me. The song includes John's own creations of the Duchess of Kirkcaldy and King of Marigold. Kirkcaldy is in Fife, Scotland, and was where John used to stop off on his way to Durness for family holidays as a boy. Oh, that's a fucking lie, though, because Dig a Pony and I Want You, John songs on Let It Be, to me, are like, and Come Together, obviously, that on Abbey Road, but John songs on Let It Be, I think probably solidified me getting into the Beatles, especially Dig a Pony. I don't know, there's something about like this era of John, the India songs, that just like don't do it for me. And maybe it's just because he was like so sad that I'm like, we can't go there, Lars. We gotta stay strong right now. Here is an example of good use of Foley and sound effects. Unlike Blackbird, where it's just like, why is this here? This is like, that is the way to do this. It's very good. And also, it was extremely... Hang on. I'll let it play. George. Ian MacDonald says, written in India, Lennon's Cry Baby Cry revolves around a verse which, like Dear Prudence, makes a descending sequence out of one chord, E minor. Lennon later dismissed it as a piece of rubbish, but his retrospective views were often colored by the Puritanism of the reformed sinner, and Cry Baby Cry remains a haunting and haunted creation. Extremely discerning choice to wait until halfway through the song to bring Paul in on the harmony. Very smart. Very good. The payoff is real there. Very good. Supposedly based on a TV commercial, the lyric began as Cry Baby Cry, Make Your Mother Buy, before developing into something resembling a nursery rhyme. Sing a song of sixpence. The rhyme's reference to Blackbird suggests that Lennon heard McCartney singing Blackbird in Rishikesh and free associated his own ironic and sinister train of thought. Whatever the truth, Cry Baby Cry exudes a memorably creepy atmosphere, created partly by verbal ambiguity and partly by an ominously recurring blues B, which belongs in neither the chorus's G major nor its related minor. Of all the Beatles, Lennon had the most direct access to childhood, and this song, with its deceptive sunshine and mysterious laughter behind half-open doors, is one of the most evocative products of that creative channel. And keeping him so soft there too. Very smart. Oh, really good. It's really good. And this song really leaves you wanting more. You're like, shit, I wish that this song was longer. In the Playboy interview, they say, and Cry Baby Cry, and he says, not me, a piece of rubbish. This is one of those situations where Ian MacDonald was really correct when he was talking about, well, he's looking back as like the repentant sinner or whatever he said. And John always just hates on his old shit. It was you, you know. I know that he's like, it, not me, it's a piece of rubbish, but it was you, and it's good. I don't have any recordings or readings for Take Me Back or whatever this song is actually called. I don't care right now. But I love this little thing. It is so fun. These little extra bits, these hidden tracks. It could be a full song, but it didn't have to be. And it's so pretty. It's such a nice little treat at the end of this really sad song. Oh, for some reason that's hitting something in my heart right now. To just add Paul in there. That was also another charitable choice from John, and I'm glad to... I'm feeling something right here. In my feelings. Woo! Have had it. I wish that I would have said something then instead of having to put in these last minute little clips, but whatever. Okay. It's revolution number 9 time. Revolution number 9. So get ready for a lot of reading by it. A lot of reading, okay? This was written by John and Yoko with assistance from George. It is a sound collage. And I wrote this song, woof. And I'm going to say something. I have to read all this stuff. And we're going to play it. Barry Miles says, Revolution 9 is probably more of a Yoko Ono record than a Beatles track, though it has some similarities to the 14-minute Carnival of Light tape that Paul had made with the Beatles 18 months before and uses his tape loops technique.
Number 9, number 9, number 9, number 9.
John told Playboy it was somewhat under Yoko's influence, I suppose. Once I heard her stuff, not just the screeching and howling, but her sort of word pieces and talking and breathing all that strange stuff, I thought, my God. I got intrigued, so I wanted to do one. Yoko had performed many times with John Cage in New York and was very familiar with this type of work. The other Beatles and George Martin all tried their best to persuade John to leave it off the album. Thus, the personality problems which were to dog this album caused largely by John's insistence that Yoko always be at his side. Jeff says, a few days later, all 4 Beatles reunited in studio, and John proudly played the 2 tracks that he had completed while the rest were away. I could see from the dark cloud that came over Paul's face that he was totally underwhelmed with Revolution number 9. I think it's best enjoyed casually listening to it rather than like trying to analyze it. When you're just kind of like, you're doing something else and you're not really super paying attention to it, and then it comes. That's kind of how I do it. And when he first heard it, there was an awkward silence after the track faded out. John looked at Paul expectantly, but Paul's only comment was, not bad, which I knew was a diplomatic way of saying he didn't like it. Ringo and George Harrison had nothing to say about the track at all. They looked distinctly embarrassed, and you could tell that neither one of them wanted to get caught in the middle of this. Not bad, Lennon said derisively to Paul. You have no idea what you're talking about. In fact, this should be our next bloody single. This is the direction the Beatles should be going in and from now on. Yoko, with an appalling lack of tact, managed to aggravate things further still by blurting out, I agree with John, I think it's great. I could see that she was gaining confidence. She seemed to feel that she was part of the group now. In her mind, and in John's mind, she had become the 5th Beatle. Judging from his look of disdain, I was quite sure Paul was thinking, you've got to be kidding. But to his credit, he didn't rise to the bait and didn't argue. He simply said, well, let's listen to the next playback. Fortunately, he was reasonably pleased with the mix of Revolution 1. I wasn't surprised that Paul disliked Revolution 9 as much as he did. Although he was well-versed in all musical genres, in fact, he'd been into avant-garde well before John, he simply didn't see it as Beatles music, and he certainly didn't agree that it was the direction that the Beatles should go in. Later on, when they were sequencing the White Album, I heard through the grapevine that John and Paul ultimately had a huge row over Revolution number 9. Paul absolutely did not want it on the album, and John was just as adamant that it would be on there. In the end, of course, he got his way. John says, the slow version of Revolution on the album went on and on and on, and I took the fade-out part and just all this layered stuff over it. It was the basic rhythm of the original Revolution, going on with some 20 loops we put on, things from the archives of EMI. George says, Ringo and I compiled that. We went into the tape library and looked through the entire room and pulled main selections and gave the tapes to John, and he cut them together. The whole thing, number 9, is because I pulled the box number 9. It was some kind of educational program. John sat there and decided which bits to cross-fade together, but if Ringo and I hadn't gone in there in the first place, he wouldn't have had anything. Revolution number 9 is alright. It works very well in the context of all those different songs. That's the great thing about it, that if people spend enough time listening to it, then there are all these different types of music in it, and types of songs. This is from Anthology. Let's see here. Revolution 9 was an unconscious picture of what I actually think will happen when it happens, just like a drawing of revolution. It was just abstract, musique concrete. Loops, people screaming. Thought I was painting in sound a picture of revolution, but I made a mistake. The mistake was that it was anti-revolution. It's like an action painting. Number 9 was an engineer's voice. They have test tapes to see that the tapes are all right, and the voice was saying, this is number 9 megacycles. I just liked the way that he said number 9, so I made it a loop and brought it in whenever I felt like it. It was just so funny, the voice saying number 9. It was like a joke, bringing in number 9 all the time. That's all it was. There are many symbolic things about it, but it just happened. And June 1952, I drew 4 guys playing football, and number 9 is the number on the guy's back, and that was a pure coincidence. I was born on 9th of October. I lived at 9 Newcastle Road. 9 seems to be my number, so I've stuck with it. And it's the highest number in the universe. After that, you go back to 1. And it's just a number that follows me around, but numerologically, apparently, I'm a number 6 or a 3 or something, but it's all part of 9. Paul says, Revolution number 9 was quite similar to some stuff I'd been doing for myself for fun. I didn't think mine was suitable for release, but John always encouraged me. How diplomatic of him. I like Yoko's voice in this. I think she's got such a cute little voice. Sue me, man. There's a lot of things I don't like about the chick, okay? Fine. I really, but I like her little voice. I do. Okay? Sue me. I don't know. Sue me, sue your voice, bitch. I was going to dig into breakdowns of the song, like beat up every little bit of this song, and I was going through like 30, 40 minutes of readings, and I'm just like, God, shut up. No, but oh my God, you're so, like, it's too much. It's boring. It's weird. I don't know who wants this. Even the patrons who pay for this shit are gonna click off. Like, I want to click off. So we're not doing it. Perhaps it would be its own video if that's something that people are interested in, but it just cannot be tacked on like this. It just can't. We all deserve better than this. So this is what I came up with, but it's a sound collage, and I think it was just a fun arts and crafts project for people trying to make new avant-garde songs. This kind of noise music is something that they were already playing with. This one just went on the record. So it's not like, oh my God, they'd never done it before. It just wound up on the record. And I think that this was a conciliatory gesture on Paul and George's part, but especially Paul's part of just like, for fuck's sake, I don't care, John. You're weird right now with Yoko. If this will just get you to shut up, we'll put it on the fucking record. We'll put it second to last. We'll end it with good night, and you can just shut up. Okay? And I think that that's how it went down. So anyway, hope that's good. Steve Turner says, Revolution number 9 was neither a Lennon and McCartney song nor a Beatles recording, but an 8-minute, 15-second long amalgamation of taped sounds which John and Yoko mixed together. The album track originally clocked in at over 10 minutes, more than half of it consisting of John and Yoko screaming and moaning over a range of discordant sounds, created to simulate the rumblings of a revolution. Subsequently, they decided to clip the chaotic section and use it as the basis of another track, which turned into Revolution number 9. At this point, the homemade tapes of crowd disturbances were brought in, and the other sound effects were found in EMI's library. Due to the lack of sophisticated multi-track recording, all 3 of Abbey Road studios had to be commandeered, with machines being specifically linked together and tape loops held in place with pencils. We all become naked. John operated the faders to create a live mix. With so many overlapping sounds, it is almost impossible to identify all the individual noises in spoken comment. Mark Lewisohn, who studied the original 4-track recording, divided these into a choir, backwards violins, a backwards symphony, an orchestral overdub from A Day in the Life, banging glasses, applause, opera, backwards mellotron, humming, spoken phrases by John and George, and a cassette tape of Yoko and John screaming the words "right" from Revolution. The most memorable tape, which supplied part of the title, was the sonorous voice intoning number 9, number 9. This was apparently discovered on a library tape, which may have formed part of a tape examination question for students of the Royal Academy of Music. Once again, Charles Manson thought that John was speaking personally to him through the hubbub, taking the number 9 as a reference to Revelation chapter 9 with its visions of the coming apocalypse. Manson thought that John was shouting "rise" rather than "right," and interpreted it as an incitement to the black community to rise against the white middle class. "Rise" became one of Manson's key phrases and was found painted in blood at one of the murder scenes. Paul was in America when Revolution number 9 was put together and was disappointed at its inclusion on the Beatles, particularly as he had been making sound collages at home since 1966 and realized that John would now be seen as the innovator. Revolution number 9 is very interesting. My Ian McDonald excerpts. This is just what he had to say about what John has claimed is the meaning behind it. This is the best blip that I can put together without inundating you with a lot of big words. So we're just going to do this. And of course, we're going to pull from Ian MacDonald, he talks about how John says that it was anti-revolution. And he says, his claim that Revolution Number 9 was conceived as a picture of revolution should be judged against the probability that what he'd been doing later in 1968, as distinct from what he thought left-wing ideologies wanted him to say 3 years later, was far closer to Yoko Ono's conceptual work of the mid-60s than to any supposed attempt to create an impression of contemporary unrest in France and Germany. Made in only 3 weeks after Lennon and Ono became lovers and recorded similarly experimental 2 versions in celebration, Revolution Number 9 is unlikely to have embodied much, if anything at all, in the way of theory. To the extent that Lennon conceptualized the piece at all, is likely to have been a sensory attack on the citadel of intellect, a revolution in the head, aimed, as he stressed at the time, at each individual listener, and not a Maoist incitement to social confrontation, and still less a call for general anarchy. Lennon and Ono disliked the negativity of the late 60s radicalism, taking a particularly dim view of the Chicago riots of August 1968. Instead of asking what we are against, they reasoned we should be working out what we are for. If Revolution Number 9 can be said to be about any one thing, it would be about the abiding concern of the 60s counterculture, quality of awareness. Do not adjust your brain. There is a fault in reality, ran a hippie slogan of the time. The song restates that slogan in sound. Intentions apart, the actual experience of listening to this track, where not merely boring or baffling, often inclines to the sinister, in effect ascribable to the twin driving forces behind it, chance, determination, and drugs. Sold as everything from a creative aid to psychotherapeutic panacea, LSD was the dominant influence on the late 60s pop. That it was individually harmful as well established, particularly among the period's best songwriters whose minds are all too readily ran riot and in some cases collapsed under its influence. Yet his main artistic guide in 1968, apart from Yoko Ono, was his own imagination. And it is this reliance on creative instinct which makes Revolution Number 9 in retrospective superior to its more organized and articulate serious equivalents. One only need compare Lennon's work with Luigi Nono's similar non-consummano marks to see how much more aesthetically and politically acute Lennon was than most of the vaunted avant-garde composers of the time. Good Night. This is a John song. Ringo is on vocals, George Martin is on pianos. The Mike Sam singers are backing vocals by 4 men and 4 women. The orchestra includes 12 violins, 3 violas, 3 cellos, 1 harp, 3 flutes, clarinet, horn, vibraphone, and double bass. If I say that a Ringo song is not for me, am I going to get kicked out of my own land? I mean, it's like a John song, but it's a Ringo song. You know what I'm saying? It's too... Okay. Paul says John wrote it mainly. It's his tune, which is surprising for John, who doesn't usually write that kind of tune. It's a very sweet tune, and Ringo sings it great, I think. The arrangement was done by George Martin because he's very good at that kind of arrangement, you know, a very lush, sweet arrangement. It's very sweet. John says that Goodnight was for Julian. Jeff says there was another surprise. John had decided to have Ringo sing the lead vocal. We were all totally caught off guard by that because we'd already recorded what we presumed was going to be the sole Ringo song on the album. It's hard to imagine that John actually thought Ringo could do a better job on it than he could. He knew as well as anyone that Ringo was no singer. Perhaps it was that he was embarrassed at singing such a gentle lullaby. Maybe it was not macho enough for him, or perhaps he made the decision just to keep Ringo happy because he sensed some disquiet in the usually placid drummer. John had made a demo for Ringo to take home and practice to, and it was played back a couple of times that night. In contrast to all other Beatles albums, they demoed many of the White Album songs beforehand, gathering at George Harrison's Escher home and blah, blah, blah. It's a shame that this particular tape had been lost to the world, and that nobody will ever hear the gorgeous way that John sang his tender little song. In comparison, I really don't think Ringo did the song justice. Nonetheless, it was one of the best vocals he ever did. During the rehearsal run-throughs, John and Yoko stayed in the control room, while the other three Beatles remained down in studio with George Martin, who played piano, while Paul and George Harrison coached their drummer on phrasing and pitching. That created a unity that had rarely been present in these sessions. Just getting Yoko out of the studio seemed to lighten its atmosphere tremendously. I don't know if it's just the orchestration. I don't know if I don't like the key that he's singing. I don't know what it is, because I like Ringo's singing voice. I really do. There's something about this that feels too saccharine. It feels like too maple syrup, too Peter Pan, too Disney. And it's phony too. Like, it feels phony just knowing I don't know. I think it's a lovely way to end the album. It's just, I would kind of like, not for me. Ian MacDonald said, placed at the end of the Beatles after Revolution number 9, this very slow and dreamy Lennon ballad, an inadvertent variation on Cole Porter's True Love, is one of the group's old Hamburg standards, could hardly help seeming almost nastily ironic. In fact, it was conceived as a lullaby for Lennon's 5-year-old son Julian, and though partly tongue-in-cheek, its sentimentality was genuine. George Martin's adroitly treacly arrangement, Lennon says possibly over lush, makes the most of this, complete with knowing winks at Hollywood. So uncharacteristic of Lennon is this track that many assumed initially that both song and vocal to be by McCartney. This is from Barry Miles. Paul says, "You could almost be forgiven for thinking that Good Night was mine because it's so soft and melodic and so un-John. I believe John wrote this as a lullaby for Julian, and it was a very beautiful song Ringo ended up singing to the accompaniment of a big orchestra. I think John felt it might not be good for his image for him to sing it, but it was fabulous to hear him do it. He sang it great. We heard him sing it in order to teach it to Ringo, and he sang it very tenderly. John rarely showed his tender side, but my key memories of John are when he was tender, and that's what has remained with me. Those moments where he showed himself to be a very generous, loving person. I always cite that song as the example of the John beneath the surface that we only saw occasionally. I think that was what made us love John. Otherwise, he could be unbearable, and he could be quite cruel." I'm not a mouth sounds person. Now that I'm older, I realize that his hostility was a cover-up for a vulnerability that he felt. And if you look at his family history, it's easy to see why, but this is an example of that tender side. I don't think John's version was ever recorded. I think we got it. Now I don't know what to do with myself. I don't know how to be this honest. It's gonna beat it out of me. This fucking album is gonna beat the honesty out of me. Let's go back to where we started. George said, "As a band, we were tight. That was one thing to be said about us. We were really tight as friends. We could argue a lot among ourselves, but we were very, very close to each other. And in the company of other people or other situations, we'd always stick together." And for the people who love and cherish the Beatles and all that they bring us, it's a tough pill to swallow. So, are you tough enough for the White Album? I'm gonna be extremely honest, and then we can move on. This very well may be my final Beatle project. In this capacity of talking about albums, of digging in deep, I might spend more time on things like movies, Beatle movies, things that we all enjoy, with information and lore as deep as an Arizonian whatever puddle. And I could just be being dramatic. This whole thing has been difficult for me. I'll talk about it. The reality is that if this is my final Beatles project, big one, it is the truest love letter I will ever write. And I think I'm at peace with that. I'm filming today on February 23rd. This was written on January 16th. Working on this album gave me something, but first it took something from me. Before I dive far too deep into melodrama, which is something my favorite journalism professor cautioned me against, I want to tell you what this project gave me. I think working on this gave me a sense of strength that I haven't had since the Lost Project, and a sense of strength that I've never had in a Beatles project. Because I do, and even now, always work under a guillotine of a fan base who knows a lot more than me. And I'm very aware of this. I always work in fear. I'm afraid of the mean comments. I'm very defensive of my work. And the further I went into this, the stronger I got because I was excited. And I don't know how else to word what this project gave me. Maybe Filming Lars can word it better. I don't know. I don't really know if I can. And I still will always be afraid. That's just, I think, part of it. This project gave me something, and I still don't know how to verbalize it, and that's okay. And I think what this project gave me was this experience that I'm about to read about. But before it gave me that, it left me in tatters. In the original intro, when I first filmed this, I told you all that I was going to quit doing Beatles deep dives like this, or maybe doing Beatles videos completely. I have never felt the need to cry in an intro, even when the intros were very sad. I barely cried at the end of the Lost video. I started that video by saying there was no beginning and no end to Lost, and there isn't.
Julie Andrews told me and like a bunch of other people that it's best to start at the beginning. It's the very best place to start. There's no beginning or end to Lost.
And this is how I ended that video.
Things we make can have such an impact that can change people. I think that this show has changed me in a way. And I think everyone has been impacted by some media that they've really enjoyed, whether it be a movie or a TV show or a song or whatever. There are things that can change you. And this is one of them. It was worth talking about. Like all good things, including the show, everything must come to an end, except for Lost. Because there is no beginning and there is no end.
Okay, that wasn't 4 months or 5 months of a project. That was almost 3 years. That's how emotional I got. This video, I would crack open my notes and I would just start crying. I'm an emotional person, obviously, but I can hold it together. That is not something that takes over me, that keeps me from working, that interferes with me. I'm able to compartmentalize, right? So when I'm working, I have filmed a couple bits where I'm like, oh my God, like this is how I'm usually working. It's usually like very lighthearted. Okay, so but where is that quote, though? Where is that from? Because I know that my ass probably just didn't put it in there. Well, look at this. So here's that article, right? And then we go to the next page. It just starts with a quote. There's no... Okay, so where the fuck is it then? Here, I'll keep you right there. Maybe it is in Miles? Like diary? No. For fuck's sake. Oh, and I'm wearing my ugly glasses. Fuck. No. That's how I usually am. I'm not crying, but this is how I was during this. I've always been an emotional person, obviously. It's kind of my brand to get extremely upset. And that's fine. I mean, all of you have a watching people cry fetish. You're going to have to reckon with that. And I'm going to have to reckon with the fact that I'm fine with it. And that's a joke. Relax. But this entire process has been extremely difficult on me. Being someone who loves the Beatles so much. Anyone who's here at this point in the video,
loves the Beatles just as much, if not more, have been involved with the Beatles for, I'm sure, longer than I have been. Loves them just as much as I do. God, this has been extremely difficult to work on. I sent my friend a bunch, but just going through, it's like Paul solo, John solo, GH not there, Ringo not here, John and Ringo only. The times that all 4 Beatles are marked in studio are highlighted. It is so tough, and I really like the music on the White Album. I really do. That is why I'm doing this. But I would be lying if I said that every single day that I work on this, every single day I make my research, I go a little bit further, I dig a little bit deeper. Every day I wish that I was not doing this. Every day it is like a pit of dread in my stomach. I don't understand. I am like checking my meds to make sure I didn't miss one. Like, I'm like, dude, what is going on? Why is this so tough? This is tough. I am not tough enough for the White Album, but I have to be. Or else I don't think it'll ever get easier. I don't think I'll ever be able to swallow this easier. I don't think I'll ever not cry to Rocky Raccoon. What better time than now? What stronger time than this, or whatever the fuck the lyrics are to that one song. I appreciate this album so much. As like musically, I appreciate this album so much. And it's annoying to me that I do, because if I didn't like it musically, I wouldn't even be fucking doing this, because why would I put myself through this? It is so difficult. It's been so difficult. So I can't even imagine what it was like for them. It is literally just the crumbling facade. They're not even there. They obviously care. I don't know. Sometimes I think maybe I'll never come back at all. Maybe it's for the best this way. Maybe I'll retire my Beatles work here, resigning to the fact that I'm an outsider in this realm and not tough enough for the White Album. It was tearing me apart. It was like, Lisa, you're tearing me apart. Like, it like pulled my soul apart. And I could not explain to you why I was having such a hard time with it. It wasn't like, wow, I have such a big bond with the Beatles that it's doing. It was just, I was hurting so badly for this situation. And I was feeling it too much. You know, I felt really overwhelmed by what I felt the Beatles were going through during this time. And I took on a lot of that in a weird way. I wound up going on this rant just on my phone that I'll put in. And it's like, you'll need to stick through it. It's like 12 minutes, but it's pretty good. And it kind of explains where that anger came from. But it'll be in a minute. But anyway, so here is something that I wrote in November 2024. The Beatles bring me so much joy, and this entire project is tearing me apart. Not because of the volume of the work, I'm used to that. Originally, I had 6 plot points to this video, and the final one was, why do I feel like crying? It was a bit prophetic, as I spent a lot of my time working on this crying. I'm a crier in videos, but I don't live there. It's something I can access for the sake of allowing the Beatles to bring out the full spectrum of my feelings. When I work on things, I don't get emotional like that. Happy songs struck such a deep sadness. The bits I wanted to cling to only left me hanging on the ledge. I had this document where I highlighted who was in studio. I said, waiting for another Paul solo, John solo, GH and JL were there, PM was not. The four-headed monster was detangled and found themselves on unsure footing. As a Beatles fan, so did I. I always want to look on the brighter side and almost whitewash how the Beatles handled issues, to bring a message of unity and musical spirit. And this time I cannot.
I'm not going to protect anyone in this. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. I can't protect myself in this. And I think that's hard, but necessary. When I started working on this, I felt like I knew the Beatles. And then I didn't know anything at all. When I got to a certain point, all I knew was what the Beatles gave me and what I read about them. And I know what people who knew them say about them and what they say about themselves. I thought I knew the Beatles, but now I know I couldn't know them. I can't know them. I never will. And I had to grieve that, I think. That bit of being a fan, that parasocial relationship or whatever. I had to really accept these people are strangers. I don't have ownership over them. I don't know them. And all I know is what their music gives me. And that's how you know them. That's how you love them. And so it left me in like a really weird lurch because, you know, in the last couple of years, I've like really wrapped my identity. Holy shit. I'm sorry. Okay. You're fine. Just relax. You're fine. Okay. It's fine, Lars. Come on. You're fine. Over the past like nearly 3 years, a lot of my identity has been really wrapped up in the Beatles and like my association with the Beatles, what people think about me thinking about the Beatles and for this project, I really had to throw away what the fuck? I was doing so good. I really threw away the expectations of what I thought I needed to do and what I thought was important or what I thought was like couth. You know, I just wanted to be extremely authentic this time. And that's so scary. There were serious points where I was like, maybe I'm just going to quit YouTube. This project could not be content. It couldn't be a video essay. It couldn't be a video for views. Like, it just couldn't be that. I didn't want it to be that. I didn't want it to have this, like, pressure of getting thousands of views. I just wanted to, you know, when I posted that thing in November, when I said, like, I'm canceling this project, that's when I was like, I can't do it like this. Like, I can't do this one like that. I just can't. And I was like, and I don't know, after I know all of these things, after I've learned all of this stuff, after I've spent 50 hours a week working on this, at that point, I don't know if I can go back to the way it was. I don't know if the Beatles can be content anymore because I felt like I was just so lost in it. And so when I decided I was ready to come back, I thought, well, it's not, and start working on it again. I was like, it's not going to be content. It's just going to be mine. And the Lost video, there's so many similarities and parallels that it was always going to be content. But because I had so much time to work on it, I just didn't care what the expectations were on it. It was just going to be mine. And what's harder about the Lost video is that, like, I never felt any sort of ownership over Lost as like a property, but I always felt like some sort of like stake in the Beatles, the way that I'd never felt that way about Lost. And I still feel like I earned my place with Lost. And I never earned my place with the Beatles. I've never earned my place there. And so it was like a lot of my preconceived notions of the Beatles, even though I knew the general lore behind the White Album, a lot of my preconceived notions about like their unity just like continued to crumble. I had nothing. I think it's the Dunning-Kruger effect. I mean, the more you know, the more you think you know, and then you realize you know nothing, and then you build it back up, and then you know nothing, and then you build it back up. It was like that, but it was like on a existential level. When I realized like what was behind it, it was this matter of the way that we treat the Beatles and a matter of fame, celebrity, nuance, black and white thinking, and like generally the lack of forgiveness we give the Beatles. It winds up reflecting our black and white thinking in human relations with the people we love, and you know how we continue to make people pay for mistakes that they made. So I went on this like 12-minute rant. I'll put it in here. I'll edit it as short as I can. It's February 14th, and I haven't cried just thinking about this project in months, but I'm getting like closer to the end. And one thing I want to explain. My emotional attachment to this is one thing that's like an artistic thing or whatever it is. But generally, the emotional side of things, the tears, the crying, the whatever, it's an amount of empathy, I guess. I don't relate to the Beatles, but I hurt for them. You know, I don't relate to the Beatles because I couldn't. But I feel like for a band that is just so well documented, so well known, so well studied, that there's just so much that is extremely misunderstood about them. It's so black and white, the way that these guys are interpreted. It's disgusting to me. Someone will have known George in 1984 and they'll say he hated Paul, as if there weren't times when he loved him, as if there weren't times later on before George died where he got on an AOL chat and said, well, we've had difficulties over the years, but I think we both know that we're both pretty cute. As if Paul hasn't spent the last 24 years, especially like the last 5, talking about how much he wishes he could say to George that he loves him. There were things that Paul said shortly after John died to Hunter Davies, thinking that he's having like a personal conversation with a friend in the middle of grief, mind you. I think Paul's still grieving John in a lot of ways. I don't think that I know that. It's obvious. He never shuts up about the guy. Where Paul is like clearly trying to sort through his feelings about John and just doesn't know. And I think he's trying to reconcile his feelings for John with the public perception of John, things that Yoko says about John, things that Yoko says about her relationship with John, John's relationship with Paul. And I think Paul is like trying to sort all this out. This conversation gets publicized, which I think was a violation. And then people will take this one conversation with Hunter Davies and say Paul was just like a horrible person that didn't really understand, care about John, whatever. What the fuck? And it makes me hate humanity and the interpretation of them. It disgusts me in so many ways. I think, oh, not only is media literacy dead, but the ability to see nuance, human compassion is dead. If it ever lived, I don't think it did. I see a lot of just hard and fast, hardcore rules. And I saw that so early in my first couple of Beatles videos did really well. And I got so many like, you don't know them, blah, 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 because they took something that Philip Norman said in 1982 and they said that's the way that Paul should be, whatever. The jokes that Ringo makes is that he doesn't remember. This is what I think is the reality. This is my interpretation. This is me putting my expectations on them. The reality is that Ringo is protecting the fuck out of his boys. They're his brothers. He's never asked the right questions, and even if he were, there are things he will never answer. Even if he did, would we get it? Would we even have the humanity, the understanding, the willingness to sit here and parse out what the 4 of them went through and say, oh, this makes sense, this makes sense, this makes sense, this makes sense. I'm going to try to analyze why they feel that way. And why it's important is because it so blatantly and disturbingly shows our relationship with celebrity, culture, impact of culture, and how we will willingly or unwillingly relate to each other, and how we see this example of tortured love and just blatantly disregard it. And I hurt for them so deeply. I don't relate to them, and I don't want to. Oh my God. Why would you want to? Why would you put yourself through such pain, through such misery? And I don't idolize them. Why would you want to? There's this slam poem called How to Cure a Feminist, and it talks about how you wear down a woman if you subtly undermine her combat boots and Range Rover long enough. You put a lipstick in your medicine cabinet so she will suspect that you're cheating on her. And eventually you will say your last name, whisper it into her ear. It says, there is no spine too straight to be snapped. She never even existed without you. And when I think of the way people interact with the Beatles, their spine is too straight to be snapped. And we will sit here and break down everything else in the name of culture, in the name of tradition, in the name of whatever. But we will not look at ourselves, our relationship to celebrity, fame, nuance, interpretation of those things, and say, maybe we've been doing it extremely wrong this whole time. And that is so devastating to me. And it's so sad that people will take their worst times and say, you are forever this person. Paul will always be the one who beat Obladi into the ground while John was going through a mental break. When you and I know that that's not true. And that is why I cry over this album. The worst part of it all was me having to turn a mirror on myself and find the flaws in what I felt I was seeing in the Beatles' behavior. It's so easy for us to sit there from our ivory towers and look at bad behavior and say, you know, me, or whatever, and have to look at myself and say, so, Lars Land, what the hell would you do right now? Not the worst version of you, but you're so evolved right now. How would you handle that? And realize that I would come up so wanting. I have no reason to believe that I would behave any better than any of them. At all. I wouldn't do it. Like, I just wouldn't. I don't have it. So I've had like a little bit of a break, like a mental break. I mean, it's not that deep, but it became that deep. To finish this off, here's something that I wrote about Rocky Raccoon back in December. There's something in this song that really kind of fucks me up. It reaches into a part of my soul that isn't accessible elsewhere and maybe shouldn't be. I posted earlier that I gave away a bit of me while working on this project. I'm not even sure what bit of me that was, but I'm sure I won't get it back. After the weeks and hours spent tearing into this album, as it tore itself apart, I found myself living in a world of TV static. Not sure where my Beatles work will continue after this. Maybe another look into Rubber Soul. Maybe it's time to dig into Help. Maybe it's time to return to Please Please Me. A nice and easy time when everyone still loved it, before George Harrison had PTSD, before John hated Paul, before. Sometimes I think, maybe I'll never come back at all. Maybe it's for the best this way. Maybe I'll retire my Beatles work here, resigning to the fact that I am an outsider in this realm and not tough enough for the White Album. And maybe I dug so deeply into myself, only to find Gideon's Bible and nothing else. If only I could find it here, at the bottom of the ocean with some octopus. I lost a piece of myself along the way, and I do wonder if that piece of myself was the bit that's able to share my feelings for the Beatles with the world. And maybe that's okay. I don't disagree with anything that I said there. It's just not where I ended up. Where I ended up was spending a lot of time thinking about the Aquadom, the largest freestanding aquarium in the world, that crashed in the middle of the night. Such a feat of mankind, a display of nature. A display in macro, something I keep in my room, in my heart. It breaks apart, and everyone was relatively unscathed. But the repairs led to its collapse. And yes, I do think when it comes to the White Album, it acted as a paving over, a get along shirt for the Beatles themselves. I believe that the repairs led to such a severe and biting collapse. And looking myself in the mirror and knowing that had to be true, I had to write a love letter. Because we all know that love hurts.
My sweet Lord. My Lord. Lord. But it takes so long, my Lord. My sweet Lord.
Please like, subscribe, comment if you're nasty. Consider supporting me on Patreon, patreon.com/LarsLand, because I need a therapist now. I love y'all so much. And y'all come back now, you hear? Bye. See you later.